Jericho, please listen to me. Napatitig siya sa akin pero dagli rin siyang nag-iwas ang tingin. Just sign it and let us end this shit. I don't want to play bullshits with you. I would never cheat on you, Din Jericho. Despite the tears hovering my side, I managed to say that in a tough voice. Stop lying! His voice roared. I am not lying, I exclaimed frustratedly. How could I do that to you? Sign the damn papers, Francesca. I won't. I've never heard my voice with this much conviction before. I would not sign the papers, Din Jericho. Tinapon ko sa kanyang envelope pero agad niyang kinuha at binalik sa akin. Halos magusot na yon. Nakaigting at pangat malamig ang antok ng mga mata. I saw him even took a pen on the side table to let me sign it, pero mabilis akong lumayo at umiling. No! Francesca! His voice roared angrily. Why don't you just sign this and end this all for once? Total naman masaya ka sa lalaki mo. You even had dinner with him. Jonathan is my colleague, okay? I explained. Halos mahina ng buhok para maintindihan niya ako. I helped him in my presentation for the board. Stop lying. Ikaw lang ang mahal ko, Din Jericho. Halos hindi ko na nakikilala ang boses ng sabihin niyon at mas umigting ang kanyang panga, mas umiling sa akin. You're lying, Vanessa? Vanessa? Vanessa again? And you believed her? I squinted my eyes closed. Marahas sinahawi ang mga luha. He is your ex, Jericho. How sure are you that she's telling the truth? I believed her. What about me then? I am your wife, Jericho. Why can't you try and believe me? Humihikbi kong sabi. Nanginginig ang boses, pagod siyang tinitigan. Asawa mo ako eh. Bakit ba ako ayaw mong paliwalaan? Because you cheated. How many times do I have to tell you I never do that to you? Sobrang mahal kita para magawa pa yun. Halos isigaw ko na yun sa kanya. Mahal kita, Jericho. Mahal kita. Hindi si Jericho nakapagsalita doon. I caught him staring at me. His eyes turned a bit softer than it was earlier, kaya kumuha ko ng lakas at sa kabila ng nanginginig na kamay, inabot ko ang kanyang pisngi. Please, please give me a chance to let you know me better. Please give me a chance to prove myself and my love for you. Mahinang sabi kong punong-puno ng pagsusumamo. His drunk and exhausted eyes remained staring at me, kaya't mas sinaplos ko ang kanyang pisngi na puno ng pagsuyo. Ang mga luha hinayaang mahulog sa pisngi. Listen to me. Get to know me, Jericho, please. Babe, give me a chance to fulfill my vows to you. I whispered and I saw how his eyes turned a bit teary. Kumislap pero mabilis niyang binaba ang tingin. But you cheated. His voice is now low and exhausted. Mas nababakas na ang antok at kalasingan. She said you cheated on me, that I married you for our parents' sake. You won't stay with me for 3 years if I really did that, don't you? Kahit nanghihina, pinanatili kong malambing ang boses. Hindi ka tanga, Jericho, para magstay ka kung loko kita. Hindi siya umimik. I saw how his breathing labored. I caught how he closed his eyes as if lost in something else. Kaya unti-unti nilapit ko siya sa balikat ko. I thought he would push me away or be angry at me, perhaps, but he did not do it. Instead, he let me pull him closer towards me, resting his forehead on my shoulders. Give me a chance. Give me time to prove to you my love, I whispered. Jericho, please, sana kilalanin mo ko. He remained silent and what I heard next shattered me, but I remained strong for myself, for him, for our marriage. Then what about the divorce? Halos bulong na yon. Tila pagod na. Mahina ang boses na sabi ko at tinaplos ang batok niya kahit nangihina na. Promise, the moment I prove this won't work anymore, or you really cannot bear to be with me or our marriage anymore, I would sign this. I swear. Slowly, I hugged him back. He did not give it back to me, but the fact that he let me do it to him is enough. It is improvement. As if he's slowly letting me in. We stayed like that for a few moments. Yakap-yakap kong kanyang katawan habang si Jericho nakasubsob sa balikat ko. Walang salitang namumutawi sa mga labi, pero ramdam ko ang pagiging komportable ko sa kanya. Suddenly, I felt his hand getting heavier and heavier every passing second. Kaya tinawag ko siya ng marahan pero hindi siya nagsalita. Gently, I pushed him away from me. Inalalayan ko ang kanyang ulo pahiga sa unan at napaluhan na lamang muli na makitang nakatulugan niya na ang pagsubsob sa balikat ko. Mahal na mahal kita, Jericho. I whispered and caressed his hair. This marriage, Ipaglalaban ko to kahit nauubos na ako. I watched him sleep peacefully that night, remembering how he used to help and cuddle before. Pinunasan ko siya para kahit papaano mawala ang kalasingan at pagkatapos pinanood ang malalim niyang pagtulog sa tabi ko. I miss you, babe, I whispered upon caressing his cheek. I stared at his face, to his thick brows, long eyelashes and reddish lips, memorizing it again and again. I found myself crying again, and to ease my longing I moved closer, moved his head up so he could rest on my arms and cuddle. Gumalaw si Jericho. Akala ko magigising, pero tumagilid lamang siya, nang higa, at umikot ang kamay sa bewang ko. Parang may humaplos sa puso ko. At natawa ako sa nangyari, pero sa kabila noon, namasa ang pisngi ko sa mga luhang nahulog. You missed me too, huh? I asked and he only groaned. Mas sumigpit ang yakap niya sa aking bewang at unti-unti, nagsumiksik sa leeg ko. Tila ayaw kong pakawalan. I will wait for you, Jericho ko. Dito lang ako palagi sa tabi mo. Bulong ko habang hinahaplos ang buhok niya. This I vow to you. Yun atang unang beses kong nakatulog ng mahimbing sa mahabang panahon. That night, I slept well. I slept at peace. Malalim na nga atang panaginip ko ng gabi. I woke up, smelling a familiar scent. Ginalaw ko ang katawan at nang maramdaman ng init, mas naging komportable. I slightly opened my eyes and saw my husband staring, making me smile. Morning, babe, I said and closed my eyes again. Mas nagsumiksik pa sa kanyang leeg at mas hinigpitan pa ang yakap sa kanya. Did you sleep well? I whispered but I heard no answer. Doon na nawala ang ngiti ko. Bigla ako natigilan at tila binuhusan ng tubig. Gulat na napalayo sa kanya at nanlalaki ang mga mata. Napatitig kay Jericho na walang sinasabi at reaksyon habang nakatingin sa akin. Jericho? I blinked. Sorry. You're heavy, he said blankly and sat on the bed quietly. Napaupo rin ako ng mabilisan. Namimilog pa mga mata na patanto ang ginawa kong pagyakap sa kanya. Sorry. I bit my lower lip and he did not answer me. Pinagmasdan ko siyang tumayo sa kama. Saglit akong binalingan. I will jog first, aniya. Di naman ako nakasagot doon pero nanatili siyang nakatingin kaya't napasinghap ako at tumangutango. Kinakakit ang labi. Sure. Halos malakas sa sabi ko sa manghang pagpapaalam niya ngayon. Hindi kagaya nitong nakaraan na wala siya palagi sa bahay pagkagising ko. Doon na si Jericho nag-iwas ang tingin. I saw how he licked his lower lip, brushing his disheveled hair, and walked towards the door pero sa sobrang saya ko, nagsalita pa akong muli. I will cook breakfast. Masayang sabi ko at nakita ko kung paano siyang tumigil sa paglalakad. Uwi ka pagkatapos ha? Antayin kitang kumain. Promise, sasarapan ko. He did not answer me and left after that pero alam ko, pinakinggan na yon dahil sa pagtigil niya. Sapat na para muli akong mabuhayan. I was smiling while fixing the bed pero nawala na makita ko ang pamilyar na envelope sa gilid ng kama. Slowly I took it. Masakit man sa pakiramdam. Sadista man kung iisipin, binuksan ko yon. I read it and pain struck my chest upon seeing his signature below. I won't make this happen. Halos pabulong kong sabi at binalik ang mga papel sa loob. I will make sure to get my husband back. I won't give him away because I know kapag bumalik ang alaala niya, hahanapin niya ako and I would not leave. I will make sure to be true to his vows to him and that is to love him for better or for worse. It was my first time after months smiling while cooking for us. Noong una kasi nagluluto ako pero hindi naman si Jericho kumakain. Kaya nitong nakaraan hindi na ako masyado nagluluto. Minsan di rin ako kumakain ng agahan dahil ang lungkot-lungkot kumain mag-isa. The house for the first time felt so homey. Mamaya pang pasok kong tanghali, kaya malaki ang ngiti ko habang nagtatanggal ng apron. Good morning, Jericho. Halos isigaw ko na yun nang makita ang pagpasok ng asawa ko sa bahay. He is wearing a plain white shirt and sweatpants. Magulong buhok at ang malamig na mata, bumaling sa akin kaya mas lumawak ang ngiti ko. How's your jog? I asked in a happy tone. Even hopped towards him and he tilted his head, pulling his AirPods out of his right ear. What? He asked me coldly. Damig naman. I smiled sheepishly and I caught him staring intently at my face. I mean, how is your jog? Okay naman. The weather is great. San ka banda nag-jog? Nanatili siyang nakatitig. I swear I saw something on his eyes while staring at me, pero biglang kumunot ang noon niya at nag-iwas ang tingin. I am gonna take a bath, he said after clearing his throat, trying to walk away, Pero bago pa niya yun magawa, dali-dali kong inabot ang braso niya. You should eat breakfast first. I stopped him and he glanced my way, his reddish lips slightly parting. I'm sweaty, Francesca, he said, pero umiling lang ako at mas lumapit sa kanya. Pasimple pang umaamoy at pinakitaan siya ng thumbs up. Na, mabango pa rin naman ang Jericho ko, I said. You don't have to take a bath. Mamaya na pagkatapos ng pagkain. No! Halos pabulong na yon kakatitig niya sa mukha ko. Come on! Halos lumait na ang boses ko. Di natin pwedeng hayaang lumamig ang agahan. Special pa naman yon. Niluto ko yung punong-puno ng love. Swerte mo nga nilutuan kita. Boys would cry just to taste the foods cooked by me. Ang reyna ng dilibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. He smirked and glanced at my chest. I know, woman, but I couldn't see anything. Namangha pa ako sa pagtaas sa sulok ng labi niya. I saw how the amusement played on his jet black eyes, making my heart thump. Alam ko na wala pero meron. Meron! I said with conviction and chuckled, gently lowering my hand on his palm and gripped it. Nakita kong pagbaba ng tingin niya roon pero wala namang sinabi kaya hinila ko na. Kaya tara na para hindi maglahong sarap sa magic sarap. He cursed at napatawa ko, tinila siyang lalo. Wala siyang naging reklamo kaya para lumulutang ako sa ere sa tuwa. I pulled him towards the stool, smiling widely upon looking at his confused look. Tila hindi alam ang gagawin. Napansin ko pawis nga siya, kaya tinawakan ko ang likod niya para damhin. Francesca, stay put ka lang dyan. Let me do the magic, I said with a smile and quickly took a small towel. Mabilis ko siyang nilapitan at nakita ko ang pagtalon niya nang basta ko nalang iangat ang kanyang shirt. Francesca, what are you doing? Nilingon ako ng malamig niyang mata. Pilit umiiwas pero hinawakan ko ang braso niya. Pinarmi siya sa upuan. Upo ka lang. Punasan ko ang likod mo kasi basa ka ng pawis. Ayoko namang magkasakit ang asawa ko. Lambing ko at nakita ko kung paano siyang matulos sa kinaupuan. Pero hindi na nagreklamo pa. Sa halip tumikim lang at nakita ko ang pagsuklay niyang bahagya ng buhok. I dried his sweat. Pinunasan ko rin ang batok niya at tahimik lang siya doon. Hinahayaan ako sa ginagawa kaya napangiti ako. Harap ka nga, Jericho, I said and he slowly glanced my way. Unti-unti pinunasan ko ang noon niya. Magkalapit na magkalapit kami kaya damang-dama ko ang init na hatid niya. I can feel his intense stares at me. Bahagya akong humawak sa shirt niya. Binaba ang bimpo sa leg niya para punasan yon at nakita ko kung paano tumaas baba ang Adam's apple niya. I lifted my chin up and caught his eyes and I'm lying if I tell myself I did not feel the tension. His black orb stared at me like he is looking deep within and I swallowed. Ang mga mata niya unti-unting bumababa sa labi ko, dahilan para mas sumigpit ang hawak ko sa shirt niya. He tilted his head. Mas lumalim ang paggugot ko ng hininga. Lalo pa ng bahagyang bumaba ang kanyang mukha. I found myself closing my eyes, waiting for my kisses but then I felt a lick on my lips. Sunog na ang bacon mo. Reyna ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. He whispered against my lips. Kaya naman nanlaki ang mata ko at dali-daling lumayo. Halos madapa pa ako kakapunta sa nilulutong bacons. Santissima! I screamed when I saw its on color black. Nagkukumahog akong kumuha ng tongs para iahon ng naging lukong bacons pero tumamang kaway ko sa kawali. Ouch! I gasped and frowned. But still trying to take it pero sa gulat ko ay may umagaw sa akin ng tongs at nagpatay ng kalan. Nanlalaki ang matang sumulap ako sa likod. Nakita ko kunot ang noo ni Jericho. Jericho? I called but he did not say anything. Hinuli niya ang kamay kong dumikit sa may takawali at napasinghap lamang ako sa gulat nang hilahan niya ako patungo sa faucet at binuksan yon. Binasa ang kamay ko ng tubig. You're careless. Pagalit ni Jericho sabi habang binabasa ang kamay ko. I flinched when it hurt a bit. Kinuha rin niya yon pagkatapos nakita ko ang mabilis niyang paggalaw at pagbalot ng kamay ko sa bimbo at hila sa akin pabalik sa hapag. Kunot na kunot pa ang kanyang noo habang pinagmamasan ng kamay ko, kaya ngumuso na ako. Salamat, Jericho. I thanked him kaya bumalik siya sa akin at sumimangot. Ano, masakit? He asked. Halos tunog sermon kaya naman tumango ako at tumigting ang panga niya. Kinuha ang kamay ko sa bimbo para tignan ang paso at kumalabog. Tumango ako. Ang puso ko ay dinadamang pala niyang nakahawak sa akin. Hala, magic? I uttered and his confused eyes glanced at me. Nung hinawakan mo, biglang gumaling. Namamangha kong sabi, bago cute na ngumiti sa kanya. At doon na siya napailing at napabusangot na binitawan ang kamay ko. Damn girl, he whispered. His cheeks blushed a bit, earning a giggle from me. Got you, Mr. Yellow? Tawa ko at sumimangot lang siya sa akin. Pinitek ang noo ko bago naiiling. Mahina pang natawa. You're silly. Hindi ba masakit? Hindi ba masakit? Kanina pero pinagaling na ng pagmamahal mo. I even winked and he just stared at me, tila pagod na makipag-asaran, kaya nakatawang kumapit ako sa kanya at pinaupo siyang muli sa stool. Din Jericho nyo, pagod na. Asar ko pa at nang sumanya ako ng tingin, mas lumakas pang tawa ko. Kinuha kong tsara at pinahawak sa kanya. I am fine, Jericho ko. Hindi naman first time na masaktan ako eh. Natahimik siya. Ganon din ako kaya nagkatinginan kaming dalawa. I mean, I'm sorry. What he said stunned me. Tumitig siya sa akin kaya't damang-dama kong malakas sa kalabog ng puso habang nakatingin sa kanya. I let my emotions get ahead of me. I'm sorry for being grumpy and rude to you, Francesca. Namilog ang mata ko at umawang ang labi. Tumikim siya, kasabay ang pag-iwas ng tingin na tila nahihiya. Where's the food? I'm hungry. Ani ang malamig na naman kaya't napangiti ako. Halos sumayaw na sa tuwa at inabot ang ulam. Nakangating pinaghahaninan siya. Masarap ba to? He asked and glanced at my special pininyahang manok, taking the glass of fresh orange juice and sipped on it. Naman, I said proudly. Francesca Milian eh. Makakalimutan mong sarili mo sa sobrang sarap. Sa unang kagat, do I know you agad? He choked on his drink at mas lumakas ang tawa habang inaaplo sa likod ng asawa ko. Ako lang madalas nagsasalita habang kumakain kami, pero sapat nang makita ko nakikinig siya para maging masaya ako. He may not speak that much but like before, I know he's listening. I know him too well that I can read the expression on his eyes while listening to my not so interesting stories. When we finished eating, ako nang representang maglinis ng pinggan. Tumalikod siya para umalis at maligo pero humabol ako, humawak sa braso niya. Jericho! I called and he glanced my way, waiting for me to speak kaya ngumiti muna ako bago nagsalita. I believe we have the same schedule today, right? Sabay tayong pumasok, please? Ayoko kasi mag-commute ngayon. Wala siyang sagot. Nanatiling nakatitig sa akin at maya-maya kumunot na ang noo. Do I know you? He asked, startling me. Ha? Naguguluhan kong tanong. I'm Francesca. Bakit mo tinatanong? I suddenly stopped upon realizing something. Nakita kong unti-unting pag-angat ng sulok ng kanyang labi para sa tagong ngiti, dahilan para lumabas ang maliit niyang dimple. Ikaw? I gasped and he chuckled slowly, lowering his head to see my face and licked his lower lip. Gotcha, he said and tapped the tip of my nose playfully, amused, before turning his back at me. Din Jericho! I screamed while watching him going up our stairs. Kainis ka? Gwapo mo, shit! I love you, pakis! Sigaw ko pero tayong thumbs up lang pinakita ni Jericho. Hindi ako nilingon bago namulsa at nawala sa paningin ko. Siyempre, whenever I am happy, my mouth is unstoppable kahit sumabog ang tenga ng asawa ko. Sige pa rin ako kakadaldal. You are loud, woman. Reklamo ni Jericho habang nagmamaneho. My ears are bleeding. Napabunghalit ako ng tawa. Umayos ako ng upo at hinawi-hawi ang buhok ko. Popormal sana pero may naisip na namang sabihin. Kaya nga bagay tayong dalawa, Jericho, I said. Tahimik ka tapos maingay ako. Listener ka tapos speaker ako. What's this, ha? A radio? Tanong niyang naka-poker face kaya't napatakip ako sa bibig ko para mas hindi matawa. Hindi! Ang ibig kong sabihin, bagay na bagay tayo kasi kung i-convert ang pagka-Mr. Yellow mo sa pagiging maingay, I will melt you with Francesca's warmth, Jericho. Tumaas ang kilay niya roon at di nagsalita kaya umentrada na naman ako. So, what do you think of my offer then? I asked. Since you don't remember me, let me introduce myself again, okay? I am Francesca Carinal Falcon. I am a registered nurse and I studied well to become a doctor, a pediatrician. Mahilig kasi ako sa mga bata, Jericho. Tapos ikaw din, di ba? He glanced at me sideways and spoke. How do you know that? Of course, I'm your wife. I explained. Sabi mo noon sa akin, you became an OB because you always wanted to listen to baby's heartbeats. You find it fascinating kaya parehas na parehas talaga tayo. Meant to be kasi parehas tayo ng gusto. Aha? And I am still wondering, why did you become my wife? I hate loud women, Francesca. Ani at ginalaw ang daliri niya ng bahagya sa manibela. Bumaling sa akin dahil medyo traffic. Francesca lang kasi malakas. I flipped my hair playfully. I melted you with my charms. Patay na patay ka kaya sa akin, Jericho. Simula doon pa lang sa convention na sinasabi ko sa'yo abroad, hanggang nabigyan ako ng chance magtrabaho sa ospital niyo. Hulog na hulog ka. Crush na crush mo kaya ako. He eyed me. Hindi ko alam kung anong iniisip pero kitang amusement sa mga mata niya. Really, huh? He asked, resting his head on his seat while lazily placing his palm on the steering wheel, watching me. Yes, I said confidently. Like I told you before, Reyna nga ako ng San Isidro. Cute ako ng bata pero sabi ni nanay past is past. Pero, naniniwala pa rin ako talagang sobrang ganda ko. Sino bang nagsabing hindi? Nanigas akong bigla nang marinig ko iyon. My heart pounded harshly that I almost felt it went out of my ribcage. Umawang ang labi ko para magsalita, pero mabilis siyang umiwas ang tingin. Bumaling sa daan habang kunot ang noo at seryoso. He whispered, annoyed. Traffic? Wala na atang mas ikagagandang mood ko pagkarating namin dalawa sa ospital. Masayang binati ko mga staff na mukhang gulat din na magkasama kaming dalawa ng asawa ko ngayon na paniguradong madalang na lang nilang nakikita. My husband is serious beside me. Tahimik pero unang sulyap mo pa lang, mapapatagal ang tingin mo sa kanya. Francesca's POV. He's wearing a simple dark gray dress, shirt tucked on his trousers. The first 3 buttons of it are open. Nakataas ang sleeve ni Jericho sa kanyang siko at ang kulay itim na relo sa kanyang pulsuhan habang nakapamulsa siya at di umiimig. Malinis ang ayos ng kanyang buhok, nakapirmi ang pulang labi at diretso ang tingin ng malamig at walang emosyong mga mata. Kaya kapag di mo talaga siya kilala, nakakayang lumapit dahil baka sungitan ka lang. Good morning, doktora. Maganda ang muda. Bati sa akin ang kaibigan kong lalaking nurse mula sa department ni Febby. Good morning. Maganda talagang sisimulan ng umaga ng magandang mood para buong araw. Kindat ko pa sa kanya at natawa na siya. Napansin ko ang pagbaling sa akin ng asawa ko at sa kausap. Kurot ang noo ko at nakatiimbagang. I glanced at him with a smile, but he just looked away. Walang imik, inunahan ako sa paglalakad, kaya nagulat ako at mabilis na kumuway sa kausap para magpaalam at makasunod kay Jericho. Babe, wait! I said. Inabot ang kanyang braso para kumapit. Ikaw naman, di mo ko inaantay. Kala ko ba sabay tayo? You seem to be having fun. Malamig na Jericho sabi. Why don't you just laugh at that boy? Seloso? Bulong ko at doon sa Jericho mas sumimangot. I am not that petty to be jealous. Iritado niyang sabi pero mas natuwa lang ako at kumapit pang lalo sa kanya. Wala nang pakialam ko sobrang lapit ko na. Gwe. I said I'm not. He frowned more and I looked at him with a grin. Sabing hindi nga. Oo na, hindi. Natawa na ako at umiling. Pero ano nga? Yung topic natin kanina sa biyahe? What do you think of restarting? Naliligaw ako sa'yo. That's what boys do, Francesca. You're acting like a man now. Ani ang nakasimangot pa rin, kasabay ko sa paglalakad. What? What boys could do can also be done by us girls, don't you think? Tanong ko. Kaya sige na, try mo lang. I-girlfriend mo na ako agad tapos kapag gusto mo, i-level up na natin sa asawa. You're hopeless. He shook his head. Oo nga, hindi ka magsisisi sa kagandahang to, Jericho. I said cheerfully. Look at me, babe. Humiwali ako sa kanya kaya't napabaling si Jericho sa akin. What? Do you know what I am made? I asked and his forehead creased more. This is made of girlfriend material. Turo ko sa sarili. Pagkatapos binigyan siya ng pamatay na kindat kaya napapikit siya ng mariin. Namumula ang tenga at nasa po ang noo. Okay, I'm done here. Ani nga bago tumalikod at doon na ako napatawa. Muli siyang hinabol at kumapit. How about lunch, Jericho? Sabay tayo? I asked pero hindi si Jericho sumagot. May binuksan at kinuhang braso mula sa akin. Marahang tinulak ako papasok at doon ko lang natanto. Opisina ko na pala yun? Ang bilis naman. Nguso ko at sumulyap sa asawang sumulyap din sa loob ng opisina ko. Pasok ka, Jericho. Ngayon mo lang ata nakita ang office ko, di ba? No thanks. He glanced at his watch. I have to go. I have patients to attend to. Ganun ba? Maharahang wika ko. Hinawi ang buhok at malambing na ngumiti sa kanya. Pero babe, lunch. Come on, sabay tayo. I'm busy. Please, pretty please. I gave him a cute smile with my puppy eyes. Pinagdikit ko pa ang palad at tumitig sa kanya. I wanna have lunch with you, Jericho. Please? For your pretty Francesca? No. Tanggi ni Jericho pero mas ngumuso ako. Pinalungkot pa ang mata. Francesca, no. Kumurap-kurap ako. Kunwaring naluluhan na at nang bumuntong hininga na siya, lumaki ang ngiti nito. Alright. Yay! I chirped. Parang di nagdadramang pumalakpak pa sa tuwa. Niyakap ang batok niya, sabay halik sa pisngi. I love you, Pogi. Sabi na't di mo talaga matitiis ang alindog ko eh. The side of his lips rose. Pumirme ang kamay sa bewang ko bago ko marahang ilalayo sa kanya. My ears are bleeding. I need a check-up. He sighed and shook his head when I began laughing. I gotta go, woman. Stay quiet here. Baka sumabog ang ospital sa bibig mo. Kiss muna. I even teased and closed my eyes, waiting for him to kiss me on the cheek, at least. But moments had passed but nothing came. Kaya unti-unti, nagbulat ako ng mata at nawala ang ngiti nang matantong salaming pintuan na ng opisina ko ang halos nakadikit na sa mukha ko. It was a small thing but a big improvement for me, comparing to how we interact this past few weeks. He never smiles at me. He never eats with me before but now, after our talk last night, kahit nagkasakitan, nalinaw sa akin ang nangyari. He acted that way because of what Vanessa had told her, and I wanted to see that woman right now and confront her for ruining my reputation to my husband. Why would she do that? Isn't she a girl like me? Bakit yung ginawa sa amin ni Jericho? I got pretty occupied with my cases and playing with the kids that when 30 minutes before lunch came, I decided to take a nap. It accidentally turned to an hour, kaya halos sumigaw na ako pagkakita sa oras at nagmamadali. Hala, pasensya na, doktora. Akala ko po kasi nagpapahinga ka kaya hindi kita ginising. Dumaan din po si Nurse Feby pero tulog ka kaya't sabi niya, mauna na raw po siya mag-lunch. Ani ng sekretary ko. Di naman ako galit dahil kasalanan ko naman, kaya't sinabi ko okay lang. Ang asawa ko, napadaan ba siya? I asked, panicking, brushing my mangkukulam lock hair. Kanina po, doktora, noong nakikipaglaro ka sa mga bata sa playroom. Sumilip lang, wala namang sinabi. Pero sinabi ko nasa playroom ka tapos umalis na. Ngayong lunch? I asked. Hinuhubad ang doctor's coat na suot at basta na lang inihagi sa upuan ko. Ay, hindi po, doktora. Aniya, halos lumipad na ako patungong cafeteria. My heart is beating rapidly while looking around, trying to look for my husband. Dire-diretso ang lakad ko para makita si Jericho, pero ilang ikot ko ng mata sa harap at di ko pa rin siya nakita, humugot na ako ng malalim na hininga. Ano ba yan, Francesca? I sighed audibly and touched my hair frustratedly, sighing in disappointment for myself. Bobo ka? Sarap na sarap sa tulog? Bumagsak ang balikat ko. Napapatungong paatras sa pwesto para puntahan siya sa opisina. You done talking to yourself? That voice made me still. Biglang umikot ang tingin ko sa upuan sa tabi ko. Namilog ang mata na makita ang asawa ko nakaupo roon. Nakataas ang kilay sa akin. You're late, Francesca. My butt is getting numb now. Come here and sit. Our food is getting cold. Aniya habang nakikipagtitigan. Ang dalawang tray ng pagkain nasa lamesa. You waited for me? Kung posible lang paniguradong may kumikinang nasa mga mata ko ngayon. Hindi si Jericho sumagot. Nakita ko ang pagtanggal niya ng plato sa tray habang nahimik pa rin kaya ngumuso ako. Nangingiting nagtungo sa harapan niya pero biglang natigilan. Bumalik ako sa pwesto niya nang makakita ng bakante sa tabi. Mabilis akong naupo at pumangalumbaba. Sumusulyap sa pwesto niya. What? He asked, making me grin. You are such a creep, Francesca? Aniya bago sumagot at doon ako natawa. Wala. Masama bang maging masaya? I giggled. Masaya lang ako kasi inantay mo ko. It was such an honor to eat with you, Your Highness. You're weird. He tilted his head. Ang plato sa tray na para sa akin nilalagay niya sa tapat ko. Why are you sitting here anyway? The seat in front is empty. Basa eh. I shrugged, lying. Tsaka mas gugustuhin kong tabihan ng asawa ko, 'di ba? Kesa doon sa harapan na may basa. Francesca, shh. I placed my finger on his lips. Stopping him. Wag na magreklamo, nakakapangit yan, babe. He eyed me boredly. Mas nilakihan ko ang ngiti ko para mang-asar. Pero ako pa rin ang nawala ang ngiti nang basta lang ni Jerry kong kagatin ang daliri kong nasa labi niya. Halos mahulog ako sa upuan. Namilog pa ang matang hinuli niya ang palapulsuhan ko. Tinanggal ang pagkakakagat sa daliri at marahang ibinaba. I don't like loud girls, he said and put my hands on the lap. I bite. Oh my freaking! I gasped loudly. Baka gusto mong pasabugin natin ang eardrums mo, Jericho? Shh! He hushed and checked the utensils. You're loud. I bit my inner cheek to refrain myself from smiling like a weirdo, but I cannot help it. Nakita kong paghalo niya ng juice gamit ng straw bago yun nilagay sa tapat ko. Kagaya ng madalas niyang gawin noon. I am positive what he'll do next though. He will take his juice and stir it too, then he will drink it first and I almost clapped when he did what I am expecting him to, in sequence. Alam mo bang ang tunay na sarap, sa akin mo lang malalasap? Biro ko. Bigla tuloy na ibugan ni Jericho yung juice. Napataron ako sa gulat at nagpanik. Daling-daling inabot ang tissue para iabot sa kanya na kaganyang hinablot. Nag-iwas ng tingin at umiling. Pilit dumayo ng haplusin ko ang likod niya. Jericho, sorry. Natatawa kong sabi. Are you okay? Don't! He coughed again and caught my hand, shaking his head pero hindi na ako makapagpigil ng tawa. He then calmed down. Ang matalim niyang tingin kaagad nakatuon sa akin, kaya't napatakip ako ng bibig at nanlaki ang mata. Jericho, baka pwede naman natin pag-usapan to. I asked in a small voice. Where can I bite you? Malamig niyang sabi at umawang ang labi ko. Talaga ba? I said I don't like loud girls. And you happen to be one of them, Francesca? His reddish lips pursed. Where do I get to bite you? Dito. I moved my hair and showed him my neck. Dito, dito. Kagatin mo ako, Jericho vampire. Now na. Halos ingod-ngod ko na sa kanya ang leeg ko. At tumungo nga si Jericho sa leeg ko. Humawak pa siya sa bewang ko para ipirmi ako. My hand is in a tight fist but moments came instead of the bite I've been waiting. Ang mahina niyang tawa sa tengang narinig ko. Mabilis ako napamulat ng mata. Namamangha habang narinig ang mahina niyang tawa sa tenga ko. I felt him rest at his forehead on my shoulder. Then when I tilted my head, I caught his shoulders moving. He laughed again and it's getting louder. Shit! I'm sorry. Biglang naging tunog-utot ang tawa ni Jericho sa sobrang pagpipigil at doon na ako napabunghalit ng tawa. Shit! He cursed loudly and laughed. Na mag-angat ng tingin at nakatinginan kami. Sabay kaming natawa sa isa't isa, halos maluha. Napalok pang lamesa sa sobrang pagpipigil. Napapansing pinagtitinginan ang ingay naming dalawa pero wala akong pakialam. Hindi ko alam kung gaano kaming tumagal ng tawa roon. Jericho was laughing his ass off but he's doing his best to remain serious from time to time kaya pulang-pula ang mestisong mukha. Biglang sa seryoso pero kapag makikita akong natatawa pa, matatawa naman siya. Okay, ayoko na. I gasped and covered my mouth. Nahahapo kakatawa at may nagabot sa akin ng tubig kaya kinuha ko yon. Natantong ang asawa kong nagbigay habang umiinom dahil sa titig niya sa akin kaya't nag-init ang pisngi ko. Kalma na. I asked and grinned. Well, my jaw hurts. He touched his jaw and tilted his head. I think that it's the first time I laughed this hard. It's embarrassing. Hindi naman. I shook my head. Inabot sa kanyang baso ng tubig na inabot niya rin at ininom. Nakita kong pawis sa may leeg niya kakatawa. Kinuha kong panyo at nilapit sa kanya. He looked shocked when he felt my hand. Nakita ko ang pagbaba niya ng baso mula sa labi kaya't nagsalita na ako. May pawis yung leeg mo? Punasan ko lang? I said and smiled sweetly. Akala ko tatanggi siya pero wala siyang sinabing kahit ano. Sa halip hinayaan akong punasan siya sa leeg niya. Paakyat sa kanyang panga. I saw his Adam's apple move. Ang mata ni Jericho nakatitig sa akin kaya napatitig din ako sa kanya at naramdaman ng pahinga sa gitna ng pagod ko. Are you always like that? He asked seriously this time. I saw something on his eyes. It was as if he's trying to look for something on my face and I felt like I'm looking at my husband right now, my Jericho. I guess so. Ngumiti ako na malambing at pinunasan ng noon niya bago inabot ng kanyang buhok para suklayan ng kaunti. You make me laugh like that before. Always. I guess that's what I do to you, Jericho. Napatitig siya sa akin at nagulat ako nang abutin niyang buhok ko bago unti-unti nalagay sa buhok sa likod ng tenga ko. Where's your bangs? He asked. Oink oink? Oh my! Suminghap ako at napakurap-kurap. You remembered? Muli si Jericho sumeryoso. Nakita kong pag-iiwasan ng tingin sa akin at pagbaba ng kamay. No! Nakagat ko ang labi sa sagot niya. I've only seen the photos and watched some videos. I heard myself teasing you with that. I was sad and disappointed but I'm not in a rush, kaya tumawa ako ng mahina. Inabot ang kutsara ko. It's okay, Jericho. We're not rushing, I said. Take your time. It's not like I will leave. Why will you not? He asked, glancing sideways, and I smiled and shook my head. Nope. I vowed to you, in front of hundreds of people, and in front of God that I will stay, no matter what. Marahang sabi ko at saglit si Jericho na tumango, muling bumabaling sa pagkain niya. Ang makasamang muli ang asawa ko sa pagkain, isa sa mga memoryang hindi ko alam noon, magiging pinaka-importante sa akin. While we were eating, it was always me, who's speaking like always, of course, and he is the listener's type. Tumatango lang siya, minsan tititig at walang reaksyon, pero he is really not a talker. Malalaman mo lang talagang nakikinig siya dahil sa mga mata niya. Did I court you then? He asked and I nodded. Munching on my dessert, I ordered. Ayoko na sa'yo kasi may pagka, no offense ha? Love kita, okay? What is it? He asked, curious. Jerk, I whispered back and he frowned at me, glaring kaya natawa ko. I'm not like that, Francesca. Oh, I said in a song. You are, before. I pointed out. Niligawan mo ko tapos ayun, tao lang naman ako, marupok kay Dr. Falcon kaya kumirengkeng din ang gaga. I pointed myself. I am the gaga. The side of his lips rose. May inabot siya sa lamesa at natanto ko, tissue yun na may pinahid siya sa gilid ng labi ko. You are a messy eater, woman. He said seriously and lowered the tissue, making me smile. Sorry, masarap eh. Turo ko sa pagkain kaya't bumaling si Jericho doon at ngumuwi. I can't believe you like that grass so much. Simangot niya. Anong grass? It's Caesar salad, Jericho. Caesar. Maarting sabi ko pa kaya umiling siya. It tasted weird. Mom used to let me eat that but I ended up puking. Walang masarap sa damo, Francesca. Di ka mabubusog dyan. It's yummy, okay? I raised the fork. Here, taste it. Nilapit ko sa kanya ang salad, pero umuwi siya at umiling. No way. Jericho, please? Nguso ko. No. He moved away. Jericho? I called. Come on, masarap to. Promise. No. Pagmamatigas niya, pero nagpaawa akong lalo at mas lumalim ang gatla sa kanyang noo. That tasted weird. I said no. Di don't. I sulked, eating the salad instead, frowning. Napaka-arte, kakainin lang. Bulong-bulong ko. Francesca? Francesca who? Bulong ko sa hangin at naramdaman kong hawak niya sa braso ko. Hey! Doktora! Mula sa asawa ko, nabaling ako sa gilid. Gulat na makita si Dr. John papalapit. Doc! I greeted and smiled. How's the meeting? Great! They approved it! He chuckled. Nagustuhan nila yung inayos mong presentation kahapon. Jericho is obviously clearing his throat, stopped everyone. Nakita kong pagbaling ni John doon at ang gulat niyang mga matay pansin ko kaagad. Dr. Falcon! He called. Nandito ka pala, Doc? He smiled. My wife is here, obviously. Hearing him calling me his wife almost made me dance in glee. Kagat-kagat ang labi ko roon para mapigil ang ngiti sa kabila ng tensyon. I see. I was just talking to Dr. Karingal, John said. The presentations he made for the board gave our proposal a higher chance to be approved. Dr. Falcon? Sagot ng asawa ko at bumilog ng bibig ko. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my bad! Dr. John smiled a bit. I forgot! Hindi ko kasi naman na mag-asawa pala kayo. Doc? I cut him off. Let's talk later. Kain muna kami ng asawa ko. Oh, sure! The friendly smile on his lips came back. Sorry for bothering you both. Is that Caesar, Francesca? Masarap? Meron pa? That's my favorite. Really? My eyes brightened. Bumaling ako sa pagkain ko at tumango. Oo, marami pa doon. Mag-order ka na at baka maubusan ka pa. Favorite mo pala to? Oo. He chuckled and glanced at my husband tapos biglang namilog ang mata niya. I think I gotta go. Ngisi niyang hilaw at bumaling sa akin. Doktora, mamaya? Ngiti ko at nakita kong muling sulyap niya sa asawa ko. Mukhang natakot siya kaya't napahawak siya sa batok. Biglang naglaho kaya doon ako bumaling kay Jericho. Of course, I caught him following Jonathan with his glare, making me laugh. Hoy Jericho, I called and caught his chin, tilting it so he could look at me. Wag ka naman pahalatang nagsiselos. Natawa ako. Bakit yung mata mo may laser? What? I am not. His brows furrowed. Ngumiti ako sa kanya pagkahuli sa mata niya. Di fine. Nakangiti kong sabi. At bumabaling sa salad at tinusok ko iyon. But I told you, Caesar is great. Look at Dr. John, favorite niya rin. Parehas pala kaming favorite to. Sabi ko bago yon kinain. Bumabaling sa asawa ko pero sa gulat ko, hinuli ni Jericho ang baba ko. He tilted my chin, pulled it towards him and crashed his lips against mine. Sa gulat ko at bilis ng kalabog ng puso, bahagyang umawang pa ang labi ko, dahilan para may pasok niyang dila sa bibig ko. I felt how he sensually licked the insides of my mouth, owning it as he bit my lower lip. I take it back, he said after kissing me, licking his lip. I liked Caesar now. It tasted better in your lips. I got my new favorite. Malalim ang paghinga ko habang nakatitig sa kanya. Jericho? I even called. We have now the same favorite. He raised his brow. His jaw clenched and smiled playfully before standing from his seat. I gotta go now, Francesca. Be a good girl, wife. Para ako nawawalang bata pagkatapos nakakaloka at nakakaalog na brain cells na lunch. Tulala pa rin habang hawak-hawak ang labi at di lang matatauhan kung hindi ako binatukan ni Feby. Hoy, hoy, hoy! Ano tong narinig kong kinakalantari ka raw ni Dean Jericho sa cafeteria? Halos lumabas ang alang-alang ng kaibigan, kaya mabilis akong napatayo at tinakpan ang bibig niya. Feby! I hissed. Secret lang. Anong secret? Ang dami yung audience doon. Nasa public place kayo, malalanding mag-asawa kayo? I noticed nurses glancing our way at sa sobrang pag-iinit ng pisngi ko, hinila kong kaibigan tungo sa opisina ko. Shh! Huwag ka nga mag-shout out. Nagulat din ako, Feby. Irit ko. Like, oh my God! Nabubuhay ang natutulog kong kilig cells. Loko ka? She laughed and smacked my arm. How? Parang itong mga nakaraan lang hindi siya namamansin. Tapos isang gabing nakalipas, okay na kayo? Bakit? Don't tell me nagpatuhog ka kagabi. Anong tuhog? Hoy, bibig mo. Kinurot ko si Feby na tatawa-tawa sa akin. Ano ako, barbecue? Lumakas ang tawa niya. Halos silahin niya ako palapit sa sofa kaya naupo kami roon para magkwentuhan. Oo, pwede. Sa sobrang rupok mo. Kasi baka isang kindat lang sa'yo ni Falcon, bubukaka ka na. Feby? Nai-eskandalong namilog ang mata ko. Tinampal ang bibig niya dahilan para matawa siya. Okay, jokes aside. Not that is not true, ha? Marupok ka kasi talaga sa asawa mo. Pero tell me, what happened? Why is he suddenly like that? Parang nakikita ko na yung Jerry kung malandi pagdating sa'yo, ha? Ganito kasi yan. I started off and continued into telling her everything that happened last night. From the moment I got home, to the divorce matters, and today she was gasping after hearing it. That's why he's super weird, she exclaimed. Why? Kasi kanina, Kyrie's called. Ang sabi niya, tumawag si Jericho kanina. Nagtanong kung pwede daw siya makausap tungkol sa'yo. Me? I pointed myself. Why? I am not sure but Kai told me na nagpapakwento raw kung ano kayo siguro noon or what. Unti-unti ako napangiti. You mean, my husband, he wanted to know me? I guess so. Ngumisi siya. That's a good sign though. Kagaya ng sabi mo, sinabi ko sa kanya kagabi, nabigyan ka ng chance para makilala ka and I think he's doing it. Looking at it, I think he's really comfortable with you. Sa bagay, ilang taon din kayo magjowa, di ba? Oo, tango kong may ngiti pa rin. I really do hope he's opening up for me. Miss na miss ko ng Jericho ko, Feby. Wala na akong hihiningin pa kundi ang makaalala na siyang muli. The whole day I was energetic and all smile. Nakausap ko si Dr. John tungkol sa proposal namin at masayang-masaya ako malaman na approved ang balak naming mini nursery at library sa mga batang di nakakapasok na dahil sa sakit nila or nakakonfine. It was really our dream to teach the kids in simple ways so they won't get left out in the learning. Isa rin yon sa proposal na hiningi ko sa San Isidro Pizza Ward at dahil nga sa tulong ng ospital na ito kung saan ako nagtatrabaho ngayon, nabigyan ninyo ng buhay. I planned on visiting our hospital there in San Isidro one of these days. Maybe if my husband is better. Bibisita rin ako kina nanay at tatay. Ayoko pa namang bumabiyahe sila sa malayo at mabilis mapagod, kaya ako nagpe-presenta palaging dadalaw. I even saw my husband when I was visiting the playroom, doing his rounds at pagkakita ko pa lang sa kanya, kumindot na ako. He only smirked and shook his head, looking away, but when I saw him hiding a small smile, I felt like I won the lottery. Big time! Nawala lang ngiti ko nang di sinasadya, makita ko si Vanessa, papasok sa ospital nung break ko ng hapon. She looked shocked upon seeing me and even tried to go back, but I ran after her and asked her if we could talk, and she was hesitating but could not say no because I got her cornered. Sa rooftop kami nag-usap kung saan kaming dalawa lang ang naroon. Bakit mo sinabi yun sa asawa ko? Yun kaagad ang panimula ko at nakita kong pagpikit niya na Mariel. What? I never told Jericho anything. He said I am cheating, Vanessa. My voice rose. And he told me clearly it was you who told him that it was you who told him we only got wed because of our parents. She looked stunned. She even tried looking away, but I spoke again. You know, I never forced him to marry me, Vanessa. Maraing sabi ko. Jericho and I, we were together for years. Who gave you the right to ruin my reputation to him? Nagmahal lang ako, Francesca, she exclaimed, startling me. Nang ligunin niya ako nangingilid ng luha niya. Mahal ko ang asawa mo. Really? My voice turned colder. Would you really do that for love, Vanessa? Would you ruin someone else's marriage for the said love of yours? Huh? It was only him who made me feel I was loved, Francesca, she exclaimed frustratedly. Dean is the only man I have before, and you took him away from me. I never took anything away from you, Vanessa. Matabang kong sabi. You just did not give the things you had importance. Akala mo mga bagay silang basta man lang pwedeng kunin pagkatapos mong iwan? No! Umiling siya. Mahal ako ni Dean, please, Vanessa. Pagod kong sabi. Please don't do this, okay? Give yourself importance. You're not like this. You would not ruin our marriage just for the love of yours, wouldn't you? Siya lang ang meron ako, Francesca. Mas humina ang boses niya. Simula noon hanggang ngayon, si Dean ang nagbigay sa akin ng importansya. No, Vanessa. Iling ko. Ikaw din dapat binibigyan ng importansya ang sarili mo. What you're doing now, what you're trying to do, ruining our marriage, brainwashing my husband, it's you throwing away all the importance and care you should be giving yourself. My family don't care for me, Francesca. Umiling siya. My dad, he's always busy. My mom and him separated and they gave me everything, but it wasn't enough. Dean is the only person who stayed with me, who cared for me, but... Hindi ako nakaimik. Naiintindihan yung gusto niyang ipahiwatig. I was hurt and feeling bad and sorry. Di maisip ko sakaling ganyan din ang mararanasan ko. Please, Francesca. To my shock, she took my hands, gripping it and started crying. Please, bigay mo na lang sa akin si Dean. What? I gasped. Are you okay? Why would I give my husband to you? Si Dean ako ang mahal niya. She gasped and gripped my hands more, firmly this time. Sabi niya sa akin na kung pipiliin niya, na ayaw niya sa iyo, Vanessa, please. Sumasakit ng ulo ko sa pakikinig, pero ayoko magalit sa ngayon dahil alam kong may pinaghuhugutan siya. I'm so sorry you have to feel that way. I'm so sorry your family's not there for you and you don't deserve that pain. Right? Her voice trembled, looking at me with her wide eyes. I'm sorry for doing what I did to you, okay? I don't deserve that pain. Bibigay mo na sa akin si Dean? I sighed, gathering more patience. I understand your pain and I am not invalidating it, Vanessa, but Jericho is different. Nakita kong pagkawala ng kung ano sa kanyang mata. Jericho is not a thing that I could just give to anyone. Jericho is my husband. Mahal ko yun. At di ko siya ipamimigay kahit kanino. But I'm hurting, Francesca, she said desperately, gripping my hands more, and it's painful but I remain calm. Hindi sapat na dahilan na nasasaktan ka para ipamigay kong asawa ko, Vanessa. I hope you understand my point. Sa gulat ko, biglang bumuo ng kuko niya sa pulsuhan ko. What the? I pushed her. Hinila ko ang kamay ko mula sa kanya at ang iritado niyang mata sa akin nakatuon. You really did not have an ounce of concern in you, Francesca? Maraing sabi ni Vanessa. Unti-unti pinunasan ng luha sa pisngi. You are nothing but a pretending bitch. What? Natawa pa ako. Said by someone who uses family problem to ruin a marriage? But I am hurt, Francesca. Her voice raised, touching her chest. Nasaktan ako. Wala akong kasama sa buhay and I only have him. For years, it was only him. Tapos ikaw? Kunwaring concern pero ano? Plastic pala? You pretend you are understanding me but you could not give me Dean. Hindi bagay ang asawa ko, Vanessa. Di ko na iwasang tumaas ang boses. Tao ang asawa ko at mahal ko siya. Huwag mo ko itulad sa iyong ginagawang laro ang lahat. You became matured, you said. You were established, you said. Where is it now? Why can't I see it now? Give me Dean. Mariing sabi ni Vanessa. Sa akin, Celine, okay? Hindi na kita guguluhin basta ibigay mo siya sa akin. I am hurt, Francesca, can't you see? Just please, please. Please give me Dean. Hindi ka naman niya mahal. Your hurting doesn't mean I have to take it away from you, Vanessa. Hindi dahil nasasaktan ka magpapaubaya ko para sa'yo. Malamig kong sabi at nakita ko ang pagkamuhi sa mata niyang naluluha. You're heartless, Francesca. Mariing sabi niya. Jericho would divorce you. You just wait. If this is being heartless, then so be it. But I'm not giving my husband to you. Mariing sabi ko. Iniwan ko si Vanessa ang tulala doon sa rooftop. I was heaving a deep sigh upon going down. Nagtungo agad sa opisina ko at bumagsak ng upo sa swivel. Hinilot ang ulo kong nananakit sa naging usapan. I hope she had cleared her head and think about this through. Halos mapatalon ako sa kinaupuan nang bumukas ang pintuan. Napatayo ako na makita si Feby. Mukhang balisang makita ako. Francesca, kanina ka pa namin hinahanap. She gasped. Ha? Kaagad kumalabog ang puso ko. Why? Si Stacy, she said, referring to one of my favorite patients in the ward. Kinakabahan at naiiyak ako habang sumusunod sa kanya. I immediately saw Dr. Jonathan on the emergency room, kaya dali akong tumakbo patungo sa kanya at tumawag. What happened, Doc? I asked. How's Stacy? Is she okay? She suddenly fainted and I just noticed bruises reappearing on her skin, Francesca. He explained kaya't napasilip ako kay Stacy na nakahiga raw na tinasikaso. Then, I asked, is she okay? Why didn't I notice the bruises? Kalaro ko lang siya kanina, John. Nasa may hita niya unang lumitaw. Hindi kita dahil sa suot. He sighed. She was looking for you earlier, saying she's dizzy and her nose bled. Next thing we know, she fainted and we rushed her here. I was so terrified while waiting for the results to come, and when it did, I was devastated. Stacy had suffered from acute myeloid leukemia before, and now, after the test, we found out she had relapses, and now it's back. I don't like to cry, but I found myself crying. Dinala na si Stacy sa private room, pero malamang ganun ang kanyang lagay, nasasaktan ako. The doctor specializing leukemia had told me not to get our hopes up because the next chemo might be life-threatening for Stacy this time. We will do our best, okay? Kagaling si Stacy. Dr. John called me down. Oo nga, Francesca. You know our Stacy is a brave kid. Ilang ulit bumabalik ang leukemia niya pero nanatili pa rin siyang malakas. Of course, she would make it this time again. Lalo't nandyan ka. She loves you so much. What happened? Where's Stacy? Is she okay? My eyes found my husband's and I became more emotional. Nakita ko ang paglambot ng mata ni Jericho na makita ako at nang takbuhin ko siya, mabilis niya akong inabot. Niyakap ng mahigpit. What happened to Stacy, Francesca? He whispered. Is she okay? Her leukemia is back again, Jericho. I whispered and he cursed under his breath, hugging me tighter this time. Magkasama kami ng asawa kong pumasok ng private room nung sinabing pwede na namin siyang mabisita. I was in the verge of crying again but I did my best not to. I was used to seeing Stacy well and cheerful, kaya ngayong nasa higaan siya at walang malay nasasaktan ako. She'll be okay. Nang hawakan ng asawa kong kamay kong nakakuyom, medyo gumanhawa ang pakiramdam ko. Tila gumagaan ang bigat sa dibdib. Tumango ako, pinikit ng marian ng mata, habang naglalakad palapit kay Stacy na mukhang anghel na natutulog lang sa kama. Saglit akong bumitaw kay Jericho para i-check ang vital signs ng bata at nakita kong asawang naupo sa gilid ng kama. Hinahaplos ang buhok nito. I did not even pay the kids a visit. Mahina man ang pagkakasabi ni Jericho. Narinig ko yon kaya't napaisip ako. You remembered Stacy, Jericho? I asked and he nodded, still staring at the kid. Stacy's been here for so long, he said. But I did not have the guts to check on them since I couldn't remember anything. I don't want them to find out I don't know them. I am really not that close with the kids. Who says you're not? Na makita kong kuryoso yung mga mata, ngumiti ako at naupo sa tabi niya. The kid knows you. You're pretty close with them. Really? His forehead creased and I smiled, nodding my head. Yes. I wasn't sure when, but they loved you. Baka naging kalapit ka nila na isang lambuan na inaalala mo ngayon o taon. Hindi ko alam, but the kids call you their Papa Dean. I saw his mouth parted a bit. He brushed his hair. Kunot pa ang noo habang marahang tumatango. You mean I am close to Stacy? She is our favorite kid, mind you. I smiled softly. Unlike the other kids here, she doesn't have a family. She treats us as her own. She was even calling me her Mama Francesca. That is why, he said seriously, making me curious. When Castor informed me Stacy was rushed into the ER, I was nervous, considering I was not even that close with the kid. Baling ni Jericho kay Stacy. Turns out I am. Her doctor said her AML had a relapse, Jericho. It came back. I was just playing with her earlier, Jericho. May mga bisitang bata. Nandito ang parents kanina kaya si Stacy ang kalaro ko. We were just playing her dolls earlier and now, let's stay with her. I believe she will be fine, Francesca. Nagulat ako na inabot ni Jericho ang kamay ko. I know it's hard, thinking it will be critical and risky for her, but you have to. We have to be strong for her. I nodded. Nangingilid naman ang luha at nararamdaman ko ang unti-unting pag-abot sa pulsuhan ko. What happened to your wrist, Francesca? Gulat akong sumulap sa kanya at nakitang salubong niyang kilay habang nakatitig sa pulsuhan ko at doon ko lang nakitang may bakat pa pala ng mariing hawak ni Vanessa doon. It's nothing. They look like fingernails. Malamig na Jericho sabi at mas inilapit ang tingin sa pulso ko. Did someone hurt you? Who was it? Papa Dean? Nakita kong pagkawala ng irita sa mukha ni Jericho. Sabay kaming napasulap sa higaan. Napatayo ko kaagad na makitang gising na siya. Stacy! I gasped and sighed, touching her face. Are you okay, baby? What happened to you? Are you hurt? Mama Francesca, she whispered and smiled, even trying to sit, but Jericho stopped her. No, Stacy, stay there. Please do not force yourself to sit. We're just here, Jericho said gently. Papa Dean? Papa, miss you po. My eyes sting when I heard it. Nakita kong paglambot na mata ng asawa ko sa narinig bago siya bumaling sa akin. Tila nawawala at di alam ang sasabihin kaya tumango ako sa kanya at gumiti. Binibigyan ng assurance na maging maayos lang kaya ngumiti siya sa bata at inabot ang kamay nito. Papa Dean misses you too, young miss, he said and caressed her small hand. Are you happy seeing me? Opo, Papa, she nodded and smiled weakly. Si Mama Francesca po, lagi ka po nakikita? Ikaw din po, Papa, kasi hindi mo binibisita si Stacy? My heart fell. Nakita kong kung ano man sa mata ni Jericho bago siya lumapit kay Stacy. Pinipisil ang kamay nito bago hagkan ang kanyang noo. I'm sorry, baby. Papa Dean is so sick, so I really could not come close to you. He explained as gentle as he could, and it made me smile, thinking that despite his spot with kids and his coldness, he's still good at it, with Mama. Tawag sa akin ni Stacy kaya binilingan ko siya. Mama, Papa Dean is sick po? Oh yes, I said gently. Ayaw ni Papa Dean na mahawa ikaw at ang mga kasama mo, kaya hindi mo na siya lumalapit. Ngayon, Papa is doing better, right, Jericho? Kaya pwede mo na silang bisitahin. Yes, I'm doing good. He gave out a small smile, making him look more handsome. I'm gonna visit you every day, hanggang sa gumaling ka. Kasama po si Mama Francesca? She asked in a small voice, and Jericho glanced my way, kaya unti-unting tumango at ngumiti. Of course, with Mama Francesca? I said gently, I won't go here without Papa Dean. I saw how glee filled her innocent and soft eyes. Sinamahan namin siya ni Jericho kahit magagabi na. I even fed her foods for her dinner while Jericho was playing with her hair, trying to tie her hair but failing miserably. Mama Francesca knew how to tie my hair just fine po, Papa, she said. Ikaw din po, medyo, di ba? Nakalimutan niyo na po? I chuckled when Jericho glanced my way, like he is tosky at binilingan ko si Stacy. Yes, Papa Dean forgot to somehow tie your hair. I smiled. But he will learn it again. I will teach him para susuklayin niya ang hair mo. Okay po. She chirped and glanced at Jericho. Papa, may question po pala ako. Yes, young miss? Di po ba love na love mo si Mama Francesca? My heart thumped upon hearing it. Lalo pa nang binalingan ako ni Jericho. I was expecting him not to answer but he did. So much, Stacy, he said while staring at me. As if it was my Jericho before. Of course, I love her. Nagbasa si Jericho ng tingin pabalik sa bata. What about Stacy po? Love mo po ako, Papa? Of course, young miss. Jericho smiled and pinched her cheek. Kaya papagaling ka kasi ipapasyal pa kita sa kung saan mo gusto. Yay! She chirped. Kapag gagaling na po ako, Papa Dean, pwede po ba kayo magpakasal ulit ni Mama? I was stunned. Upon hearing that, I could not even speak. Nagbukas ako ng kwarto at ngumiti sa akin si Feby at tumango. Hearing that, sinasabing okay lang at sinek man nakakabit kay Stacy ang aparato. Jericho hummed. Kasi po, papaalam ka po sa akin noon dati po napapakasal ka po kay Mama Francesca. Sa malayo kasi po doon po kayo nag-meet. Gusto mo ako sama kaso bawal po. Malayo. Kaya po pagdating mo dito nag-promise ka pong marry po kayo ulit ni Mama. Tapos ako po flower girl. Nahulog ang luha ko na marinig iyon. Nakita ko ang pagsulap sa akin ni Jericho. Kaya dali-dali kong hinawi ang luha ko. I said that? He asked the little kid. Opo. She nodded obediently. Sabi mo po marry mo ulit si Mama dito para pwede po ako magsabay-sabay po ng flowers? Jericho's mouth parted a little, glancing my way kaya kinagat kong labi para di niya makita ang reaksyon ko. Of course, Papa Dean would marry your Mama Francesca again, Stacy. Biglang nagsalita si Feby, kaya bumaling sa kanya ang bata. Talaga po, Tita Feby? Opo, she grinned. You know, Father Jack is in the chapel tonight. Want to watch them getting married again? Nanlaki ang mata ko sa sinabi ni Feby, kaya binalingan ko siya. Umiiling pero natigil na magsalita na si Stacy. Yay! Stacy is a flower girl! She chirped in happiness at mabilis ang nangyari. Maski ako parang lutang nang pinilit ako ni Feby magpalit ng isang puting dress. Jericho is wearing a formal wear kaya hindi na siya nagpalit. Mama, I made this po with the kids earlier. I lowered my head when Stacy asked me to. Nakita kong pagangat niya ng isang bilog na flower crown at inilagay sa ulo ko. Wow! I said in amazement. Super pretty ni Mama ko. She said happily and smiled kaya't niyakap ko na siya. Hinalikan ng pisngi. Feby took care of everything that fast. Si Castor dumating din. Inabutan ako ng pumpo ng bulaklak kaya natawa na ako. What's this, Castor? Your best friend forced me to illegally pluck flowers for you. He smirked, making me laugh. And of course, flowers for our pretty Stacy here. He gave her a basket of flesh flower petals. Tila lumilipad at wala pa ako sa sarili sa nangyayaring biglaang kasal ko na sinimulan nila. With Stacy's doctor's permission, she was all smile while throwing the petals on the small chapel. Ready, best friend? Natawa pa ako sa sinabing yun ni Kairis na parang speed ata sa sobrang bilis makarating dito nang malamang may ganitong ganap ngayong gabi. Ready! I whispered and a soft song played when we got inside. Ang madiim ngunit sariwang bulaklak na amoy ng chapel, sumasalakay sa aking mga butas ng ilong. Ang pare nasa likod ng mini altar, naghihintay sa akin sa kabilang dulo nito. Ang aking asawa, si Dean Jericho Falcon. Ang kanyang fresh suit na napakagwapo habang tinitingnan ko siya. Wala naman siyang gaanong reaksyon unlike before, but seeing him right now, waiting for me, it gives me nostalgia. Isang matamis na ngiti ang nawala sa labi ko, na makita ko ang kasiyang refleksyon sa mga mata ni Stacy na manghang-mangha sa mga nangyayari. This is just for you, Stacy. Nang makarating sa maliit na altar at nakangisi si Castor, he was even the one to lift Jericho's hand in the air to take mine while Feby is taking pictures around, giggling with the mini events she planned. We had no one else here but us, my friends, the priest and Stacy with her nurse. When I touched my husband's hand, it was cold. Nang sulipan ko sa Jericho, nakita kong pagtingin niya sa paligid at pag-oobserba, kaya't nilapitan ko na at binulungan. Jericho, sorry for dragging you to this. I whispered and caressed his hand. If you did not like this, then we can end. I'm only doing this for Stacy, Francesca. Ani at bumaling sa bata. She wanted to see this, so let's do it. For her. Medyo kumirot ang dibdib ko ron. Pero maliit na ngiti ang binigay ko sa kanya bago kami lumapit sa pari na may ngiti na sa mga labi. We could actually end it, but we were all shy to say that to the priest. We even bothered late at night, so we stayed and continued the ceremony. He did like what most weddings are doing. The talk, the quick sermon, and all. Unfortunately, before we could even get to the vows, Stacy had to leave since her doctor said she should not stay late at night kaya't naiwan kaming ilang dito. Jericho is quiet the whole time, but I can notice his eyes staring at me from time to time. Tila malalim ang iniisip, nawawala sa sarili niyang mundo. When the vows came, I was nervous. Hinubad ko kaninang wedding ring namin ni Jericho, dahil nasa akin naman ang kanya magkasama yon. It was Febby who gave us the rings and my hands are trembling as I looked at my husband's eyes. Jericho? I started off and smiled. It wasn't long ago when I first told you my vows. That's just 2 months ago, I guess. He stared intently at me, like he can see through me, and it made my smile more genuine this time. Mahal na mahal kita, Jericho. I know it was hard and tough. You could not even remember me now and it hurts, but I know we can make this true. I just wanted you to know that you are the best. Best boyfriend, husband, and companion. You knew me well, Jericho, and for the years we've been together, we remained strong kaya ngayong nandito tayo sa lagay na to. Isa-isa lang ang pangako ko sa'yo. I took his hand. I was even trembling when I held it, but I stared at his eyes and heaved a deep and relaxing sigh. Teen Jericho Falcon, mahal na mahal kita. Hindi mo naalala, hindi mo man ako matandaan, ang mga pinagsamahan natin at mga alaala sasamahan kita. For better or for worse, I promise you I will be here. I will hold your hand when we are in this path. I will hold your hand until we reached our home again. I will never leave you. I will stay with you no matter what. No matter how hard and painful it will get. I will always be here, babe. Hanggang sa naging bahay mo ulit ako. Ngumiti ako ng malumanay. Ito ang aking panata sa iyo. Sa nanginginig kong mga kamay, hindi nalaglag ng luha sa kaligayahan. Tinaas ko ang gintong band at muli, sinubukang ikulong kanyang daliri gamit ang singsing na dati niya nang suot. Ngunit bago ko pa man siya maisuot ng buo, nagsalita si Jericho. No! Natigilan ako sa narinig ko. Gulo akong nag-angat ng tingin sa kanya at nakita ko ang naguguluhang mga mata niya. I'm sorry. No. Jericho? Basag ang boses ko. I can't. I won't marry you again. Sabi ni Jericho at inalis ang kamay niya sa pagkakahawa ko. Tumalikod siya sa akin at naglakad papalayo. Kasabay nang narinig ko ang pagbaba ng singsing niya sa may lupa. Parang nabasag, na parang bubog. Nasugatan ako. Nasasaktan na tila wala akong pakiramdam. Francesca's POV. Francesca, ayos lang ako. I gave them a small smile, reassuring them that I'm really fine, but instead, they gave me a sad look. Grabe naman ang tingin na yan. Tawa ko pa pero nagtunog walang emosyon lamang yon. How can you say you are fine while crying? I noticed Kairis and her eyes would unshed tears. Unti-unti siyang naupo katapat ko. Ginagaya ko nasa lapag. Because I am, I trailed off and smiled. Bakit ka gumagaya sa akin? Madumi dito sa lapag. Eh di sama-sama tayo sa dumi. Febby said, and my heart felt lighter when she sat on the ground too, not minding her scraps getting stained from the dirt. Girls, I pouted when they smiled gently. I began sobbing again. Ang sakit-sakit. I cried loudly and tapped my chest. Ang sakit-sakit. I felt her warm embrace while I was sobbing so hard and did not say anything. They just left me vent out everything. All my frustrations, every pain I have slowly piling up on my chest, giving me the feeling of numbness. I let it out by crying. Malalim na atang gabay na matapos ako sa pag-iyak. It was Castor who's here, trying to say jokes at natatawa ko kahit papaano. Nililibang ang sarili. Sorry for being late. Bumaling ako sa pinto at nangiti nang makita si Brian. My son is acting up. Gusto niya raw ako papatulog sa kanya. Nag-abala ka pang pumunta? I called. It's okay, Brian. It's not like it's a big deal. It is a big deal, Francesca. Busangot niya bago tinapik ang hita ni Castor para makaupo siya sa tabi nito. And your husband called asking to check on you. Lahat kami natahimik at si Kairis pa ang nagsalita. He did? Really? Oo, bakit? Ano bang nangyari? Brian asked, confused. Napapahawak pa sa batok niya. I was with my girlfriend earlier when he called. He said if it's possible to check on you here in the hospital, and then it's obvious you cried, so it's a big deal. Turo niya sa mata ko kaya napanunok ako. Wala. Iling ko pero hindi siya naniwala. At sa sobrang kakulitan, pinagkwento ko na si Feby na G ko magkwento with facial expressions pa at hand movement. Nag-uunahan pa sila ni Caster magsalita kaya nag-iirapan sa huli at natatawa na lang ako. What are you gonna do after this, Francesca? Caster asked, kaya't bumaling ako sa kanya at nagkiwit balikat. Stay the same, of course, ngiti ko. I won't leave my husband just for this, Caster. Hindi naman bagay ang asawa kong basta ko nilang bibitawan dahil sa ganito. I really admire your bravery, Francesca, Caster said. If it's anyone else, they probably would not try to fight again and just let it go. Sana all, diba? I heard the menace on Phoebe's voice. Dahilan kaya't napabaling sa kanya. Sana all kagaya ni Francesca na matapang tapos di agad-agad susuko. What? Coming from you, Phoebe? Caster's jaw clenched. Ikaw nga tong, ay shit, away ba yan? Away? Brian cut the two off at narinig kong mahinang tawa ni Kyrus sabay iling. These two, di nilang maghalikan? She retorted. No way! They both hissed, earning laughters from everyone. Akala ko malilibang na sila sa away ng mag-ex, pero sa huli na sa akin na namang natensyon, kaya nagpasimple pa akong uminom ng juice pero hinuhuli talaga nila ako. Uuwi ka ngayon? Kai asked. If not, you can stay on my unit. Wala naman si Migo roon para makitulog. Nando nakikitulog sa girlfriend niya kaya wala akong kasama. Thank you, Kai, but I'm okay, I said. Uuwi ako sa asawa ko. They all sighed audibly kaya muli ako nagsalita. It's my fault though. I pointed myself. Binigla ko siya. We know he has amnesia yet, like what the doctor told us, we should not rush him or do things that might trigger his memories, and that's what I did. Oh, it's mine. Napatakip si Phoebe sa bibig niya. Ako'y nagsabing magpakasal kayo ulit para kay Stacy. I'm sorry, it's not your fault. Phoebe? I squeezed her hand. I wanted to do so, it's my fault entirely. Alam ko para yun kay Stacy. And the moment she left the rest, we should have stopped it, but we did not. We continued it to my own accord and I triggered something for my husband to act like that. I understand your point, Francesca. Kai sighed afterwards. Si Jericho, tumawag yun kanina. Gusto raw akong tanungin kung ano kayong dalawa noon. And it must have been hard for him. And I'm not saying this because he's my cousin, ha? I'm saying this because I want everything to be back to normal. You and him, happily married. Maybe give him time to remember everything. Maybe give him time to heal. Naisip ko baka nga naguguluhan pa rin siya kaya niya nagawa yun. I agree. Brian caught my gaze. It is not your fault, Francesca. It's not his fault too. He has amnesia. Kasalanan lang talaga ito ng pesting tadhana. You would still fight for my kinda asshole of a cousin, right? Oh! I nodded and gave them a small smile. Kaya ko pa naman. Kakayanin ko pa. I have the bestest friends ever and I am lucky with it. Inihatid nila ako sa bahay pagkatapos nun. It was late at night and yet they were kind enough to take me home. Kaya't sobrang pasasalamat ko sa kanila. When I got inside the house, it was feeling empty. Bukas pang ilaw pero walang asawa ko sa kusina, kaya tahimik akong umakyat sa kwarto. I even looked for him in his room and saw him sleeping on his bed. Marahan ako naglakad palapit sa kanya at napabuntong hininga nang makitang suot ni Jericho pa rin ang damit doon. It looked like he just fell on the bed when he got home. It was cold, so he is in a fetus position and something tugged inside my chest while looking at him. I took the blanket and covered his body with it and sat beside him. Gently brushed his hair with my fingers. A faint smile on my lips. I understand, Jericho. I am so sorry for forcing you. Bulong ko at unti-unti. Tumungo ko para hagkan ang kanyang noo at nagtatagal yun doon. A tear fell. Kagad ko yung natanto kaya't lumayo ako at hinawi yun bago tumayo at umalis. When I got into my room, I cleaned myself and when I was about to go to bed, a thing caught my attention. Naguguluhang naupo ako roon at ang luha tila bumalik nang makita ang mini bouquet na naroon. Baby's breath. Attached is a small sticky note and with my trembling hands, I took it and saw his note. I'm sorry. Pinikit ko ang mata at niyakap ang bouquet na binigay ni Jericho at may luha pa sa mga mata. Nakatulugan ko ang sakit na nadarama. The next morning, hindi ko na naabutan ng asawa ko, pero may pagkain na kahain sa lamesa namin. It's his first time cooking for me. Bulong ko sa hangin at naupo sa stool. Nakangiting kinakain kong agahang inihanda rin ng asawa ko. When I got to the hospital, si Stacy kaagad ang binisita ko. She was happy upon seeing me. She even hugged me with a wide smile on her face. Mama Francesca, galing po dito si Papa Dean, she said happily, making me smile. Really? Opo, Mama. Bigay niya po tong flowers, oh. She showed me a mini bouquet like what I got last night. Just that it's sunflowers. Oh, that's too pretty. Love na love talaga ni Papa Dean ang Stacy namin. I grinned, pinching her cheek. Opo, and love na love rin po ni Papa si Mama Francesca. Papa Dean said he also gave you flowers last night po, after the wedding niya with me as the flower girl. And Papa said he loves me, that's why he gave me flowers. And he gave you one too, kaya't love ka rin niya. I nodded with a small smile. Papa Dean really loves Mama Francesca too. I'm happy. Kikita ko po, Papa Dean, looking at you, and kikita ko po, love sa eyes niya, Mama, she said. Tatanong ko po siya kanina if happy siya, flower girl ako. Sabi niya po, oo. Happy din siya kasi ikaw yung wife. Natulala ako sa kanya. Natauhan ng maramdaman ang maliit niyang kamay sa pisngi ko. Mama ko, bakit po ikaw nagka-cry? Ha? I almost jumped. Mabilis kong tinulungan siya sa pag-alis ng mga luha ko. I'm so sorry, baby. Okay po, bakit po ikaw nag-cry? She asked me with a soft voice. Nothing. I'm just happy seeing my baby Stacy well. Kumain ka na? Lambing ko. Hinahaplos na ang pisngi niya. Opo, Mama, na-feed na po ako ni Papa Dean. She gave me a genuine smile. I spent my time with Stacy. Pumasok din si Dr. John pagkaraan para kamustahin kami. May dala pang basket ng prutas. Doc Jonathan, Stacy greeted. Hello, Stacy? He smiled. Kamusta na? Hinahanap ka ng mga kasama mo sa playroom. Miss ka na raw nila. Yung paglalaro ng dolls ninyo kasama ka. Bawal na po ba mag-play po, Mama? She glanced my way. Behave lang po ako. Promise. Hindi po ako takbo. Oh, baby, you can't. Marahang sabi ko. You are quite sensitive right now, baby, so you have to stay here for a while. Don't worry. I will ask your playmates to come visit you from time to time. Mama Francesca would stay here with you. Kalaro mo ako, okay lang ba? Opo! She smiled brightly at me. Pati po Papa Dean? And Papa Dean, ngiti ko sa kanya. Jonathan and I played with her to lessen her sadness for not playing with her playmates. Nasabi sa akin ni John na ayos naman ng mga bata sa playroom at may ibang doktor na nakikipaglaro sa kanila doon kaya't kampante ako. Of course, because Stacy doesn't have parents anymore. The foundation would pay for her chemo. Nasabi sa amin ng doktor na risky ngayon dahil bata pa siya at pangatlong beses na nagkaka-relapse ang leukemia niya kaya baka hindi makain ng katawan ng bata. However, the benefit would outweigh the risk. If we did not push through this, she would not make this, but if we did, she had the possibility to survive and that's all we've been hoping now. Sa ilang taon ko sa Pedja Ward, isa si Stacy sa itinuturing kong anak dahil siya ang pinakamalapit sa amin ng asawa ko. She was the sweetest and we will do everything just so the smile on her face would remain. Tapos yun, hinabol si Augie ng mga cockroach. Dr. John told the kid and she is giggling, enjoying the stories he just made up. Tapos nahulog siya sa hagdan. Hinabol niya yung mga ipis pero nakasalusot na sa maliit na bahay nila. Kaya humabol siya kaso nauntog kaya boogs! May sound effects pa si Doc kaya't sabay kaming natawa ni Stacy sa kanya. The door suddenly opened. Tumatawa pa ako habang nakatingin doon pero kaagad na napaayos ng umupo na makita ang asawa kong papasok. Jericho? Papa Dean! Stacy cheered. His jaw clenched when he saw who's inside. Ang malamig ni Jericho mga mata, nahuli ang akin, pero kagad siyang umiwas at tahimik na lumapit sa amin. Napatayo ako. I saw Dr. John stood too and greeted him but he did not answer him, and glanced at Stacy and despite the annoyed expression on his face, he smiled at the kids. Have you eaten lunch, Stacy? He asked her gently. Nagpaluto ako ng pagkain mo. Hindi ka pwede ng matatamis. Kailangan yung veggies and fruits. Is it bitter po, Papa? She pouted. Ayaw ni Stacy ng veggies. For sure, masarap namang veggies ang pinaluto ni Papa Dean. Right, Jericho? Baling ko sa asawang natigilan at saglit na pasulya pero tumango rin. Of course. Papa Dean always wanted the best for Stacy. He smiled. The small dimple got exposed. Yay! She chirped and hugged him. Papa, kanina pa po nandito si Mama Francesca at saka si Doc. Kukwento po nila sa akin yung si Augie and the Cockroaches. Ang lakas po ng tawa ni Mama. Namilog ang mata ko. Natawa pa ng bahagya doon. Hindi kaya... Oh, you are laughing the loudest, Francesca. Dr. John chuckled kaya't nailing na ako at nahiya. Lalo pa na mapansin ang titig ng seryosong mata ni Jericho sa akin. Doc John? Dr. Francesca? Nababaling kami sa pintuan nang may kumatok at nakitang nurse sa pedia ward na nakadungaw. Hello po, may mga parents po sa ward. Hanap po kayo, may concern po ata. Alright, we're coming. John smiled. Sige, una na muna kami. I said and smiled at her. Stacy, balik ako mamaya. Jericho, baling ko sa asawa. Una na muna kami. He did not answer but the brief nod that he made before touching Stacy's hair is enough. Kaya umalis na rin kami. When we got to the ward, nakausap namin ang mga magulang na nagtatanong sa kondisyon ng mga anak nila. They were also delighted na magbubukas kami ng mini library at nursery dito sa ospital. Kaya planong-plano kami ni John tungkol doon. Miski sa lunch, dadala na namin yon. Oh, kinuhaan kitang Caesar salad. Gusto mo to, di ba? Dr. John teased, making me chuckle. You know me well now, huh? I raised my brow playfully. Hinawi ang buhok bago na upo sa kanyang tapat para kumain ng lunch. Naman, ilang taon na ba tayo magtrabaho? You're a very efficient and great colleague, Francesca. No wonder the hospital wanted you from the very start. Such a flattering statement, Doc. I touched my chest. I'm pleased. We both laughed. Inalis ko ang pagkain sa tray at ganun din siya. At habang kumakain, di kami magkamayo kakaisip sa plano naming mini library. How about the books? May supplier kaya tayong pwedeng makuhaan? Oh, don't worry about it. I smiled at him. You know Kairis Falcon, my husband's cousin? She is a writer and she knows publishing houses or suppliers where we can get children's books and learning materials. That's great. Buti nilang madiskarte ang reyna ng dimdibang lupa na San Isidro. He stood and ruffed my hair, making me laugh. Hoy! Tinapik ko ang kamay niya. Paano mo nalaman yan? I overheard Nurse Febby teasing you. He smirked kaya't nailing na ako habang natatawa. Ikaw talaga? Nga pala, how about our mini nursery? May improvement pa sa paghahanap ng designer? Oh, I actually made contact with a known architect. He smiled. Bago pa tayo magpa-approve. Advance kasi kung mag-isip na ma-approve kaya nagpagawa na ako ng draft. Really? OMG, patingin naman. Sure. He stood and sat beside me, showing me his tablet. The architect's name is Sierra Valderrama. She's great. Yeah? Yes. Tango kong namamangha at nag-zoom sa sketch. Napapangiti dahil maganda na kahit di pa tapos. Ngayon pa kayang ayos na? I heard she's also designing their hospital kaya pagkakarinig ko, I contacted her immediately. Swerte nga kasi nakakuha ko ng slot kasi punuan daw. Galing naman, Doc. Sinig ko siya na natatawa. I approve. Naks naman. Kaya swerte akong kasama kita eh. Bolera. Siko niya rin pabalik kaya tatawa ko. Pero nawala rin yon kaagad. Naiwan sa area ang tawa ko nang makitang pamilya ng likod ng asawa ko habang naglalakad pa palayo. Mukhang galing sa cafeteria kanina. Nakapamulsa at diretso ang tingin. Oh, si Dr. Falcon pala. Ani John. Sabay ba dapat kayo magla-lunch? No. Iling ko at bahagyang ngumiti. Kain na tayo, Doc, para maasikaso ng mga bata. Buong araw hindi ko nakita ang asawa ko. Hindi ko na siya ulit bumisita kay Stacy kaya hinahanap siya ng bata. Sinabi ko na lang may patient si Jericho kaya ayos na siya. I even checked him on his clinic at ang sabi lamang ng kanyang sekretary. Buong araw daw nasa delivery room si Jericho. Intindihan ko naman. I spent my whole time with the kids, checking on them and playing. Malalim ng gabi nang matapos ako at nasabi sa akin ng tao sa department ni Jericho na kanina pang 7 umalis ang asawa ko kaya panigurado nasa bahay na siya. I went home, startled upon seeing empty bottles of liquor on our living room. Dinaba ko ang bag ko. Tinanong ang helper naming nandito isang beses sa isang linggo para maglinis dahil wala kami madalas ng asawa ko. Naku ma'am, naabutan ko rin po kaninang umiinom si Doc. Aniya sa akin. Nakadalawang bote po ata siya o 3. Tapos umakyat na lang sa kwarto. Hindi na po bumaba ulit. I got worried. Pinasuyo ko sa kanyang basyo ng alak at tinakbo ang kwarto ng asawa ko at nagtaka nang di ko siya makita sa kama. I looked around and my eyes widened upon seeing him sitting on the ground in the corner of his room with his knees on his face. Jericho? I called. Mabilis kong binaba ang bag sa kama at tinakbo na ang asawa ko. Dumukong ako sa harapan niya at agad na naamoy ko ang alak na humahalo sa pabango niya. Mabilis inangat ang ulo niya at may kung anong natusok sa bibig ko na makita ko ang mga mata niyang nakatingin sa akin. Unlike before, I saw emotion on his black orbs. The unshed tears, obvious now that I'm looking at it. What happened? Marahang sabi ko at inabot ang pisngi niya. Why did you get drunk? Are you okay? Sa pasyente ba? Why are you not mad at me? He asked, staring at me. Ha? Naguluhan pa ako nung una, pero naintindihan ko rin pagkaraan ng ibig niyang sabihin. Kaya mas umayos ako ng upo sa lapag at mas sinaplos ang pisngi niya. Why would I get mad? It's my fault. I forced you. I'm an asshole, Francesca. He pointed out. I left you there like a coward. Nangilid ang luha ko sa narinig. Pero tinatagan ko ang sarili. You were triggered, aren't you? You left because you were confused, correct? I'm sorry. He lowered his head. You don't have to apologize. I wanted so bad to remember you, Francesca. Hearing that, it made me tear up. Hindi ko na napigilan pa ang luhang mahulog sa pisngi. Jericho, I want to be... He began snobbing, making my heart ache. Inaalala ko naman eh. Pinipilit ko naman. Jericho, please. I shook my head. You don't have to force yourself. I'm jealous. Francesca? His voice roared. Selos na akong nakikita kong may kasamang iba. Umawang ang labi ko. Di ka agad nakasagot. Hindi ko alam pero nasasaktan ako. He exclaimed. Ang bigat ng pakiramdam ko. Pero wala. Wala naman akong karapatan kasi wala akong maalala. Wala akong maalala. Hey! My voice broke. I am your wife, Jericho. You don't have to be jealous of anything, okay? You don't have to. But I want to. He shook his head and pulled his hair frustratedly. I want to remember. I tried searching for you in my goddamn broken memories. Gently, I cupped both of his cheeks and stared at him. Did you found it? He remained staring at me, his eyes bloodshot and lonely. Frustrated, and he shook his head. No! I bit my lower lip and cried. Nanatili si Jerichong nakatitig sa akin. Ang mga mata, hilam din ng mga luha. I want to remember you, he uttered. I wanted to know why my chest aching when I'm seeing you. Gusto ko malaman bakit. Shh! I shook my head. Hinahawi ng daliri ang mga luha sa pisngi niya. We will find your memories together, okay? Paano ka? His voice broke. Paano ka naman? Ayos lang ako, bulong ko. Francesca, kaya ko to. Malakas ako, Jericho. Magpapagod ka lang sa akin eh. He lowered his head and shook it. Iwan mo na lang ako. Masasaktan lamang kita. Never. Hey, listen. Muli kong iniangat ang kanyang ulo para hulihin ang tingin niya. I promise you I will stay, right? No matter what it takes, dito lang ako. Really? He looked like a lost boy upon saying that. Hindi mo ako iiwan? No. I shook my head and sniffed. Si Francesca kay Jericho lang, diba? He began sobbing louder this time. Kitang-kita kong pagalaw ng balikat na Jericho kaya't niyakap ko na. Sinubsob niya ang mukha sa balikat ko. Hinihigpitan ng yakap sa bewang ko. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. Nakakagaan ng pakiramdam. Sa kabila ng hapdi ang nangyayaring iyon. Halos kalahating oras yata kaming ganoon at inaalalayan ko lang sa Jericho paupo sa kanyang kama makaraan ng ilang sandali. I gave him a glass of water which he gladly drank. Naupo rin ako sa kanyang tabi pagkatapos. Kinuha ang panyo para punasan ang kanyang tuyong luha and staring at his face. I can see how vulnerable he is now. Noong mag-boyfriend pa kami, may hindi rin naman kami pagkakaintindihan. Pero hindi pa kami umabot sa ganitong iiyak siya. Ngayon lang kaya nasasaktan talaga ako. Wag na iyak, ha? Ngiti ko habang pinupunasan ang pisngi niya. How can you still smile after that? He said in a low voice. Ako? Tanong ko bago nagkibit balikat. Someone told me he will be sad if I lose my smile. So I wanted to still smile kahit masakit para sa kanya. His forehead creased. Who is the someone? Yung mahal na mahal ko? Buwaba ang panyo ko sa panga niya bago siya titigan. Yung asawa ko? I felt something wanting to come out of my chest when I felt his hand touching my wrist, lifted in the air to clean his dried tears. Who is your husband? He asked and moved his head closer. Jericho? I trailed off and glanced at his lips. You are my husband, Jericho. Ikaw lang. Naiwan sa ere ang sunod kong sasabihin nang wala pang ilang sandali. Nahuli ni Jericho ang mga labi ko upang hagkan. I was frozen and stunned at first. Napansin ko rin ang pagkakatigil niya sa halik. Nung una, pero nung gumanti ako'y kagad siyang lumaban pabalik. After 9 months of our marriage, it was the first time we kissed again, this deep and passionate. It was the first time again I get to taste the love of my husband has for me, even if he did not say it. I found myself naked. Hindi ko napansing natanggal niya ng damit ko dahil sa lalim ng halikang namagitan sa amin. I was beneath him, so staring at his black eyes, admiring my body is a dream come true. You're beautiful, he uttered before glancing at my blushing face. You're beautiful, Francesca. I love you, I said, and I embraced his name, pulling him closer towards me to exchange another round of heated and deep kisses. It was like we were running after something for us to move hastily. Masayang masaya ako. Jericho, gosh! Habol hininga kong sabi ng mas sumigpit ang hawak niya sa balakang ko. Embrace my neck, Francesca. Aniya kaya't nahihilo pa ata akong nagmulat ng mata at tinitigan siya. Huh? We will destroy the bed if I still take you here. You don't like buying another bed, right? Aniya kaya namilog ang mata ko. Dali-daling yumakap sa kanyang batok. Naiisip ang kamang nag-iingay kanina pa. It was as if he is carrying something lightly when he carried me. Walang hirap siyang nakaalis sa kama habang hawak akong nakayakap lang sa kanya para tumayo. I felt my back touch the cold wall when he pinned me on it, and my eyes were just wide when he started kissing my neck again, twisting his hips and taking me. Look at me. With my drunk eyes, I glanced at him and he moved his face closer to mine. Kiss me. Napatawa ako nung umuso pa si Jericho. Nang pasimple, kaya't nilapit kong labi ko para hagkan siya. Bagsak kaming dalawa sa kama pagkatapos. Nanlalaki pa ata ang mata ko habang tinatakpan ng asawa ko ang katawan ko ng kumot. Jericho? I called and glanced my way. His soulful black orb staring. Will you stay? I asked slowly and he licked his lower lip sensually before nodding. Yes, let me take a quick shower first, he said and glanced at himself. I smelled like liquor. Well, yeah. Ngisi ko at nakita kong pagtaas ng sulok ng labi niya bago lumapit at kumalabog ang puso ko nung hagkan niya ang noo ko. Wait, I said and he glanced my way, confused. I smiled at him. Inabot ko ang bag ko sa paahan at may kinuha sa loob. I saw his eyes followed it and I bit my lip, slowly taking it out and showed him. Nakita kong gulat sa kanyang mata. Hinanap niya kagad ang tingin ko kaya unti-unti kong inangat ang kamay ko sa ere. Dahilan para bahagyang mahulog ang kwintas. Ang pendant ay ang kanyang singsing. Is that the ring? He asked and I nodded, smiling. I'm not forcing you to wear this. I know you still need to think that's true but can you? Medyo nanghina ang boses ko at sumulyap sa kanyang leeg. In case you like, would you like to wear this? He stared at me, startled. Kinabahan ako kaya tumikhim ako. I will understand if you don't want to put it on, he said and my eyes widened when he said that. Are you sure? Halos magwala ang puso ko sa narinig, lalo nang tumango si Jericho. I was shocked and bewildered. My hands are even trembling as I locked the necklace on his neck and he let me. Jericho? I gasped and hugged his nape after. Naramdaman ko naman ang kanyang pagyakap sa akin pabalik. His breath fanned my cheek and I closed my eyes tightly, feeling his warmth. I love you, Jericho. I whispered like it was my religion. Mahal na mahal kita, Jericho ko. He sighed and buried his face more. I am so sorry, Francesca. I wanted to tell you those words when I am sure it's okay. Bulong ko at mas pinikit ang mata. I wanted to give you that ring back as a sign of my promise that I will always stay no matter what and wait for you to remember me. I love you, Jericho. He heaved a deep sigh. Unti-unti, lumayo siya sa akin at sinapo ang pisngi ko. Pinakatitigan ang mata ko. I can feel it and I'm hoping that soon I will be able to name this feeling inside my chest, Francesca, he said. I hope time will come and I will finally tell you those words back. I smiled and nodded. Inalalayan ako ng asawa ko, pahigang muli, kaya kumalabog ang puso ko. Muling nakahanap ng pahinga at ginhawa. You stay here and sleep first. I will sleep here. Bulong ni Jericho at unti-unti, binaba ang labi sa akin para pumatak ng halik. You're delicious, by the way. Dean Jericho? I hissed and he just smirked. Pinched my nose and fixed the blanket on my body. Before standing, in his brute suit, he walked towards the bathroom kaya't napapasinghap na ako. Ang yabang, porket mas maputi ang puwet sa kinabukasan ko. Sigaw ko at narinig kong tawa niya pero mayabang na nag-thumbs up lang at pumasok ng banyo. Gusto ko sana siyang antayin pero nakatulugan ko rin yon. Nagising ako kinabukasan na nakahiga sa braso ni Jericho habang siya'y tulog na tulog, nakalingkis sa akin. Napangiti ako. My husband is slowly coming back to me. It was yeah, that's what I hoped because fate has ways to shake even the strongest foundation. Just when you're thinking it's a cue to a fresh start, it isn't. Simula pa palang pala ng bagyo. You can see Stacy's getting weaker and weaker with the therapy. Her doctor told us truthfully and I sighed. Nananakit ang dibdib. What can we do to make her feel better? I asked. What she needed now is support and love, Dr. Falcon. I know you are aware what would chemo do to the patient's body and it's doing its job now. As of now, I really could not promise you anything but we will do our best. I closed my eyes and sighed. Bumabaling sa asawa kong nakatitig sa kwarto ni Stacy. Hey, we should not look at her this way. Kalmadong sabi ni Jericho habang tinutugunan akong magpunas ng luha. Sorry, si Stacy kasi she'll be okay, okay? Hinaplos ni Jericho ang pisngi ko. She will make it, like she always did before. She would, right? I cannot bear thinking that way, Jericho. Hindi ko kakayanin kapag nawala si Stacy. Hindi siya mawawala, iling niya. Bakas ko ang conviction sa boses niya. I promise her we will adopt her once she is well. It was hard on both of us but we have to remain strong for Stacy. Like always, chemotherapy took a toll on her. Wala na siyang buhok noon pa, kaya hindi niya nagbago pero pumayat siya. Stacy is a healthy-looking baby girl and now she's thin. And I was so hurt because I can see her pale and almost lifeless. Mama, bakit po ikaw nag-cry ulit? Halos bulong na iyon na tanong niya. No, hindi ako umiiyak, Stacy. Lambing ko. Nag-cry po ikaw eh. She said even lifting her small hands and it looked so weak, she could not even raise it. Kaya tinulungan ko siyang ilagay yon sa pisngi ko. Stacy? Mama, okay naman po ako, no? Sakit po ulo ko palagi. I sniffed. Kung di lang siguro ako hinawakan ni Jericho, hagulhol na ako ron sa harap niya. Well, baby, it's normal. Ganun talaga kapag nakikimo, di ba? Marahang sabi niya sa bata, kaya unti-unti kong kinuha ang kamay ni Stacy sa pisngi ko para hawakan. Opo, Papa, she nodded. Pero po, hihilo ko palagi. May blood po sa nose ko po. Ayoko rin mag-eat kasi pangit po ang lasa. Bitter po. Don't worry, you will be better, okay? I promise, Mama Francesca and I promise we will go to the amusement park when you get better. Kaya lakasan mo loob mo ha, Stacy ko? Mahinang sabi ko kahit nanginginig ng boses. We will stay here with you. Dito lang kami ni Papa sa tabi mo. Yay! She said with such enthusiasm. Mama Francesca and Papa Dean, sana po happy lang po kayo ha. Huwag po kayo aaway kasi po sasakit ang heart ni Stacy. Oh, we won't. Ngiti ko. Tsaka po, Mama and Papa, want ko pong sabihin sa inyo, super thank you po kasi love na love ninyo po ako. Wala akong magulang pero kayo po ang naging Mama and Papa ko ng ilang years po. Happy ako kasi hindi ako alone kasi po meron akong Mama Francesca at Papa Dean. Nakita ko ang paghulog ng luha sa pisngi ni Jericho. Maski ako ganun din kaya dali-dali ako nag-iwas at nagpunas. Why are you saying that, baby? I asked. We are grateful because we have our little Stacy here. Kaya gustong-gusto namin ni Papa Dean na nandoon kami palagi. Naglalaro ng dolls mo. Kasi po, dinig ko po sabi ni Doctor, baka hindi daw kaya ng body ko. Stacy? Jericho trailed off. Okay lang po, Papa. She smiled faintly. Matagal naman na po ako nag-div din po dito. Thank you kasi po, nilove niyo akong dalawa. Love na love din po kay ni Stacy from the bottom of my heart po. Sana po always kayong happy ni Mama Francesca. Sana magka-baby po kayo para may sister na po ako. It made me chuckle. Nakita ko ang pagtaas ng sulok ng labi ni Jericho sa narinig, pero inabot niya ang bata at hinaplos ang pisngi. Maybe your sister is still fighting for her spot? Sinapak ko sa Jericho kaya tumawa siya at gumising pagkatapos. Well, you will definitely see her, right Francesca? Oo naman! Nag-init ang pisngi ko at pasimpleng umirap sa bastos na si Falcon. You will be well soon enough, Stacy, and you will see your sister. Ngiwi ko kay Jericho na nangingisi na naman. Promise po, Mama? She smiled and showed me her pinky. Promise, I smiled. Papa, promise po? She grinned at him and Jericho, despite his lonely eyes, smiled and looked finger. I promise, young miss. For a month, Stacy's therapy continued. Pahina siya ng pahina pero sinisigurado namin ni Jericho naroon kami palagi sa tabi niya. One day after telling Stacy I have to go home early, she smiled at me. Mama, anniversary niyo po ni Papa din? She smiled faintly, her eyes small and in the verge of closing her eyes. Opo baby, anniversary namin na mag-boyfriend kami dati. I smiled at her. Uuwi si Mama para magluto ng surprise kay Papa kaya wag ka maingay ha? Secret lang? Opo, she smiled. Gusto ko po yan Mama. Hindi ko po sasabihin kay Papa kapag nag-visit siya. Kahit lang ako. Shh! I laughed. Inalikan ko ang kanyang pisngi at pinisil. Hayaan mo baby. Magluluto din ako ng healthy tapos dadalan kita dito bukas para makakain ka. Opo. She offered her tiny hand kaya't masaya ko siyang niyakap. I love you my little Stacy. Rest well. Bulong ko bago ako tumayo at kumaway sa kanya. I'll see you tomorrow, darling. Salamat po, Mama. You're welcome. I have to go na. Tita Feby will check on you here from time to time. Secret lang natin yung surprise kay Papa, ha? Opo. She just waved at me, the sweetest smile I've ever seen from her rose. Thank you po, Mama, she said while waving. Alam ko ang schedule ng asawa ko dahil halos parehas kami, kaya alam ko uuwi siya mamayang alas 9 ng gabi. Di naman ako nakapagpaalam dahil may operation siya, kaya't nagsabi ako sa sekretary niya. I was informed that his last schedule kaya pag-uwi ko naghanda na ako. It's our 4th anniversary being in a relationship. Netong nakaraan naman naging umayos ang pagkasama naming dalawa. Di namin inopen sa alaala niya at sumubok muli ng panibago and it was good. Great perhaps. I can notice him remembering some of our memories together. There's this one time he told me he saw me wearing a strawberry dress kaya tuwang-tuwa ako. I even got my cute bangs back kaya Francesca na Jericho talaga ang datingan. Nag-message ako kay Jericho. Are you coming home now? I'll wait for you. Sabay na tayo sa dinner. Alright, I'll be there soon. I saw you sneaking in groceries yesterday. I wonder what will you cook with it? Surprise me please. Take care. I cooked foods for my surprise romantic dinner for two. I prepared roasted beef, salad, and wine. Naganda rin ng healthy na pagkain para kay Stacy bukas. At nang masindihan kong tanandila, may sabog ang rosa simula pintuan ng bahay, agad akong nagbihis. I wore the strawberry dress he mentioned, the one I used before in our convention. It gave me a nostalgic feel that I was chuckling as I look at myself in the mirror. Feeling bagets ka, Francesca, ha? I told myself, remembering my 5-year-ago self. I finished the candlelit dinner. Naupo sa upuan saktong alas 9. Inantay ang asawa ko sa pagdating para surprise. Pero 15 minutos nang nakakalipas wala pa siya. Di ko pinabrema yun nung una kaya't saglit ko munang pinatay ang kandila sa takot na maubos at nag-message. Are you coming home? Can you give me a heads up if you're near? I received no reply. Kalahating minuto nang lumipas wala pa rin. Kaya nanood ako ng video sa internet. An hour had passed and it alarmed me already. Mabilis akong nagdipa ng message. Hi Jericho, where are you? Are you almost here, babe? But 2 hours had passed and it's 11. He's still not here. I called him and he was unattended. I was getting nervous that I called Castor and Brian and they told me he wasn't with them. I'll just wait here, Jericho. I sighed. Nahihilo na ako sa gutom kaya't binuksan ko ng wine para sumimsim at libangin ang sarili ko. Pero di ko rin may pagkakailang kinakabahan ako. I called again and again but he wasn't answering at all. Para hindi mag-isip na may nangyaring masama sa kanya, kinalma ko ang sarili. Tumayo para initin ang pagkain at hindi bahaw pagka-uwi niya. I was walking back and forth, nervous while sipping on my wine, waiting for him to come back home but midnight struck and he did not come at all. I called him again and again and gasped upon seeing it answered by him. Hello, Jericho? Francesca! He called and I gasped in relief, closing my eyes. Oh God! I was so worried about you, Jericho. Where are you? Are you okay? Are you coming home na? San ka? Hindi ako makakauwi. I noticed the despair on his voice, confusing me. Huh? Dean, come here. When I heard that voice, I froze. Para akong binuhusan ng malamig na tubig sa narinig. Jericho, is that Vanessa? Mariing tanong ko at narinig kong buntong hininga niya. I'll explain. Natigil siya. Dean, come here please. Bigla kong narinig ang boses nito ulit, kaya't dumiin ang hawak ko sa wine glass. Napuputol na ang pisi. You choose her, or your wife? Malamig kong tanong. Francesca, I waited for you din, Jericho. Answer me, that woman or me? Malakas ang sigaw ko at narinig ko ang pagbuntong hininga ni Jericho. Can we talk about this later? He asked. Sasamahan ko lang si Vanessa. My heart felt like it was squeezed, hearing him. You're choosing her? Itago ko man kumuwalang pait doon. It's not that. It's not that. Mag-usap tayo bukas. Sumikip ang dibdib ko. Pakiramdam ko nahihirapan ng huminga kaya't pinikit ko ng mariin ang mata para pigilin ang pag-iyak. Why don't you just choose me, Jericho? Bulong ko. Pilit winawalang frustration hindi ko na maitago. Why? Even just for this time, choose me. Why don't you come home? Umuwi ka na sa akin, Jericho. Wala siyang naging sagot. Ilang segundo pa si Jericho, tahimik, para kung nabasag sa sunod niyang sinabi. I'm sorry but she needs me, he said and dropped the call. Namanhid ata akong bigla sa narinig mula sa kanya. Natulala sa phone at wala pa yatang ilang segundo. Muli yung umilaw at kumulot ang noo ko nang makita ang pangalan ni Feby. I immediately answered it, trying not to sound like I'm about to cry. Hello, Feby? I called but I was stunned when I heard her sobbing. Francesca, she sobbed. What? Kaagad akong kinabahan. Why? Are you okay? Bakit ka umiiyak? It was cold blue. Hearing that color horrified me. Ramdam na ramdam ko ang pagsikip ng dibdib ko habang nakikinig. I just left the room 5 minutes ago and she's just fine. I thought she is... Napahikbi na ako. Ang mga luha na huhulog sa pisngi. Humihigpit lalong hawak sa wine glass. Nanginginig. We rushed there. She was trembling. We rushed there and she was having cardiac arrest. We tried reviving her, Francesca. Stacy is gone. She almost whispered those words, completely breaking me this time. Nabitawan ko ang phone ko. Kasabay ng paghulog nito ay nabitawan ko rin ang wine glass. My knees trembled. Bumagsak ako ng upo sa lapag habang patuloy ang mga luha sa pagpatak. Walang tigil. Punong-puno ng sakit ang dibdib. I'm done. I'm done. Ayoko na, wala na. I felt something scratch my hand and when I glanced at it, nakita kong pagkakahagip nito sa nabasag na baso. Dahilan para magkasugat yon at umagos ang dugo. Pagod na ako. Pagod na ako. I chuckled blankly when I saw my reflection on the broken glass, and those empty laughters turned to soft cries and sobs when I began shaking, catching my breath. Couldn't even bear to take those empty and broken vows anymore. Couldn't even look at the fake smiles my reflection has on that shattered glass. Francesca's POV. Stacy. My baby Stacy's not gone. She can't. She won't. Kung paano pa ako nakarating sa ospital, hindi ko na alam. Na makita ko sa hallway sa paglalakad ko patungong morgue si Feby, unti-unting nahulog ang luha ko. Francesca? She called and before I could make another step, my knees wobbled. Basta na lang akong bumagsak ng upo sa lapag at napakagulgol. Kasabay na mahigpit na yakap sa akin ng kaibigan. You're joking, right? My voice trembled. She's just sleeping, right, Francesca? Answer me, Feby. She's just sleeping, right? Tell me she's just resting. I exclaimed desperately. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She whispered and cried with me. I don't believe you. Hindi. Iling-iling ko kay Feby. Hindi ako iiwan ni Stacy, hindi. Francesca, no. I said and in trembling knees, managed to stand and walk towards the morgue and froze when I saw how the familiar doctors covered my baby with white sheets. Hindi. Nanginginig ang boses ko nang ibulong iyon. Hindi. Stacy ko? I took a step attempting to walk inside the morgue but before I could, Mabilis akong nahawakan ni Febby. You're bleeding, Francesca? No, Stacy. Stacy, wake up! I exclaimed and tried pulling away. Francesca, wala na siya. Wala na. She said desperately, sobbing too. Gigisingin ko siya, Febby. Paliwanag ko pa. Walang pakialam sa sobrang desperada ng boses. Mawamasyal kami. Nilutuan ko siya ng pagkain, kakainin niya yun. She's gone, Francesca. Nakita ko ang naaawang tingin sa kanyang lumuluhang mga mata. She's really gone. Hindi. My hand felt like trembling. Lumayo ko sa kanya at akong papasukin ng morgue nang lumabas si Castor sa loob. I saw his eyes widen when he saw me kaya tumakbo ko na siya. Inabot ang kamay. Castor, tell me. I pointed myself. Tell me Stacy is well. Tell me. He looked away. Narinig kong buntong hininga niya at ang panibagong agos ng luha na hulog ng pisilin niyang palad ko at umiling. Tumingin muli sa mga mata ko. I'm sorry, Francesca, he said. A tear fell in his eyes and I just lost it. Halos babuwal ako sa pwesto kung di lang ako nila nahawakan. I didn't know how did they take me to the infirmary because of my wound. My cries were too much and I couldn't even breathe. Ang mga nanginginig kong palad nakatabon sa mukha ko. Wala na akong alam sa nangyayari sa paligid. Hawak-hawak pa ako ni Febby nang palabas sa bahay. Sabay-sabay kaming napatingin na may nakitang tumatakbo palapit sa amin. I immediately recognized my husband almost sprinting to get us. His eyes have that visible sign of unshed tears. Nakita kong pag-awang namin ni Jericho nang masalubong ang mga mata ko. Francesca? His voice broke and I did not have the chance to get away when he moved a step closer, enveloping me with his tight embrace. I wanted to cry but I felt like I spent it all. Tulala lang ako, bagsak ang mga kamay habang mahigpit ang yakap ni Jericho sa akin. I'm sorry I'm late, he whispered, pulling away. He cupped my cheek to look into my eyes and saw tears falling one by one on his eyes. I'm sorry. I avoided his gaze. My weak hands found its way to his palm on my cheek as I gently pushed it away from my face. What happened to your hand? He uttered and tried getting my palm but I pulled it and hid it in my back. I'm fine. Walang lakas na loob ko sabi at bahagyang lumayo sa kanya. Francesca? His voice turned somber. Oh my God, ano nangyari sa braso mo? You're bleeding too, Jericho. Ang mata ko'y nahulog sa kanyang braso. Nakita ang cut doon. It's nothing, he said and glanced my way. Francesca, maubusan ka ng dugo sa ginagawa mo. Falcon? It was Castor who pushed him to the infirmary. Ano bang meron sa inyong mag-asawa at dugon kayong pareho? I'm okay, Castor. Kakausapin kong asawa ko. Please take him inside, Castor. Baling ko sa kaibigan. Thank you. I walked away while staring at nowhere. Nakasunod sa akin si Febby na kagad humawak sa braso ko at yumakap. Dito lang ako, Francesca, she whispered. Dito lang. Salamat, Febby. Bulong ko at ipinikit ang mata. Maraming salamat. It was Febby who talked to the funeral house because I was preoccupied and lost with my own thoughts. Kung di lang may umabot sa kamay ko, hindi pa ako matatauhan. My heart squeezed painfully when I saw my husband taking it. Nakita kong pag-aplos sa Jericho sa palad ko, pero mabilis kong kinuha ang kamay ko sa kanya. His eyes filled with despair looked through me. Hey, I'm sorry. Huwag ngayon. Malamig kong sabi at naglakad palapit kay Febby at nakipag-usap na rin sa mag-aasikaso kay Stacy. Madaling araw lang na makauwi kami. Buong biyahe walang naging imikan sa aming dalawa ni Jericho. I can notice his stares from time to time. He was even trying to talk to me but I can't find words to talk to him. Pagkarating sa bahay, nakita kong nagalat na rosas pa rin sa pintuan. I saw how stunned Jericho is when he saw it. Kagad niya akong tinignan kaya nag-iwas ako. Bukas ko na lang lilinisin. Sorry. Mahinang sabi ko at tahimik na dumletso sa kusina. I saw the untouched food and the broken glass, red wine mixing with my blood on the floor. Francesca? He called but I stepped closer to the counter and saw the small Tupperware where the foods I prepared for Stacy are placed. I reached for it and saw the note with it. For our baby, Stacy. Eat well, baby. From Mama Francesca and Papa Dean. My cheek is suddenly filled with tears as I lowered my head and hung the Tupperware. Stacy, I whispered and stopped. Stacy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my baby. The tight hug I felt moments later was my breaking point. Ang hikbi ko mas lumakas. I'm sorry, he whispered. I should have been here. Dapat nandito ko. He lowered his face on my shoulder and then I heard his sob. Kasabay ng paghigpit ng hawak ko sa Tupperware, siya ring pagbasa ng balikat ko sa mga luha. I should have been there for Stacy. I should have been here for you. Sorry, Francesca. I'm so sorry. Pilit ni Jericho sabi sa nanginginig na boses. Naghahabol ako ng hininga sa impit na pag-iyak at mas sumigpit ng kanyang yakap mula sa likod ko. Tila ayaw kong pakawalan. Bitawan mo ko. No! He shook his head and hugged me more. Dito lang ako, Francesca. Hindi na kita iiwan. You're bullshit. I cursed loudly and tried pushing his hand away from me. Let me go, Dean Jericho. Hindi. Hindi. He whispered desperately. Dito lang ako, Francesca. I said let go. I screamed and pushed his hands away from me. Nakita kong paghulog nun sa lakas ng tulak ko. Kagad ko siyang hinarap at nakitang mukha niya. Balisa rin kagaya ko. Francesca, dito ka lang? Mapait kong tanong. Talaga ba? Hey, you said you were just here but where are you when I needed you the most? I screamed and punched his chest. Nasaan ka nung pinapauwi kita? Nasaan ka nung kailangan kita? Nasaan ka nung nawala si Stacy? Nasaan? Nakita ko kung paanong mahulog ang luha sa kanyang pisngi habang hinayaan akong suntukin at itulak ang dibdib niya. Saan ka? I whispered. Unti-unting nahulog ang kamay mula sa pagsuntok sa kanya. Nasaan ang Jericho ko? Nung kailangan ko siya. I'm sorry. Tumungo si Jericho at pilit hinahanap ang kamay ko. Sana mapatawad mo ko. You're too late, I said and stared at his eyes coldly. Huling-huli na para sa walang kwentang bagay na yan. Wala ka nung kailangan kita, kaya wag na wag kang... Humugot ako ng hininga at marahas sa pinunasan ng luha. Wala kang karapatang sabihing nandyan ka, kung ikaw mismo ang unang umalis. He gulped harshly and while staring at me, muling nahulog ang luha niya at napatungo, kaya tinulak ko siya at naglakad papalayo. Papakit na sana ako pero biglang nanlapo ang paningin ko. Natigilan ako sa paglalakad. Napahawak sa pader, pirikit ang mata para mag-concentrate sa daanan. Pero sa maling pagmulat ko, tila maliit ang paligid. One more step and I lost my balance and I fell, blacking out. The last thing I heard is my husband calling my name. My head is feeling heavy when I woke up. Nakita ko agad ang sinag ng araw na sumisilip sa kortina at agad ako napatayo na makitang 9:00 na ng umaga. Akmang tatayo na sana ako pero nagulat nang may makitang kamay na nakahawak sa kamay ko. I was startled and took a peek, only to see him sitting on the side of the bed, on the ground while holding my hand, still wearing the clothes he's wearing yesterday. I saw the red stain of blood on his shirt but I shrugged it off. Pilit kong kinuha ang kamay ko mula sa hawak niya, dahilan para magising si Jericho. His sleepy eyes immediately found mine. Francesca, ayos ka na? He asked and stood abruptly. Mabilis pang niluhod ang isang tuhod sa kama para kapain ang noo ko. Masakit pa ba ang ulo mo? Sinisilat ka kagabi. Ayos na ako, salamat. Malamig kong sabi. At mabilis tumayo sa kanya, naglakad patungo sa banyo. Iniwan siyang mag-isa doon sa kama. Akala ko malakas ng loob ko kinabukasan, pero mali pala. Ang makita ang batang minamahal at inalagaan mo na ilang taon sa loob ng puting kabaong ay nakakapanghina. Francesca, condolence. Kyra's warm embrace enveloped me and I closed my eyes and hugged her back. Please do not blame yourself. Mahal na mahal ka ni Stacy. Pinasaya niyo siya? Nagluluksa ang buong PD department sa pagkawala ng aming makulit na Stacy. Ang mga batang kalaro niya yung nagsisiiyakan, kaya kailangan silang madala pabalik sa playroom para malibang. Sa chapel namin siya ibinurol para mabisita ng mga naging kaibigan at mga doktor, of course. Our little Stacy is an eye candy to everyone, that they all loved her. She was bright, beautiful and filled with hope. Condolence po, Dr. Falcon. Ngumiti ako sa mga bumating doktor. Anak-anakan niyo na pa naman po ni Doc Jericho si Stacy. Nakakalungkot naman po. She's in heaven now, I said and bit my lip to stop myself from crying. She is at peace now. When they left, napatitig ako kay Jericho na nandun na naman sa tapat ng kabaong ni Stacy. He was staring at her at kanina pa, tila ayaw umalis. Minsan kinakausap pa. Saglit lang siyang uupo pero mamaya sisilip na naman sa anak niya at magtatagal doon ng ilang minuto o oras. Sabi ko hindi na ako maiiyak. Kaso umiiyak ka kaya ayun. Napabaling ako kay Jonathan na naupo sa aking tabi at inaabutan ako ng tissue. Kumain ka na ba? Kanina pa kayo ni Dr. Falcon dito. We are okay, John, I said lowly. Thank you. Busog pa ako? Please do not strain yourself. Aniya at ngumiti sa akin. Malungkot si Stacy kapag papahirapan niyo ang sarili ninyo. Alam niyo namang mahal na mahal kayo ng bata. Hindi yun matutuwa kapag ganyan kayong dalawa. Bumaling siya kay Jericho na nagdala ng upuan para tumabi sa kabaong ni Stacy. Hindi lang namin ina-expect. Mahinang sabi ko. I was just saying bye to her. I even cooked her foods, John. We even promised we will take her to the amusement park. Nangako pa kami na aampunin namin siya. Mabilis kong hinawi ang luha nang mag-umpisa na naman silang mahulog. Sorry, John. It's okay. He smiled and helped me dry my tears. Ayos lang na umiyak ngayon, kaso wag mong dadamdamin sa matagal na panahon. Paniguradong masasaktan si Stacy niyan. I slowly nodded and when he offered me his arms, I moved closer and accepted his hug. I buried my face on his neck and started sobbing again. Be strong, Francesca. He tapped my back. Please be strong. When he left, the deafening silence filled the silence again. Nagtutuyo pa ako ng luha nang napabaling sa tabi ko at nakita ang asawang nag-aabot ng kape. I'm fine, I said. Take this, he insisted. Hindi ka pa kumakain simula kaninang umaga. I said I'm okay. Nagbaba ako ng tingin. Kumuha ulit ng tissue. Francesca, he called seriously. I understand if you don't talk to me. Okay then. Kahit huwag mo na akong kausapin, just eat. Bumuntong hininga ako at nagbaba ng tingin sa binibigay. Come on, para may laman lang ang sikmura mo. Thanks. Tipid kong sabi at kinuha ng binibigay sa akin. Napuno na naman ng katahimikan ng lugar. Habang umiinom ako, napabaling ako sa kanya at nakita ko ang sugat ni Jericho sa braso. May benda iyon. Pero may pulang stain kaya napailing ako at tumayo. I took the emergency kit on the chapel, sat beside him and held his arm. Halatang ang gulat sa mata niya sa ginawa ko pero lumambot iyon. Sorry, Francesca, he said lowly and I did not answer him. Tahimik ko lang nilinis ang sugat niya. I was injured because of... Be careful next time. Mahinang sabi ko. And check your wounds and not just let it bleed. Walang iintindi niyan kundi ikaw. I watched as his Adam's apples moved. His finger reached for my hand but before he could even hold it, I moved my hand away and quietly sat back on my seat, leaving him staring at me with sadness, feeling his eyes. How easy is it for him to take his concerns? How easy? Nilibang ko ang sarili sa pag-ayos ng flowers and gifts for Stacy. Kanina dumalaw dito sila Tita Olivia para makiramay at di namin pinahalata sa kanyang di kami ayos ng anak niya. Hey, Stacy, remembered when Mama Francesca told you I'll cook something for me and Papa Dean's anniversary? Ginawa ko makakaya para di mabasag ang boses ko. Well, Mama heated this up. Yung promise kong food sa'yo, anak. My hands trembled as I took the mini pink lunchbox from the paper bag. Sa panginig, muntik pa yung mahulog. Pero may sumulunon sa gilid ko at pagsulyap ko, nakita ko si Jericho, nakatitig kay Stacy, habang inaalalayan ng kamay kong ilabag ang pagkain malapit kay Stacy. I closed my eyes tightly when I felt Jericho holding my hand after it, his warmth helping me to stop it from shaking. Hinawi kong luha bago sumulyap sa peaceful na mukha ni Sky. Mama made sure it would not taste bland or bitter, baby, I said. Sana magustuhan mo. I cooked it for you. Ubusin mo, ha? Beside her is her favorite bear, at kung titingnan mo, tila natutulog lang siya at nagpapahinga. May maliit ng ngiti pa sa mga labi. Mahirap man nung nakausap ko sa nanay sa telepono Nakakuha ko ng lakas para magpatuloy. The 3-day ceremony for our little Stacy is filled with love and funny stories from her friends and nurses. Makulit at bibo kasi talaga tong batang to. Naalala ko pa dati nung nagtatago siya sa nurses kapag papainumin ng gamot kasi mapait daw at nasusuka siya. Pero kapag uutuin mo, konting lambing mapapainom mo din. We sent Stacy with tears on our eyes and smiles on her faces. Inihulog ko ang sunflower na kasing liwanag niya nung nabubuhay pa siya. Dilaw, masaya, maliwanag at punong-puno ng pag-asa. After that, I was so sad I could not even bear talking to people around. Napo ako sa kama pagka-uwi habang hawak-hawak ang sulat na ginawa ni Stacy sa amin. 2 araw bago siya nawala. Nalaman ko lang to kanina nung lapitan ako ng doktor niya. Sinabing ibinigay niya raw yon sa akin at sa papa din niya. When I opened it, I immediately recognized her cute and messy writing style. Marami yung bura-bura dahil nagkamali siya ng spelling kaya't natawa ko at nag-umpisang magbasa. To Mama Francesca ni Stacy. Hello po, Mama. Sorry po, hindi ako galing sa pag-write ng letter. Papatulong ako kay Tita Feby po kasi po, di ko po alam spelling ng words po. Tsaka yung mga tuldok po, Mama. Susulat ako kasi po, gusto ko po sabihin sa'yo na happy po ako, na ikaw po ang mama ko. Happy po ako kasi may naging family po ako, kahit wala na po akong magulang. Sorry po, ugly po ang write ko kasi nag-shake po ang hands ko. Tutulong lang po si Tita sa pag-write ko. Mama, love na love ko po ni Stacy. Kayo po ni Papa Dean. Kapag po gagaling ako, punta po tayo sa amusement park. Gusto ko po yung may kabayo tapos yung sa car po, yung banggaan. Bangga po natin si Papa Dean, tapos ikaw po ang kampi ko. I love you po, Mama Francesca ko. Sana po always happy po kayo ni Papa Dean. Happy po ako kasi flower girl po ako sa inyo. Love po kita, Mama. Love, Baby Stacy ni Mama Francesca at Papa Dean. I saw a drawing below and it was a stick figure of a girl and boy in doctor's coat. Sa gitna may maliit na bata at sa likod, may rainbow at araw pa. Stacy ko. I sniffled and gently hugged the letter. Mahal na mahal din kita. Mahal na mahal ka ni Mama Francesca. Bulong ko. Nakatulugan ng pag-iyak. It is hard to say functional when you are tired and feeling numb. Hindi ko alam kung ilang araw kong di nakausap sa Jericho na walang tigil sa pagsunod sa pag-check sa akin. Minsan nayayain akong kumain pero madalas ay walang sinasabi at hinahayaan lang akong iwasan siya. I cooked breakfast. Jericho's gentle black eyes is what I saw when I go out of my room on my way to work. Nakasandal pa si Jericho sa may pader pero napaayos nang makita akong lumabas. Salamat, busog pa ako. I answered and walked past him, but he got my wrist and stood in front of me. It's beef, he said. You like that, right? We both love it. I nodded, avoiding his gaze. But I'm still full. Please? His grip on my waist tightened. Unti-unting dumulas yun sa palad ko. Please, Francesca, just join me for breakfast. I lifted my gaze and saw his begging eyes. Di kagaya ng mga mata ni Jerry kong malamig noon. Ngayon punong-puno iyon ng pagsusumamo. I have work. Mabilis lang, he explained. Naihanda ko na yung plato mo. Kakain ka na lang. I remained staring at him inside, wanting to leave but he spoke right away. Hindi kita guguluhin, iling niya. I will stay quiet if you like. Just eat with me. I was so tired and not wanting to argue, kaya tumango ako at nakita kong saya sa kanyang mata nung hinawakan niya ako papunta sa kusina. I was startled when I saw what he cooked for us. Hindi yun normal na niluluto niya. Mas marami sa nakasanayan kaya kumunot ang noo ko. What's the event? I asked and sat on the stool. Nakita ko naman ang mabilis niyang pagtabi sa akin at pagkuha ng pagkain para lagyan ang plato ko. I remembered our anniversary, he said, starting me. I woke up earlier and remembered it, and I realized what I missed last time. Naramdaman ko ang pait sa pakiramdam sa kanyang sinasabi. Gusto kong magsalita, pero ayoko may masabing di maganda, kaya nanahimik ako at kinagat ang labi. Hinayaan sa Jericho na lagyan ako ng pagkain. Nagsimula na nga akong kumain. Masarap ang gawa niya, pero wala ako sa sarili para magkomento roon. Si Si Jericho naman kumain din pero sulyap ng sulyap. Pinapanood ang reaksyon kung wala naman. You know, these days, I randomly remember things. He started saying, I remember that time when I first met you. You're asking if you could sit beside me? I saw the small smile on his lips while saying that. Tahimik ako umiinom ng juice at muling kumain. Hindi pa rin nagsasalita. I didn't say yes, but you sat beside me anyway. He chuckled. And in the airplane, you were loud and annoying, which is amusing. You liked the window seat better, so I sat in the middle and watched you looking amazed while staring at the clouds. Parang piniga ang puso ko sa narinig. Naalala ni Jericho ang mga panahon na ayos pang mga bagay na masaya lang ako. Bumaning ako sa kinakain. Muling sumagi sa utak ang gabing yon na hindi niya ako sinipot at naramdaman ko ang pagkawala ng pasensya ko. And that time you were wearing that strawberry dress. Ang ingay nating dalawa kaya pinagalitan tayo ng facilitator. We ended up running like idiots. How long would it take for the divorce to take place? I suddenly asked and glanced at him at nakita ko ang unti-unting pagpawi ng ngiti sa kanyang labi roon. He looks taken aback. Napanunok pa si Jericho at napapikit doon bago ko binalingan. Francesca? He called me gently. Let's forget about that. I was confused and an asshole before. Sorry it took me too long. I glanced at my plate and took the table napkin to clean the side of my mouth. Francesca, I heard his alarmed voice. Can we talk about it? I will explain why I have to see her. Sorry, it was delayed, Doc. I glanced at him and smiled a little. Don't worry. I will sign it one of these days once my work is done. His mouth parted. I saw how his lost eyes are when he heard it kaya't mabilis na akong tumalikod. Nagtawag ng cab para makapasok sa ospital. Jericho became more persistent. Palagi siya nakaabang sa akin sa pag-uwi. Maagang magigising sa umaga para magluto, kahit di ko naman ginagalaw. Madalas akong overtime sa trabaho na hindi makuhang magsaya. Pagkalabas ko ng opisina nangunot ang noo ko, na makita si Jericho nakaupo sa bench sa tapat ng office ko. Papahulog na ang ulo ko pero biglang umayos nang makita ko. Francesca, uwi na tayo? He asked and scratched his nape. Saglit pa siyang nag-unat at lumapit. Tapos na ang trabaho mo? Why are you here? Diba sinabi ko nang mahuhuli ako? Sana nauna ka na. Sagot ko at nilagpasan siya. Naglakad ng diretso pero mabilis siyang sumunod sa akin at tumabi. The house feels empty without you around and I just wanted to go with you so we could go home together. Home? Such a big word. You're not my home anymore? He respected my silence on our way home. At tagtagal pa yon ng 2 araw. Kung di lang siya kailangan ng niya sa Canada para sa isang convention na dadaluhan kasama siya. Himala at nang libre ka. Kai chuckled when I called him to. Nag-aayang mag-lunch kami sa isang Korean resto na libre ko. Masama bang manlibre? Tawa ko. Namiss ko lang kayong dalawa kaya yun. Oh, ang rain ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro muling nagiging matamis. Ngisi ni Feby. Gumaganda ka lalo, Francesca. Nagliliwanag ka sa paningin ko? Nagliliwanag? Tumawa na ako. Mga bulahe ninyo, no? Porket nilibre? Ngisi ko. I spent time with the girls since medyo matagal ding hindi ako nakapag-bonding sa kanila. Tawanan lang at kwentuhan. Di man lang sila nag-open up tungkol kay Stacy o sa relasyon namin ng asawa ko na sobrang na-appreciate ko. Oh, gusto mong cheese? Tanong niya. Tinutuko niya yung samgyeopsal meat namin for today and I frowned and shook my head. Tinakpan ang ilong ko. Yuck! Ayoko! Ngiwi ko. Bakit ganyan? Anong gara ng amoy? Hoy, hindi kaya. Ang bango-bango? Feby, cheese is life kapag samgyup. Dito natin itatago mamaya yung tirang karne. Bulong niya kaya't natawa na ako. Anyway girls, thank you for everything. I started off at natigilan silang dalawa. Napaubo pa si Kai mula sa pagsubo ng karne dahil napaso ata. 4? Bakit biglang may drama music? Ani Feby, kaya ngumisi ako at umiling. Wala naman. I shook my head. I just wanted to thank you two for being great friends. Dinadamayan niyo ako palagi. Di niyo ako iniiwan kaya sobrang salamat sa inyo. Ganon? Kapag samgyup may imo? Ani Kairis ket para kaming tanga, nagkakatawa ng tatlo. Nag-appear pa kami ni Kai doon. Oo nga, hayaan niyo ako mag-emo, I exclaimed. Masama ba magsabing grateful ako? Masaya lang ako kasi alam niyo na, sa San Isidro dati wala akong friends. Nung lumipat lang ako dito sa Maynila nagkaroon. Blessing ni God at the best pang nakuha ko. Ay, kilig naman ako. Mas kinilig pa yata ako kaysa kapag jowa ko eh. Ani Kai na parang sinilihan. We took photos and had fun. Noong sumapit ang gabi, kasama ko pa rin silang dalawa sa ospital. Kaya't yakap na yakap ako. Si Francesca natitibo na ata sa atin. Kanina pa yakap ng yakap eh. Asar ni Feby at tawang-tawa naman si Kai. Ang ating reyna ng dibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Clingy! She grinned kaya muli akong yumakap sa kanila. Wala lang. Namiss ko kasi kayong dalawa. I said. Tsaka gusto ko mag-thank you sa friendship and love ninyo sa akin. Tandaan niyo palagi love ko kayo, ha? Kayo ang super best friends na meron ako at forever akong grateful doon. They hugged me back and I closed my eyes. Naluluhan na. Makapag-speech ka naman, Francesca. Akala mo aalis. Biro pa ni Kai. I just smiled. When they are gone, I went to the HR to hand my resignation letter. Mukhang nagulat pa siya at tinanong kung sigurado ko kaya tumango ako. Can you file it immediately, please? I asked and she nodded. Tila gulong-gulo rin. Inayos ko mga gamit sa opisina ko. Nakita ko pang envelope na dala-dala ko. Ilang araw na kaya inabot ko yon at bumuntong hininga para kumuha ng lakas ng loob. Kaya mo yan, Francesca? I told myself and walked towards his clinic. Agad akong pinapasok ng kanyang sekretary. Sinabing pupunta sa Jericho galing sa kanyang huling operation kaya't nag-antay ako. I looked around his office and sighed. Remembering how we used to be together, how it used to be great and happy. Nakita kong bagahe ni Jericho sa may gilid ng lamesa para sa 3-day convention niya kasama si Tito. Ang mga files niya nasa lamesa kaya't saglit kong nilapag doon ang envelope na dala ko. I looked around and caught the frames on his office table. It wasn't here before dahil nga sa amnesia niya. Tinago ko pa sa boxes pero ngayon nandito nang muli. It was a photo of us on our wedding. A photo of our 3rd anniversary together and my picture. It was a quick selfie of me I took in his phone before we got married and now it was framed. Did Tita Olivia give him his old phone back? The door opened. Halos matapon ko pabalik ang frame sa lamesa. Sa gulat at nakita kong gulat sa mga mata ni Jericho na makita ako sa loob. Francesca? He said those words as if he misses it and my forehead creased. Tumikim at bumaling ako sa lamesa niya para sa envelope, pero nangunot ang noo na makitang 3 magkakamukhang envelope. What? You came, he said, and I bit my lower lip and composed myself, glancing his way. I just wanted to say goodbye. You will be having your convention tonight, right? Yeah, he nodded, removing his eyeglasses. Nakita kong paghubad ni Jericho sa white coat niya at paglapit sa akin. Di mawala ang tingin sa mukha ko. You came to check on me? No, umiling ako. I just want to say goodbye and your mom called. Huwag mo raw kakalimutan ng files na pinibibigay niya kay Tito. While I was saying that, he's just looking at my face. Kumunot ang noo ko doon, kumalabog ang dibdib kaya umiwas ako. Anyway, I gotta go. Can I ask you for dinner? Nagitla ako sa kanyang tanong. Nakita kong pag-aasam sa kanyang mata at natakot akong magbagong isip, kaya mabilis akong umiling. No, sorry. Busog pa ako? I said seriously instead. Mabilis akong umalis pero naabot ni Jericho ang pulsuhan ko at pinigilan ako. Just one more dinner before I go? He said but I pulled my hand from his grip. Busog pa ako. Francesca, please. He begged. Akmang lalabas na ako ng harangan niyang pinto. Please have dinner with me. How many times do I have to tell you I am full? Seryosong tanong ko. Kunot na ang noo. Isa lang. Bigi ka ba? Tumalim ang boses ko. Sabi ko busog ako. Ilang beses ko bang dapat ulit-ulitin yun sa'yo? I saw how pain filled his dark orbs. Napahugot din ako ng hininga ng matanto, ang pagtaas ng boses at tumingin sa kanya. I don't mean to raise my voice like that. I am sorry. I looked away. Take care. I'm leaving. I got out of his office, sighing hard. Akala ko payapa na ako makakarating doon. Pero di pa ako nakakaabot ng opisina ko. May naramdaman akong mahigpit na yakap mula sa likod ko. Nabato ako sa kinatatayuan, lalo pa na maramdaman ng paghigpit niya ito sa tiyan ko. Kasabay ng halik niya sa buhok ko. Wait for me to come home, he whispered. After this, please let's talk. Jericho, uuwi ako sa'yo, Francesca. Bulong ni Jericho at sinubsob ang ulo sa balikat ko. Sana hayaan mo pa akong umuwi sa'yo. My chest felt heavy. Ayoko mahuli niya ako umiiyak na naman dahil sa kanya. Kaya talidali kong tinanggal ang kamay niya sa tiyan ko. Walang lingong nagkulong sa opisina hanggang sa mawala siya. Pagkauwi ko, kinuha kong maletang matagal ko nang inayos. Tahimik ako naupo sa kama, napatitig sa paligid. This is supposed to be our home. A place of love where we'll build a family and have kids. A place of happy marriage and blessing, and yet, sumulyap ako sa daliri ko. Nahulog ang luha ko habang tinititigan yon. Unti-unti kinuha mula sa daliri at ipinatong sa side table bago kinuha ang malit na papel at sa nanginginig na kamay nagsulat. If you have concern about a divorce, please contact my lawyer. Thank you. Never did I thought I would be like this. Never did I think it will end like this. Nakikinit ako ang pagtaas ng haring araw. Habang nakasakay sa bus at tinatanaw ang unti-unting pagkawala ng mga buildings ng syudad. Umiiyak ako. Ramdam na ramdam ang bigat sa loob ng dibdib. Miss, kanina pa nagva-vibrate ang phone mo. Tawag pansin sa akin ng katabi. Kaya kinuha ko yun at agad na kagat ang labi na makita ang pangalan niya. Babe calling. Parang may kumurot sa puso ko. Lalo pa nasagutin ko yon at narinig kong iyak na Jericho. Please, Francesca. Please don't do this to me. His voice is shaking. Please don't leave me. Jericho, I bit my lower lip. May problema ba? Kausapin mo nilang abogado. San ka? His voice trembled. Pupuntahan kita, Francesca. Saan ka? Pinig ko ng mariin ang mata. Nagpipigil ng hikbi. Uuwi ako. Uuwi ako sa atin, he said. Francesca, uuwi na ako. Babe, please. Lumakas ang impit kong iyak sa desperasyon sa kanyang boses. Naaalala na kita. His voice sounded like it will break. Hindi pa lahat pero malapit na. Mag-uusap pa tayo, diba? I'm still going home, babe. Uuwi pa ako. I'm sorry, don't do this, he whispered. Please don't do this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. Umiling ako at tinakpan at ang bibig. Tumaas baba ang balikat sa pag-iyak. Why are you leaving? He whispered. Pupuntahan kita parang awa mo na. Huwag mo akong iwan. This is what you want, right? No, he exclaimed. No, ayoko. Hindi ako papayag, Francesca, please. You promised me. You promised me you'll stay. You vowed to never leave. Bakit ka aalis? Vows. I chuckled painfully. Turns out those vows were empty words. Jericho, those vows, no matter how much we tried saving, will only end up being broken. I'm sorry, please. Do not call me again. Bulong ko at pinatay ang tawag. I sounded so tough when I said those words, but I wasn't. I never was. Pagkababa ko sa tawag, tuluyan na akong umiyak ng umiyak. Kahit ano pang pilit kong maging tahimik, nahihiya dahil nasa isa akong pampublikong sasakyan, hindi ko pa rin napigilan. I covered my mouth, sobbing. Nakita kong maling pag-ilaw ng phone ko na sa mga tawag ng asawa ko, pero dali-dali ko yung pinatay. Kahit nanginig pa ang mga kamay. I closed my eyes tightly and felt the pain creeping inside my chest, wanting so much to consume all of me. I was just really thankful when the people around did not question or scold me for crying like a weirdo. Sumisingot pa ako nung kumalma. Natigilan lang ng tumikim ang katabi ko. Miss, ayos ka lang? She asked and I glanced her way and saw her giving me a piece of advice. Thank you, I uttered and accepted it. Nahihiya pa ako nagpunas ng sipon. Nakita siyang pasimpleng umiikot ang tingin sa paligid, inaayos ang kanyang buhok. San banda, miss? She suddenly asked at naudlot ang pumalakasan kong pagsinga sana. Yong? I asked and she lowered her head and whispered, Aso si miss? Sabihin mo na saan banda para maka-emote ako. Aniya kaya unti-unti nalukot ang noo ko. Saang ano, miss? I asked. Muling umaambang sisinga pero muli siyang bumaling. Kaya tatigilan na naman ako. Yung camera? She asked kaya para nagkaroon ng question mark ang ulo ko. Camera? For what? I asked at nagulat ako nang pasimple niya akong siniko at kumite. Si miss naman, okay na. Huwag ka nang iiyak. Kunwari hindi ko alam ang ganap today. Huh? I asked, confused. Sorry miss, but I really don't know. Soap opera ba? Teleserye? Anong channel? She asked. Tuloy-tuloy pa kaya't namilog ng mata ko. What? Napakurap ako. Hindi yun kagaya ng iniisip mo. Camera? Yung dun sa unahan ano? She pointed a CCTV camera and to my shock, she waved there with a smile. Ano title, miss? Baka may exposure ako at maging artista bigla. What? Hindi ko alam kung bakit pero dun na ako natawa. Napalakas yata ang tawa ko. Parang nahigop pabalik ang luha ko habang humahalakak. Nakita ko kung paano kami balingan ng mga tao. Paliguradong mukha na akong baliw dahil kakahagulhol ko lang. Ngayon naman tumatawa ko. I saw the lady staring at me like I am some kind of freak. Confused. Bakit ka naman natatawa, miss? Ano bang role mo dito, baliw? She even asked me innocently, kaya't napatakip na ako sa bibig ko at mas natawa. I'm sorry. Naputol pa ang boses ko. I'm sorry, I'm just off-cam na, no? She whispered again. Sino manager mo, miss? Baka naman pwede mo ako ma-refer? Talented ako. Kahit dancer na lang ni Kuya Will. Para na nga akong tanga. Mukha naman akong nako-confused lang yung babae, kaya't dali-dali ako umuiwas. Tuloy ang sumingat pagkatapos tinuyong luha ko. Tubig? She asked and I smiled and nodded, taking it. Salamat, miss. I said and she stared at me intently and looked around again. So, nasan ang camera, miss? Anong channel tong shooting nyo? Teleserye o soap opera? She asked, making me chuckle. Mali, hindi. Iling ko at natatawa na naman kaya't tumikhim na. Sorry miss pero how would I tell this? Nakita ko ang liwanag sa mata niya kaya't gumuso ako at muling uminom ng tubig. Hindi to teleserye or soap, I explained. Nahihiya na naman dahil mukhang agaw pansin ang paghagulhol kong malakas kanina. Oh, true to life? She asked and I nodded, expecting her to be embarrassed but she covered her mouth. OMG, wish ko lang? She exclaimed loudly at nagulat ako ron. Nang patayo na siya, dali-dali ko siyang hinila, kaya't napaupo siya sa tabi ko. Miss, hindi. Nanlaki ang mata ko roon. Medyo nakakaya na kasi kaming dalawa ang agaw eksena rito. Eh di may kabuhayan showcase ka? She asked and I gasped and shook my head. Hindi, teka, paano ba to? Napahawak ako sa batok. Muling naalala ang madrama kong pag-iyak kanina. What I mean is, I bit my lower lip. Yung pag-iyak ko kanina tapos yung tawag, real life, I mean, it's not scripted, not a part of a teleserye, soap, or even wish ko lang. Oh! Nakita ko unti-unting pagbilog ng bibig niya. Ibig mong sabihin? Yeah, I nodded and sighed. Pasensya na ang drama pero, totoo yun. I explained and she gasped. Nagulat ako nung tumayo pa siya at pumalakpak sa akin. Galing! She exclaimed. Miss, hala! Namilog ang mata ko at muli siyang hinila paupo. Napapatingin sa mga taong kasabayan namin na tinitingnan kami. Nakakulot pa ang noon ng iba. Tila nawiwirdohan sa aming dalawa. Shh! Ingay! Kanina pa yan na. Nag-init ang pisi ko nang sitahin kami ng konduktor. Pasensya na po. Tumayo na ako at medyo tumungo sa mga pasahero. Sorry po, sorry. I said embarrassed and sat back to my seat and saw the girl still looking aghast. Totoo ba? She asked me again and I nodded. Nung nadaanan kami ng konduktor, pasimple kong tinakpan ng buhok ang mukha. Nahihiya sa nangyari. Oo, I nodded. Maingay ba ako masyado? Sorry, shit, nakakahiya naman. I closed my eyes tightly and she chuckled. Dahilan para mapamulat ako at tiningnan siya. So, ibig sabihin yung line mo, impromptu yon? She asked and my forehead creased. My line? She smirked. I saw her took her phone and put it on her ear, as if imitating something. Vows, she chuckled. Turns out those vows were mere empty words, Jericho. Those vows, no matter how much we tried saving, will only end up being broken. I'm sorry, please, don't call me again. Bulong niya at kunwaring pinatay ang tawag. Nahulog ang pangako. Napatawa naman siya sa siniko ko. Galing ng line mo, sis. Grabe, di ka nahirapan magdadrama na nag-i-English? Bigla akong napatawa. Napatakip ang muka at hiyang-hiya. Gusto ko na lang lamunin ng lupa habang nai-imagine ang itsura ko kanina. Francesca's POV. Pasensya na, wika ko at mas ibinaon ang mukha sa kamay. Shit, sana lamunin na lang ako ng lupa. Okay lang yan, at least ikaw nalalabas mo yung nararamdaman mo, hindi ba? Aniya kaya unti-unti, binuksan ko ang siwang ng mga daliri at pinagmasdan siya. She's pretty, matapang ang itim na mata. Short hair pero sophisticadang dating, kaya nagtaka na ako. Bakit naman? I asked and lowered my hand. Mas nakakahiya nga ako eh. I looked around. Swerte lang kasi walang nagtawag ng atensyon ko kasi ang ingay ko atang umiyak. Di naman masyado, miss. She smiled. Very, very sakto. She even showed her fingers para ipakitang konti lang. Kaya natawa na ako. Pero kahit na kinagat ko ang labi at muling pinunasan ng mata, halata bang umiyak? Oo sis, halatang halata. Nakangiti niyang sabi. Pero okay lang yan, maganda ka pa rin. Salamat. I smiled. Ikaw din, ang ganda mo. What's your name? Davina. She offered me her hand. Dav na lang for short, pero hindi yung lumilipad ha. Meaning na name ko, beloved or true love. Francesca. I accepted it. At nang abutan niya ako ng pagkain, nagulat pa ako. Oh, kain ka muna. Kanina ka pa umiiyak eh. Baka napagod ka? I was shy but my stomach felt like turning, so I took it and thanked her. Salamat, Dav. I said and ate the burger she gave me. Mabilis pang pagkain ko na parang di nakakain ng 3 araw, kaya kinalma ko ang sarili. Naku, ayos lang. Sige, kain ka lang, Francesca. She said. Okay ka na ba? Oo, salamat. I said and remembered the scene earlier, pero agad ko yung inilas sa isipan. Naku, pasensya na rin ha, she said. Akala ko kasi talaga may teleserye, kaya dramang-drama din ako. Kanina pa nga ako naghahanap ng tiyempong bigyan ka ng tissue para may exposure ako kaso namula siya. Sorry, nakakaya din ako. Okay lang, nakangiti kong sabi. Nakakahiya rin naman ako kaya parehas tayo. At least napatawa kita kahit papaano. She grinned at me. Okay na bang pakiramdam mo? Oo, medyo. I said and touched my chest. Salamat, Dav. Nakakahiya pero thank you. Pasensya na nga lang kasi di ka ata nakapagpahinga, kakangawa ko rito eh. Ayos lang, ito naman parang others. Sinig ko pa niya ako. Feeling ko nga parehas lang tayo eh. Parehong may tinatakbong problema. Doon na ako napatingin sa kanya at nakita ko ang malungkot niyang ngiti. You do too? I asked and she nodded at me. I didn't know why but it was such a comforting feeling to talk to a stranger or someone I barely know my problems. And she listened to me. She was nodding her head. Papaiyak pa nga madalas kaya naiisip kong bagay nga sa kanya mag-artista kasi mabilis siyang maiyak. I told her everything and to my shock, we were almost the same. Ayun, todong alala pa ako tapos di naman pala totoo. She sighed and gave me a small smile. Kaya yun, umalis na lang ako. Sa akin naman totoong nagkaganon kaso maybe we were not really meant to be. Grabe talagang mapaglaro ang tadhana, no? She sighed. Medyo magkaiba nga lang tayo kasi hindi ko kaya mag-monologue ng English sa diretso kapag confrontation. Doon ako muling napatawa at nakita kong ngisi niya habang umiiling at muli akong inaabotan naman ng candy na dala niya. Sorry but the way you described that man is quite familiar, I said. If it's okay and kung komportable ka, can I ask what the name is? I saw how pain filled her eyes and she heaved a deep sigh and spoke. Sible, oh miss, dito lang babaan mo, di ba? Nabitin ang sasabihin niya nang lumapit ng konduktor. Tinatawag siya kaya ngumuso siya at malungkot na kumaway sa akin. It was sad, but Davina had to go when she reached her destination. She even gave me her number and said I could contact her if I needed something, which made me happy. Sometimes meeting stranger is great. Natahimik akong muli at nakatulog sa sobrang pagod sa biyahe. Mabigat ang pakiramdam ko at natatakam sa pagkaing hindi ko alam kung ano. Kaya pagkarating sa destinasyon, nag-ikot-ikot ako ron sa mga stall sa may market. Miss, may kiwi po kayo? Pagbabaka sakali ko sa ikalimang store na napuntahan ko. Ano, yung pampakintab na sapatos? Hindi po. Prutas po sana, yung green. She nodded. Sandali, meron ata roon yung kasama ko eh. Diyan ka lang, tatanungin ko. I patiently waited for her and my eyes brightened when I saw her with a plastic bag on her hand. My eyes widening and almost danced in glee when she gave it to me. Salamat po, I smiled. Tanong ko lang po pala ate, may malapit po ba rito ang resort or hotel? Oo, she said. May dagat dyan malapit, may resort. Malapit din sa airport kaya mabilis ka makakaalis kung sakali. Sakay ka ng tricycle dyan sa may pilahan, sa labas tapos sabihin mo. I nodded and thanked her. Medyo hirap akong hilahin ang maleta ko, papunta sa may tricycle, at pagkalabas pa lang unahan ng mga driver na kumuway sa akin. I smiled and almost flipped my hair. Grabe talagang kagandahan to. Ayaw pa maniwala ni Jerry kung pansinin ako eh. Bigla akong natigilan. Parang natigil ata ang mga tao sa paligid, kaya umiling-iling ako at sinampal ang mukha. Hindi ako iiyak. Hindi ako iiyak. Doon ako sumakay sa una sa pila. Ngiti-ngiti pa siya na lumapit ako at inihatid naman niya ako kaagad sa hotel. I was thankful because he even taught me where the entrance and necessary places around the area na malaking tulong kaya binigyan ko ng tip at nagpasalamat. When I got inside, I was easily accommodated. I was grateful when they gave me a room with a balcony overlooking the ocean, kaya pinikit kong mata at dinamang sariwang hangin na nagmumula sa dagat. I can almost taste the salty waves. Kita ko ang paglipad ng mga kalapati kaya kahit papaano, gumaan ang pakiramdam ko. I changed my clothes into a comfy dress and slippers and sat on the chair in the balcony, just watching the calm ocean. Napatitig ako sa papalubog na araw at unti-unti, kumalma. Humawak ako sa dibdib ko at ipinikit ang mata. Sa bawat paglubog, pagsibol ng panibago, pagkatapos ang dilim liwanag at magiging mas maganda ang magiging bukas. Tomorrow will be better, Francesca. Hindi man bukas talaga ay may darating na isang umaga na maayos ng lahat. I rested my head on the seat and because of exhaustion, my eyes dropped closed. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Jericho? Bulong ko na mahigpit na naman siyang nakayakap sa likod ko. Isang gabi pagka-uwi namin at iliksik ang mukha sa leeg ko. Guess what? He whispered and kissed my skin. What? Bulong ko at nagpigil ng ngiti. Medyo lumalayo pa dahil nakikiliti ako. I remember that time when we were in the car, he whispered. Really? My smile escaped. What are we doing? He chuckled. You're riding me? Doon na namilog ang mata ko. Mabilis ko siyang nilingon at nakita ang natatawa niyang mukha. Jericho? I hissed. Sa lahat ng maalala mo, yun pa? Why? Is it wrong? He chuckled and caught me again. No, where I remember it? Nagiinit ang pisnging umiling ako kaya pilit na naman niyang ibinalik ang ulo sa leeg ko para di ko siya malingon. When I was parking the car, bulong ni Jericho. Tapos nung may kinuha ko sa backseat, bigla akong parang narinig yung ungol pa. Din Jericho! Hinampas ko ang hita niya sa sobrang hiya at mas sumalakak siya at mas yumakap. Don't be shy, Francesca. Alam ko namang hindi pa tayo mag-asawa. He whispered. My heart pounded. Couldn't believe I was hearing those words from him. Humawak ako sa braso niyang nasa may tiyan ko at hinaplos iyon. Have you remembered everything? I whispered and I felt him shaking his head, accompanied by his exasperated sigh. Not yet, just glimpse, but I'm trying, bulong niya. I felt like something tugged my heart upon hearing it, kaya inabot ko ang kanyang ulo at hinaplos ang kanyang buhok. Just don't stress yourself, Jericho. I whispered and closed my eyes when he moved his head closer to me. But I want to remember you, Francesca. He whispered and looked at my hand. Medyo inusog ang katawan at napatitig ako sa kanya nang tuluyang iparamdam niya sa akin ang dibdib. Gustong gusto ko na. Gusto ko nang masabi sa sarili ko ang dahilan ko, kaya ganito to. Aniya habang nakatitig sa mukha ko. Jericho? My voice broke when I saw the determination in his eyes. I wanted to remember it so bad, Francesca. Gusto ko na. Ipinigit niya ang mga mata at muling yumakap sa akin. Sana kapag bumalik ng lahat, nandito ko pa rin sa akin? Of course, I said in a low voice. Bakit naman ako mawawala, Jericho? Hindi sabi kita susukuan, hindi ba? I woke up catching my breath and crying hard. I covered my face and pulled my hair, calming myself down to forget that dream I had of him. Shh! Calm down! Bulong ko sa sarili at muling humawak sa dibdib. Calm down, Francesca. It took me some time to finally stop from crying kaya't matapos yon, gutom naman ako. Doon na ako nagdesisyong bumaba sa hotel para kumain. Bumili pa ng bagong SIM para makontak si nanay matapos kumain. I spent my time on the shore, watching the harsh laps of the ocean water. Ang mapayapang tulog ng bawat paghampas nito sa dalampasigan ay nakapagpapagaan ng loob ko. Huling-huli ko kung paano dalhin ng agos nito ang ilang buhangin mula sa dalampasigan. Kinukuha iyon, tila walang balak ibalik. I almost felt the loud and painful tug of my heart as I clutched it. My heart is like that of the sands in this beach. Kinuha mula sa akin at ngayon nagdarasal na sana makuha ko na pabalik. Wasn't it hard loving so much that the moment they took your heart with them, you couldn't get back it anymore? Hello, Nanay? Francesca! Halos mapapikit ako sa lakas ng boses ng nanay pagkasagot ng tawag ko. Grabe namang sigaw yan, Nay. I teased but she was not joking around at all. Anong sigaw? Ikaw na bata ka, peste? San ka ha? Kanina pa kami nag-aalala dito. She scolded and I chuckled. Aba, anong tinatawa mo dyan? San ka nang mapalo ko na yung pet mo? Nay, I smiled while saying that. Ayos lang po ako. Anong ayos? Bakit di ka sumasagot ng tawag? Abat out of coverage ka. Di ka nagsasabi kung di pa tumawag ang asawa mo. Di namin malalamang umalis ka? Parang tumigil ang puso ko roon. He called? Aba, oo. She sighed. Ano bang nangyayari sa inyong dalawa, ha? Tumawag yun kanina, umiiyak daw ata, sabi ng tatay mo. It's nothing, Nay. I sighed. Misunderstanding. Anong meron? Bakit basta ka nilang ba umalis? Nung tumawag ka nung nakaraan ang sabi mo, ayos na kayong dalawa. Anong meron? Sinaktan ka ba nitong... Nay, ayos lang po. I said and smiled. Kung tatawag ulit, wag nyo na lang po sabing nakausap nyo ako. May hindi lang pagkakaintindihan. Oh? She sounded confused. Bakit ganun? Kwento ng tatay mo nagmamakaawa ka raw sa kanya. Nagtatanong nasan ka. Ganun ba ang isang hindi pagkakaintindihan lang? Ganun lang kasi talaga kasobrang kagandahan ko, Nanay. Abat, dasaan ka't kukurutin ko yung singit mo, Francesca? She scolded and I chuckled. I brushed my hair with my fingers and glanced at the water, touching the toes. Papaliwanag ko na lang po sa sunod, Nay. I said gently. Huwag yun na lang pong sabihin tumawag ako. Nagbabakasyon lang ako rito, mga 2 linggo na siguro, tapos uwi ako ng San Isidro. Natahimik siya. Sigurado ka bang simpleng hindi pagkakaintindihan to? Pagpapaliwanag ko na lang. Nay, I said. Medyo magulo lang po kasi. Sige. Narinig ko ang buntong hininga niya. Hindi ko sasabihin kung sakaling tatawag ulit pero sana maayos ito. Normal lang na meron talagang di pagkakaintindihan ng mag-asawa pero huwag papatagalin ha? Pahinga ka lang muna dyan, Francesca, at umuwi ka rito. Opo, Nay. Salamat. Mahinang sabi ko. Mukhang miss mo na ako ha. Excited ka na bang muling makita ang liwanag ng kagandahan ng San Isidro? Santissima Francesca. Natawa na siya. Naku, kukulimlim na naman ang probinsya natin kasi darating na ang bagyong Francesca. Nanay, reklamo ko lang. Nakanguso dahil nagiging hobby na ni Nanay ang awayin ako. Bully ka talaga. Si tatay nga fan ko. Ay, hindi fan ang tatay mo anak. Tao yon. Pambabara pa niya kaya mas bumusangot ako. Kahit papaano ayos naman na naging bakasyon ko. Para nag-detox pa nga ata ako dahil wala akong social media at ibang kausap na kakilala. I only texted Nanay once, telling her I'm fine and that's it. Nag-deactivate ako. Nakita ko pa mga chat messages sa akin mula sa mga kaibigan pero wala akong lakas sagutin ng mga yon. The new environment freshened me up and relaxed my mind but there is no day I haven't thought about him and Stacy. Napatitig ako sa sunflower sa kamay ko mula sa bangkang nirentahan ko nung nasa gitna kami ng dagat. Stacy, wherever you are, Mama Francesca loves you, anak. Bulong ko sa hangin at ngumiti. Unti-unting binaba ang bulaklak at pinagmasdan kung paano yun kunin ng mga alon sa isang lugar na walang nakakaalam. These days, I realize I've been craving for kiwi so much. Nung papauwi ako na San Isidro, binisita ko palit sina ate doon sa tindahan para makakain man lang ako sa biyahe. As usual, hilong-hilo na naman ako. Di pa rin sanay sa mga eplano kahit ilang beses na rin ako nakasakay. Ma'am, sandwich? My eyes widened when I saw a familiar woman who looked startled when she saw me. Francesca? Shirley! I uttered and gasped. Nandito ka pala? Oo. She smiled at me. Are you okay? Where have you been? Jericho's been looking for you. Di ako kaagad nakapagsalita doon. Kumuha muna ako ng lakas ng loob bago siya kausapin. Can you please not? Di ko na naituloy yun nang umaling siya sa akin. Tell him? She asked and I nodded, biting my lower lip. Of course I won't. This is not my story to tell. I will keep this a secret kahit kay Brian. Just take care of yourself, ha? Doon na kumalma ang puso ko. Salamat, Shirley. No worries. She uttered and handed me the sandwich again. Kain ka muna. Kakakuha ko pa lang ay kaagad na akong natigilan. Mabilis nilapag ang sandwich at napatayo para tumakbo sa banyo. I saw the shock on Shirley's face when she saw me. Na hindi na ako nagulat nung nasundan niya ako habang nagsusuka ako sa banyo ng eroplano. Hinahaplos pa niya ang likod ko. Are you okay? She asked and offered me a warm water which I gently took from her. Yeah. I nodded and gave her a faint smile. Medyo ganito lang ako sa mga flight. Mabilis mahilot saka masuka. How about some meds? She smiled kindly and I shook my head. No, ayos lang, Shirley. Ngiti ko. May chocolate ba kayo dyan? Yes, we do. Gusto mo? She asked and I nodded and thanked her. Inalala niya ako pabalik sa upuan ko. I even saw her check if I'm comfortable on my seat, and then she gave me a small paper bag. I took it and saw different chocolate bars inside. Hi, Francesca. Cheer up. Tomorrow will be better. I did not even get to say goodbye to her when we reached our hometown. Gabi na makarating kami. Ang sariwa't pamilyar na samyo ng hangin ang agad kong napansin ng pagkababa. Malaki pa ang ngiti ko habang naglalakad palabas ng airport. Halos isaboy-saboy pa ang palda ng dress ko. San Isidro, my hometown. I wore my glasses, kunwari feeling Amerikana pa, at feel na feel pinagtitinginan. Ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro ay nagbabalik. Bigla akong natawa sa sarili at nagtawag ng tricycle. Nababaliw na ata si Francesca. Oh, Francesca! Kitang-kita ko ang pamimilog ng mata ng isa sa kaibigan ni tatay na tricycle driver nang makita ko. Manong! I greeted at napasinghap siya. Abat, ngayon ka lang ulit napauwi ah. I noticed the amusement on his voice. Ang ganda mo na lalo, iha. Salamat po. I grinned at him. Kayo rin po, sobrang gwapo na lalo. Anong sekreto ninyo? Aba, ang sariwang hangin lang ng San Isidro, sulit na. Ikaw ba? Sus, Manong. Di na kailangan ng secret kasi natural na kagandahan kaya to. Turo ko sa mukha ko kaya tawa kami ng tawa. Nag-appear pa bago niya ako tulungan sa pag-akit ng gamit ko sa loob ng tricycle. Ikaw talaga, hindi nagbabagong pagkapositibo mo. Ngumiti siya at ginulo ang buhok ko. Bakit? Di ka sinundo ng tatay mo? Ah, secret lang po muna na uuwi ako. I smiled at him. Surpresahin ko lang po sila ni nanay. O siya, tara na't medyo malalim mang gabi. Panigurado ako miss na miss ka na ng mga tropa mong sabongero dyan sa may bahay ninyo. Aniya? Oh, di pa rin po ba nawawala ang sabong? Abay oo, alam mo naman ang mga kabataan. Iling niya, bukas kapag nakita mo sila mag-hello ka, miss ka na naman ngayon. Oo nga Manong, miss na nila ang kagandahang tono. Biro ko sabay hawi ng buhok kaya mas natawa siya sa akin. Habang nasa biyahe, binusog ko ang mata sa tanawing na miss ko sa probinsya. Medyo matagal na rin pala nung huli ako nakauwi, kaya ang saya-saya sa pakiramdam. I wonder if San Isidro Hospital is still accepting doctors right now. Wala pa akong desisyon tungkol sa trabaho, pero habang nandito ako nagsisimula ng panibago, gusto kong makita ang facilities namin doon ngayon, at balita ko may bago silang pinagawa. I did not know why but my heart's been beating unknowingly fast when our house from this distance can be seen. Nang maihatid na ako ni Manong, nagpasalamat ako at kumuway bago marahang binuhat ang maleta ko papasok sa bahay. The house is open when I got inside, and I saw how my nana's eyes widened when she saw me entering the house. Santissima! Francesca! Sigaw niya at nakita ko kung paano napatalon si tatay mula sa panonood ng TV. Napahawak pa si dibdib sa gulat na sigaw ni nanay. Anong? Reynaldo ang anak mo, nandito na! Nanay exclaimed at nabitawan kong hawak kong maleta. Nagtetele papasok ng bahay, niyakap ang nanay ng mahigpit. Nanay! Tatay! I exclaimed happily and lifted my other arm so I could hug tatay. Namiss niyo ba ang pinakamaganda ninyong anak? Ikaw lang ang anak namin, Francesca. Ani nanay, kaya't napapasangot na ako. Si nanay naman humalakak habang si tatay naiiling na lamang sa amin. Si nanay, napaka-KJ. Ngayon nyo lang ulit nakita ang gandahan ko, tapos babarahin nyo kaagad? Busangot ko. Di ka kasi nagsasabi ngayon ka uuwi. Wika ni nanay at hinawakan ang kamay ko. Nakita ko ang sulyap niya kay tatay na nakangiti sa akin at nagsalita. Kitang nandito si... O siya! Odessa kong mahal. Dalhin mo na tong ating pinakamagandang anak kahit san isa lang siya sa kusina. Ani tatay doon. Tatay, bully ka na rin? Hawa ka na kay nanay? Busangot ko kaya tatawa siya at inabot ng braso ko. Hindi na. Joke lang. Kau naman talaga ang pinakamagandang anak namin. Reyna kaya to ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Naman. I said happily and put my arms on his, gently pulling the both of them to our kitchen. Nay, tay, may dala pala akong pasalubong galing doon sa pinagbakasyonan ko. Nakita ko ang bulungan ng dalawa, kaya kumunot ang noo ko. Bakit? Anong meron? Bulungan kayo yan ha? Share naman. Wala, Francesca. Ani nanay, nasinig ko si tatay. Di yan, gabi naman ngayon eh. Hindi yan pupunta rito? Sinong pupunta? I ask. Wala! Sabay nilang sabi kaya't nagulat ako sa takot na mabulyawan. Unti-unti na lang akong bumaling sa lamesa. Si nanay ang naghain. Sitting pretty ako dahil sabi ni tatay wag akong tumulong. Kaya habang nilalapit ang sinigang na baboy, nagtutubig na ang bagang ko. Nanay, gusto ko sobrang asim ha? I said and she chuckled and nodded. Nilagay sa tapat ko ang lagay ng sabaw. Kailan ka pa nahilig sa sobrang asim? Tanong ni nanay, pero nagkibit balikat na lamang ako. Habang kumakain, nakita ko ang palihim na bulungan ng mga magulang ko. Sinusundan ko lang sila na nanghihingi ng mga tingin at kapag nahuhuli nila ako, popormal sila. Fishy, our dinner ended with me showing them pictures of the view from a quick vacation. Si nanay ang nagpresentang maghugas ng pinggan, kaya kami ni tatay ang nasa sala at nanonood ng TV. Kamusta naman ang bakasyon, Francesca? Nasiyahan ka ba? Ani tatay kaya ngumiti ako at sumagot. Opo, I said. Naku tay, bibisita ako ulit doon tapos sama ko kayo. Reynaldo, tara nga rito. Narinig kong tawag ni nanay, kaya tumayo ang tatay at pumasok ng kusina. Nilibang ko ang sarili kakascroll sa YouTube. Naglalaway, nanonood ng mga taong kumakain ng kiwi. I heard a knock on the door. Sumilip ako at nakitang nagbubulungan na naman ng mga magulang sa kusina, kaya ako na lang naglakad para magbukas. Nanay, saan ba pwede makabili ng kiwi? Nabitin ang boses ko ng pagkabukas. Bumungad sa akin isang pamilyar na mukhang may putik sa pisngi. Francesca? He called and my eyes widened like he did. Sa sobrang gulat ko na ibagsak kong muli pasarang pinto at napahawak sa dibdib ko. What? I uttered. Bakit? Muli kong binuksan ang pinto. Di makapaniwala at nakita. Nakatulala pa rin sa akin si Jericho. Francesca? I closed the door again on his face and gasped. What the? I gasped under my breath and screamed. Nanay, bakit may palaboy dito? Nakita ko nagkukumahog na tumakbo ang mga magulang ko. Nanlalaki pa ang mga mata sa gulat. Ano? Bakit, Francesca? Ani tatay kaya't suminghap ako. Mabilis binuksan ang pinto para ipakita sa kanilang nasa labas ng pintuan namin. Bakit may hamog? Di ba sinabi kong... I asked almost in a whisper and pointed Jericho, looking confused and lost outside. Ah! Si tatay nagsalita nung hampasin ni nanay. Si Jericho yan, ano? Bagong pastol ng mga kalabaw? Ani tatay kaya umawang ang labi ko. Pastol? Di ko pa ata mahanap ang boses ko nang itanong iyon. Nakita ko ang sikohan ng mga magulang ko at nang bumaling ako kay Jericho, ganoon pa rin siya pero natutulala na sa akin. Francesca! Naputol ang boses si Jericho na mapahagal pa ako ng tawa. Oh my God! I uttered and laughed loudly, even touching my stomach so I could breathe properly. Pastol daw? Bumaling ako kay Jericho na mukhang nawawalang bata, may putik sa pisngi at bumapalakpak. It took me a while to recover. Kumalma lang ata na natantong ako lang mag-isang tumatawa habang nakatulala sila sa aking lahat, kaya't dali-dali kong tinikom ang bibig at nagseryoso. Nasaan ang camera? I asked my parents na memewang pa. Ha? Di ba nasa wow mali tayo? I asked and looked around. Okay, tama na po yung video, hindi ako masyadong natawa. Naglakad ako papalapit kina nanay. Pero, kagad humawak ang huli sa braso ko at kinunutan ako ng noo. Francesca, ano bang... Nay, gets ko na, pero joke lang. Pero don't me. Alam ko hindi pa hibang si Jericho sa sinasabi ninyo ni tatay. Baling ko kay tatay na mukhang problemado rin sa akin. Kaya ilabas yun ang camera. Tama ng joke time. Nagsasaka na rin siya. What my father said stopped me. Saglit akong natulala sa sinabi ng tatay ko. Napatitig pa ako sa kanya at na makitang seryoso. Napahagalpak pa ako muli at naiiling na nagsalita. Si tatay, joker na? I said in a funny, amused tone. Imposible. Di pa naman nahihibang yan. Shh! Francesca! Halos ibulong sa akin ni nanay ang tawa pa rin ako ng tawa. Hibang na yata yung asawa mo eh. Gusto na nga atang magpaalipin dito? What? I chuckled again until tatay spoke. Jericho, nalipat mo na ba mga kalabaw? Tatay asked out of nowhere. Yes po. Bigla akong nanigas nang marinig ang sagot ni Jericho. Kaya't nawala ang ngisi ko at mabilis tumingon sa pwesto niya. Nakita ang titig niya sa akin habang nagsasalita. I also did check the harvest yesterday. What? What the... Oh, Reynaldo. Nakita ko ang pamilyar na kasama ni tatay kapag nagsasaka siya at sa pag-aalaga ng mga hayop na patungo sa tabi ni Jericho at nahuli ko kung paano niya yun akbayan. Ayos na yung kulungan doon ng mga hayop. Mabuti na lang at masipag tong si paring Jericho maghabol kapag nakawala yung mga kambing. I cannot help but say that out loud at nakita kong pagbaling nito sa akin at nagulat pa. Oh, si gandang Francesca nandito na pala. Iha, kamusta? Abat tamang-tamat may itsura itong bago niyang pastol. Bagay na bagay kayo, oh. Narinig ko pa ang pag-ubo ni nanay at tatay sa tabi ko. Kaya bago pa man makapagsalita ang mga magulang, mumuntong hininga na ako. Walang salitang lumabas sa bibig ko. Nakita ko pa ang gulat sa mukha ni Jericho nang basta ko na lamang siyang hilahin palabas mula roon. Oh, anong meron? Enyo, tara't kumain ka na muna. Narinig ko ang tawag sa kanya ni tatay hanggang sa mawala na ang boses nila. Kunot noo ang noko habang hila-hila sa Jericho. Na makarating kami sa may likod bahay. Palapit sa may puno ng nara at doon ko na si Jericho binitawan at hinarap. He called my name again like he meant it. Bakit ka nandito? Matalim kong sabi. Ano, may problema pa ba? Words left my mouth the moment he walked closer to me. Natulos ako at natulala ng mahigpit ni Jericho kung niyakap. Ang mga kamay nasa likod ko. You're here. His voice broke. You're here. Kinondisyon ko ang sariling maging matatag. Pero ngayong nandito na naman siya at ganito'y nararamdaman ko na naman ang pagbabalik ng kirot sa dibdib ko. I'm sorry. Nandito na ako. I shook my head and lifted my hand, trying to push him away from me, but he moved and cupped my cheek, staring directly into my eyes. Francesca, please. Parang mas binigap ang puso ko na makita ang pagsasama mo sa mga mata ni Jericho. Itim na itim yon pero nangingintab sa mga paambang luha. I'm here now. Uuwi na ako? Wala ka nang uuwian. Mahinang sabi ko at inabot ang kamay niya sa pisngi ko para may baba at mabilis na umatras. No! He shook his head. I was looking for you but I could not find you, so I went here. I called you but you should go, okay? Bumuntong hininga ako at mabilis na nag-iwas. Natatakot ako para sa sarili kong umiyak na naman. No, Francesca, please. He held my wrist but I pushed it hardly again. Ano bang kailangan mo, ha? Maraing sabi ko at humugot ng hininga. Ibinigay ko na ang gusto mo. Hindi pa? Ano pa, Jericho? May kulang pa ba? No. He shook his head and brushed his hair. It's not that. Please? Can we please talk about this? I signed it. Then Jericho? Halos mapasigaw na ako. Now leave! Umiling si Jericho at binasa ang pang-ibabang labi. Bakas ang sakit sa mga mata pero parang di ako nakaniwala habang nakatingin doon. Ayoko ng ganun. Oh what? May kulang pa ba? Hindi ko napigilan ang sarkasmo sa tono ng masabi iyon. Can we process it sooner? Maybe I can talk to my lawyer. Francesca, oh you want to marry her so bad? I gritted my teeth. Then go and marry her, Jericho. Wala namang puipigil sa'yo ah. Ano pa bang gusto mong gawin ko na magawa ko na at mawala ka na sa paningin ko? To my shock, I saw how a tear fell on his eye. Ayoko. His voice trembled as he lowered his head. Ayoko maghiwalay tayo, Francesca. Huwag mo akong iiwan. I sifted a laugh but it turned out bitter. Is that a joke? No! Umiling siya at pilit akong inaabot pero iniiwas ko ang kamay. Please, let me explain. Huwag naman ganito. What game are you playing now, Dr. Falcon? I asked and closed my eyes and I can't help it when my tears started falling. Anong laro na naman ba to? Sabihin mo na para matapos ko na kasi pagod na ako. Ayoko na. It's not that. Iling na Jericho. Muling umabante at pilit tinutuyo ang mga luha sa pisngi niya. Hindi sa ganon. Eh ano? My voice filled with frustration rose as I pushed his chest away from me. Ano pa ba ang gusto mo? Wala na ako maibibigay sa'yo, Jericho, kasi ubos na ako. Francesca. Umiling siya at pilit inaalis ang luha pero nahulog naman ng panibago. Sorry. I know I've hurt you and I'm sorry. That's too late for now, Jericho. Mahinang sabi ko. Antayin na lang natin ang proseso ng divorce papers. Ayoko. His voice trembled as he shook his head. Ayoko, Francesca. Ayoko makipaghiwalay. Jericho, please. Maring sabi ko at sinuklay ang buhok. Kinalma ang sumisikip na pakiramdam. Tama na, okay? Tapusin na lang natin to. I don't want to, he exclaimed frustratedly. Ayoko, Francesca. Ayokong hiwalayan mo ko. Ayoko. What? I puffed an exasperated sigh. What makes you think that way, huh? You can remember me now? No, iling na wika na Jericho. Hindi pa lahat pero pinipilit ko naman. Ang mga pagod niyang mga mata tumitig sa akin. Francesca, pinipilit ko naman. Sana kaya mo kong antayin? Please, babe. I beg you. Wait for me, Uuwi ako. Uuwi na ako? You sounded like I was so important for you. Mapait kong sabi sa mahinang boses. You are. No, I am not. Iling ko. I am not important to you kasi ako lang to, Jericho. Ako lang. Hindi ako si Vanessa na mahal mo. Wake up, okay? This is Francesca and not Vanessa. You should be there for her. I know it was you, Francesca, he exclaimed. Ikaw yung gusto ko. Ikaw yung mahal ko. Ikaw yung hinahanap nito. He pointed his chest. Kahit anong gawin ko, ikaw. And you expect me to believe that? I asked with my cold, emotional voice. Francesca, please. You expect me to believe the love of yours, huh? After you said those words to me, Jericho, I would never marry you. I don't get when I got married to you. You don't need me just because I am me. I wasn't really that important to you. I said those words he told me before. No! He shook his head desperately. His eyes were tired and filled with tears. I was an asshole. I was wrong saying those words to you when I know nothing. It's okay. Hinawi ko ang luha. Tanggap ko naman ngayong hindi ako, Jericho. Na hindi ako ganun ka-importante sa'yo. You were never really in love with me. I get now. Do not stress yourself, umuwi ka na. Hindi ka para dito. No, hindi yan totoo. Mas umiling pa si Jericho. Hindi yan totoo, Francesca. Mahal kita. Kung alam mo lang, I swear to my life. I swear I'm in love with you. Sorry for forcing you to know me, Jericho. Tumungo ako. Sorry kasi sana noon pa lang pinakawalan na kita. Sana hindi na kita pinilit. Para hindi na tayo nahihirapan ng ganito. I was startled when he dropped on his knees. Napatakip ako ng bibig nang tumungo sa Jericho habang nakaluhod sa lupa. Mahal kita, he whispered. Di kita maalala pero ramdam kong ikaw. Mahal na mahal kita. I wanna go home now, Francesca. Please? Please accept me back. Gusto ko nang umuwi sa'yo. Kahit anong pilit ko, hindi ko napigilan ng paghikbi. At ganun din si Jericho. Gumalaw ang balikat niya sabay ng pag-abot na nanginginig na kamay sa akin. My chest felt like squeezing when I saw our wedding ring on his fingers. I wanna go home, Francesca. Parang awa mo na, gusto ko nang umuwi sa'yo. Hindi na ikaw yung tahanan ko, Jericho. Mahinang sabi ko at mas umiyak siya habang dinadala ang palad ko sa labi niya. I felt how his tears fell on my palm. At the same time, I felt the small raindrops dropping from the sky on my skin. I love you, he said. I swear I'm in love with you. Mahal na mahal ko ang Francesca ko. Napapikit ako ng mariin. Mabilis sinawi ang mga luha ko. Then why did you choose her over me? Halos pabulong kong tanong. How can you tell me you were in love with me when you just proved me you weren't? Inangat ni Jericho ang tingin at nakita ko, hilam na sa mga luha kagaya ko. Let me explain, please? I shook my head. Tama na, Jericho. Hindi ka ba napapagod kasi ako? Pagod na ako. Pagod na ako. Please go home. I am home, he said while staring at me sadly, and I bit my inner cheek to refrain myself from kneeling and crying with him. You're not my home, Jericho. Umuwi ka na, please. Baka hinahanap ka na nila tita. Ayoko, iling ni Jericho. This heart doesn't have a home without you in it. Mas dumami pa ang patak ng ulan sa braso ko at malungkot na siyang pinagmasdan. I'm sorry because I broke my vows, Francesca. Sorry if it took me too long for me to recognize you. Babawi ako? Then I guess I'm sorry too, I whispered. I am sorry because it wasn't you who failed. Hindi ko na kasi kaya, Jericho. Masakit na. Sobrang sakit na. I touched my chest and closed my eyes, feeling the cold drops of rain falling. Sorry because in the end, we ended like this with our broken vows. Let's end this, I said and pulled my hand from his grip. The moment I turned my back, the harsh rain fell for us, drenching us. It was hard when he was looking at me before, without love on his eyes. It was hard knowing he could not recognize me. Him pushing away, but never did I thought it was harder, breaking and ending up what we had. Dinig na dinig ko ang desperado ni Jerichong pagtawag sa pangalan ko, pero hindi na ako lumingon. Dire-diretso akong papasok sa bahay. Nakita ko ang gulat ng mga magulang, pero wala naman silang sinasabi. Nakita ko pa ang pagtayo ni nanay at ang madalian niyang pagkuha ng tuwalya para ilagay sa ulo ko. Inatid pa nila ako papasok sa kwarto nang walang sinasabi. Nire-respeto ang katahimikan ko. I thought I successfully managed to control my emotions during my short vacation, but I was wrong. Tila mas naging emosyonal pa ngayon. After I took a bath, I tried sleeping, but found myself crying on the side of the bed while looking at our photos together, burying my face on my knees while remembering the dreams we had before. Our wishes of a happy family and everlasting love, the vows we tried so hard to keep, only to end up breaking them. Kaya nung umaga, hilam na hilam ang mata ko. Mukha tuloy akong sinuntok sa dalawang mata sa eyebags ko at si nanay ay pabalik-balik ang tingin mula sa kape niya pabalik sa akin. Umawang ang labi tila may gustong sabihin, pero ititikom muli at susulipan ng pagkain. Nay, magtanong ka na, baka mautot ka pa, I said, and that's when she laughed a little and spoke. Nangyari sa mata mo, Francesca? Para kang ginawang punching bag. Nanay, I hissed and she laughed more. Nakakahawa pa ang tawa kaya dapat sana seryoso ko, pero natawa na rin sa kanya at nailing. Ano ba yan si nanay? Kitang seryoso ko eh. Pinapatawa lang kita. She smiled. O diba, gumaan ang pakiramdam mo? Natahimik ako pero na-realize na medyo gumaan nga, kaya tumango ako at kumain ng pandesal. Opo, salamat nay. Pero wag ka naman kasing nambibigla. Nakakasira ng emo moment ng anak mong maganda eh. O siya, sige. She smiled. Pero yung mata mo halatadong umiyak ka. Ayos ka lang ba? Sus, may pinanood lang ako nakakayak na palabas, nay, I said. Tsaka maganda pa rin naman ako kahit umiiyak. Hello? I even flipped my bangs. She just stared at me, her lips protruded. Diba, nay? I asked and she remained staring kaya't suminghap na ako. Nanay, sagutin mo ko. Ngiwi ko na. Sabi mo ng bata ako maganda ako, ibig sabihin hanggang ngayon. Past is past, Francesca. Ngisi niya at nang umirit na ako sa reklamo, sabay pasok sa bibig ko ng buong pandesal sa inis. Tabang-tawa na siya at nagsimula na namang mang-asar. Nanay talaga, napakabuli sa magandang anak niya. Kahit papaano naman sumaya ako sa pang-aaway sa akin ng nanay. I know she wanted to ask me about what happened last night, pero hindi siya nagtanong. Sa halip nagbigay lang ng advice. Hindi ko alam kung simpleng hindi lang pagkakaintindihan ninyong mag-asawa ang nangyayari, pero hinihiling kong sana maayos ninyo yan. Ani nanay na pinisil pa ang kamay ko. Nay, I sighed. Pero kung hindi, naiintindihan ko, anak. Ani nanay na pinisil ang kamay ko. Nay, I sighed. Mahal namin ang tatay mo si Jericho dahil napakabuting bata niyan. Pero mas mahalaga ka sa amin dahil anak at mahal na mahal ka namin ng tatay mo. Susuportahan namin ang desisyon mo, ano man yun. Palagi kang nandito at makikinig sa'yo kapag may problema ka. Pero wag sanang padalos-dalos. Basta nandito kami kapag kailangan mo. Wika ni nanay. Francesca's POV. Hapon na ako lumabas ng bahay dahil nahihiya ako sa mata ko at alatado ang paggawa ko nung nakaraang gabi. Umayos naman siya nung hapon at naubusan na kasi ako ng kiwi kaya't nagtutubig na naman ang bagang ko. Parang gusto ko rin ng chocolate. Bulong-bulong ko sa hangin habang sinusuklay ang buhok ko gamit ang daliri at papalabas. Naabutan ko si nanay nagwawalis kaya tinawag ko na. Nay, kamusta nga po pala yung apartment sa bayan? Malaki ba kita? Tanong ko sa kanya. Ay oo anak, ngiti niya. Madalas mga tayong pumupunta kaya kilalang kilala. Bago rin kasi at magandang pasilidad. Bibisita ka pa ron? Isang tricycle lang naman. Opo nay, baka sa sunod na araw, I said. Dadaan din kasi akong ospital ng San Isidro. May hiring kaya sila? Nakita ko natigilan siya at napasilap sa akin. Oh, bakit? Dito ka na ba talaga? Akala ko ba ayos ang trabaho mo sa Maynila? Ayaw mo ba na naghahasik ako ng kagandahan dito, nay? Asar ko at suminghap siya at umiling. Aba, syempre hindi. She said kaya't bumusangot na ako. At natawa siya at pabiro akong kinurot. Biro lang, Francesca. Pero seryoso ka ba? Dito ka na ulit? Paano ang trabaho mo? Si Jericho. Ang batang yun 2 linggo na yata rito. Pinagpapahinga ko nga pero gusto rin magtrabaho dun sa bukid. Kaya yun, gustong gusto ng tatay mong nakikitang putikan. Kaya todo utos. My heart pounded. Talaga po ba? Oo, she nodded. Kaya't nagtataka talaga ako. Ano bang meron kasi? Nang babae ba yung si Jericho? Abat kung gano'n, hiwalayan mo na. Hindi po, umiling ako. Ibang bagay. Basta nay, sasabihin ko rin po sa inyo ni tatay. Aayusin ko po muna ang dapat. Nagpaalam akong lalabas kaya hinayaan niya ako. Nagsuot ako ng tsinelas habang naglalakad sa aming payapang lupain na nooy renta lang. Pero dahil sakita ko bilang doktor, sa mga tanim at alagang hayop na magulang ko at sa apartment sa bayan. Sa awa ng Diyos, nabili na namin. Gusto ko lakadagan ng kiwi. Meron kaya rito? Hello po, Mang Henyo. Ngisi kong kumakaway sa kasama ni tatay. Paniguradong galing sa pag-aani. Oh, Francesca, hello iha. Kamusta? Ang tatay mo ba? Opo. I smiled. Tsaka po pala, may nagbebenta po ba rito ng kiwi? Kiwi? His forehead creased. Yung sa sapatos? Ay, hindi po. Yung green na prutas. I explained at napaisip siya saglit at napatango. Oo. Naalala ko na yung prutas. Natawa siya. Bakit kasi kapangalan ng pangindab ng sapatos? Natawa rin ako sa naisip niya. Doon, Francesca. Itanong mo kay Rosing, may mga dalang prutas yun kanina. Pambenta sa mga nagsasaka, baka meron siya. I thanked him and left. Ang laki ng ngiti ko habang naglalakad sa medyo maputik na daan. Miss na miss kong probinsya. Pagkarating ko sa bungad, sa may pahingahan ng sakahan, halos mapatulan ako sa tuwa na makita ang mga pamilyar na mga kakilala. Madalas mga kachika bells ni nanay na matatanda rin. Francesca, ganda! They called happily and we all cheered and hugged each other. Nagkamustahan kami. Ang matatanda talaga masaya kausap. Sa bagay, wala din akong kaedaran ng mga kaibigan noon, kaya mga tropa ni nanay ang chismis ay tropa ko rin. Kiwi ba, iha? Agad akong naglaway nang ilahad sa akin ni Aning Rosing ang plastic. O ito, sakto at may 6 pang tira. Hayaan mo at pagkukuha ulit ako ng paninda, dadalhan kitang madami. Paborito mo? Opo. I smiled happily. Salamat po. Sila tatay po kaya? Nandoon sa sakahan. Patapos na ata't magagabi na. Puntahan mo na lang doon. Nandoon ang mga tropa mong sabongero. Kanina pa tanong ng tanong sa tatay mo at narinig na nakauwi kang araw. Matagal-tagal din ako nakipag-usap sa kanila. Ilang taon ko rin kasi silang di nakita dahil nasa Maynila nga ako. Di ko nga sigurado kung may nakakaalam dito. Naganap ko sa Maynila dahil sila nanay lang madalas kong bisitahin. Madalang lang din ako lumabas kapag nasa San Isidro kami dahil gusto namin ni Jericho noon sa bahay lang para mag-usap. I snapped my finger and almost slapped myself. Focus, Francesca. Nagtungo ako sa sakahan. Kagad kong nakita si tatay, namamanghay nga sa gilid. Ngumisi pa sa akin. Ang mga tropa kong sabongero nagsigawan pa na makita ko. Hala! Ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro nandito! Jojo exclaimed and I laughed. Even teased them by walking slowly and lifting my hand in the air to wave like a beauty queen. Nandito na ang reyna! Luhod! I exclaimed, and they jokingly knelt on the ground, making me laugh. Namiss ko kayo, I said merrily. Kamusta ng sabong business ninyo? Naku, muntik nang mahuli ng tanod. Benji said kaya't natawa na ako. Eh ayun, tropa pa rin tong si Jojo yung tanod, aba, sinama pa sa sabong. Nagkatawanan kami. Si tatay naman tumayo at tinawag pang pansin ko. Anak, uuna na muna ako sa bahay ha. Tulungan ko lang si Odessa. He said and glanced at the boys. Dito muna tong Francesca ko ha. Naku, alagaan nyo to. Kapag tos nasaktan nyo, papahabol ko kayo sa kalabaw kagaya niyan. Nguso niya kung saan kaya't wala sa sarili. Napabaling ako roon. Nalaglagan pa nga na makitang pamilyar na bultong papalapit. Dean Jericho is walking in our direction. His jaw clenching and his eyes are serious and honestly looking so annoyed. Uy, oo nga. Tawa ni Jojo. Opo, tay. Kwentuhan lang muna namin dito si Francesca na maganda. Takot lang namin mahabol ng kalabaw. Magaya pa ako dyan sa masungit. When tatay left, I was confused while looking at him seriously, fixing the rope. Hindi ba pinauwi ko na to? Bakit? Alam mo bang may partner ka na, Francesca? My eyes lined back to Benji when he spoke. Ha? Alam mo ba, may pageant dito sa San Isidro na nakaraang taon? Tawa niya. Lalaking version at alam mo sinong winner. Narinig ko ang tawanan ng mga lalaki nung ituro si Jojo. Sino pa ba? Eh ditong may crush na crush sa'yo, si Jojo Mayer, ang hari ng dinibdibang lupa na San Isidro. Napabunghalit ako ng tawa. Para kaming tangang nagtatawanan doon sa aliw kay Jojo na namumula na sa hiya. Halos sapakin pa si Benji na todo asar sa kanya. Single ka pa rin ba, Francesca? Aba, hayaan mong manligaw tong si Jojo na patay sa'yo. Alam mo bang inspired din makipagsabong para sa future ninyo? Doko, I exclaimed and laughed more. Sige na, Francesca. May ipagmamalaki na raw si Jojo at siya ng hari ng dinibdibang lupa. Biglang may malakas na bumagsak. Help me fix the carabaos. Nawala ang tawanan namin nang may malamig na nagsalita. Napakurap-kurap lang ako na makita si Jericho naroon at malamig na nakatingin sa mga lalaki. Mamaya na, Jericho, ani Jojo. Kinakausap pa namin si Francesca. There is no talking. I saw him moisten his lower lip. We have some work to do. The sun is setting. Di namin alam lahat paano magsasalita, lalo pa na maglakad si Jericho palapit sa pwesto namin. I was about to take a step back but it was too late. Akala ko dadaanan niya lang ako pero ang kamay niya pumunta sa may bewang sa tiyan ko. Napigil kong hininga nang maamoy pa rin ang pabango ni Jericho sa kabila ng pawis. Tumungo siya sa may tenga ko at parang kinilabutan ako. Sa sunod niyang sinabi, I will fix the carabaos first. Wait for me here, babe. He said and put some strands of my hair behind my hair before glancing at the boys followed his slice mark as he left. What the holy carabao was that? We were followed by an awkward silence. Nakanganga lang sa akin sila Jojo kaya umiling-iling ako. Ano mo? Baring ni Jojo roon. Parang nanuyo ang lalamunan ko. Umiling at di mahagilap ang boses. Ano? What now? Let's move. Jericho's voice roared kaya nagkukumahog ang lalaking tumulong doon sa kanya. Parang nag-jelly ang tuhod ko sa gulat. Napaupo ako sa upuan doon habang pinagmamasdan ang mga lalaking kinukuha ang mga kalabaw na ginamit sa pagsasaka. I opened my kiwi nervously, planning to distract myself by eating, pero isang kagat pa lang nahuli ng mata ko sa Jericho sa di kalayuan. His hair is messy. He was topless kaya't kitang-kita ko ang katawan niya at ang mga muscles sa braso. He is naked on top. Tanging maon na pang talon lang ang suot. Ang puting tuwala nakakasabit sa kanyang balikat. Behind him is the setting sun, and I realize his skin turned sun-kissed in just 2 weeks here, and it still looks damn good. He pulled the carabao. I saw his muscles flexed, kaya't napasubo ko ng kiwi. Parang sumarap yata lalo. Ang kiwi. Ang kiwi ang masarap, Francesca. Our eyes met. I saw him lick his lower lip and tilted his head to look at me. His jet black eyes mesmerizing. Sumubo akong muli ng kiwi pero biglang naluwa iyon nang matantong balat palang nakain ko. Santissima Francesca, gumising ka, hoy! I rolled my eyes at him. I caught him and his amused smile kaya't nagbaba ako ng tingin at halos lamunin ng lahat ng prutas sa plastic. Di ko rin alam bakit inantay ko si Jericho. Nagpaalam ang malalaking uuwi at saglit pa naligo si Jericho pero nandito pa rin ako. Para saan? Kakausapin ko lang siya tapos paalisin na San Isidro. Yun lang talaga. Oo nga kasi, boba. I screamed quietly and pulled my hair, even kicking my feet. Don't do that. Mabilis ako napasinghap nang may humawak sa kamay ko at sa pag-angat ko ng tingin nakita ko si Jericho. He is newly bathed. He's now wearing a simple cotton white shirt and khaki shorts, yet he still stands out. What are you doing here? I asked and stood. Kinuha ko ang kamay sa kanya at tumitig. I asked you to leave, right? Bakit nandito ka pa? Francesca. He sighed and licked his lip. Can we talk? I said no, okay? Irita ko nang sinabi. Wag pa ulit-ulit, Jericho, okay? Tinalikuran ko siya at nagmarcha paalis pero ramdam ko ang mabilis niyang pagsunod sa akin. Francesca? Umuwi ka na, Dean Jericho. Doktor ka, baka nakakalimutan mo. Hindi ka magsasaka at nagpapastol ng kalabaw? I am now. Biglang nasa tabi ko na siya at sumilip pa sa mukha ko. It's fun though. What? Iritado ko na siyang nilingon. Ayos ka lang ba? Baka may lumuwang tornilyo sa'yo at naisipan mong magtrabaho dito. Why not? I'm working to help my wife's family. He said, stopping me. Jericho, napag-usapan na natin to, di ba? Singhap ko. Tapos na tayo. Antay na lang natin ang proseso ng divorce. I did not file it. He shrugged. What? Parang lumabas na yung lalamunan ko sa sigaw na yon. Why would I? He asked. I am not agreeing to this divorce. This is what you want, Dean Jericho? I hissed and walked out but he followed me again. No, this isn't. Ano ya, kaya kumunot ang noo ko. Bubulyawan na sana siya pero muntik na akong dumalas. Akala ko matutumba na ako. Pero mabilis si Jericho para mahawakan ako. Oh God! I gasped and pulled his shirt. Umikot naman ang kamay niya sa bewang ko at inalalayan ako patayo. Careful, Francesca, he scolded. Paano kapag nadulas ka dyan? Tss! I rolled my eyes and pushed him after. Nagmarcha ako paalis pero di talaga siya papatalo. Kausapin mo naman ako, he said in a gentle voice. Maawa ka naman. Palaboy ka ba? I hissed and glared at his way and I caught how his eyes widened. What? Palaboy? Me? He pointed himself. I am not. Kwento mo sa kuliglig. I hissed and walked but he stayed quiet for a while and spoke. And maybe I am? He asked at sumulyap ako sa kanyang iritado. Ano? Palaboy nga siguro ako. He shrugged and I was startled when he lowered his face and stared at me intently. You are my home, babe, but I lost you. Now that you're gone, I am lost. Palaboy-laboy lang sa tabi hanggang kunin mo na pa uwi. My heart pounded but I showed him a mocking face. Ay, sorry, Mr. Falcon. Di ako nagtatrabaho sa child services. At saka ako ikaw lang din. Yung bata nga ampunin ay salamat na lang sa lahat. Ngisi ko. Francesca? He groaned. I am trying to be cute here. Gago. Di ako kikiligin sa yung batang palaboy na hamog. I hissed and walked away but he followed me again. Sunod ka ng sunod. Wala akong mabibigay na pagkain. Ang sungit mo naman, miss. He said kaya tumigil na ako sa paglalakad. His forehead creased and I sighed and checked my small purse. Francesca, talk to me. Sinilip ni Jericho ako. Francesca, babe ko. Francesca kong mahal. Oh, mahirap ko na siyang inabot ang palad niya bago naglagay doon. O Totoy, wag ka na sad. Ito piso, bili ka ng kausap mo. I smiled sweetly at him and flipped my hair on his face before running away like a freak. What? He glanced at his palm. What am I doing to do with this? I am annoyed. Oh, Francesca, ang aga-aga nakabusangot ko dyang bata ka. Ano nangyari? Ani nanay pagkakita pa lamang sa akin. Di ako sumagot. Kinagat ko na lang ang pandesal na mainit-init pa at mas sumaba ang nguso. Hoy, Francesca, she called again. Ano nangyarit mas madilim pa sa langit ng San Isidro yung mukha mo? Nanay, wala na akong kiwi, I said in a small voice, and she stared at me for a while, as if she could not believe it, and then laughed. Oh, ano naman? Meron naman siguro sa bayan. She asked, and I shook my head after sighing heavily. Wala na raw, sabi ni Aling Rosing. Malungkot kong sabi. Nanay, parang mamamatay na ako sa lungkot. I touched my chest and gave her a sad look. Kadramahan nga naman ang anak ko. She uttered and chuckled. Magkakaroon din yan. Huwag kang mag-alala. Baka nawala ng stock kasi pinapatos mong lahat. Nay, one day na wala akong kiwi. Gusto ko na... Ano bang nangyayari sa'yo at naaadik ka niyan, ha? She asked. Kahapon nakita kita lumalantak ng chocolate. Naubos mo yata isang pack ng kisses, ano? Natahimik ako at napaisip bago tumango. Substitute kasi yon, nanay. I sighed. Kapag walang kiwi, gusto ko chocolate. Pero medyo nagsasawa na ako eh. Gusto ko na ulit ng kiwi. Ano ba sabi ni Rosing? She asked. Baka next week pa rin magkaroon. Malungkot kong sabi. Yung may available daw na kiwi sa kabilang bayan pa. 3 oras ang biyahe kaya di sila makapunta kaagad. Ah, she nodded. Antay mo na lang. Kaya mo naman sigurong pigilan yung katakawan mo. Nanay? I glared at her at tinawanan lamang ako. Bakit mo ko inaaway palagi? Kasi ang tahimik ko minsan. Kaya inaaway kita para magdaldal ka. Ayos ka lang ba talaga? She asked me. Hanggang ngayon wala pa rin kaming ideya ng tatay mo. At ganun kayo ng asawa mo. Hindi kita pinipilit magsabi, Francesca, pero isipin mo rin ang sarili mo. Kapag itinatago yan, mas lumalalim ang sakit. Mas mahihirapan ka makabangon. Nay, sa sinabi niya parang may humaplos sa puso ko. Nandito lang naman ako, Francesca. Alam ko madalas tayong nalolokohan pero seryoso ako makikinig, naiintindihan mo? She tapped my hand kaya ngumiti ako. Si Jericho, nakikita ko seryosong pagsuyo sa'yo. Kinausap ko na yan noong nakaraan at umuwi na lang. Ayaw mo siyang kausapin pero sabi niya ayos lang daw. Aantayin ka raw niya at di guguluhin. Gusto niya raw tumulong doon sa sakahan natin? Nanay, kapag kunwari sinabi ko siyang maghihiwalay kami, ayos lang ba? Kitang-kita ko ang gulat sa kanyang mga mata. Ang sakit ay namuo kaya't naparunok ako. Kunwari lang. I trailed off, thinking of more ways to tell them the truth of us separating. Masakit, syempre. She lowered her head. Para naging anak na rin namin yung sa Jericho. Sa tagal ng relasyon ninyong dalawa, nanay ako at may asawa rin. Nakikita ko rin maayos ang batang yun at ramdam ko, mahal na mahal ka. Pero ano bang magagawa ko kung ayaw mo na? Sumikip ang dibdib ko at mas sumigpit ang hawak sa kanyang kamay. Ano ba talagang nangyari, Francesca? Baka naman makatulong ako. Nangaliwa ba yan? Kung oo, sinasabi ko sa'yo, hiwalayan mo na. Di naman, Nay. I shook my hand. Remember when he had his amnesia? The moment he woke up. Hindi ko lang po sinasabi pero nawala po ako sa kanyang alaala ng tuluyan, as in, wala. The woman he remembered he had a relationship with was his ex years ago. Nakita ko bumilog ang bibig niya. Ano? Bakit di mo sinasabi yan, Francesca? Ano nangyari? Sumama siya doon sa babae tapos iniwan ka? Hindi po, iling ko. Noong una hindi niya ako makilala. He thought he still have a relationship with that woman and he pushed me away. I ended up telling the whole story to my mother and felt great after seeing her listening intently. Natatawa pa ako sa side comments niya pero alam ko rin seryoso siya sa mga sinasabi. When Stacy died, napagod na lang ako, nanay. Kaya pumirma na rin ako tapos ayoko, nanay. Tumayo ang nanay. Di alam ang gagawin ng una pero parang may humaplos sa puso ko nung tumabi siya sa akin at niyakap ako. I closed my eyes tightly. Mahigpit kong niyakap bago sumiksik sa kanyang leeg. Dinadama ang init niyang nagiging kalma ko. Naiintindihan kita, anak. Bulong niya. Maski ang kalabaw pag napapagod tumitigil, ikaw pa kayang reyna ng diribdibang lupa? Nanay nga, kumpara ba naman ako sa kalabaw? Natawa ako habang umiiyak at narinig kong mahina niyang tawa. Hinaplos ang likod ko. Basta, naiintindihan kita. Ako man disappointed kay Jericho pero totoo lang, naiintindihan ko rin siya. Kayong dalawa naiintindihan ko. Doon ko siya hinarap at gumiti siya sa akin. Ang daliri pinunas niya sa pisngi ko para tanggalin ang mga luha doon. Wala akong kinakampihan, ha. Mahal ko kayong dalawa bilang mga anak ko. May dahilan ka at valid yon, Francesca. Ayos lang na mapagod ka. Sa kabila no, naiintindihan ko rin si Jericho. Walang maalala yung tao. Ang sabi mo nga, ang relasyon niya noon, di naging maganda kaya marahil naging gano'n ang ugali niya. Ang sabi mo, sumubo kayong dalawa, naayusin at ang akala mo yun. Pero wala pala. I nodded at her. Naitanong mo ba sa kanya kung bakit di siya nakapunta? She asked and I shook my head. Gusto kong malaman, nanay, kaso natakot din akong masaktan muli. Pinilit siya ni Vanessa kesa sa akin. Kung kailan ko siya, wala siya. Suminghot ako. Naintindihan ko, anak. Huwag ka nang umiyak. She said gently and dried my tears again. Pero kapag handa ka na, sumubok kang pakinggan man lamang ang paliwanag ng tao. Hindi kita pinipilit ha, pero bilang nanay mo, sana mabuksan mong isipan mo para man lang makinig. Paano kung ganun nga, nay? Tapos masaktan lamang ako. Nandito kami ni tatay mo. Poprotektahan ka namin sa lahat, Francesca. Pagkatapos mong pakinggan siya kahit anong desisyon mo, ayos na kami ng tatay mo, ha? Opo, wag mo po munang sabihin kay tatay, ha? Bulong ko at muli siyang niyakap. Oo, pero mahirap masaktan, iha. Naramdaman mo ang pakiramdam na yon kaya... She said those words and I know it meant something else. I'm having self-pity after that breakfast dahil lamang lang akong kiwi na makain. I finished half of my pack sa chocolates ko at naisip ko na naman tataba ako kaya ang lungkot-lungkot lalo. Gusto ko ng kiwi. Bulong ko sa hangin. Bagsak ang balikat. Baba ang... Nang tawagin na ako ni nanay para maghatid ng tanghalian na mga magsasaka sa bukid. Wala si tatay ngayon. Nasa bayan. Para mag-asikaso ng mga ani dahil supplier kami sa malalaking palengke sa kalapit. Ayos lang ba ikaw, Francesca? She asked and I nodded. Ayos lang, nay. Wala naman akong ginagawa. I said and took the plastic bag she gave me for the foods. Talaga? She glanced at me sideways. Nandun si... She even wiggled her brows. Duh! Ako pa ba magpapa-apekto? I playfully flipped my hair and she laughed at me. Asus, Francesca? Patay na patay ka nga roon? She even teased. Not anymore, nanay, I said confidently. Hindi ako kagaya mo na rumurupok ng mabilis kapag tinawag ka ni tatay na Odessa niyang mahal. Francesca? Bumasangot na siya at namula kaya humagal pa akong umalis doon habang kumakaway pa sa iritado kong nanay. I felt like I'm having severe mood swings and it's irritating. Malaki ang ngiti ko habang pupunta ng sakahan pero yun na lang ang busangot ko na makita ang mga dalagita na sasabak ngayong taon sa Miss Dinibdibang Lupa ng San Isidro ay naririto para mag-photoshoot. Seryoso ba? Sa palayan ba talaga? Anong ginagawa nila dito? Magsuswimming sa basakan? Oh, Francesca, ito na palang candidates natin ngayong taon. Masayang pakilala ni Benji sa ilang dalagita roon na nandito. Ang iba ay nandun sa may bench at may pinipicturean sa malayo, kaya sinundan ko yon ng tingin. Mas kumunot ang noo ko, lalo nang makita si Jericho na feel ang paghina ng kalabaw niya. Walang damit pang itaas, pawisan na dahil sa init ng araw. Excuse me, bakit kayo nakahubad dyan? I exclaimed and the man working there stopped from working. Nakita ko ang pagbaling sa akin ni Jericho. Gulat pa ang mata niya pero napatitig sa akin, kaya dali-dali ako nag-iwas. Bakit, Francesca? Ani Jojo, na kumaway pa sa akin. Magbihis kayo. I raised my voice. May mga dalagida rito at nakahubad kayo dyan? Napakainit pa ng panahon. Oh, bakit? Ani Jojo na natawa pa. Okay lang naman sa kanilang may mga macho rito nagsasaka. Diba, girls? He even jokingly raised his arms, earning cheers from the girls kaya sumimangot na ako. Diba, Francesca? Tawa ni Benji. At saka, crush nila yon si paring Jericho. Turo ni Benji kay Jericho na nakatitig pa rin sa akin. Ano? Kumunot ang noo ko. Bigyan namin ng chick si paring Jericho. Baka kulang sa kiss kaya masungit. Vegetarian sa Jericho. I cannot help it when my voice raised. Di siya kumakain ng manok. Natahimik silang lahat. Napalunok ako at mabilis nilingon si Jericho at nakita siya inaabot na ang shirts niya. Ano? Really? I don't like chicken much but I do eat some piggy. He glanced my way. Those with bangs, specifically? What the... but hoy, kakain na ng tanghalian. I cut everyone off. Girls, sige na. Sumabak na kayo dyan sa picture sa putik. Good luck! Galingan nyo tapos sakay kayo sa kalabaw mamaya. Pwede bang yung humihila na lang sa kalabawang sakyan, Miss Francesca? Biro nung isa sabay sulyap sa putikang sa Jericho kaya tinaasan ko siya ng kilay. Baka gusto mo ikaw ang gawin kong kalabaw. Sapakan. Francesca, nandito na si Aling Rosing. Nawala ang inis ko. Kaagad nagliwanag ang mata ko nang marinig iyon. Nakangising tumakbo pa para salubungin siya. Kiwi? Baka may kiwi pero sinalubong ako ng bad news. Walang kiwi kaya ang haba ng uso ko habang inaayos ang pagkain ng mga trabahador namin para sa lunch. Oh, ba't malungkot ang maganda naming Francesca? Ani Jojo pagkarating at napansin yata akong tahimik. Ha? I smiled. Wala naman. Sige, kain na muna kayo. Tawagin mo rin si Benji. Kanina pa yung nag-aasikaso sa mga babae kahit di naman siya staff. Nagtawanan sila. Alam mo na, kapag may maganda talagang nandun yan. Ako nga rin kapag may maganda nandun ako kaya ayun, nandito ako. Baling sa akin ni Jojo kaya naghiyawan sila at nailing ako. Si Jojo talaga tawa ko. Saglit sumulyap sa gilid na makitang papalapit sa Jericho. Nakakalinis lang ng putik at bagong damit. Bakit kasi di mo nalang hayaang maligaw yang si Jojo sa'yo, Francesca? Anila. Crush na crush ka niya, no? May boyfriend ka ba? Wala po. Tawa ko at umiling. Pilit umiiwas sa usapan dahil kunot ng loob ni Jericho na magpunta sa may gilid ko. O baka naman asawa. Biro pa nila kaya napatikim ako. Ramdam na ramdam ang presensya sa tabi ko kaya't mabilis akong umiling. Wala po akong asawa. I said and gave them a fake smile. I can feel the stares beside me but I did not look at him. Tumulong ako sa pagbibigay ng mga platos sa mga lalaki at sa pagsulap ko kay Jericho tahimik lang siya pero may hindi ako mapangalan ng emosyon sa mata niya. The ladies joined us after a while. I sat beside Aling Rosing while watching them eat and saw some girls flocking around Jericho, trying to talk to him but he's just his usual self, quiet and composed. They even tried teasing him but he'd only shake his head. Ang choosy ni paring Jericho? Ayan si Luningning. Mabait yan at maalaga. Oo nga, Pogi. One of the candidates, Luningning smiled at him. Bago lang kita nakita rito Ikaw pa pinaka-Pogi? Ani na mapang-asar at naghiyawan na naman sila. Not interested, miss. Sorry. Jericho answered in his cold voice but the lady chuckled. Ang lamig mo naman masyado, Jericho. Bakit may girlfriend ka na ba? Di naman malaman kung I have a wife, miss. He said and raised his hand to show her his ring, making my heart pound. I am married and I am in love with her. So please stop this, it's annoying. Mabilis akong bumaling sa baso ko. Nanginig pa ang kamay ko nang abutin yon at mabilis ininom para ikalma ang puso. Mabilis naman silang lahat naka-move on doon. Ang ibang lalaki yung binibiro ni Luningning, kaya parang wala lang sa kanila iyon. Jericho remained quiet. Ni hindi lilingon ng mga dalagang kinakausap siya. Seryoso lang sa pagkain. I couldn't believe I'm seeing him like this. He's always formal before, wearing his coat, dress shirt, and his doctor's coat. Palaging malinis at maayos pero ngayon, naka-shirt lang, maong at tsinelas. Magulo pa ang buhok at may bakas ng putik ang mga paa. Medyo naging moreno dahil sa pagbibilad sa araw. Hayaan mo, Francesca. Mga next week talagang hahanapan kita ng kiwi sa kabilang bayan. Ani Aling Rosing kaya napabaling ako sa kanya. Wala na raw po ba talaga sa bayan? I asked sadly. Obos na? Oo, iha. She sighed. Naghanap ako kaso wala talaga Kami ni Henyo next week na makakadayo roon para kumuha ng supply. Bakit, Rosing? Naghahanap si Francesca? Ani Manong Henyo na naupo sa tabi ng asawa. Oo, nahihilig tong bata sa kiwi. Aniya kaya natawa na ako. Lalo pa nang balingan ako ni Manong Henyo. Kung malapit lang kabilang bayan, talagang kukunan kita, iha. Kaso 3 oras ang biyahe kaya sa sunod na linggo pa kami makakadayo ni Odessa. Okay lang po. Salamat po. Nakaka-excite naman tuloy kumain. Muli akong bumaling sa harapan. Nahuli ang mga mata ni Jerichong nakatingin sa akin. Kumulot ang noo ko at di nagsasalita. Tahimik na nagbaba ng tingin para pakailaman ng mangga na naroon sa tapat. Nawiwili sa lasa dahil sobrang asim. Umalis si Aling Rosing kasama mga modelo pagkatapos ng lunch para manood ng photoshoot. Ang mga lalaki na una sa sakahan, kaya naiwan ako ron para magligpit ng mga pinggan. Ayos lang naman, pero di ayos sa makitang nanatili doon sa Jericho at tumayo pa para tumulong. Ayos lang ako na, I said, but he did not answer me. Kinuha ni Jericho ang mga balat ng mangga na naubos ko at nilagay yon sa plastic. I saw the utensils. Inabot ko yon para kunin pero saktong inabot niya rin yon, kaya nagdikit ang kamay namin. I swear I felt how the electricity from his hand traveled to mine. Mabilis ako nag-angat ng tingin. Nakitang malalim niya ring tingin sa akin. My heart pounded harshly again and I panicked. Mabilis ko hinila ang kamay ko sa kanya at nag-iwas. Sorry, I uttered lowly and proceeded to fixing the table. Have you eaten yet? Hearing it, I lifted my head and saw him staring at me. I didn't saw you eating. Yung mangga lang kinain mo? I am full, I said. Nakakabusog din ng mangga? Maasim yun, Francesca. You finished 3 pieces. Your stomach might hurt. Ayos nga lang, I sighed. Kaya kong sarili ko, Jericho. Bakit nandito ka pa rin ba? Hindi ba pinapauwi na kita? Nandito ang inuuwian ko, he said. What? How would I go home if she's here, right? He asked and I sighed and shook my head. Jericho, please. Tama na to? I said. Hindi ka pa ba napapagod? I am not, he said. I understand you're already tired of me, kaya ako naman ang lalaban. Natulala ako sa kanya doon. You worked hard for this relationship not to fall apart, so it's my time to work for it now. Kung kailangan kong magpahabol sa kalabaw, kung kailangan kong magising na madaling araw para magbilad sa initan, then I will do it wholeheartedly. Jericho, I called. I will do whatever it takes to show you that this is still me, your husband. He moistened his lips. I still cannot remember it all, but I know in my heart it's you, Francesca. It is always you. You're not my husband anymore, Jericho. Mahinang sabi ko. Just process the divorce and I may not be your husband, but you are still my wife. He took the plastic from my hand. Alam ko pagod ka na, kaya ako naman ngayon, Francesca. I will accept everything, just so you could hold me again, just so I could come back home to you. Hindi ako umimik. Tumabi si Jericho sa pwesto ko para tapusin ang nasimulan at nanatili lang akong nakatitig sa kanya. Ang hapde sa dibdib, bumalik na naman. Eksperto niyang nilinis ng madalian ang mga naiwan na kalat. Parang lutang naman, akong nakatitig lang sa kanya, kaya pagangat niya ng ulo ay nakabangga ang katawan namin. Natulos ako sa kinatatayuan. Gusto mo ng kiwi? He asked and my eyes widened in shock. Ha? Inangat niya ang kamay niya. Napapikit ako ng saglit, nasuklay niya ng bangs ko gamit ang daliri niya, bago kinuha ang karat ng buhok sa pisngi ko, para ipitin yon sa likod ng tenga ko. When was the last time you had your period? He asked, kaya mabilis akong napamulagan. Ano? Bakit mo naman? He stared at my eyes. Kililabutan ako nang bumaba ang kamay ni Jericho sa braso ko at sa bewang ko. Pumipirme doon. When was the last time you had your period, babe? He asked again, kaya't gumuso ako. Natigilan habang nag-iisip, pero mabilis din akong bumaling sa kanya. Last week lang, bakit? Iritadong sabi ko na. Kunwari seryoso para lang matanggal ang kamay niya sa bewang ko. Mood swings, he uttered and tried holding me, pero umatras na naman ako. You liked kiwi and chocolates? Are you saying that I'm freaking pregnant? His brow raised. I saw him moisten his lower lip and glance at my stomach. If I have my things here, I will probably do an ultrasound. Excuse me, I just had my periods last week. I don't know, I cannot say now. You're not my piglet if you won't eat foods that much. Aba, ang kapal mo. Suminghap ako at kumunot ang noo, pero tumaas ng sulok ng labi niya at inabot ang kamay ko. Kidding, you sit here like a queen. Mag-ani muna ako ng palay para may kainin ng mahal kong asawa. He said and took something from his pocket. Nagulat ako paglabas ng kamay niya, may hawak siyang chocolate bar doon. What am I gonna do with this? Eat it? He asked as a matter of fact, kaya umirap na ako. Malamang, I frowned. I mean, bakit mo ako binibigyan nito? Para saan? Do I know you, sir? Wala akong kilalang batang hamog na palaboy, Totoy. Palaboy nga lang ako, kasi hindi mo pa ako kinukuha pa uwi. Sagot pa ng gago. Kumunot ang noo ko nang bahagya pa siyang dumukwang sa may gilid at inuli ang kamay ko. Jericho! I groaned. Ano bang ang sungit naman na mahal ko? Bulong ni Jericho habang unti-unti humahalik sa likod ng palad ko habang nakatitig sa aking mga mata. Dahil may lamesa sa tapat, di niya nakikita ang mga tao sa kabila kaya ang lakas ng loob. Dean Jericho! I pulled my hand from him. Sabing bitiwan ako eh. You are so cold. I'm shivering. He even faked a shiver at napatawa pa ang gago noong sipain ko na. Isa. Sinabing umalis ka dyan? I hissed. You are annoying, Jericho. Nakakairita yung mukha mo. Ayaw ko sa makulit at maingay. Miss Yellow? He chuckled kaya naman mas nangunot ang noo ko. Ano? Guess we switched now. The roles, huh? He brushed my fingers with his thumb. Miss Elsa, I'm Olaf and I like warm hugs. He said in a small teasing tone. Gago, di mo ako mautos sa ganyan mo, Din Jericho. Lumayas ka nga rito, bago pa kita makutusan. I just want to hug. He said and moved his body closer. Just quick. You're annoying, shut it. Francesca, lalayas ka o ipapahila kita sa kalabaw. Irita kong sabi. Naiinis na naman sa mukha niya, kaya natawa siya bago tumayo at ginulo ang buhok ko. Francesca? Oh, nadadarang kong tanong. Do you wanna build a snowman? I showed him my poker face. Inabot ang tsinelas ko. Inambahan siya nga hampasin kaya natawa na siyang umatras. Okay, fine. He even teased playfully with a tone kaya tumayo ako at nag-init ang pisngi. Ikaw, banta ko pa. The cold never bothered me anyway. He smirked at doon ko na inihagis ang tsinelas pero hindi siya tinamaan. Natatawa pa habang papalayo. Mukhang masayang kinuha ang kalabaw niya. Pero sa sobrang saya, minalas. I saw how he pulled the carabao but it got stuck, causing him to lose his balance at wala nang mas lalakas pa ang tawa ko nang tuluyan siyang madapa sa putikan. Itim na itim ang buong katawan. Kago ka ha? Buti nga. Bleh. I screamed and laughed, sticking my tongue out to tease him when he glared at me. Medyo gabi na makauwi ako dahil nalibang. Kumaway para magpaalam pa sa kanila na may umagaw sa hawak kong plastic. Tumulong ako sa pag-aasikaso ng mga modelo roon na nagsushoot na para sa pictures nila. Ang balita ko 1 linggo pagkatapos ng mga girls, boys edition naman. Medyo nahihirapan din sila dahil konti lang sumali sa mga lalaki kaya magre-recruit pa. What? Malamig kong tanong na makitang si Jericho na naman iyon. He's wearing a black shirt and jacket. Fresh na fresh pa dahil bagong paligo. Kala mo nun di sumusubusob sa putikan kanina eh. You are so cold. He smiled upon looking at me. What happened to my smiling Francesca? Wala, deads na. Ngiwi ko at inagaw ang plastic sa kanya. Bakit ka ba sunod ng sunod? Uuwi na ako, hindi mo na kailangan. Iyahatid lang kita. Humawak si Jericho sa braso ko. Nagitla ng pagpalitan niya ang peso namin. Akala ko kung ano lang, pero natanto ko na may tricycle palang dumaraan. Kaya ko mag-isa. Paliwanag ko. Ayos lang. Bakit kita hayang umuwi mag-isa kung nandito naman ako? He asked kaya't sinulipan ko na siya. Taking you home won't harm and I wanted to see you home safe. What would you actually get from coming here? Mahinang sabi ko tumawak sa braso. Tumama pa sa balat ng malamig na hangin. My wife? Napasulyap ako sa kanya na nakatitig sa akin. Hopefully, humugot ako ng malalim na hininga. Ayaw niya na sa'yo eh. Paano yun? I saw him stared at me. Humawak sa braso ko at natigil pa nang patigilin niya ako sa paglalakad. I saw him remove his jacket before placing it on my shoulder. I understand. After I hurt her, who would even take someone like me back? Mahal na mahal ako nun tapos nasasaktan ko siya, but I won't give up on her. She did our best to save our marriage, so I'm doing the same thing. Giving up, it's easier. It's not like you could fix it. Maybe you are not really doing the same thing. Giving up is easier. Maybe you are not really destined. Maybe you two are not fated to be together. He shrugged, his forehead creasing. It was easier to just give up, but my wife did, and why would I? Madaling sumuko pero hindi ko susukuan ang asawa ko. Kahit na malugmok pa ako. Kahit madurog pa ng paulit-ulit, wala akong pakialam. Gusto ko lang na makauwi sa kanya. A tear fell, kaya dali-dali ako nag-iwas. Naglakad ako pauna sa kanya, pero agad ni Jericho akong naabutan. Nang humawak siya sa pulsuhan ko, kagad ko yung iwinakse paalis. Don't touch me, mariing sabi ko. Francesca, he called again. I love you. Process the divorce, Jericho. Sinilyapan ko na siya. Di na maitatago pa mga luha. I love you. Bulong niya at muling inabot ang kamay ko. Mahal na mahal kita. Pinikit ko ang mata at mas sumikip ang dibdib niya nang may maalala. Why did you tell Vanessa those words? My voice trembled. Bakit mo sinabi sa kanya yon? Mahal mo ba siya? No. He shook his head. The tears on his eyes are now back, begging me to listen. It was such an asshole move. Then why? Halos bulong na yon. Bakit di mo ako pinuntahan? Kailangan kita, Jericho. Hey, he held my wrist tighter. Ang isang kamay inabot na ang pisngi ko. When I woke up, I kept on looking at you, and I saw you staring at me in your eyes. I know there's something in it. Di ako umimik at mas tumungo, pero muli niya akong hinawakan para matingnan siya. I still didn't know that you are my wife. Francesca, I've been asking you. You asked me what if you're my wife, but I don't believe it. I tried masking those weird feelings because I thought it's still Sam. I wanted to know why I'm feeling that way for you. I wanted to know if you liked me, at least. I thought it was wrong because Sam is my girlfriend, that's what I know, but I was curious of you. Gusto kong malaman kung bakit ganun ang tingin mo sa akin. Kung bakit mo ko inalagaan, kung bakit nandun ka. Tama na. Iling ko at sumubok umalis pero muli niya akong hinawakan pabalik. You have this effect on me, Francesca. He reached for my hand and placed it on his chest, making me feel his beating heart. You make my heart this way, fast whenever I see you. I wanted to see you if you really liked me, so I said those words to her. For what? To see if you're hurting. Bulong ni Jericho at tumungo, kaya mas nahulog pa ang luha ko. Let me go. Bulong ko at tinila ang kamay ko sa kanya. Your reason is bullshit. Nararamdaman ko, Francesca, please. Mahal kita. I was confused feeling that way to you when I saw you the first time again, and I'm sorry. I was an asshole to even try that trick just to see if you're really into me. I'm nagsiselos sa mga lalaking nakapaligid sa'yo kaya ayokong maniwala. Tama na yan, Jericho. Mahina pang sabi ko at tinawi na mga luha. I understand you. Francesca? He shook his head harshly. We might have fixed it, but it will still end up like this one way or another. I lifted my head to look at him. Just process the divorce papers, please. Ayoko na. Tumalikod ako at mas bililisan ang paglalakad. I can hear his desperate voice calling me, but I don't look at him. Tuloy-tuloy ang lakad ko hanggang sa matanaw ng bahay, pero naabutan niya na ako bago pa man makapasok. Francesca? He called and softly pulled me. Na magtagpo ang mga mata namin, kita ko ng hilam ng luha. Ang kanya, kagaya ng akin. It was soft, longing and filled with regrets and sadness. My heart squeezed, as if it would be too hard to breathe normally again. Please, I whispered, just process the divorce. Ayoko na. Itigil na lang natin to. Is this really what you want? The pain in this broken voice is obvious and it pained me more as I nod my head. Yes. Mahinang sagot ko, tinitigan ng mga mata niya. I want you gone. Please let me go. Umalis ka na. One by one, tears fell on his cheek and I looked down. Unti-unti kinalas ko ang daliri ni Jericho na nakahawak sa pulsuhan ko at tumalikod. Di na lumingon pa sa kanya. It was harder to sleep that night. Pabiling-biling ako sa higaan. Malalim ang iniisip hanggang napagod na lang at nakatulog nang sumapit ng madaling araw. I woke up off the weather. I feel sick and even vomited. Francesca's POV. Masakit ang ulo ko na bumaba at naabutan ng mga magulang na inaantay ako. Oh, Francesca, ayos ka lang? Ani tatay kaya tumaw ako at tahimik na nagtungong kusina pero natigilan na makitang dalawang malalaking plastic. My forehead crazed. I took one and opened it only to get shocked. There were kiwis inside. Galing yan kay Jericho, anak. Ani nanay kaya natigilan ako at nilingon siya. Bakit po? Nakita namin sa labas, anak. Ani tatay. Mukhang kaninang madaling araw pa yan. Tingnan mo at mukhang may sulat. I immediately opened the other plastic and saw a folded paper. Kagad ko yung kinuha para basahin at ayoko mang maramdaman sumikip ang dibdib ko. To my Francesca, "Hi babe, binilan kita ng kiwis kagabi. Pasensya na kung ganun lang kasi wala na silang stocks. Don't worry." Kinausap ko ang may-ari at tinanong kung pwede ka ba nilang bigyan ng supply every week para makakain ka at pumayag naman sila. Maaari kang maghintay lamang doon bawat linggo para sa iyong kiwi. Anyway, I'm so sorry kung hindi ako nakapagpaalam sa iyo. Pupunta na ako ngayon sa Manila para iproseso ang divorce papers natin. Ikinalulungkot kong pagpigil sa iyong iproseso ito. Huwag kang mag-alala. Sasabihin sa iyo ng iyong abogado ang tungkol sa proseso at mga update. Mahal kita, Francesca. I may be an asshole, pero alam ko na ngayon kung ba't kita pinakasalan. It was because you are amazing, beautiful, and I am in love with you so much. Di ako si Jerry kung maingay at bastos. Kung wala ang Francesca ko, you will always be the only woman I would love this much. Eat well, my babe piglet. I hope you won't lose your smile again because of me. No matter what, you will always be my wife. I will always be your Mr. Yellow. Francesca ko, sa'yo lang ako palagi. Sayong-sayo lang. Mahal kita, sobra. Sincerely yours, Jericho ni Francesca. Bumagsak ako sa upuan, napatungo. This is what I like. This is what you want, Francesca. It was hard but I know this is what I wanted to do. Nasasaktan ako dahil nasanay na akong nandyan palagi si Jericho. Kaya ngayon naninibago ako. Pero kahit mahirap, unti-unti rin akong nasasanay. From Attorney Sandejas. Greetings, Miss Karingal. I just wanted to inform you about the divorce updates. I will send it in the email you provided. Thank you. Napatitig ako sa kiwi na kinakain. 2 linggo na nakakaraan nung umalis si Jericho at eto ko ngayon tulala at tahimik na kumakain. Kain naman natin to, baby, di ba? Bulong ko at saglit pang humaplos sa tiyan ko. Nahulog ang luha ko at pinikit ang mata. Sumasandal ako sa upuan namin at muling hinaplos ang tiyan ko. Muling sumagi sa isipan ko kung paano ko nalamang buntis ako 3 araw na nakakaraan. I noticed I was moody and emotional. Mabilis akong mairita at kung ano-anong pagkain ang hinahanap. I am vomiting for some mornings, but it was not regularly kaya nung una, akala ko wala lang. Pero nang mapansin grabe ang bilis kong magalit, kinabahan na ako. I took pregnancy test, 5 to be exact, and found out I am indeed pregnant. Agad akong bumisita ng OB, sa kalapit at na lamang mahigit 2 buwan na akong buntis. Kaya naman pala, bulong ko at bahagyang ngumiti. Of course, kakayanin ni Mama Francesca para kay baby. Oh Francesca, may bisita ka. Mabilis kong hinawi ang luha at umayos ng tayo para sumilip at nakita ang head ng barangay ng San Isidro. Niyaya ko kung pwede ba ako maging hurado sa contest. Sino ba naman ako para tumanggi? Former reyna ng dibdibang lupa, kaya't sobrang privilege nila para mapapayag ako. I laughed and shook my head. Pero totoo naman, marami nang naging bagong reyna pero ako ang hindi makakalimutan. Paano man naman kasi, todo aurahan ako noon. English spokening na buong contest para magpapansin sa judge. Kaya yon, sa sobrang papansin ko, hindi nila ako nakalimutan. Thank you for coming, Doktora Karingal. Bati sa akin ang captain sa barangay namin habang nakikipagkamay. Walang anuman po, Cap. It is such an honor. I smiled. Oh, nasa na ang upuang maganda? Ibigay yan sa reyna ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro? Sigaw pa niya at tatawa ako na nagkukumahog ang mga kasama namin doon para bigyan ako ng upuan sa may table ng judges. Last week, I was a guest para sa Miss Dinibdibang Lupa, kaya ngayon, dito sa mga lalaki, judge ako at naniniwala silang maganda raw ang paningin ko at tama sila dyan. When the introduction number from a dance troupe was finished, I was thrilled and excited. Nagtawag ng host ng mga contestants at ang dadaming gwapo, kaya napapatango ako. Sinong bet mo sa kanila, Madam Francesca? My gay co-judge asked kaya't napaisip ako. Wala pa eh. Paano, sa mukha? May bet ka na bang pinakagwapo? She asked kaya't sumulyap ako sa 5 candidate na nauna nang lumabas at medyo napailing. Wala pa eh. Di ko pa sure. Mamaya antayin ko pa kapag lalabas ng lahat. I said. Aba, iba talagang mapanuring mata ni Madam Francesca. Kalabit sa akin ng isa. Sanay na bang makakita ng super gwapo sa Maynila? Immune na sa gwapo to. Turo ko sa mata kaya nagkatawanan kami. For our next candidate, the host announced and checked his notes. Inabot kong iced tea ko doon bago sumimsim habang nakikinig at nanonood. Naniniwala siya sa kasabihan, Ang estudyanteng hindi makapag-aral, multiple choice ang inaabangan. Please welcome ang hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro, candidate number 6, Dean Jericho Falcon. Saktong lumabas ton sa stage, ang nakabusangot na si Jericho at sa gulat na ibog ako bang iniinom. Panaginip ba to? Sabihin niyo, panaginip lang to, di ba? Halos alugin na ako ng katabi ko sa kilig niya para kay Jericho, samantalang ako tulala lang, wala sa sarili sa nakikita. He is wearing the pageant black shirt with the words, Hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro, ang maong pants while walking. Napakurap-kurap pa ako dahil mas lumakas ang sigawan, lalo na mga dalagita sa nakikitang kagwapuhan sa harapan nila. Mukha si Jerichong napipilitan, masama ang loob, nakabusangot pa. A typical Jericho Falcon reaction, but he still looks good on his cold eyes and timid smile. Diyos ko, ano nangyari sa lalaking to? Ayan, gwapo na sa'yo? Bulong sa akin ng katabi, na hindi napigilan ang sarili pero kumakalabog man ang puso, mabilis akong umiling. No! Ano? Tawag ng nasa kabilang linya ko kaya sinilipan ko siya at nakangisi siya at bago ko pa man mapigilan, bigla itong sumigaw. Keep it up naman daw, candidate number 6. Hindi nag-enjoy ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa. She exclaimed, and my mouth parted when I saw how Jericho's eyes shifted to mine until our eyes met. Sa nanlalaking mata ko'y nakita kong pagtaas ng sulok ng labi ni Jericho na akala mo hindi nahihiya sa pinaggagawa niya. Binigyan niya ako ng isang pamatay na kindat kaya't napamura na ako sa loob-loob. Bigla si Jerichong umayos ng tayo. Para namang gusto ko nilang lumubog sa lupa nang mas maging competitive pa ang gago. Bigla rin naglakad na parang ramp model at napatali ang iba. Kinakalampag na ang mga upuan. Oh my God! I covered my face. Bangungot ba to? Francesca, bakit mo tinatakpan ang mukha mo? Natatawang tanong sa akin ng mga kasama at pailing-iling lang ako pero pinilit nila akong tanggalin at nakita ko kung paano lumapit si Jericho sa host na pulang-pula na rin at mukhang kinikilig. Shit! Muli kong inabot ang inumin ko at uminom habang hinahawakan ng host ang mic. Wow, candidate number 6. Mukha kang model ng brief. Muli kong naibuga ang iniinom sa komento ng host. Hala Francesca, ayos ka lang? Tanong nila sa akin at tumango-tango ako habang pinupunasan ng bibig ng tissue. I glanced at the stage again and I saw Dean Jericho still staring at me kaya pinanlakihan ko siya ng mata at bahagya siyang umuso, bumaling sa host na nakatulala pa rin ang mukha sa kanya. Well, thanks, he said, accompanied by a handsome side smile. Welcome. I felt like the host would almost convulse. Natulala pang muli kaya't bumaling na si Jericho sa kanya. Can I go now? He asked seriously at nang tumango ang huli, basta na lang tumilikod si Jericho, dire-diretso papasok, kulang na lang ay tumakbo. I even saw him scratch his nape as if he is embarrassed kaya nasa puko ang mukha. He is hopeless. Naguguluhan ako sa nangyayari. Nang nagsilabasan na ang 10 candidates ng hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro, napapailing ako dahil halos lahat sila'y nakangiti at nagpapakit sa judges. Pero si Jericho ay seryoso lang na nakatayo at mukhang kaaway lahat na nasa paligid niya. Konti na lang ay mukhang susugod ang gago sa mga kasama kaya't napailing-iling ako. 10 lang ba talaga ang candidates ngayon? Walang sumali masyado? I asked my co-judge who nodded at me. Oo, Madam Francesca, ani ang natatawa. Alam mo namang konti lang talagang sumasali sa boys dito sa atin. Sa mga babae halos 30 tapos sa lalaki 9 lang talaga. Nako, mabuti na lang nakahabol yung sa Jericho kaya 10 na sila. I was intrigued so I nodded. Bumaling muli ako sa stage at nakita ang nawawalan na ng pasensyang sa Jericho sa dami ng chika ng host pero ikinalma na lang ang sarili. But I know him better. Kapag medyo kumukunot ang noon niya, bumipirmi na ang mga labi, naiirita na siya. She short-tempered, din Jericho. Hindi naman taga San Isidro yan eh. Turo ko kay Jericho na mas nasa akin ang atensyon, kaya naman magpa-cute sa judge. Ayos na yan no? Nakakatawa na nga. Nang pinalo ako nito, halos ilang buwan na rin yan dito, di ba? Pastol nga yun ng kalabaw ng tatay mo, di ba? Kaya taga rito na rin. Ngumuso ako at napatango. In fairness, napakagwapo ano? Sabi nito muli, kaya nilingon ko siya. Biyaya sa mata ng San Isidro. Gwapo, I found, glancing at Jericho's curious glances. Di pangit-pangit oh. Nagagapuhan ka dyan? Nangyari sa taste mo, Francesca? Hindi ka na marunong tumingin ng gwapings? Bumaring ako sa papel ko. Iritadong inikisa na nakalagay na candidate number 6. Ayoko dyan, pangit. Di kagaya ng sa girls category, mas simple ang boys edition. Pagkatapos ng mga simpleng rampa, nasa talent na agad kami at naaaliw ako sa talent ng mga candidates. May kumakanta, may tumutula. Madam Francesca, ano raw gusto mong kainin? Tanong sa akin kaya lumingon ako at umiling. It's okay, thank you. Sagot ko at inangat ang paper bag na dala ko. I have kiwis with me. Balita akong hilig mo raw sa kiwi. Tanong ng kasama ko kaya natawa na ako at tumango. Nagbukas pa ng isa at kumain. Masarap eh, I said. Asus, si madam, tawa niya. Baka mamaya pala buntis ka dyan ah. Natigilan ako pero napatawa na lang at nailing sa kanya. Tara, nood na tayo. I commented and glanced back at the stage. Seeing the candidates have their own fans club. May mga pa-banner pa. Bakit kaya nandito pa ang lalaking to at sumali pa sa pageant? Seryoso ba? I thought he left. He even agreed to our divorce, so how? Why? For our next candidate, the extraordinary and haughty Pastol at Totoy Bibo of San Isidro. Ayon daw sa kanyang minamahal, batang hamog at palaboy. Pero palaboy lang daw siya kasi hindi pa raw siya pinapauwi. Please welcome, Dean Jericho Falcon. Napapikit ako ng mariin. Nag-init ang pisngi ng magtanawanan, lahat sa introduction ng gago. Funny pala si Mr. Sungit. Sabi ng katabi ko, na kaya nahihiyang nagmulat ako ng mata at nakitang host na tumitingin sa papel niya. And his talent is everything. Please give him a round of applause. The host exclaimed at kulang na lang bumalentong ako sa pagkakahulog sa upuan nang lumabas na nakabusangot na si Jericho sa backstage. Suot ang kulay asul na damit at puting naka-braid na wig. It was Elsa's costume. The familiar intro played at nasubo ko ng buo yung kiwi nung iangat ni Jericho ang kamay para sa action nang tumugtog ng tuluyan ng kanta. Napahawak ako sa tiyan ng maghiyawan ng lahat sa tuwa dahil sa gago. Kanya-kanya pang labas ng camera para mag-video. Parang dudugo na yata ang labi ko, kakakagat ng mariin sa sobrang hiya ko para sa kanya. Kaya napahawak akong mabuti sa tiyan ko. Anak, baby ko, hindi mo tatay yan. Guni-guni lang natin to, diba? Mas ginanahan pa ang gago na makita kong nakanganga sa kanya. The embarrassment on his face vanished quickly and he started lip-syncing to the song. Nakakahiya ka din, Jericho. Napainom ako ng tubig para maitagong hiya. Hiyaw ng hiyaw ang mga kasama ko dahil sa unique na talent ng loko at akala ko tapos na at makakahinga na ako pero hindi pa pala. Nakita ko ang mga pamilyar na kasama ni Jericho sa pagsasaka sa may bukid. May daladalang kulay puting tela at pantakip sa kanya mula sa manonood. It took them almost a minute of just the background music at pagkaalis halos makti na rin ako na makitang naka-beach shorts na lamang siya. Walang pang itaas kaya litaw na litaw ang katawan niya. Nasaan ang t-shirt mo, Falcon? I realized oil was on his chest to make him look a bit shiny. Dahil nga medyo naging moreno sa kakabilad sa araw para na siyang Diyos ng araw doon. Francesca, kumalma ka. Kumalma ka. Wala na. Uwian na. May bago ng hari. Sigawan nila doon at muntik pang maihagis ang lamesa ko sa audience kung di lang ako isang composed na dalaga. A familiar tribal song played. Tunog yun ang mga drum at nakita kong pagkuha ni Jericho sa may baton. Nakanganga lamang ako habang pinagmamasdan siyang nagpa-fire dance na. Ang init! Sigaw ng mga kasama ko. Enjoy na enjoy sa napapanood habang ako nakatulala lang. Is this for real? Dean Jericho embarrassing himself in front of this large crowd? Literal na mainit. Bumuga pa siya ng apoy at para hindi ako maapektuhan masyado, dire-diretsong inom ko ng malamig na iced tea habang inaabot ang pamaypay para di masyadong halatang nagugulantang din. His number ended with people laughing, amazed and with standing ovation. Napa-extra kasi at di ko maiwasang matawa habang nagbabaw pang loko dun sa gitna. Dean Jericho, what has gotten into you? Hindi na yata to ang kilala kong Jericho sa sobrang nakakahiya ng pinagkagawa niya. The next contenders did great too dahil siguro sa sobrang extra ni Falcon Di na masyadong na-hype yung iba. When the question and answer came, I was thrilled. Ang mga naunang contestants magagaling sumagot. They are wearing a formal attire now. Medyo malamlam na rin ang ilaw at marahan ng tunog sa background. Typical na ginagamit kapag mga formal wear na. I remembered, when I joined this contest years ago, I was also extra. Naalala kong sa sobrang gusto kong manalo, sing and dance number pang talent ko, tapos spokening dollars ako buong duration ng contest para agaw pansin. Pero sumali lang talaga ako para ipamukha kay nanay na pretty pa rin ako kasi madalas niya akong asaling maganda ako noon, kaso past is past. I laughed. What a silly reason to join, but well, I won anyway. Maganda talaga ako. Nanay who? My throat dried up when the handsome Jericho went out from the backstage wearing his blue two-piece suit. It was really new to me. Madalas ko siyang nakikitang ganito ang suot dahil sa mga formal events namin pinupuntahan, pero naroon pa rin ang epekto niya. The suit fitted well and great on his body. I can see his manly frame. Ang pants, hinubog ang hita niya. Malinis ang pagkakaayos ng buhok, dahil sa ilaw kita ko ang tapang ng mukha niya. He walked like he owned the stage. He wasn't even extra at that. Ganyan lang talaga ang tikas niya pero agaw pansin na. Laking may nila itong si Boy Pastol panigurado. Komento ng katabi ko. Francesca, di ba nagsasaka to sa inyo? Saan ba yan galing? Nilingon ko siya at mabilis akong umiling. Hindi ko alam eh. Tinanggap lang ni tatay? I exclaimed. Oh, di mo kilala? No. I shook my head and pouted, glancing back at Jericho, who is now beside the smiling host. Good evening, candidate number 6. Great performance, isn't it, guys? Tanong nito sa audience na kagad naghihiyawan pa. Thanks, Jericho said briefly and glanced my way again, kaya tinanggal kong ko anong emosyon sa mukha at bored siyang tinignan. I saw the sly smirk on his face before the host asked him to choose randomly from the fishbowl with names of the judges inside. So, your question for tonight will be coming from? He opened the paper. Oh, from our former Reyna ng Dibdibang Lupa ng San Isidro, Miss Francesca Caringal. Nagulantang ako roon. Kung di pa ako tinapik ng katabi ko, hindi ako matatauhan. Well, I cleared my throat upon taking the microphone before glancing at his direction. Magandang gabi. Mas maganda ka sa gabi, he said, earning cheers from the crowd. Halos sampasin ako ng katabi ko kaya nailing na lang ako at nag-init ang pisngi habang kinakapa ko na bang itatanong ko dahil nablangko na. Miss Francesca, when the host called me, I almost jumped. Your question for our candidate number 6? Tumikim ako at sumulyap kay Jericho. Kitang-kita ko malalim niyang tingin sa akin, kaya bagya akong umiti bago nagsalita sa mikropono. You are aware people experiences different ranges of difficulties in life. Minsan kahit anong sabihin ng isang tao, lalaban siya hanggang huli, nababali rin dahil napapagod na, o di kaya, sarili niya naman ang uunahin. Do you think giving up is a brave thing? Why or why not? I heard the, oh, from the people around. Nakita kong interes sa kanila dahil sa tanong ko. I saw Jericho stunned by my question, but held the microphone firmly and answered. Ang pagsuko isang matapang na bagay para sa akin, Miss Francesca. Karamihan sa mga tao maaaring isipin na ang pagsuko pareho ng pagkawala ng pag-asa sa pagiging mahina at sa ilang pagkakataon, ngunit hindi sa lahat ng oras. May limitasyon ng mga tao, may limitasyon ka at ginagalang at naiintindihan ko to. Maaaring nagkasala sa iyo mga tao, maaaring pinaglaruan ka ng tadhana at minsan, di na natin nakayanan at okay lang. Iba-ibang bagay ang hinahabol natin. Yung tunay na nagpapasaya sa atin pero kung hindi na, doon mo isasabuhay ang pagmamahal sa sarili at pangangalaga. Ang kahalagahan at halaga sa sarili ang mas mahalaga. Dapat magkaroon tayo ng lakas sa loob na gumawa ng hakbang malayo sa mga bagay na nakakasakit sa atin. Matapang na sumuko mostly kung hindi na worth it, yung matagal mo nang hinahabol. Sagot ni Jericho habang nakatitig diretso sa mga mata ko. Yun lang, salamat. Medyo umiti siya. Nakita ko yung sakit sa mata ni Jericho nung umiwas siya ng tingin at bumalik sa pwesto niya. My heart was squeezing upon hearing his answer. Tumagos yun sa akin. Napapatango dahil ganun ang nasa isip ko. Pero hindi ko lang maipaliwanag ng maayos sa sarili. It was a tough competition. Magagaling din lahat ng contender. And the winner for this year's Hari ng Dinibdibang Lupa ng San Isidro is none other than candidate number 6. Let's give him a warm round of applause to Mr. Dean Jericho Falcon. I saw the shock on Jericho's face. Nakatulala pa siya noon, nung una kaya tinulak-tulak ng mga kasama papuntang gitna. Masyado naman po kasing ginilangan, Doc. I saw my friend, the reigning hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro, Jojo Mayer, walking up the stage with his usual barong to give his crown to his successor, the dakilang pastol na batang hamog ng San Isidro. Deserve! Ani ng mga kasama ko. Ikaw ba naman literal na bumuga ng apoy para manalo? Natawa ako at nailing habang inay nila kaming umakyat sa entablado para magpa-picture kasama ng winner. I saw them gave the confused look and looking scared at the cameras. Jericho his tiny bouquet of flowers, pero nung nakita, napaakyat ako, tila maamong bata at di na pinunsin ng mga kamera dahil nasa akin na ang atensyon. Akma siyang lalapit para abutin akong papaakyat sa stage, pero hinila siya pabalik ng host para magpa-picture kaya nakasimangot siya sa camera. Wait! I gave him a glare. I shook my head timidly kaya tahimik siya nagpa-picture na lang habang papalapit kami. Oh, Miss Francesca, ikaw na magsabit kay winner nito. Pak na pak kasi ang winner question mo kaya nasungkit ang corona. I will, thanks. I smiled and walked elegantly near Jericho, whose attention is on me again. I felt the comfort inside my chest when I got closer to him. Sumulyap ako sa kanya at nakita ang malambing niyang tingin. I am the king now, babe. Unang sabi ni Jericho pagkalapit dito. Shh! Ingay mo. I hissed quietly and I saw him smirk kaya inangat ko ang sash niya. Congratulations! Thank you, he said in a low tone. Bagay na ba tayo ngayon? Umangat ang tingin ko muli sa kanya. What? Hari at reyna ng dimdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Bagay na bagay, no? Gago. I uttered and he laughed. Nang ilagay ko na sa isang balikat niya ang sash, bahagya siyang tumungo para mas maabot ko. I smelled his manly perfume. I was even startled when he held my waist gently to assist me while I was fixing it on his nape, down to his shoulders. Babe, I'm tired. Bulong ni Jericho pagkaraan kaya't nailing na ako. Ang kulit mo kasi. Bakit ka ba sumali dito? I hissed and he sighed again. Para hari na rin ako ng puso mo. Bulong niya pabalik. Nag-init ang pisngi ko. Doon ko na siya hinampas kaya tatawa-tawa ang gago. Lumayo sa akin para umayos ng tayo paharap sa kamera. Mukhang close kayo nitong pastol niyo, Madam Francesca. Biro pa ng mga kasama ko kaya ngumuso ko at umiling. Hindi I said. Di ko nga kilala yan eh. We're closer than that. Sabat ni Jericho kaya napairap ako sa hangin. While we're taking non-stop photos, I can sense Jericho's being short-tempered again, as usual. I felt his hand curled on my waist but I stopped it away, earning a groan from him. Ouch! Reklamo niya kaya ngumisi ako. He lifted his hand a bit and I got a glimpse, only to get shocked when I saw a small burn on his finger. Hoy may... He immediately hid his hand on his back and gave me a smile. Smile at the photos, it's nothing. Ani niya bago maling sumulyap sa camera. He said it's nothing but of course it bothered me. Tumagal ang after pageant picture taking dahil ayaw pa kawalan ng mga tao si Jericho kahit nakasimangot na ang huli. He is really not fond of people. Madalang umiti at makipag-usap kaya nakakatawa siyang tignan ngayon. Mukhang pagod na pero ayaw ilabas ang attitude sa mga kasama. I sat at the corner and talked to my co-judges while eating my chocolate bar. I was afraid I would get fat of course. Pero kasi want ni baby ng food so who am I to say no? Anong gagawin mo dyan sa first aid? Baling sa akin ng mga kasama kaya tumingin ako sa hawak. Nakibit balikat. Wala lang, I chuckled. Dala ko lang para if emergency kung sakali. It was just 11 in the evening but I was so sleepy. Ibibigay ko pa nga sanang emergency kit kay Jericho para sa kamay niya pero ayaw siyang pakawalan ng mga tao kaya hindi ko na inantay. I am staying now at our own apartment here in Bayan, so walking distance lang sa plaza kung saan ginanap ang pageant. Naipundar namin to noon sa trabaho ko sa ospital dahil na rin sa mga alagang hayop na naibenta ng mga magulang ko. Dagdag income na rin dahil palaging punuan at maraming bakasyonista sa probinsya na naghahanap ng matutuluyan. Jojo even offered to take me home but I refused. Nakuha na rin siya ni na Benji kaya hindi na namilit. Madilim na dapat pero ang liwanag ng paligid dahil sa light post at ang nagliliwanag ng mga bituin sa langit. I'm a bit cold with the dress I am wearing. Medyo napaltos din ako sa heels habang naglalakad Pero 10 minutes lang naman nasa may apartment na ako, kaya okay lang. Nakangiti ako habang naglalakad. Nadadaanan ko kasi ang palaruan ng mga bata dito sa may plaza at naisip kung gaano kabuhay na buhay ang mga tao kapag umaga at fiesta namin. Malapit na pala yun. You did not wait for me. I was startled when I felt a grip on my wrist. Dali-dali akong lumingon at nagitla na makitang medyo hiningal pang si Jericho sa likuran ko. Hey! I called and looked his way. Bakit nandito ka? Kinakausap ka pa ron. I don't care. I want to take you home. Kumalabog ang puso ko. Napatango-tango pa at sinubukan ko rin ang kamay ko mula sa kanya pero muli niya yung hinuli. Jericho? I warned. I saw you limping. He said seriously kaya't nagulat ako. Napasulyap sa suot na heels. Gently, he guided me towards the bench nearby. He is still wearing his formal wear and sash. Hawak pa rin niya ang mini bouquet niya kaya nailing ako. Tinakbuhan mo sila, no? You were leaving, so I have to, he answered. Nang maupo ako sa bench, hinangin ang palda ng dress ko, kaya mabilis ko yung hinawakan. Nakita ko naman ang mabilis sa Jerichong pagtanggal sa suot na suit at nilapag yun sa hita ko kasama ng sash niya. For you. He gently knelt and offered me his small bouquet, kaya umiling ako. Now, that's for you because you won. Nah, it's for you? He pushed it closer to me. I only joined because of you. What? Natawa na ako. For what? So I will be a king too, bulong na Jericho. That annoying man is also boasting around saying you two are suited to each other because he is a king. Ano? Si Jojo ba? Mapagbiro lang yun, bakit ka nakikinig? Gusto ko rin maging hari, Francesca. Nguso na Jericho. Para babagay din ako sa'yo. Doon na ako napahagalpak. Napapalakpak pa ako sa sobra kong aliw sa kanya. Natigilan lang na makitang nakatitig lang siya sa akin. Tila nag-aabang ng reaksyon ko kaya napawi ang tawa ko. Why stop? He smiled a little. You look bright laughing and smiling that way, Francesca. Nakagat ko ang labi. He gave me an amused look before shaking his head and lowering his face to take a look at my foot. Shockingly, he took the other one. Inatras ko yun pabalik, pero muli niyang inabot at tinanggal ang sandals ko. Jericho? I called. Anong ginagawa mo? May paltos ka, Francesca? He said and touched my heel gently. You should not wear this now. Paano kung mapatid ka? It's okay, malapit na rin ang apartment. Kahit na. Ani at di na ako nakaalma nang kunin ni Jericho ang panyo niya sa bulsa at nilapag sa lapag para ipatong pa akong tinanggalan niya ng sandals. I then saw him took off his shoes. Nagulat ako doon kaya kinalabit ko na. Hoy, anong gagawin mo dyan? Wear this. Ani at unti-unting pinasuot sa akin yon. Pero paano ka? Wala kang sapatos. Din Jericho, ayos lang talaga ako. Malapit lang ang apartment. I know. Kaya ko naman magpaa hanggang doon. He said, dahilan kaya napaisip ako. Unti-unting may natanto. Don't. I glared at him. Don't tell me that I won't tell you I'm staying there too. He gave me a naughty smile. Jericho Falcon? I hissed loudly. Maraming hotel dito. Bakit ka man doon sa apartment mag-i-stay? Because you are there? He raised his brow. Hindi. Wala nang empty room doon. Take na lahat. I already settled my 1-year rent, babe. He then smiled kaya't nasipa ko na. Pero dali-daling nakaatras at natatawa pang tumayo. Isa. Di ako papayag. I whined. Madaming magagandang hotel dyan. May magagandang beaches pa nga eh. Mas maganda ka. Hirit pa ni Jericho kaya uminit ang pisngi ko. Isa din Jericho. Ibabalik kong binayad mo. You can't. I already signed the contract. The manager did too. Eh di void? I hissed. Ako may-ari kaya pwede kong i-void. Napirmahan na ng barangay captain niyo ang kontrata. Hindi pa rin pwede. Napanotaryo ko na rin sa munisipyo. When my jaw dropped, he chuckled. Tumayo si Jericho para guluhin ang buhok ko, kaya hinampas ko ng kamay. Nagreklamo siya. Naalala kong bigla ang paso niya kaya't suminghap na ako at basta na lang siyang hinila pa upo sa tabi ko sa bench. Ang kulit! Bulong ko at kinuhang daladala ko para lang na emergency kit para sa pageant kanina sakali magka-problema dahil nga doktor ako nagdala na ako. Tingnan mo may paso ka. It's okay, he said while I was staring at his small burn. It's nothing. Yeah. I nodded nonchalantly. Doktor ang nagsasabing wala lang ang paso. Wow, very nice. I heard his chuckle. Malayo naman yun sa bituka. Mas masakit pa rin yung sinabi mo na mag-divorce na tayo. Gago, kala mo siya hindi? I answered and he stayed quiet while I was fixing his burn. Tahimik lang kaming dalawa. Sa ilalim ng gabi at tayong mga pose lang ang nagbibigay sa amin ng liwanag. Ang tulog ng kuliglig bas lumilitaw kaya sa tunog ng paghinga naming dalawa. I miss you, Francesca. He suddenly said and it made my heart pound. Di nga lang ako kaagad nakasagot. What you said earlier, do you mean it? I asked while I was putting an ointment. When you said it was brave to give up. Yes, he answered. Ramdam na ramdam ko ang intensidad ng tingin ni Jericho sa akin, pero hindi ko siya kayang tingnan. You understood why I gave up? Even after I vowed not to leave you. Yes, I understand it, Francesca. Narinig ko ang buntong hininga niya. It was you who fought the most to save our marriage. It was you who proved me your life after everything. Kahit ang sama-sama ng ugali ko, I was irrational. I'm short-tempered and an asshole even after you did everything for me. So I understand why you got tired of me. Then why are you still here? I thought you knew why I got tired of us. Bakit bumabalik ka na naman? I thought you processed our divorce. I did. Doon na ako nagangat ng tingin. Nakita ang mata ni Jerry kong nakatitig sa akin. You being tired doesn't mean I'd give up on you too. My heart pounded louder when I heard that. That's why it's a relationship, Francesca. One might grow tired but it doesn't mean the latter would stop fighting too. Noong gago days ko, ikaw ang lumaban para sa atin. Gago days? I uttered and chuckled. Totoo namang gago. Well, that hurts. He touched his chest teasingly kaya't naiiling ako na binalingan muli ang paso niya. But that's true. I won't make excuses because I really am an asshole. Instead of listening to you, I got clouded with the things other people would say about you. Instead of asking you, I believed her. I have reasonings. I even tried to deny my feelings the moment I saw you. Ganyan talaga kapag tanga. Bulong ko at natawa siya. You're so mean to me, he said. Kita mo yung paso ko. Para sa yung laban na to. Diniin ko yung band-aid doon. Napamura naman si Jericho kaya ngumusok at napailing. Unti-unti binaba kong kamay niya bago itago ang gamit pabalik sa kit ko. Akala ko ba naiintindihan mo bakit ako umayaw? I asked. Why still pursue this when you process divorce? I realized I would not cage you in that traumatizing marriage, Francesca. I don't want you remembering our married life with such painful memories. Won't you give up? That is not on my vocabulary. You fought well. It's my time to do it now to pursue you again. You'll just get tired of me, Jericho. Bumuntong hininga ko. I won't. You did not get tired of me before. Bakit ako mapapagod ngayon? Naiiling ako at muling tinignan ang kamay ni Jericho. If you're tired then like I've been telling you, I would fight for us now. I wanted to pursue you again just to prove you I am sincere of my feelings for you. Hindi na kita gusto nga, I said. Then I will do anything so you would love me again like before. Naalala mo na ba ako? Tanong ko at nakita kong lungkot sa mata ni Jericho bago medyo tumungo at umiling. Not everything. Still just glimpses but I am aware what my feelings are for you, he said. I've been trying. I even asked Uncle Greg if he could help me with this but he told me not to force it for now. Bakit? Pinipilit mo? Kumunot ang noo ko. Nahimatay ka na namang gago ka no? Simangot ko na. No! Sinamaan ko siya ng tingin kaya't suminghap ako. Okay, but just for 2 minutes. I recovered after. Napadaing si Jericho nang pitikin ko na sa noo. Sa ilit ako, naiiling na tumayo ako at inayos ang skirt ng dress ko bago ihagis sa kanya ang coat niya. Francesca! Ewan ko sa'yo. Umuwi ka na sa Maynila. I hissed and walked out. Medyo nahihirapan pa dahil malaki ang sapatos niyang suot ko. Hey! He ran after me with his bare feet. Hawak-hawak pa ni Jericho ang sandals ko at medicine kit na dala, kaya umirap ako at muling nagmarcha. Francesca, be careful walking. Madulas ka. Sita niya pero hindi ko napansin. Naiirita na naman ako sa pagmumukha niya. Nakakairita talaga si Din Jericho. Nakakapangit ng gabi. I saw the nearby convenience store. Kaagad akong pumasok doon at ang mukhang batang kulang sa aruga sumunod din sa akin sa loob. At dahil nakapaa sa kabila ng formal na suit, pinagtitingin ng tuloy. Nakakaya namang kasama tong palaboy na to. Francesca, he called again. San ka? Bilan mo akong chocolate. Tsaka chocolate din na donut. Turo ko sa machine. Wait! He showed me his things. Ilalagay ko lang sa 3 minutes. Kapag wala pa akong chocolate, magkalimutan na lang tayo. Irita kong sabi at iniwan siyang nakatulala doon bago padabog na umupo sa upuan sa gilid at nakapangalumbaba. I checked my phone and set a timer. 3 minutes lang. When 15 seconds were left, I was kinda irritated. Akala ko nga hindi siya makakaabot, pero na makita siyang papalapit na at nagkukumahog sa dala, umirap na ako. Here babe, he said and put the food on the table. Kinuha ko yun nang hindi siya nililingon. I'll just buy some food first so I could join you. Paalam niya pero hindi ko nilingon. Miss Yelo? Hinarap ko siya at sinamaan ng tingin at nahuli ko ang ngisi niya bago abutin ang bangs ko. Ang ganda-ganda, kaso mas malamig pa kay Elsa. He commented, kaya iritadong tinampal ko ang kamay niya. He left while laughing. Nag-focus na lang ako sa kakainom ng chocolate hanggang naramdaman kong presensya ni Jericho papalapit sa akin. Hello, good evening. I heard his baritone voice kaya sumulyap ako at nakita may dala din siyang cup at pagkain. Pwedeng makiupo, miss? There's no available space around. He pointed at somewhere kaya kumunot ang noo ko. Sumulyap ako sa pesong tinutukoy niya pero walang tao kaya tumaas ang kilay ko at napapailing na bumaling sa pagkain. I'm assuming it's a yes. He said and sat beside me. Thanks, beautiful, he uttered. Our shoulders touched kaya kinuha ko ang phone para pumindot-pindot. I can feel his gaze on my phone. Sililyapan ko siya at nakita ko ang gulat niya nung sumimangot ako. Ano? I asked. What's your secret? He asked kaya mas nagtaka na ako. Sikreto? Sikreto para pabilisin ang tibok ng puso ko ng ganito. He asked and touched his chest kaya umawang ang labi ko. Napaiwas akong bigla ng tingin sa sobrang pag-iinit ng pisngi. Natatawa pa siya sa sinabi, mukhang tuwang-tuwa. Ginilaw kong upuan para lumayo sana pero humawak siya sa bewang ko para pigilan akong malayo. Don't! He chuckled kaya't sumimangot ako at pinalo ang kamay niya. Huwag mo akong hawakan, reklamo ko. Sino ka ba? Wala akong pambigay ng piso sa batang hamog. Bigla na Jerichong kinuha ang isang kamay ko. Nagtaka ko roon kaya kumunot ang noo ko. Lalo na nang igalaw pa niya ang kamay na tina nakikipag-handshake. Hi, I'm Dean Jericho Falcon. Ang future mo. I mean, babe na lang for short? He smiled brightly like a kid. I looked at him, skeptic. I love you. Do you think it will be possible for you to love me too? Can I court you? He asked and my eyes widened. Naiiling pa ako. Natatawang kinuha ang kamay ko sa kanya. You're crazy, Dean Jericho. Komento ko, pero muli niyang hinuli ang kamay ko. Batang palaboy man sa iyong paningin, sa puso mo'y uuwi pa rin. He grinned. Ikaw? Natawa ko. Saan mo natutunan yan? Ha? Hari pa rin si Jonathan, sabi. He frowned and shook his head. Sorry, but your Jericho here is Mr. Persistent Awardee, Best in Talent, hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Sana sa sunod, hari na ulit ako sa puso mo. He said mischievously and planted a kiss at the back of my palm. Francesca's POV. Sa tuwing sumisikat ang araw, bagong pag-asa at hangarin ang bubuo. Tuwing umagang simula sa kabanata ng lahat, kaya mas mabuting simulan to na mahusay at may ngiti. Enough na muna tayo sa chocolates, baby. Bulong ko sa sarili habang nakatayo sa harap ng salamin. Hinawakan tiyan ko para maramdaman ang liit na bukol dito. Nangiti ako. Pinapakiramdaman ng saya sa isiping may kasama na ako palagi, na hindi na ako nag-iisa tuwing umaga pagkagising ko. Mommy Francesca would take care of you, my baby, okay? I brushed my hair while smiling. Thinking of the names I could possibly name my child. When my baby be a girl, a boy? I went out early to have my breakfast, pero paglabas pa lang, bumungad sa akin si Jericho nakasandal sa may pader sa tapat ng pintuan ko. Good morning! He greeted cheerfully with his bright smile. Tumaas ang kilay ko at pinaling ang ulo. Energetic to energetic, happy kid? I am only this energetic because you're the first person I saw today. Winking, he handed me a bouquet of baby's breath flowers. Anong ako? I asked. Ano yon? Naglakad ka, wala ka nakita ibang tao? I closed my eyes not to see them though. He uttered and I rolled my eyes and shook my head. Baliw, bulong ko at kinuha ang binibigay ni Jericho. Mabilis ako naglakad, pero mas mabilis pala siyang nakasunod sa akin. He took off the bag from my grip. Nagitla ko at nilingon ko sa Jericho para kunin sana iyon, pero nilagay niya na iyon sa balikat. At muli akong nilingon. Pinakitaan pa ako ng ngiti. Really? Sigurado ka? Purple yung bag ko. Turo ko pero nagkibit balikat lang sa Jericho at siya nang pumindot ng button sa elevator. Where are you going, babe? Let me tag along. Enthusiasm is laced on his voice when he said that, kaya ngumuso ako at nailing. I am busy. Sagot ko at pumasok na sa elevator nang magbukas iyon. Kaagad siyang tumabi. Nakipagtitigan pa sa akin sa refleksyon sa harapan. Have you eaten yet? I saw a resto nearby. I checked the menu and the food is great. No cheese? I asked, cutting him off. He shifted his gaze back to me and I saw him nodded through my peripheral vision. We won't order those with cheese if you don't want. Ayaw mo ba sa cheese? Are you allergic? You weren't allergic before, right? O hindi ko lang alam? Di ako, yung anak natin. Ayaw ko lang, bakit? Nilingon ko sa Jericho. Angal ka? His black orbs widened, shaking his head. He flashed another cute smile. No, anyway, you look pretty today. He complimented. My heart pounded audibly. I did not want him to see me this way, so I averted my gaze and bit my inner cheek. Matagal na, hindi lang today. Sabat ko na lang. Yeah, of course. He chuckled lowly, and I jumped when I felt the electricity coming from him, and when he moved his hand. Bumaba ang tingin ko at nakita kong paghuli ng hiniliit niya sa akin. My brow shot up. Glancing at him, I caught him pretending he is not doing anything, kaya hinampas ko ng kamay niya. What? Nagulat si Jericho sa biglaang ginawa ko. Nagmamadali ang mga matang hinanap niyang tingin ko, kaya kumunot ang noo. Pasimpleng chancing ka, ha? Angil ko. Di mo ako may isahan, kala mo? Bumagsak ang balikat na Jericho at humaba ng konti ang uso. Akala ko makakatakas. Bulong pa niya sa hangin pero narinig ko naman, kaya ngumisi ako at mabilis tumalikod. Akala mo lang yun. Sagot ko at dire-diretso sa exit. Bala ko sanang unahan siya, pero hindi ako manalo-nalo talaga at mas malaki pa sa higante ang hakbang niya, maabutan lang ako. I made a reservation. Sabat na Jericho, pang pilit na dumudungaw sa akin. We, kala ko ba offer lang muna? Bakit may reservation ka agad? Baling ko. He was taken aback. Napahawak sa batok bago basain ang pang-ibabang labi at binilingan ako. Well, he cleared his throat. Looking so shy at first as he pulled my wrist somewhere before I could even call a cab. Can I ask you out for breakfast? I reserved a table for us but he trailed off. But if you don't like, then it's alright. I could cancel it. Una, gusto ko ng 3 serving ng beefsteak. Pagpuputol ko sa kanya at pinakita isang daliri. Pangalawa, gusto ko ng burger na may beef na patty. Pangatlo, gusto ko ng isang plato ng Caesar salad na may mayo. Fourth, I want 2 kilos of kiwi and I never want to smell cheese, okay? It was too late for me to even realize I sounded like I haven't eaten for weeks. Natanto ko lang yon na makita ang mangha sa ekspresyon ni Jericho. He looked so amused. The glint on his black orbs twinkled more as his sexy lips twisted for a manly side smile. Bakit parang uminit yata? Suminghap ako at dalidaling lumayo. Nilakad ang sasakyan niyang pamilyar sa akin. Pilit ko inaalis sa isipan ang itsura niyang yon. Why did it suddenly look so... Ay, Francesca! Bakit bastos ka? Hello, Francesca. Good morning. I was stunned when someone familiar greeted at ng matantong tenant namin niyon. Ngumiti ako ng matamis at tumango. Good morning, June. Sana magandang araw mo. I greeted cheerfully. Mas maganda ka sa umaga, miss. He teasingly answered. Na medyo naglapit pa ay nag-appear kami kaya natatawang sinundan ko siya ng tingin noong medyo papalayo na. A loud and obvious clearing of throat made me stop. Mabilis ko nilingon sa Jericho na salubong pang kilay habang nakatingin sa akin. That's my line. He scoffed and my brow shot up. Wala nakalagay na Jericho's property. Sabat ko bago biglang tumalikod at naglakad muli. Halos mapasigaw ako sa loob-loob ko. Nang bago ko pa man maabot ang lock ng pinto niya, hinila na ako sa aking pulso. Malumana ito pero huli na ako para makapag-react. Ang sumunod na nalaman ko, napasandal ang likod ko sa sasakyan at nakasalubong kong itim na mga mata ni Jericho na matamang nakatitig sa akin. Oh! Nahihirapan pa akong hanapin ang boses ko sa biglaang paggalaw niya. Narinig ko pa ang pagtunog bahagya ng salamin ng sasakyan ni Jericho, kaya humawak siya roon na sa may itaas konti ng ulo ko. His other hand dropped on the waist and I felt the tingling sensation when I felt the warmth of his body giving me. His dark eyes gazed through me and I felt like he could see me inside my inner secrets. He moved his head closer to mine. Our chests touched and I smelled the whiff of his perfume when he moved closely towards me. Anong? I trailed off. Bakit ganyan kakalapit? Lumayo ka nga? His intense black eyes gazed upon my face as if he wanted to memorize it. The tip of our nose touched and his breath fanned my lips when he spoke. Can you smile at me like that? Sa kabila ng seryoso at nangaakit na mga mata. Maski ako nagulat nang marinig ang lambing sa boses ni Jericho. Ano? He moistened his lower lip, miserably staring at me. Can I have that smile too? Bulong niya na mahina. I missed that smile, babe. My heart started pounding like crazy. I was scared he will find out I'm hyperventilating right now because of him. Kaya dagli ko na siyang tinulak papalayo sa akin. Tss, napaka-arte. I frowned. Huwag nang palambing, Jericho. Gutom na ako. He took my hand and caressed it affectionately with his fingers. Just one? Ano yung parang nanghihingi lang ng candy? Jericho, I did become a king for you. Pangonsensya pa niya. To hell I would embarrass myself like that, but for I did. Ay, nakangonsensya? Sigbant ko pero mas dumiin lamang ang hawak niya sa pulsuhan ko. Please? He showed me his cute smile. Please, Elsa? Napabuga ako ng hangin. Unti-unti inangat ang labi para sa pilit ng ngiti at ipinakita sa kanya. There, happy? I asked nonchalantly. At saka ikaw si Elsa, hindi ako. His pouty lips protruded. Akala ko hindi pa si Jericho kontento, pero tumango-tango rin at pinagbuksan ako ng pintuan. At least I made you laugh last night. It is more than enough. Mahinang tuna ni Jericho at medyo humawak sa ulo ko habang papasok. I can work it out more though. Yung? Nilingon ko na siya. Making you smile, he answered with a side smile. I will work on my ways to make you smile always like before. Di lang naman ako pwedeng maging isa, Elsa. Pwede ring Olaf. Or, sabihin mo nga sa akin, fan ka ng Disney, no? I asked and his black orbs widened. Mabilis si Jericho umiling kaya tinignan ko siya ng seryoso. You cannot fool me. Yeah. He bit his lower lip and composed himself. Well, my patient's kids wanted to watch that so I almost memorized it. Tumaas ang sulok ng labi ko. Isang let it go nga dyan? Asar ko at nang mahuli kong pagpusangot niya, napatawa ko tinulak siya paalis sa may pintuan. Bilisan mo na, gutom na ako. I demanded and he closed the door quickly, almost running towards the driver's seat to drive us towards the resto he's been staying. During the drive, pinakailaman ko ang compartment ng sasakyan ko ni Jericho at kumuha na maliliit na chocolate bar doon. Dinala mo pala to dito? I uttered while munching deliciously on the small chocolates. Bakit? So I could drive you around? He said, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. For you. He glanced sideways. So you won't commute much because I am here. I nodded, feeling a bit confused and scared. Binuksan ko ang bintana para malanghap ng sariwang hangin at nagtanong. Because of what? Akala ko ba okay na yung noon? Di tumitingin sa kanyang tanong ko. You agreed on our divorce. You are free now? Why would you come here again? Naabutan kami ng stoplight. Di ko narinig ang sagot ni Jericho kaya naisip ko, wala siyang balak magsalita pa. Pero naramdaman kong may dumampi sa kamay ko. I shifted my gaze and caught his eyes that are glued on my hand. I lowered my eyes and saw our pinky fingers touching. Medyo umangat ang daliri niya at balak sanang kunin ang akin. Pero halata ko rin ang takot sa kanya. Why, Jericho? Tanong kong muli. His shoulders slouched. I think he gathered more strength just to touch my pinky finger and intertwined it on his. Akala ko yun na lang ang gagawin niya, pero mas lumakas na ang loob nang hindi ko siya layuan. Kinuha na ang buong palad ko. He caressed it in a gentle manner, filling the gaps in between my fingers with his. Because I am in love with you. That soft whisper left like a promise. But you agreed on our divorce. I asked. You even left. May atraso pa ba ako sa kanyo? Do you still have concern? I only said yes to our divorce to free you. Sa sinabi ni Jericho, napatitig ako sa kanya. Nahuli ang kislap ng sakit sa mga ito. Free from? Free from me? He caressed it more. Free from the pain I gave you. Free from the wounds I gave ever since I scared you from the broken pieces my vows made. My heart throbbed painfully. Why are you doing this? Halos pabulong lang yon. I wanted to start from scratch, babe. If I have to bleed for you, then I would. Jericho, tawag ko na. I wanted to start from scratch. Wala kang mapapala sa ganito. Wala rin naman ako mapapala kung ako lang. Bulong pa niya at muling hinanap ang mata ko. Ikaw lang naman ang dahilan ko noon, kaya gusto kong magpursige magtrabaho. Nanuyo ang lalamunan ko. Kinuha naman ni Jericho ang kamay ko at pinatong yun sa may hita niya. I am only working so hard all these years so I could build a family with you, for our children, para maibigay natin sa kanila yung magandang buhay, para hindi ka na mahirapan din kakatrabaho. We both jumped when he heard a loud honk from the car behind. Nagulat kaming dalawa at natanto, umaandar pala ang mga sasakyan. Pero lang sa amin kaya mariing napamura si Jericho at inabot na ang manabela. Nasa stoplight kayo, hoy! Respeto naman sa mga nasa likod na nagtatrabaho. Ano yan, teleserye? Bulyaw sa amin ng sasakyan na nag-overtake para makaalis, kaya napatakip ako ng mukha. Sorry sir, pinapakinig ko lang yung mahal ko rito. Sagot ni Gago kaya mas napahawak ako sa pisngi, pero inabot niya yon. Ito si Francesca. Din Jericho? I growled. Reyna ng dinibdibang lupa. He even exclaimed. Tapos ako yung hari niya. Napasigaw na ako at pinalo-palo ko siya. Hinihila pa ang kamay niya para pakawalan niya yon. Pinakiramdaman ko siyang pinaandar na ang sasakyan. You asshole! I hissed under my breath. Nandito na kami. Paraanin ninyo ang Reyna at hari ng dinibdibang lupa. Din Jericho? Isa pa talaga puputulan kita ng footlong. Sigaw kong mariin. Narinig ko ang malutong na halakak ni Jericho noon. Nang silipin ko may pilyong itina sa labi. Ginalaw na niya ang ulo na parabang sumasayaw. Binasa ang pang-ibabang labi. Bibong-bibong, Totoy Bibo ng San Isidro ah. Pagkababa namin na sasakyan, may patakbo-takbo pa sa pwesto ko ng mabilisan para pagbuksan ako ng pinto. Inilahad pa ang kamay sa bayukod. May I help you, Queen? Naman ka, Jericho. I hissed and stopped his hand pero sa halip na mairita, mas naaliw pa siya. Nagawa pang hulihin ang kamay ko sabay papalapit sa kanya. Ano ba? Ang ganda-ganda mo talaga, no? Aniya sabay hawak sa bewang ko, kaya dikit na dikit kami. Tapos ang gwapo ko. Hays, tao tayo pero sobrang bagay. Diyos ko Lord. Napapikit ako ng mariin at kumawala, pero para siyang tertiary makakapit. Pakilabas po ang masamang espiritu kay Falcon. Brian said pick-up line should be like that. Bumagsak ang balikat ko sa sinabi niya. I searched a bit on the internet. Bakit ka nakikinig dun? Walang ganang tanong ko pero binaliwala naman niya. I think it's really corny before but seeing you blushing now? He grimaced. Perfect. He even showed me this okay sign. I should have done this cheesy thing more before. Jericho! I hissed and snapped his hand on my waist so he could free me. Ang kulit mo. Ang dal-dal-dal-dal mo. Mr. Persistent, awarding nga pala, babe. He even offered me his palm with a grin. Kaya umirap ako sa ere at halos patalon-talon sa stress, makalayo lang sa kanyang humahalakak. Nakita ko kaagad ang resto na sinasabi ni Jericho. Malapit yon sa may dagat lang kaya alam ko overlooking ang view doon. Babe, wait for me! He screamed like an idiot. Mahal ko, don't let me got. He even said that words with a playful tone, kaya marin akong pumikit. Anong klase bang Jericho nandito ngayon? Fake ba to? May defect? I pushed the door of the resto open, expecting a waiter or an attendant to come and assist me. Pero napahawak ako sa dibdib ko sa sobrang gulat nang may pumutok na confetti. Welcome to kahit saan restaurant. Reyna at hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Magiliw at sabay-sabay na bati sa amin ng mga tao. I was really confused when I saw the staff aligned. Handa sana ako magtanong pero isang akbay lang at halik sa may buhok ko. Parang alam ko nang nangyayari. What the? Nahulog ang pangako. Lalo na nang may dalawang empleyadong lumapit. May daladala pang korona at sinuot sa ulo namin. Hiyang-hiya ako na maglakad pa si Jericho medyo proud. Kulang na lang kumuway samantalang ako gustong palamon sa lupa. He was almost dragging me because I wasn't even moving. Halos mabatukan na siya sa sobrang kahihiyan. Mga kamahalan, ano pong order nyo? Napapikit ako ng mariin, lalo nang marinig ang boses ng isa sa staff na nagtatanong. Well, you can ask the queen what would she like to eat. Lahad pa sa akin ng gago. Feel na feel pa atang corona niya. Your Highness? The silly staff asked and I knew it. Magkano kayang binayad ng gunggong na Jericho na to sa resto na to at sa mga staff para pagbigyan ng kalokohan niya? Mukhang kami lang din ang tao dahil wala naman akong nakikitang iba. Your Highness? He asked again and I sighed, trying to take my crown but Jericho caught my hand. What? I groaned. Wag muna, he uttered. Bakit? Sabat ko. Wala pa tayong picture. He said those words like a puppy, kaya nasa pukong mukha at bumaling sa staff na nag-aantay ng order. I opened the menu and recalled the foods I like. Beef steak. Panguna ko na. I see that you have here some burger. My chicken party? Yes, ma'am, he answered. Instead of buns, can I request to make use of chicken fillet both on top and bottom? Add some garlic sauce and mayo with pure beef patty. Any cheese? No! Halos isigaw ko na yon. Narinig ko palang nakakasuka na. No cheese, I said and pouted. It's yuck. Napatigil lang ako sa pag-iinarte nang mapansin ang nakatitig. I lifted my gaze and saw Jericho intently, kaya tinaasan ko siya ng kilay. Tinitingin-tingin mo? Sigang tanong ko. His lips twisted with a playful smile. I caught him glance at my body a bit kaya tinakpan ko yun ng menu at tinaasan siya ng kilay. I scoffed, glanced at the menu again and chose a variety of foods. Can you take a picture of us first and Jericho na binibigay ang phone sa lalaking kaagad yung kinuha? Napipilitan, tumingin ako sa camera. Sa unang shot nakasimangot ako kaya inakbayan na ako ni Jericho. Come on babe, he urged. Smile. No. Please? I gasped when he stole a kiss on my cheek. I want to make it my new wallpaper. My heart pounded. Napalunok ako ng marahas kasabay ng tingin sa camera. Pagangat ng labi parang umiti roon. Waki pa, waki! Ani Jericho na pinipilit pa ako mag-peace sign kaya napailing-iling na lang na natatawa. I think I'm seeing a bubblier Jericho right now. We ate together that morning. Ang daming pakulo. Sinusulit talaga atang renta niya sa lugar. Habang sumusubo ako ng karne, may nanghaharana sa gilid namin. Kaya di ko alam kung matutuwa ako o ma-awkwardan kasi nakikita nila sunod-sunod yung pagsubo ko ng pagkain. I will be needing an intense diet after this pregnancy. I think I'm loving food so much. It's scary when they serve our desserts. I was thrilled. Meron akong kiwi slices and kiwi shake kaya napasinghap ako. OMG! I exclaimed happily. Cannot help but hug Jericho's nape. Kiwi, thank you! I chirped. His hand touched the small of my back. Nanigas din ako sa kinaupuan ng mas niyakap na Jericho ko at sumubso pa sa balikat ko. Does it make you happy? He whispered and my smile escaped again from my lips, no matter how hard I tried to hide. Tungo ako ng ospital dahil may meeting ako sa kanila ngayon pagkatapos ng agahan. Jericho tagged along. Kala mo buntot hindi mapaghiwalay. Kahit anong tanggi ko hindi siya papatalo kaya wala rin akong nagawa na. 3 months contractual, Miss Juarez. The HR said and I smiled and nodded. Pasensya ka na ha. Medyo ganun kasi ang patakaran ng San Isidro Hospital sa ngayon pero don't worry. After this, kung may slots na ulit na available kami for full-time, no doubt we will take you. Dito ka rin naman noon, di ba? Nailipat lang sa malaking ospital sa Maynila. Yes po, I said. It's okay, ma'am. Susubok lang naman muna kasi ako ngayon magtatrabahong muli. After 3 months, di ko pa sigurado kung saan. Can you answer this one, ma'am? Ani at inabot sa akin ng mga papel, kaya kinuha ko yun at naupo sa may waiting area doon. I felt someone sitting beside me. Di ko na sana papansinin pero biglang may nagpatak ng halik sa pisngi ko. Hay nako din Jericho. Reklamo kong di siya tinitingnan, pero tinawanan niya lang ako at lumungaw. Pahiram ballpen pagkatapos, babe, he said before putting his chin on my shoulder. Nangunot ang noo ko. Kaagad siyang nilingon pero mabilis ding binawi nang muntik pahagip ng labi ko ang kanya. Ano ba? I pushed his head away from my shoulder and looked at his hand. Bakit may papel ka? I'm answering the application from the OB department. He said na parang wala lang. Ano? I said I'm answering the form from the OB department. They are in need of handsome doctor, you know? He wiggled in his brow playfully. Contractual, 3 months. Like you? Ikaw! Napadiing si Jericho nung hinampas kong hita niya. Para kang engot. Gaya-gaya ka ba? Ang ganda ng posisyon mo dun sa Maynila. Bakit nandito ka pa? Kasi nga, nandito yung tahanan ko. Sabat pa ni Jericho kaya nagkatinginan kaming dalawa. How would I work there if my home is here? Ramdam na ramdam ko ang kalabog ng dibdib. I lowered my head and looked at the paper I am holding. Ewan ko sa'yong palaboy ka. Mahinang reklamo ko. Ayoko magpahiram ng ballpen. Humingi ka doon. Turo ko sa HR kaya ngumuso siya pero tumayo rin. I watched his back as he walked towards them. He is wearing a formal navy green dress shirt and pants. Sa likod pa lang kitang-kita mo ng maalaga sa katawan. He strode like a model, ni walang kahirap-hirap, kaya di na rin nakakagulat ang pagkapanalo niya sa competition. Silly Jericho. He looked extra hot today. No, it's just the weather, I guess. Bakit ang init dito? I glanced at the paper and answered it. Naupo din si Jericho sa tabi ko. Dumudungaw kaya sinimangutan ko na. Umusog ka doon, doon ka magsagot. Magkopya ka pa eh. Sita ko kaya natatawa siyang naupo sa kabilang upuan para masagot sa maliit na lamesa doon. Civil status? My hand shook as I put the check on my answer. Divorce. It was so hard to even answer nang hindi nagiging emosyonal kaya saglit iniwan ko ang papel para magbanyo at kalmahin ang sarili. I really think my main dilemma in this pregnancy, aside from eating food, is being overly emotional and sensitive. Madalas ako maiyak kahit simpleng bagay. Nakakita lang ako ng cute na mga hayop sa internet, naiiyak na ako kasi nga ang cute nila. Kapag naalala ko nga ang baby Stacy ko, naiiyak din ako at pansin ko rin, mabilis suminit ang ulo ko sa mga bagay. Mabilis mawala ng pasensya na minsan parang unreasonable na, kaya nakakairita. Natatanto ko lang pagkatapos sa ilang oras. Kapag di ko nakuha ang gusto ko, sasama ang loob ko. Kapag wala yung pagkain gusto ko, ang bigat-bigat sa pakiramdam. I checked my phone for possible message from my parents, but only got the familiar email from my lawyer. To Miss Karinal, good day. I just wanted to inform you that the grounds for your divorce is approved by the court. Congratulations! My shoulders fell. Naramdaman ko ang pagsikip ng dibdib, kaya napahawak ako doon at sumandal sa may sink. This is for the better, Francesca. You know that. Paglabas ko, nakita ko nakatitig si Jericho sa phone niya. I walked closer to him and took my paper to submit it, but he stood and smiled at me. Ako na magpapasa. You sit there like a queen. He uttered with much gentleness and took the application from my hand. No! My voice faded when he successfully got it. Even scanned it quickly with a smile, but it vanished when he saw that certain part. I swear I knew it was pain when it reflected on his jet black orbs. Nabaling kong atensyon sa kanyang form na nasa lamesa lang at nakita kong sagot niya. Civil status? Married. No words came out of my mouth. Naputo lang tingin ko sa papel na yon ang kunin niya. I will submit it. Saan mo gusto kumain? I was more shocked when he asked that with a cheery voice. What do you want to eat? He asked with a smile. Parang walang nakita. He even held my wrist and gently stroked it. Take out na lang. Bulong ko. I wanna eat at home. It's kinda late. He nodded and smiled. Inabot ni Jericho sa akin ang phone niya kaya kinuha ko yon. Anong gagawin ko rito? I have cute and fun games downloaded there. Can you play for a while? I will submit it and check on something sa ward ng ubi. May pinapatingin lang saglit. I nodded and smiled. Napaupo sa sofa. Pinagmasdan siyang naglalakad, dala ang form namin papasok sa HR. Sabay din kaming umuwi at nag-order sa drive-thru. Iniatid ni Jericho ako sa tapat ng kwarto ko at nagpaalam na aalis na sana pagkapasok niya ng mga plastic pero hinuli ko ang pulsuhan niya. He froze. Nilingon niya ako kaya suminghap ako ng bahaga at nagsalita. Sabayan mo ako mag-dinner. I offered. Kita ko ang gulat sa mata ni Jericho sa narinig. Umawang ang labi, binasa ang labi niya. Really? Ang pagkamangha dinig na dinig kaya tumango ako at binasa ang labi. Imposible naman kasing maubos ko yun, hindi ba? I asked him, pouting a bit. Why not? He asked in a silly tone. You can actually eat that all? Uy, grabe ka. Sinapok ko ang balikat kaya natatawang napalayo siya. Di naman ako ganyan kasiba. Alright. He smirked, walked towards me and took my hand. I was actually sad. I thought you won't offer me food. Gutom pa naman ako. He touched his stomach and showed me his sad face. May puso naman ako, no? Hinila ko na siya paupo sa sofa. Oh, ikaw na maganda dyan. Kukuha ko ng plato. Ayoko kumain sa styro. Pagkabalik ko, nandyan na siya. I saw him setting his account on a movie streaming site, kaya naupo ako doon. Naglagay ng kanin sa plato naming dalawa. The nostalgic feeling came back as we ate with the dim lights, like what we used to do before. I was laughing when the funny scenes came. Magkadikit ang balikat namin ni Jericho noon habang natatawa. Here. Jericho took a piece of fries and put it on my mouth. Kagad ko yung kinain at muling umanga. I want 3. Chuckling, he did what I requested. Jericho excused himself after a while. Inayaan ko siya pero pagbalik ni Jericho, bigla niya nalang hinulog ang phone niya sa lamesa. Nagulat ako, syempre. Nanlalaki ang mga matang nilingon ko siya at pulang-pula ang pisngi. Jericho? He cursed loudly while brushing profusely. Bakit? Shit, nakakahiya. He puffed a breath. Suddenly placed his forehead on my shoulder. Gulong-gulo ko. Nakita kong umiilaw pa niyang phone kaya inabot ko yon habang nagbuungot siya sa balikat ko. He has no password so I got in immediately. Nahulog ang pangako na makitang video niya sa isang Facebook account ng taga San Isidro para sa kanyang performance ng pageant. He is in his really tight and fitted Elsa costume and white wig doing awkward gestures while dancing to Let It Go. Shit! I gasped and scrolled the video, realizing it earned 200,000 views in 2 hours after its posting. Jericho? I uttered. I know. He cursed loudly and hugged my waist tighter, kaya nakagat ko ang labi ko ng mariin. Nakita ko rin nag-post ang organizers ng San Isidro pageant, kaya pinagkaguluhan na rin ang picture ni Jericho. Nagagap ko ang bibig. Sa sunod na scroll, nakita ko ang kapopost lang na picture. 5 minute lang ang nakakalipas. It was a photo of Dean Jericho on his black pageant shirt. He looked good in the camera pero nakasimangot siya at seryoso sa picture. Akala mo inagawa ng candy. Below it is an edited greeting. Yung parang patarpuli ng mga bagong pasa sa board exam. Congratulations to Dr. Dean Jericho Falcon for winning the Hari ng Dinibdibang Lupa ng San Isidro. Your Golden City family is proud of you. Below it was an edited photo of Feby, Kairis, Brian, and Castor na naka-heart sign. Akala mo tatakbo bilang mga konsel ng barangay. Shit! Narinig ko ang diin sa boses ni Jericho na nakasilip na pala sa phone na hawak ko kaya napabunghalit ako ng tawa. I was out of control. I couldn't stop laughing. Si Jericho nakabusangot na lang sa akin habang hawak-hawak ko na ang tiyan ko. Jericho? I called and he stared at me suspiciously and spoke. Sorry. I cleared my throat to try and refrain from bursting out like that again. Pero nang maalala na naman ang mukha niya ay napaupo. Yes. Do you want to build a snowman? I teased and laughed my ass out again when his shoulders fell and showed me his poker face. Bakit di mo na lang ako saksakin, Francesca? Pareho lang naman yon. Ani ang nakasimangot. Basta na lang tumungo sa balikat ko habang humagalpak ako. I was so happy kapag nai-imagine ko ang poster na may mukha ni Jericho na halatadong gawa ng mga kaibigan. Hindi ko maiwasang humagalpak. Meanwhile, the cute kid like Jericho is whining so much. He was even hugging my waist, sighing so hard and deep kaya tumatamang hininga niya sa leeg ko. Sorry. I cleared my throat and reached for his hair to give it a light caress. It's okay. He sighed loudly. At least you laugh. That's the purpose of it. I bit my inner cheek and rested my back on the sofa. But I'm gonna kill those 4? Bulong niya pa ng mariin. I am positive it was Brian and Carter's idea. Titirisin ko sila ng pinong-pino, Francesca. Giggle na Jericho sabi. Chuckling, I moved away. Humiwalay din naman siya nang lumayo ako. Our eyes met. His blushing cheeks are enough evidence. He is really embarrassed of everything. I cupped both of his cheeks and smiled. It's okay. Ayaw mo nun? May exposure ka. That's... He closed his eyes tightly. My embarrassment should just be here in San Isidro and your eyes only. What can you do? It's a public pageant. Inaplus ko ang pisngi ni Jericho kaya medyo napalapit ang kanyang mukha. Ayos na yan, makaka-move on din sila. He cursed again and opened his eyes. This time his gaze is looking drunk. Natigilan din ako na matantong sobrang lapit ka ng mukha namin. No words came out of our mouth when we realized it. His seductive and dark orbs gazed upon me. Una niyang tinitigan ang mata ko, pero bumaba sa labi kong kaunti lang distansya mula sa kanya. I heard how his steady breath deepened when I unknowingly licked my lower lip while staring at his. The tension started building up in one move from his head and we're already kissing senselessly. Di ko na rin alam ang nangyari. I got drowned with his taunting kiss. My body heated up again with his soft caress and touches. I was horny and feeling intensely hot. Tila ang apoy na namatay, muling nagliyab at tinupok ako. I found myself kissing him deeply, lapping the insides and every corner of his mouth. Inabot kami sa kwarto kakapalitan ng mapusok na halik habang buhat-buhat ako ni Jericho at yakap ko ang kanyang batok. Building up in one move from his head, we're already kissing senselessly. Di ko na alam ang mga nangyari. I got drowned with his taunting kiss. My body heated up again with his soft caress and touches. One moment we were just kissing and the next thing is that we're both naked. Ang bilis ng nangyari. Nakatulala lang kami sa isa't isa matapos ang mainit na pangyayaring yon. Parehong gulat sa nagawa. My cheeks heat up when I caught his naughty smile. It's okay, I love you. Bulong ni Jericho bago hagkan ang noo ko. I saw him wear his clothes again and took mine habang nakatakip sa aking katawan ng puting kumot. Hands up, babe, he said gently and my heart thumped loudly. Unti-unti inangat ko ang kamay at napatili pang bigla nang halikan niya ang kilikili ko. Jericho, ano ba? Gulantang kong sabi at halakak lang ang naging sagot niya habang sinusot sa akin muli ang dress ko. It smelled good, he said. Ang bango-bango ng Francesca ko. Aniya na saktong pagbaba ng neckline sa leeg ko, sinilubong ang labi ko ng halik. Tapos mahal ko pa, he said with a side smile and brushed my hair. CR lang. Aniya bago saglit na tumayo at pumasok sa banyo kaya pinagmasdan ko siya at nakagat ang labi. What have I done? I was so horny and hot and that's... Francesca? I saw something vibrating on the floor kaya nilapitan ko yun at nagulat ng phone iyon ni Jericho. Paano to napunta rito? Nahulog? I took it on the side of the bed. Ilalapag ko na sana sa side table pero biglang umilaw muli ang screen kaya nangunot ang noo ko. Joanne, I saw an unread message from an unknown number and it was not my business so I wasn't planning to check but the familiar name caught my attention. From unknown number. Hi Dean, why are you not answering my calls? This is Vanessa, honey. I miss you so much. Please answer my calls. I can't wait to see you again. Lahat ng saya sa puso ko naglahong parang bula. Wala akong masabi. Tumiim ang pangako at unti-unti, binalot ng sakit ang dibdib. He is seeing her? Damn me! How could I forget that woman? Pain washed through me and I dropped his phone on the bed when I realized what the hell I have done. The bathroom door opened and I was welcomed by Jericho's smile. Babe, where would you like to eat tomorrow? He asked brightly like he did not fool me. I can reserve a resto. Please, leave. Halos bulong kong sabi kaya kumunot ang noo ni Jericho. Bahagyang lumapit pa. What? He inquired. I searched a couple of restos nearby or I could cook you some. That was a mistake. I started off and a smile plastered on his face to vanish. He hummed, licking his lower lip and touched his nape. I'm sorry, I don't get what we did. It was a mistake. I answered. Hindi dapat nangyari yon pero nadala lang tayo. I understand. Let's just forget about it. Nabakas ko kagad ng kung anong emosyon sa kanyang mata sa narinig mula sa akin. Francesca? He murmured and cleared his throat, processing my words. Did I hurt you? He asked in a gentle voice. Am I too fast? Am I too harsh? Umiling ako at tumayo. Sinusuklay ang buhok ng daliri. Mali yun. Kalimutan na lang natin. I told him straight face. We were both consenting adults so you know it will be a one-time thing, right? His mouth parted. Marahas na naging kanyang paglunok habang humahakbang papunta sa akin. May nagawa ba ako ulit? I noticed the unshed tears started to form on his jet black orbs. Bumigat lalong pakiramdam ko kaya't nag-iwas ako ng tingin. Lumabas ka na. Sa halip ay sagot ko at akmang lalagpasan siya pero mabilis niyang nahawakan ang braso ko. Sinugod ng yakap ang likod ko. Napayakap sa sigmura ko. May mali ba ako nagawa? Puno iyon ang pagsusumamo. Nasaktan ba kita? Am I too talkative? Am I pressing you so much? Am I annoying? Yes, you are annoying me. Mariing sabi ko. Hinaltak paalis ang kamay niya para titigan siya pero hindi ko inaakala na makikita ko siyang ganon. His eyes are bloodshot, the despair and confusion lingering on it. Francesca? Nairita ako kasi lapit ka ng lapit. I exclaimed. I told you to fuck off but you're still following me like an idiot. We are divorced, Jericho. Can't you see? Hiwalay na tayo. Alam ko. Mahinang sabi ni Jericho at marahas na pinunasan ang mga luhang nahulog sa mata. Kaya nga gusto kong bumawi sa'yo. Kaya gusto kong magbago para sa'yo. Baka sakaling mahal mo pa ako kasi ganun ako? I'd never love you. Never again? Mariing sabi ko. Halos tapikin pa ang sarili na sabi yun ng diretso at walang emosyon. Pero mahal kita. He advanced a step so I took a step back. Sana bigyan mo ako ng tsansa. Akala ko ba ayos na tayo? Yung nangyari. It was nothing, Jericho. Okay? We make love and that's it. It wasn't that special. You weren't. Pain mirrored on his, but I couldn't possibly believe that. He fooled me again. Bakit? Iwalay na kami, di ba? Bakit di na lang niya balikan ng babaeng yon? Francesca? He reached for my hand. Anong meron? Sabihin mo kung may mali ako para mabago ko. I just want you gone, Dr. Falcon. I gritted my teeth when his tears fell more when he heard that. I don't need you. Whatever you do won't bring back what we had before. We broke our vows. You cannot expect to glue the pieces back together and be the same, right? Leave. Get lost. Mariing sabi ni Francesca. Francesca's POV. A loud gasp left my lips when a glass slipped from my grip, making it fell and broke on the floor, shattered beyond repair. I sighed loudly, immediately crouched to get that big shattered piece on the floor and caught a glimpse of the smaller ones. Pinong-pino yon at tila hindi na makita. How funny my feelings are same as this broken glass. I am deeply hurt. I was scarred beyond repair. Ang ilang basag maaari pang makita pero ang iba, sa sobrang pino halos imposible nang mabakas ng iba. You wouldn't know the pain of these shattered tiny pieces unless you stepped on it. Nagulat ako at napahawak sa pisngi nang maramdaman ang basa doon. Natanto ko na lang umiiyak pala ako kaya umiling ako. Binilisan ang pagkuha sa malalaking mga parte at winalis sa mga hindi ko na makita. Why am I so emotional? I caressed my stomach and sat on the bed before drinking my glass of milk. I am so sensitive. Ang utak ko maling napunta kay Jericho kaya mas sumikip ang dibdib ko at pinikit lalo ang mata. Am I too much? Am I too rude? But she still calls him by their endearment. Maybe they're really together? Pero bakit siya nandito sa akin? Pinalaya ko na siya, he should be with her. They could even get married. Total naman maayos ng divorce but my eyes landed on my stomach. I don't know what to do. I didn't know if I should prioritize my mental health and rest or think about giving my baby a whole family he deserved. Nakatulog akong mabigat ang loob. Pagkagising, halos mapaupo na ako sa banyo, kakasuka sa sobrang sama ng pakiramdam. I am dizzy and exhausted. Di ko na alam pa ang gagawin ngayon at nahihina ako ng ganito. I just want to be at ease, to not be too emotional and just be... I find it hard. Hormones? Inayos ko munang suot kong white coat at handbag bago lumabas ng kwarto para pumasok sa ospital. Pero natigilan ko sino mabungaran sa labas ng pintuan. I was shocked and bewildered, looking at Jericho resting his back on the wall in front of my door. Di ako kaagad nakagalaw kaya mabilis si Jericho napatayo mula sa pagkakaupo at dinaluhan ako. Ang kanyang ngiti kaagad kong nakita. Good morning, he greeted brightly, as if nothing happened last night in between us. He is wearing his casual working clothes too, a simple and navy blue dress shirt and trousers. What are you doing here? I asked in a strained voice. You're going to work, right? He asked when I began walking. Kaagad na Jericho kung sinabayan. I thought I could go to the hospital with you. How many times do I have to tell you to leave me alone? Nilingon ko sa Jericho, iritado. Pain washed on his jet black orbs but he quickly replaced it with a smile. I won't, he said. And I won't bother you. Sasabayan kitang pumasok. Di na ako umimik. Tahimik akong pumasok sa elevator nang magbukas iyon at nakasunod siya sa akin. Tumabi pa. I can feel his gaze on my side pero nanatili lang akong nakatingin sa reflection ko sa salamin. Di inaasahan ang pagdayo niya rin doon kaya nagkakitaan kami. My heart pounded painfully, remembering the time we spent happily before. Wasn't really expecting we will turn like this. Nag-iwas ako ng tingin at mabilis lumabas pagkarating sa ground floor. He followed me. Mabilis ang lakad ko pero nakakaya niya pa rin akong sabayan sa laki ng hakbang niya. I will be having ultrasounds today, kwento ni Jericho. I actually missed hearing baby's heartbeats. Mas humigpit ang hawak ko sa bag at nangingilid ng luha sa pilit na pinapasaya niyang boses habang nagkukwento. And I have a schedule for labor today. Tumawag yung asawa ng unang pasyente ko na dinala sa ospital kaninang madaling araw, yung buntis. He said they're having a baby boy. Tumingin ako sa paligid at naghanap ng masasakyan patungo ng ospital. Mabigat ba yung bag mo? He asked. Let me carry. Won't you shut up? I asked blankly when he tried taking my things away. He was stunned. Naparanok si Jericho saglit pero umiling din. Sorry. He heaved a sigh before chuckling lowly. Am I too loud? Hindi ako umimik. Kumulat lang ang noo at muling bumaling sa kalsada. I will try to stop myself from speaking too much, he uttered. I don't know, I really find myself being a talker with you when I am really not. My mom told me before she thought I was mute because I don't really speak. Nalaman niyang ganun lang talaga ako nung medyo lumaki. I gulped, remembering his stories before. I just don't talk that much. What would I say, right? He chuckled lowly. But anyway, have you eaten breakfast? Ako nang bahala sa lunch mo. Manong? I called and lifted my hand to call a tricycle and stopped it. Isa na lang to, iha. Ani Manong, kaya tumango ako at lumapit. Oh, yung kasama mo? He asked and pointed him, kaya't saglit akong bumaling kay Jerichong nakatingin sa akin. Ah, hindi ko po kasama. Sagot ko bago tahimik na tumalikod mula sa kanya at sumakay sa tricycle. When I got inside, the tricycle moved, so I took a glance on the side mirror and saw Jericho watching the vehicle driving away from him. I sighed. Nasapo ko ang dibdib at napapikit. Why is it hurting so much? When I got into the hospital, some of my colleagues greeted me. Wala ngayon ang mga dating senior ko dahil may convention abroad, kaya hindi ko na sila nakita at nakamusta. Di bale, kapag dumating makakwentuhan ko silang muli. Nakakamiss talaga ang buhay ng San Isidro. As I was grateful of the warm welcome of my colleagues, ang iba rito kilala ko na pero mas marami ang bago. Mga nurse lang madalas mga dati pang nandito. I suddenly thought of my friends, Kairis and Feby. How are they now? Are they mad at me for leaving that way? Without even telling him. Pumunta muna ako sa nurse station para kunin ang mga chart ng pasyente para pag-aralan nang marinig kong impit nilang asaran. Oh, bagong doktor sa OB? I overheard them giggling. Oo sis, nakakaloka. First day daw ngayon. Nakakaingit siguro mga nurse sa OB department. Sana all. My forehead creased. Inangat kong tingin at agad nakita sa Jericho, kakarating lang. He looked like a lost kid while walking towards us, even brushing his disheveled hair with his fingers. Akala ko tutungo siyang OB department, pero talagang dumiretso pa sa harapan ko at ipinatong ang braso niya roon. You okay? Did you reach here safe? Sunod-sunod na Jericho ang tanong. Yeah. Kumulot ang noo ko. Bakit? Ikaw? I was lost. He sighed and my eyes widened a bit. Inikot ni Kuya yung tricycle, tapos nang bumaba yung kasama ko, akala ko yun na. Napailing ako at bumaling sa dispenser. Water? No, I'm okay. He moistened his lower lip and fixed his collar. I walked from there to here. It's exhausting. Baka gusto mong maupo? I offered kindly and pointed the chair inside the nurse's station. Opo nga, Doc. Upo ka muna. One of the nurses happily offered it at nang nilingon ko siya, nagliliwanag na ang mata nito. Napanguso ako doon. Binalingan si Jerichong nakatitig sa akin. Medyo nakaawang pa ang labi at nag-ahabol ng hininga. Anyway, you're late. I pointed out and checked my wristwatch. Huwag ka na palang umupo. Inahanap ka ng pasyente sa delivery room. Really? His mouth parted. Doc, baka gusto mong itanong ko sa DR para kapag hindi, magpahinga ka muna. Bilis. Hinahanap ka na. Giit ko pa at nakita ko ang pagkalito sa mukha ni Jericho habang nakatingin sa akin pabalik sa nurse, pero muling napatitig sa mukha ko. My forehead creased and he tilted his head and smirked. Nagitla ko nang inangat ni Jericho ang kamay at kinalabit ang ilong ko bago umayos ng tayo. Alright, if my Francesca says I am urgently needed, I am needed, he said with an amused tone, even brushing my bangs a bit and left with his wide smile, almost hopping away from us. My brow shot up when he vanished. Naisip mo lang ang ginawa at napamura sa isipan ng matanto iyon. Mood swings? Sa buong araw na iyon, wala ako sa sarili. Dahil unang araw, nag-adjust pa ako. Nag-ikot sa pedia ward para makita mga bata at makipaglaro sa kanila. I suddenly remembered Stacy. How I missed my baby. I had fun playing with the kids, so seemed so fond of me. Luckily, masaya sila sa bagong patayong mini library at daycare center. Sa ospital, kaya masaya din ako at natuto sila kahit nandito sila naglalagi. Smiles from these lovely, innocent kids is such an overwhelming feeling. I cannot wait to have my own baby too. You want kiwi, my baby? I uttered when my stomach began making this weird sound, meaning I am hungry again. May mabibilhan kaya? Bulong-bulong ko sa sarili habang papasok ng opisina. I was planning to rest for a while and will go out to eat when I saw a small paper bag in it. Naglakad ako roon at unti-unti, inabot ang binuksan ko'y sumalubong sa akin. Ang makabagong amoy ng ulam. I took the Tupperware and saw out it was rice with a homemade food inside. Pirinyahang manok. My stomach made a sound more kaya't nagtubing ang bagang ko. Lalo pa na makita ang isang plastic at sinalubong ako ng halos kalahating kilong kiwi. Oh, I'm so hungry, I said and bit my lower lip. Halos takboy ng swivel ko para lang lantakan iyon. Nakatatlong kutsara ko kaagad. Kumuha pa ako ng isa at malaki atang bibig nang umanga. Pero saktong mabukas ang pintuan at halos mabog ako ang pagkain na makitang nakasilip na sa maliit na siwang doon sa Jericho. Holy! Mabilis kong ibinaba ang kutsara at natikom ang bibig. Hello po! Maliit na boses niyang bati at mas pinasok na ang buong ulo. Pwedeng makisabay? May cafeteria dyan, Doc, I said and frowned. Wala akong friends, he said like a kid before sliding himself inside and flashed a smile. May dala din akong foods, di sa opisina ka kumain. My brows shot up. Busy ako, Falcon. I have chocolate bars. Biglang suhol na Jericho, umubang ng labi ko. But okay, I guess I'm going. Umupo ka, I exclaimed and pointed the empty chair in front of me. Sino ba nagsabing ayaw ko? I caught the hidden smile on his face pero nawala yun ang sinimangutan ko. He walked slowly towards my direction, even glancing at my food. Sarap? He asked. Niluto ko yan. Hindi ko siya inimik. Agad kong inagaw ang hawak ng maliit na plastic sabay silip. San chocolate ko? I asked abruptly when I saw it was his Tupperware. Here, he said kaya nag-angat ako ng tingin. Sakto nasa tabi ko lang pala ang mukha niya kaya't suminghap na ako nang tumama ang labi niya sa pisngi ko. Hoy! I gasped and pushed his face away. Chancing ka ah? He looked at me like an innocent child. He smiled a little and shrugged. It's just an accident, but here's your chocolate, he said and took something from his pocket and showed me a chocolate bar. Nawala sa isip kong bigla ang ginawa ni Jericho na lapas tanganan. Mabilis akong umayos ng upo, nilahad ang kamay ko para kunin ang pagkain pero medyo nilayo niya sa akin. What? I growled angrily and he laughed, amused. Limit to 2 bars per day, he said kaya't natahimik ako. Ano? I gasped. Why? Too much sweet is bad for... He glanced at me and sighed. For you, babe. Oh, I uttered, sighing, remembering how I disciplined myself when it comes to food this past few days. Pero pakitaan lang ako ng pagkain na gusto ko, lalantakan ko na agad ang lahat. 3? I negotiated. 2, he answered. 3? I asked with a small smile and he closed his eyes, as if trying to remove my expression on his mind. 2, he said in finality and opened it again. You choose, 2 or none. I felt sad for it. Napanunok pa ako pero muli ni Jericho akong pinakitaan ng isa pa, kaya't suminghap na ako tumango. Okay, 2, I said sadly and he chuckled, even touched my hair before putting a bar on my palm. Good girl, I will discipline your sweets, he said, and I became fully distracted when I got the chocolate. My attitude became worse when the next days came. There are times I'm calm whenever Jericho's been following me around, but there are times I was fully annoyed at him. I think I loathed him sometimes. I could not even distinguish myself. Parang mas namana ng anak ko ang pagka-attitude at mood swings ng tatay niya. Pa-check up na kaya ako ulit. Bulong-bulong ko habang papalabas ng opisina at papunta ng nurse station. I was having a good mood today, but when I saw Jericho, I was immediately annoyed. I heard the ladies laugh at di ko alam na mas may bubusangot pang mukha ko na makitang dikit na dikit ang babae sa kanya habang may pinapakita sa chart. Oh, I know that woman. She is an OB-GYN too. Jericho's poker faced as usual. Ang mga kamay niya nasa kanyang likuran habang dinudungaw ang pinapakita ng kasamang doktor. Ayos na sana yun pero kita kong pagdikit ng babae ng doga dito sa braso nito. What the heck? Nakita ko may sinabi ang babae sa kanya at natigilan si Jericho pero tumaas ang sulok ng labi at medyo natawa. Nailing pa kaya kumuyom ang kamao ko. Abat, so gusto mo? Sige, maghali ka na rin kayo dyan. I stomped my feet. I made sure my heels would make a scandalous sound at di na ako magtataka nang nilingon ako ng dalawa. Jericho's eyes brightened when he saw me. Good morning, doktora. He greeted pero di ko siya sinagot. Nagpapanggap na hindi narinig at tumitig na lang sa chart ko. Nagkunwaring may binabasa. Nalagpasan ko sila. I walked towards the station to check some other charts from the nurses. Kitang-kita ko ang pagtambay ni Gago doon sa may lamesa kung saan ako dumudungaw. Kumain ka na? He asked pero hindi ako umimik. Inabala ko ang mata sa binabasa. I can see the nurses looking our way. Ang katabi ko sumusila pa kay Jericho na kumakausap ata ng hangin sa harapan. Don't worry about your lunch. Ako na ang bahala. Aniya pero hindi ko pa rin siya hinarap. Tumayo pa ako. Initin ko na lang yung pagkain mo. Nurse, can you check this patient please? I cut him off by asking the nurse who looked baffled. Napatayo din to at alangang inabot ang hawak ko. Doktora? She called. Pasuyo ako, pa-check. Baka may allergy sa gamot o ano. Ask her guardian. I told her and when she left, binalingan ko si Jericho. Yes, may kailangan ka? I asked him coldly. I think I saw pain mirrored his black eyes but he replaced it with a smile. Busy ka? He asked. Obviously. I pointed my chart and he nodded, moistening his lower lip, looking lost. Sorry, I was just telling you about your lunch. Thanks for the offer but I don't want food from you. Sabat ko. So please stop bothering me. Natigilan si Jericho. Huli ko nang natanto ang nasabi ko kaya nag-iwas ako ng tingin at mabilis na umupo. Muling binabalingan ang binabasa. Walang salita siyang umalis. Wala rin akong narinig na kahit ano mula sa naiiwang nurses kaya nanahimik na lang din ako. When lunch came, I was exhausted and stressed. Sinisigaw-sigawan ako ng nanay ng isang pasyente dahil umiiyak daw ang anak niya sa injection which is quite usual. She said it was my fault so I remained calm and apologized but she was still screaming at me. I calmly left the room and went to the nurse station to breathe some fresh air but Jericho's face is what I first saw. Hi, doktora, he greeted. Here is your lunch. How many times do I have to tell you to stop bothering me? My voice is cold and hard. Nakita ko ang gulat ni Jericho doon. Are you okay? Tanong niya. Nangunot ang noo ko at hindi rin umimik. Sorry for bothering you. Here is your lunch. I know you're hungry. I'm full. Mariin at mahinang sagot ko para di marinig ng mga kasama namin. No, you weren't, he said. Come on, take it. Alright. Halos tumaas na ang boses ko. Kinuha ang hawak niya at nilapag sa mesa ko. There, happy? Now leave. Gulat na gulat si Jericho sa ginawa ko, kaya napapikit ako ng mariin at humugot ng hininga. Sorry for bothering you. Mahinang sabi ni Jericho bago tumango at napahawak sa batok. Binigyan pa ako ng ngiti. I'll see you later. Eat well. He uttered before turning his back and left. Pinagmasdan ko siyang palayo at napabuntong hininga. Inabot ko ang paper bag bago naglakad patungo sa mga nurses at inabot yon sa kanila. Here guys, tawag ko na may ngiti. Pinabibigay ni Doc. Wow, talaga po, doktora? They asked in amazement and I nodded and smiled a little. I left afterwards. Naabala akong muli sa mga pasyente ko at nag-asikaso sa pagtulong sa pagbabakuna. Halos 2:00 na ako natapos kaya gutom na gutom ako. I went out of the clinic intended for the vaccination when I caught Jericho. Naglalakad siya hindi kalayuan, papunta kung saan pero marahan ang lakad niya. He looks uneasy. I even caught him touch his head. Nahulog ang chart niyang hawak. He crouched to take it but he stopped for a while. Medyo napasandal siya sa pader at lalapit sana ako para tumulong pero tumayo rin siya. Kinuha ang chart at naglakad ng ayos. He will be okay, right? I went to my office instead to look for something to eat or buy something, but I saw a small yet familiar paper bag on my table. Nagtaka ako. Nilapitan niya at nakita ang maliit na note. I heard you gave the nurses your lunch. It's okay. Buti na lang may lunch din akong para sa akin. Sa'yo na lang. I heated this up. Don't worry. Eat well, babe. I love you. I froze. Binuksan ko ang Tupperware at nakita ko kanin yun na may kasamang mixed vegetables. May scrambled eggs din at may kamatis. May smiley face at puso rin na nakadrawing sa kanin gamit ang ketchup. My heart swelled. I realized how rude I was earlier, kaya habang kumakain naiiyak ako. Ang sama-sama akong tao. Hindi na akong dating si Francesca. Nasama na akong tao. I removed my tears. Kinuha ko ang phone ko para manood na nakakatawang videos or cute pets, pero nang maligaw ko sa pinapakaing puppy na cute, mas sumikbi na ako. Gusto ko rin, puppy. I uttered and cried loudly. Almost the whole day I did not even see him. He used to hang around here during his free time. Kaya nung mga 5:00 na at pinasuyo sa akin na magkatid ng files kay Jericho, kinuha ko na. I walked towards the OB department. Kagad lumapit sa mga nurses na nag-uusap. Mukhang di mapakali. Hello, good afternoon. I greeted formally. Good afternoon po, Doktora Karingal. Yes po. I looked around. Can I ask where Dr. Falcon is? May bibigay sana akong file? I was expecting them to answer pero nagtinginan sila. Why? I asked in confusion. Doktora Karingal? She answered and sighed. Yun nga po, Doktora, si Doc po kanina nahimatay. What? I almost screamed that. Nabitawan ang hawak ko at nagpanik. Where is he? Nasa ER po, Doktora. Di ko na siya pinatapos. Kaagad akong tumalikod. Halos takbuin kong ER at nang makarating, agad na nagtanong. At nang ituro nila, mabilis akong lumapit. I removed the curtains. My chest tightened when I saw him sleeping peacefully on the bed. Oh, Doktora Francesca. My gaze landed behind me and saw the doctor. Doc, I called. How is he? I asked. Ayos naman siya, hindi ba? Gutom ba siya kaya siya nahimatay? Tuloy-tuloy kong sabi. Naisip ko binigay niya sa akin ng pagkain na para sana sa kanya. I saw the shock written on his face when they saw my reaction kaya't bumuntong hininga ako para kumalma. Sorry, I cleared my throat. It's okay, Doktora. He smiled and nodded. Naglakad siya papalapit kay Jericho kaya ganun din ako. I sat beside him on the bed and touched his hand. Sorry for being nosy, but what happened? Magkakilala ba kayo ng personal ni Doc? Aniya kaya natigilan na ako. Oh sorry, I'm not being nosy. I was just curious. Ikaw kasi lagi ang bukang bibig ni Doc kapag nagkakausap kami. Tapos ngayon nagpapanik ka. I cleared my throat and sighed. Kakilala ko lang po siya sa ospital sa Maynila dati. Oh, he nodded and smiled. So I assume you knew he has amnesia. I immediately nodded and listened attentively. Kinausap ako ni Doc tungkol dyan. I'm a neurologist so I assume that's why he's asking me. Hindi ko pa alam kung bakit nung una, pero naintindihan ko na rin. Tinanong niya kung may pag-asa ba raw maalala kagad yung nakalimutan niya. My heart swelled upon hearing, kaya't napahawak ako na mahigpit sa kanya. I was not a licensed hypnotist so I couldn't help in that aspect. I told him to let it happen alone, not even force it pero makulit yata. He was telling me his head's been aching lately. I assumed it was because he is forcing himself. Tapos kanina I heard he just got out of the DR when he fainted. I find it hard to breathe. Muling napasulap ako kay Jericho. Bakas doon ang pagod sa mukha niya. He is stressed. Muling sabi niya. And also due to exhaustion, alam mo namang maliit na probinsya lang ang San Isidro, pero ang daming nanganganak. Maybe it's his way to make me laugh. Nang sulyapan ko siya, may ngiti pa rin sa labi niya. I don't know what relationship you two have, But I'm hoping kung sakali may problema kayo, maayos nyo agad or magkaintindihan kayo. He is trying hard, Doktora Karingal, and I can see you're hurting too. I am no professional when it comes to feelings like that, but I can see you two are still in love with each other. Namilog ang mata ko. Mabilis na pailing. No, I said in a low voice. Okay. He smirked and glanced at Jericho's way. He will wake up maybe after an hour or two. Doon muna ako sa ward ko, Doktora. You can stay here if you like. When he left and closed the curtain, my eyes landed back at Jericho. Humigpit ang hawak ko sa kanyang kamay. Muli ko yung hinaplos ng unti-unti, nilapit ang labi ko para magpatak ng halik. Bakit mo kasi binigay sa akin yung lunch mo? Bulong ko sa kanya at ibinaba ang kamay. Pagkatapos inabot ko ang buhok niya para saklit na suklayan ang daliri ko. You should not be forcing yourself. I may look crazy talking to someone sleeping, but I did not care. I should have checked when I saw you like that earlier. I'm sorry. I stayed there for maybe half an hour. Ayoko sanang umalis para intayin ang pagising ni Jericho, pero pinatawag ako sa ward kaya dumalo ako at nag-asikaso ng pasyente. After an hour and it's my time to go home, nagtungo ako kaagad sa ER para i-check kung gising na si Jericho. Pero ang nurse na naglilinis na lang ng higaan ang naabutan ko. Doktora, good afternoon. She greeted and I smiled and nodded. Good afternoon too? Sa Jericho? I asked. Si Doc Falcon po. Nagising po kanina siguro mga 20 minutes ago. I-check ko nga po sana pero sabi niya ayos na po siya tapos umalis. Hindi ko po alam kung saan. I nodded and thanked her. Nagtungo ako sa pedia ward para magtanong pero hindi raw nagpunta doon sa Jericho. I also went to my station and even to neurology and other parts of the hospital but I could not see him, which made me really nervous. Nag-ikot-ikot ako. Nakaabot pa ako sa 4th floor kakahanap sa kanya sa mga department pero wala. At nung naisip kong umuwi na lang, baka naroon siya. Pero nadaanan kong medyo nakaawang na pintuan ng rooftop. My forehead crazed. I could ignore it and go home but my feet have a mind of its own. Binuksan ko ang rooftop at pumasok. Ang dalawang maliliit na ilaw lang ang nagbibigay liwanag, kaya medyo nakakatakot. I was about to leave when I heard faint sobs. Napahawak ako na mahigpit sa bag ko. Is that a ghost? I shivered. Was about to run away from the place when I saw a silhouette from underneath one of the lights. It was enough to make me scream and run away from that place, but the familiar build stopped me. I walked towards him, and my heart squeezed tightly when I saw who was it. Jericho is sitting on the ground with his head down and pressed on his palm. His shoulders are shaking because of his cries, and it was agonizing to hear. Naglakad ako mas malapit sa kanya. Inangat ng kamay para hawakan ang kanyang buhok, pero hindi ko yon itinuloy. Sa halip, tahimik akong naupo sa lapag katabi niya. Walang pakialam kung maramihan din ang damit. I felt him still from his face. Na medyo sumilip siya ay makita ko. Bumalatay ang gulat sa mga mata ni Jericho kaya ngumiti ako. You okay? I asked in a soft voice. Even offering him my hanky, and he removed his palms on his face and faced me. One by one, I saw the tears falling from his both bloodshot eyes. Nagkatitigan kami. Naiwan sa ere ang kamay kong may hawak na panyo nang basta na lamang siyang tumayo bago lumuhod sa harapan ko. Jericho! Tawag ko sa sobra kong pagkagulat. Lalo pa nang sapuhin niya ang kamay kong nakalahad sa ere at inilapit sa mukha niya. Naalala ko na. His voice broke and he began sobbing more. I remembered everything. Ayoko man unti-unting nahulog ang luha ko. I'm sorry. He whispered. I'm sorry, babe. Please, I'm sorry. Huwag ka na magalit. Sorry. Di ako nakasagot. Mas nanginig ang kanyang balikat na napapikit na ako at mas lumapit siya. Mas yumakap siya sa akin. His strong arms became my strength when I felt my body weakening. Gagawin kong lahat. Puno ng panibog ko ni Jerichong bulong. I did my best, babe. I remembered you now. Sorry, it took me so damn long to remember every memory. My eyes glinted in tears when he gently cupped my cheek. His eyes filled with sorrow and regrets. Sorry kung matagal ako. Uuwi naman ako. Mahinang sabi niya at tinaplos muli ang pisngi ko. Kung kailan naman kasi naaalala ko ng lahat, saka ka nawala sa akin. My loud sobs filled the place and he was just cuddling me, touching my arms because I am shaking so much. Please, don't leave me. He begged those words on my ear while he is hugging me. Ang gago ko lang. Kasi kung sana inalagaan kita. Kahit wala na akong maalala noon. If only I did not listen to other people. If only I believe you. If only you are still mine. Paano si Vanessa? I was even surprised to finally say that name. He was stunned. Kita ko kung paano si Jericho natigilan. Pero maya-may lumayo na sa akin at muling hinanap ang mata ko. What about her? Malambing niyang tanong at mas sinaplos ang pisngi ko nang hinalaki niya. Tell me, okay? Tell me everything you want to say. Ask me anything. Sasagutin ko, pangako. I bit my lower lip and dried the tears on my cheeks and looked at him. Why did she call you? Called? His brows furrowed. When? Nung nakaraan. Mahinang sagot ko at pinagmasdan ang isang kamay niya. Hinuhuli ang mga daliri para haplusin. Yung mga nangyari sa atin. She called and texted you? Is that why? Inanap niya ang tingin ko pero nag-iwas lang ako at pinagmasdan ang kamay namin. I blocked his number a lot of times, Francesca. What he said made me look at him again and saw the truth on his eyes. Ever since Stacy, I did not have a connection with her. His voice broke when he said our baby's name. Then why? She's doing everything to get my number again. When I blocked her, she used a new number. When I changed my number, she found it again. And all I could do now is ignore her. She's calling you, honey? Malungkot kong sabi. If you two are still together, why are you still here with me? Bakit ka pa sumusunod sa akin? We are divorced, hindi ka ba napapagod na palagi kitang inaaway? Kung siya na lang, di ba siya naman ang mahal mo? Who told you it was her I love? He asked me back, startling me. And we are divorced. If I am still in love with her, I would probably come back, running, but I am here, chasing you. No matter how many times he wanted me to give up, to leave you alone, ayoko. Bakit? He lifted my hand and gave it a small kiss. Kasi mahal kita, Francesca. Ikaw lang nag-iisa sa puso ko. Sa'yo lang ako palagi uuwi. Why would I give up the only woman I love this much? You are strong to even try and mend our broken marriage and now, ako naman. Kung pagod ka naman, ako nang lalaban para sa'yo, para sa atin. I beat my inner cheek and composed myself to refrain from crying too much. I swear to you, I swear to my life, Francesca, I never fooled around anyone else. He said in a whisper. I wanted to start everything, a fresh one. Gusto ko sayuin ka. Ayoko ikulong ka sa kasal na sakit lang idinulot sa'yo. You don't deserve that kind of pain, babe. You deserve the best. When I needed you the most, you weren't there. Mas naiyak ako. Kailangan kita, Jericho. Nung nawala si Stacy, nasan ka, ha? I smacked his chest after pulling my hand away from his grip, and he gasped and closed his eyes but still let me. I was alone. It was our anniversary. Our baby, Stacy died, pero wala ka. Nandun ka sa babae mo. Puno ng galit at panibugo kong sigaw. Sinampal ko siya pero hinayaan niya lang ako at mas tumungo lang. I was hurt. I was hurt. Mag-isa lang ako noon, wala akong makapitan kasi yung asawa ko. I sobbed and shook my head. He didn't say anything. He just let me hurt him. I couldn't contain my anger and agony as I burst out every pain it caused me. Kaya kong tiisin lahat, Jericho. Kaya kong ipaglaban ang kasal na yun, kahit maubos ako pero si Stacy? I cried hysterically. Si Stacy, nung nawala siya, kailangan kita. Kailangan ko yung asawa ko. Kailangan ko sa Jericho ko, pero wala. He listened to me and did not say anything. I was being physical but he did not fight and let me punch his chest in such distress. Wala ka. Wala yung tahanan ko nung kailangan ko ng pamilya. Wala yung asawa ko. Bulong ko at habang humahagulhol, mahigpit niya lang ako niyakap at hinaplos ang likod ko. Napagod din ako pagkaraan sa pag-iyak at pagpalo ko sa kanya. My hand fell and my body weakened more, but he assisted me while I was fragile. It took us a few minutes to finally calm me down and he moved away. His jet black eyes glistening underneath the setting sun behind him. Are you okay now? He asked in a gentle voice. Can you listen? Or no, I can give you time. Gusto mo umuwi muna tayo tapos makapagpahinga ka? I shook my head. Just tell me everything now so we could end this once and for all. I think I saw the pain chatter the gentleness on his eyes. Muling nahulog ang luha ni Jericho para tumango siya at napanunok. All right, he said in a low voice. After listening and you really cannot bear to be with me, I understand. He sighed and brushed his hair. Umayos siya ng upo sa harapan ko, muling humawak sa kamay ko. Vanessa called at night while I'm on my way home to you. Aniya habang nakatitig sa kamay ko. She said she wanted to apologize for lying to me, to ruin us, and that's it. I wasn't even planning to show my face and go to her place, but she said she has something important to say and it will only take a minute or two. Me being an idiot went there, curious of what she's going to say. Akala ko meron nga pero hindi niya ako pinapaalis. Sumubok ako umalis, Francesca. Nasa pintuan na ako papalabas nang bigla siyang sumigaw, and when I looked back, she was threatening me with a knife. What? I convinced her to stop it and we could talk about our problems, but she refused. Gusto niya magkabalikan kami. Then you should have come back to her. I have you, Francesca. His voice turned dark. I have a wife. I have you. Bakit ako makikipagbalikan sa kanya? But you couldn't even recognize me, right? It's her you thought you have a relationship with. Hindi ba madali? I promise you, we will work it out, right? He cut me off. I may be an asshole to you at first, but I intend to keep my promise and try to learn about you more, to remember us, to fix our marriage. Really? I asked bitterly. What about when I called you? You said she needed you. You even turned the call off. She was killing herself, Francesca. He explained in such desperation. It was too late for me to answer my phone because she took it from me. She asked me to stay with her or she will kill herself. She saw your name on my phone and asked me to say no to you, and I wasn't the one to turn it off. It was her. Natigilan ako. Unti-unti bumalik sa alaala ko ang nangyari nung araw na yon at naalala ang duguan niyang damit. Then why? Sumulyap ako sa may braso niya. You were bleeding before? I was worried of you, so I know I have to do something. I tried taking the knife from her so I could leave or call her parents. At least, and we fought. She stabbed my arm and... Lumunok siya at napatungo. I called the ambulance after because she realized what she did. She was crying and saying sorry to me. I contacted her parents, found out about Stacy, and I was too late. I was late. I was even there for you. I did not even get to say goodbye to our daughter. Natahimik kaming dalawa. Ang pansin ko, nanatili sa kamay kong hawak at tinahaplos ang cherry ko. I'm sorry, sabi niya pagkaraan ng ilang sandali. Siguro I got to save this marriage if I just fix my idiotic attitude. Hulaan ko, ako pa rin ang toxic na tao noon. Baka lumala pa ito. Sinalyapan ko siya. Nahuli ko ang sakit at nanalumos sa mata ni Jericho habang pinagmamasdan ng kamay niyang magkahawak, tila nang hihinayang. Kung hinawakan ko sana ng mahigpit, ang kamay ko hindi ko sana mabibitawan. Halos bulong na yon. I kept on begging you to take me back when in fact, I should give it to you. The will to decide? He touched my palm. Muli niyang inangat ang kamay ko, dinala sa kanyang labi bago hinanap ang mga mata ko. Mahal kita, he said in much sincerity. I honestly felt that. I don't want to give you up. I wanted to fight for you, but if seeing me hurts you, if you don't want me to pursue you more, then... His voice broke. Nangilid ang luha kong muli habang nakatitig sa kanya at nabakas ang kaunong reaksyon sa mga mata niya. I think it was a mixture of pain and acceptance. Kung sa ngayon gusto mong mapag-isa at magkaroon ng kapayapaan, tatanggapin ko. Sino ba namang matutuwa sa nangyari sa kasal natin? Ngayon ko lang na-realize sobrang sakit pala ng ulo ko para sa'yo. Hindi ka dapat ma-stress pero ikaw ay nasa stress dahil sa akin. Are you giving up now? Di ko napigilan ng sarili nang lumabas ang pait doon. You will stop? You are leaving me alone? No, he shook his head. I won't just give up on you, Francesca. Itong pagmamahal ko sa'yo kasing tigas ng yelo kahit iuntog mo pa sa ulo ko. I closed my eyes. Couldn't help but smile at his remark before opening it again. I am just giving you some space so you would miss me. He smirked playfully. Hopefully? Ewan ko sa'yo, Falcon. Natawa ako at nailing sa kanya. What I mean is, he tucked my hair behind my ear. I'm willing to give you some space. I think me being this persistent is stressing you. I don't want to risk. Di naman ibig sabihin nun susuko na ako. My love for you is not that shallow, Francesca. I'll give you space but I'll still be pursuing you on the sidelines. You are persistent, huh? I am not Mr. Persistent for nothing else, huh? He chuckled lowly. I could even offer you to hurt me, slap me or pull my hair. You could even push me down the stairs. Gago ka ba? Bumasangot na ako. Kakaalala mo pa nga lang gusto mo ulit mabagok? He laughed. Sa kabila ng luha na bakas ko ang aliw niya. Kidding aside, but I will do everything just so I could woo you again. Start from scratch kahit magsaka pa ako habang buhay. Makuha ko lang muli, ikaw gagawin ko. I won't even try to embarrass myself but I became a viral funny meme on social media. He sighed. But it's okay. Kung kapalit ay ngiti mo, okay na. They can laugh all they want but at least, hari ako ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro at bagay tayo. I bit my inner chick and reached for his face too. And dry his tears too. What about Vanessa? Bahagya akong tanong. What happened to her? She was on the hospital. She was ill, Francesca. Her family asked professionals for help. Why can't she still call me? That I don't know. He sighed and stood, offering me his hand. What? He gritted his teeth when he realized where I was sitting. Why are you sitting on the floor, Francesca? It's cold there. It's okay, hindi naman. I asked and took his hand. And I am wearing pants. He groaned, ang tigas ng ulo. Reklamo pa ni Jericho. Walang chocolate bar ngayong gabi. Aniya at parang wala lang na pinagpagan, paalis ang dumi sa pants ko. Sa may puwetan pa, exactly. What? I exclaimed. Why? My eyes widened when he spanked me from behind. Kagad kong naramdaman ng kung anong weird sa pakiramdam. That is how you punish a naughty girl. He moved his face back on me and grinned, his seducing jet black eyes staring. You sat on the floor and... Jericho? I called and he stopped from speaking. He hummed. Nawala ang atensyon sa pants ko at muling pumunas ang tulong luha sa pisngi ko. He even fixed my bangs at dahil sa sobrang magkalapit kami, napanunok ako. Amoy na amoy ko ang pamilyar at panlalaking pabango niya. Even if he cried, he still looked so damn hot and, well, I trailed off and licked my lower lip, staring at his delicious and lickable neck and saw a golden shine in it. I'm sorry I made my baby cry again. He hummed again and looked for my eyes. You okay? Gutom ka na ba? Anong gusto mong kainin? Kainin mo ko. I answered nervously and his jaw dropped. Francesca! Jericho cursed. Kagad nawala ang ngisi ko na matandong na umpog ang ulo niya sa headboard sa biglaang pagtulak ko. Oh my God! Singhap ko at mabilis na paluhod sa kama. Nag-alala dahil sa nakikitang napapikit pa si Jericho at napahawak sa ulo niya. Hala! Napatakip ako ng bibig. Mabilis siyang nilapitan at sinapo ang bunbunan niya na tumama sa headboard. I'm sorry, are you okay? Malambing kong tanong. His forehead creased. Napumulat siya ng mata kaya parang maamaw kong bata nang umiti. Sorry Jericho, okay ka lang? Sino ka? He suddenly asked with his creased forehead. Nahulog ang pangako. What? Where am I? He sat slowly and looked around before shifting his gaze at me. Nasaan ako? My heart pounded nervously. Jericho! Nasa puso mo! He suddenly winked and grinned. Gago! I said hardly and he barked out in laughter. Bumasangot ako at pinalo ang braso niya pero tatawa-tawa niya lang akong inabot. Sorry babe, he chuckled again. I was just... Kuumpugin ko kaya yung ulo mo ulit. Sa pader naman. Sigpat ko at bumasangot pero tuwang-tuwa lang ang gago. He reached for my hand. Hinampas ko yun at iritadong tinalikuran siya. Pangit mo ka bonding. Ayoko na sayo. I hissed, annoyed. Mabilis kong ibinaba ang paa ko sa kama para sana bumaba pero nagulat ako sa biglaang galaw ni Jericho. He pulled my waist and my forearm. Isang malakas na tili ang lumabas sa bibig ko nung hilahin niya akong pabalik at tatanto na lang na nasa hita na niya ako. My heart is pounding harshly. Napalunok ako nang tumamang kanyang hininga sa bato ko at pumulupot ang braso sa bewang ko. I stilled. Jericho? I hissed. Kunwari matapang at ayaw pa nang nangyayari pero feel na feel naman. What? Babe? He hummed. Mas lumalim ang paghinga ko ng isang kamay niya ay napunta sa bato ko. Hinawi niyang buhok ko at napaawang ang labi ko nang maramdaman ng maliliit na halik niya doon. Vanilla. He whispered and kissed my nape. My Francesca smells like vanilla. Do you taste the same, huh? Natahimik ako. Medyo lumingon ako sa kanya at nakitang pilo niyang ngiti sa akin. I gulped harshly. Tikman mo. Nag-init ang pisngi ko. Isang galaw lang ni Jericho at marahang angat ng hita ko. Paharap na akong nakaupo sa kanya. Nagsalubong ang mga mata namin. Fire reflected on those dark orbs he has. Naparanok ako, lalo na nang umangat ang kanyang kamay na nasa gilid ko at umangat sa may tiyan ko. Would you taste vanilla? He asked naughtily. His husky voice giving me goosebumps. I encircled my arms on my nape, moving my head closer to his when our nose touched. Paano mo nga kasi malalaman kung di mo kakainin? Sagot ko naman pabalik kaya mahina siyang natawa. I felt how his hand tried and untucked my blouse, my eyes shutting close when his bare fingers touched my body. Lumalaki na tiyan natin He whispered over my lips kaya bigla ako natigilan. I moved a bit away from him and saw him staring at my stomach. Kagad naman akong kinain ng kaba, kaya tumikim ako at inabot ang pisngi niya, kaya napatingin siya sa akin. Pagkain yan, I explained and moved my head to give him a chaste kiss. He kissed me back but then smiled in between, muling humaplos sa tiyan ko. Of course, it's food, he whispered against my lips, biting the lower part before sensually licking it. My babe ate a lot these days, of course. Oo nga. Lumayo ako ng bahagya sa kanya. Kinakabahan pa rin. Pagkain yan, ano bang iniisip mo? Hindi kasi ako nag-exercise itong mga nakaraan kung anong iniisip mo Oo nga, sagot pa niya, tunog na tatawa. Ano nga bang iniisip ko? His fingers traced my stomach and I gasped when it tickled a bit. What do you think, babe? He looked up at me kaya tamilog ang mga mata ko. Aba malay ko sa'yo. He grinned and looked at me again. Bilbil it is. He pressed a quick kiss on my lips. Napahinga ako na maluwag doon. Shit, nakakaloka. Akala ko talaga hindi siya maniniwala. Mabuti nilang mabilis paniwalain. Itong gonggong na to. He stared at me. I stared back at him at nagtigisan kami ng tingin. He was looking at me like he wanted to devour me while I am almost glaring at him. I pouted. He smiled. Di ko na natiis at iniumpog ko ng noo ko sa kanya. Ow! He whined and touched his forehead. Ano? Titigan? Akala ko ba kainan? Walang gana kong tanong. He burst out laughing. Mukhang aliw na aliw siyang pagtripan ako, samantalang stress na nga ako at ang tagal ng pabuffet. Alright, my impatient babe. He grinned and moved me again. Mabilis niya ako naiga sa kama. Pinatong ang may kamay sa aking ulunan. Let me eat you right this time. I am horny. Yeah, it was hard to admit, but I am. Super. I wasn't like this before. Of course, I am craving for him, but not this much. The burger is visible on his eyes. He sure looks like he'd like to devour me. Holy, kaya ready na ready naman ang lola ninyo. I slowly unbuttoned my blouse. Lumalim ang paghinga ni Jericho. Mas nilapit ang katawan sa akin. You sure taste sweet, doktora. He said and looked at my body slowly uncovering. Kitang-kita kong paggalaw ng muscles sa Jericho habang kinakalas ang buton isang damit at nabasa akong labi. A golden chain necklace is what I first saw, with a familiar ring as its pendant. Tumitig ako ron at napasinghap ng maalala. Is that my... I pointed his necklace and he glanced at it. Nodding, he threw his dress shirt somewhere before crawling closer towards me to grant me a kiss. Your ring, he whispered. Yes, I might become stray these days but I'm still bringing a piece of my home with me. Nangilid ang luha ko. Di ko rin napigilan na basta na lang pag-alpas ito kaya nagpanik si Jericho. Shh, babe. He hushed and frantically dried my tears. Bakit ka umiiyak? Wala lang, I sniffed. Hindi ko alam kung bakit ako emotional pero kasi mukha kang... I bit my lower lip. Mukhang? He asked me gently. Mukha kang ligaw na tuta. Gusto kitang ampunin? I answered and cried when his mouth parted dramatically at me. Francesca? He warmed and I sniffed more and touched his chin. Abunjing, abunjing? I said in a small voice and caressed his cheek. Di kami magkaintindihang dalawa. Naiiyak ako kasi mukha siyang tuta, pero natatawa rin dahil asar siya pero walang sinasabi. He was just looking at me. Hinahabaan yung pasensya pero kapag hinahawakan ko ang buhok niya at pinapatayong parang aso may bumubusangot. I thought I'm gonna eat you, Francesca. He retorted and dried my tears. Why are you petting me now like a puppy? Abunjing! I screamed and laughed harder when he tickled me. Sa sobrang harutan naming dalawa, gumulong na ako sa kama at nahuli niya ang kamay ko. Doon na ako natigil. Kapit na ako sa bedsheet nang maabot iyon dahil sa lalim ng halik na init na lumulukob sa katawan. He is something. Just his kisses alone are enough to give me a third-degree burn, kaya baliw na baliw talaga ako sa kanya. He successfully removed my blouse. "You are mine?" he whispered. "You're mine, Francesca." "Akin ka rin," mahinang sabi ko at napatingin sa Jericho. Ang mainit at tingin tila nagningas lalo. "I am yours?" he asked in a low husky voice. The amazement can be heard. "Yes, sa akin ka rin." Malalim ang palitan namin ng halik. Parang di kami nagjujugan itong nakaraan lang sa sobrang sabik at mahihila ni Jericho sana paalis ang pantalon ko kung di lang nag-ingay ang telepono niya. We both froze. Nagkatinginan kami pero sabay nagkibit balikat at nagbalik sa halikan. Pinisil-pisil ko pa ang braso niya pero muli na namang nag-ingay ang phone niya. Hindi namin yun pinansin. "Jericho!" I gasped. Stop with my two voice was cut off again by the sound from his phone kaya't natigilan na kami. Our eyes met. Nakita kong busangot niya kaya ngumuso na ako. "Just answer it," I asked and he sighed. Ayaw pa nung una pero kinuha rin ng pants niyang hinubad sa lapag at kinuha na yung phone. "It's my mother," he said and sighed, showing it to me kaya napatawa na ako. "You should answer it," I told him and he sighed and nodded, even kneeling on the bed to kiss me. I waited for him. Handang-handa na ako magpakain pabalik niya. Pero nahagip ng mata ko ang chocolate cookies kong tira sa may side table. Mabilis akong napabalikwas. Biglang nagtubig ang bagang at binalot ang sarili sa kumot, kinuha ko yon. I opened the ziplock. Mabilis akong sumandal sa headboard ng kama at nilantakan ng pagkain ko. The door separating my small terrace and room opened and Jericho's pouting lips is what I first noticed. "Tss," reklamo niya. I told her I'm doing fine here and pursuing you tapos sabi niya, dapat daw, hindi na lang niya ako iniri. Oo nga. Komento ko rin habang umunguya at mula sa pagkabusangot, napabalik si Jericho sa pagkaing hawak ko. "What are you doing?" he asked, his brow shot up. "I thought we were making love." I bit my cookie again. Ayoko na. Tamad na ako. Sabat ko, bago sumandal lalo at gumisi sa kanya. Umawang ang labi ni Jericho. "What?" reklamo niya. "Babe, He closed his eyes kaya bumaba ang tingin ko sa boxers niya at tumango. "Ah, hard?" I asked. "Eh di palambutin mo?" "What the?" Protesta pa ni Jericho at namula pero bahagya akong ngumiti. Inangat kong cookie sa ere at pinakita sa kanya. "Kain tayo?" I asked and he sighed, calming himself down. He moistened his lower lip. His digits brushed his disheveled hair as he gently knelt on the bed closer to me. "All right, it's okay." He showed me a side smile. "Let me just eat your cookie." Bigla kong nilayo ang cookie sabay kain sa harapan niya. "Lo, asa ka?" I grinned and screamed when he caught my body and showered my face with his kisses. "Ikaw na makulit ka," reklamo niya at tinuli akong kumakawala sa kanya. That was enough for me. Hindi ko alam kung paano ang pag-uusap namin yon sa rooftop ay nakapagpagaan talaga ng loob ko. "Pakainin mo ko," mahinang sabi ko sabay hila sa shirt ni Jericho habang sinusuklayan niya ang buhok ko mula sa likod. We were seated on the bed with me, still naked. Sa aking likod nakaupo si Jericho at minamasayang ianit ko bago ko suklayan. "What do you want to eat?" he asked gently and brushed my hair. "Kiwi. You should try and eat something else, babe," he told me. "Try going out of kiwi or even limit it, but anyway, kiwi is much better than chocolates. From 2, we will limit it to 1. "What?" Iritado ko siyang nilingon. 2 is the limit. You are a pediatrician, so you knew well how bad too much chocolate is bad for... He heaved a deep sigh. Gumuso ako. Malungkot akong sumandal sa dibdib niya, kaya yumakap sa isang braso niya sa tiyan ko at ang isa ay sa may balikat ko. "Nagiging matako na ba ako?" Mahinang tanong ko. "Yeah," kinurot ko siya. "No," biglang bawi ni Jericho kaya tumango na ako. "I know," malungkot kong sabi at hinawakan ko yung kamay niya. "Pero gusto ko chocolate. We can try alternative sweets." "Gusto ko chocolate," ulit ko pa. "Yeah, of course, but babe," sabing gusto ko chocolate eh, bakit mo ba kinakontra? I asked, kaya natahimik siya. Maski ako natahimik din. Nakagat ko ang labi at napatitig sa kanya. Hindi alam kung bakit pero nagtutubig ang mata ko. Ang sama-sama kong tao. Mahina ako sabi habang nakatingin sa kanya kaya napanganga siya. Palagi na lang kitang nasisigawan. Francesca, he panicked. Hindi naman ako ganito. I sobbed. Mabait naman ako, bakit ang salbahe ko na? Hey babe! Nabakas ko ang takot sa kanya. Why are you... Ayoko namang sumigaw. My voice broke pero kasi hindi ko sinasadya sorry. Shh! He suddenly hugged me. Napahikbi akong lalo nang maramdaman ang init ng katawan ni Jericho at halik sa buhok ko. It's okay. Gagalit ka? Nangihinang bulong ko. Umiling naman si Jericho at mas yumakap pa sa akin. Hindi. He chuckled lowly. Why would I get mad to my babe? It's okay. Don't take it to the heart. Talaga? With my teary eyes, I looked back at him and he nodded, smiling. Hindi ko yata kayang magalit lalo sa'yo. He caressed my cheek. Mahal na mahal kita. Ano lang gusto mong kainin? Popcorn? Maliit na boses kong sagot. Alright, popcorn for my babe coming up. He planted a quick kiss on my forehead. I will just run to the nearest convenience store. When he left, I decided to take a bath. Iritado ko sa mood swings ko kaya pakamot-kamot ako ng kilay. Baby, why are you being hard with mommy? Mahinang tanong ko sa tiyan ko. Want natin si daddy tapos biglang ayaw na? Ngumuso ako at muling naupo. Pero pangit naman kasi ni Jericho Bulong-bulong ko pa at binuksan ng TV. When Jericho came back, I was watching Animal Planet. Hi babe, I'm back. He greeted and even kissed my cheek pero di ko siya nilingon at tumalokip-kip lang. Sungit naman natin dyan. Natatawang tanong pa ni Jericho. He removed the hair covering my neck and kissed my skin but I moved away and frowned. Kiss-kiss ka dyan. Simangot ko. Bakit di ka maligo doon at ang baho mo? His eyes widened. Mabilis niyang inamoy ang sarili at ang damit bago ako nagtatakang tiningnan. I am not. Mabaho ka sabi bakit mo ako kinukontra? Malamig kong sabi at napatulala siya sa akin bago maya-maya biglang lumambing ang mata at natawa. Oh, of course. He chuckled like he was excited and even jumped on the sofa to sit beside me. Of course I knew this. Sabi niya sa bayakap. I was annoyed. I pushed him again. For me while frowning pero ayaw naman niya. Patalo at sige lang halik sa mukha ko. Din Jericho, kadiri ka. Tampal ko sa bibig niya pero mas naaliw pa siya doon at sinapo ang mukha ko. You know what babe? I still love you. Aniya na para nagtatapat ng pag-ibig kaya tinaasan ko siya ng kilay. O tapos? I asked. Tapos sobrang mahal kita. Tapos mahal ulit kita. Tapos mahal ulit. Popcorn? I cut him off kaya't napasingap siya at tumango. Jericho being talkative is annoying but cute at the same time. Actually, depende yun sa mood ko. Naiirita nga ako at stress sa ugali ko pero wala ko magawa dahil mood changes is part of pregnancy. When he came back, I was busy checking my phone and reading the email my lawyer sent me. Isang hawak sa kamay at halik sa pisngi. Alam ko katabi ko na si Jericho. What are you doing? He asked. I cooked you 2 flavors, one with barbecue and cheese. Iniwalay ko lang. Itong side yung cheese tapos ito yung barbecue. Jericho? I called and he stopped. Binalingan ko siya at nakitang nagtatakang mata niya. Divorce na tayo. I told him. Officially. Saglit siyang natulala pero biglang ngumiti at tumango. Okay. Ani at inabot ang bangs ko para suklayan. Okay? Takang tanong ko. I just told you, we are divorced. That's the point, Francesca. He explained and caressed my cheek with his fingers. I will let you divorce me so I won't cage you in that messy marriage we had before. Mas kumalabog ang dibdib ko. Tila lumulutang ako habang nakatitig sa malambing niyang mga mata. Ang yelong bumabalot noon natunaw ko na. It doesn't mean we're divorced. I will separate myself for you entirely. He said in a low voice. Of course it hurts but it's for the better. Ayokong ituloy ang kasal na sakit lang ibibigay sa'yo. You deserve genuine happiness. Francesca? Sisimulan ko ulit. Gagapang ako sa lusak para makuha ko ulit. His words made my eyes swell, and before he could see me that way, I looked down on his food and took it from him. Masarap ba to? Talong ko at pasimpleng pinunasan ng luha. Oo, pero mas masarap ka. Sabat ni Jericho, kaya bumalik ang luha ko. He groaned when I slapped his leg and grinned at me kaya umirap ako. Akala mo napakagwapo. Tingnan mo yung TV, kamukha mo yung unggoy. I pointed it. Pakain ko sa itong lagay ng popcorn eh. He laughed. Inakbayan ako at hinila palapit sa kanya kaya hinayaan ko na. Nangiti ako at pasimpeng sumandal sa dibdib niya. I miss this. I miss this kind of warmth. The security only he could give me. Pahingi. Tinampal ko ang kamay niya. Nagkatinginan kaming dalawa at bakas ang gulat sa kanya sa ginawa ko. Why? Anong hingi? Simangot ko. Kumuha ka ng sarili mong popcorn doon. Akin to. I possessively wrapped my arms around my bucket of popcorn and he laughed. Seriously? He asked unbelievably and then stared at me. I snarled. Okay. His lips twisted for an amused grin. The things hormones could do to you? Ano? May sinasabi ka? Angil ko. Wala naman, wala. Naiiling siyang tumayo at sumaya na ako nang bumalik siyang may sarili ng lagayan. Kanya-kanya dapat. Anong share? Wala kaming pansinan habang nanonood. Well, ako lang naman yung hindi namamansin. Nalungkot ako na makitang paubos na ang popcorn ko. Mabilis akong dumungaw sa lagayan ni Jericho at mas nalungkot na makitang madami pa ang kanya at gusto ko sanang humingi pero ma-pride ako. Gusto mo? He asked when he saw me looking pero umirap ako sa hangin. Muling bumaling sa pagkain ko. I heard his chuckle. Di ko na pinansin at muling bumaling sa palabas. Napangiti na makita ang mga cute na wild animals. Jericho stood from his seat. Bagya ako siyang nalingon at nakita, pumunta siya ng kusina kaya suminghap na ako. Walang pagdadalawang isip, inabot ko ang lagayan niya. Panicking. I poured the contents from his bucket to mine and brought back to his place before he could come back. Paglabas ni Jericho, umayos ako ng upo. Mula sa peripheral vision ko, nakita ko ang pagdungaw niya sa lalagayan niya. He glanced my way. Bahagya akong lumayo at pasimpeng kumain ng popcorn. Bakit naubos to? Bulong-bulong ni Jericho, pero nagpanggap akong walang naririnig. Wala naman siyang sinabi. Nang makalahati ko ang popcorn ko at umalis siya, inulit ko ang ginawa at mabilis ding ibinalik at natatawa na ako nang napakamot na si Jericho sa batok at binalingan ako. Lagayan niya. He glanced my way. Bahagya akong lumayo at pasimpeng kumain ng popcorn. Bakit naubos to? Bulong-bulong ni Jericho, pero nagpanggap akong walang naririnig. Wala naman siyang sinabi. Nang makalahati ko ang popcorn ko at umalis siya, inulit ko ang ginawa at mabilis ding ibinalik at natatawa na ako nang napakamot na si Jericho sa batok at binalingan ako. Pasimple akong sumipol at nagkunwaring walang naririnig. I can feel his stares at me. Mariing kinagat ko ang labi nang mas lumapit siya sa akin. Ang braso ay pinatong pa niya sa likod ko sa sofa kaya nagtagagal-gal ako. Dami nating popcorn na, komento niya habang dinudungaw ang lagayan ko. Siyempre, I exclaimed and hid my bucket from him. Mabagal kasi akong kumain, di kagaya mo matakaw. Gulat siyang tumingin sa akin. Tinaasan ko naman ang kilay kaya mas natapatawa pa siya at tumalik sa noo ko. Mabuti na lang, mahal kita. His lips twisted to hide his amused smile before he took his bucket of popcorn and poured it on mine. Here, sa'yo na. Aniya kaya't nagningning ang mata ko kakatitig. Yup, eat well, babe, he said. Ano pa bang gusto mo? Really? Yay! I cheered in amazement. Nagliwanag na nilingon siya. Tamango siya at ngumiti. Napaisip ako at dumukot sa bucket. Sumubo ako ng akin bago siya subuan na agad niyang tinanggap at mas umakbay sa akin. I glanced at the television. Pinag-iisipan ko kung ano pang gusto ko hanggang nilabas ang isang clip ng isang aso. My eyes swelled because of its cuteness. I reached for Jericho's shirt and gripped it, a reason why he glanced my way and saw my teary eyes. Francesca? Gusto ko, Papi? Bulong ko at napasinghot. Parang awa mo na, gusto ko, Papi. I cried loudly. Napatitig lang si Jericho sa akin pero maya-maya, tumawat mabilis ako niyakap. I felt so tired today that Jericho carried me on the bed. Tahimik akong nakayakap sa batok niya. Ang muka, nakasubsob sa dibdib habang nakapikit. I felt him lowered me. Sa pagmulat ko, nasalubong kong pamilyar niyang mga mata. Puno to ng lambing at pag-aalala. Sleepy? He asked in a low voice and I nodded. Medyo, paus kong sabi. You should sleep. He whispered and smiled at me. brushing my hair. Inangat niya rin ang kumot sa katawan ko. Hindi ako umimik. Inantay ko siyang humiga sa tabi ko pero nagtaka lang nang maglatag siya ng sapin sa lapag. Pinatay ang ilaw at nahiga roon. Bakit dyan ka? Marahang tanong ko. You can sleep here, malamig yata dyan. It's okay, sagot na Jericho. He just smiled at me. Napatingin ako sa kamay kong inabot niya mula sa kumot at hinaplos. I moved a little para mas masilip siya. Kitang-kita ko mula sa pwesto ko ang singsing na suot niya habang hinahaplos ang akin na wala na. I'm sorry again, Francesca. He started off. You may be tired of me apologizing again and again, pero ako, hindi mapapagod kakahingi ng tawad sa nagawa ko. Jericho? I called when I noticed the tears on the side of his eyes. Malimlim ang ilaw dahil sa maliit na lampshade, pero kumikislap ang mga mata niya. Mahal na mahal kita. His voice broke when he said that. I understand if you don't believe me anymore. I understand why you got tired. I was wrong. I've hurt you, Francesca. Kinagat ko ang labi ko, tumugot ng hininga, para hindi maiyak sa naririnig sa kanya. I won't make any excuses because I know what I did was wrong and I accept it. I was an asshole. Nakinig ako sa sinabi ni Vanessa tungkol sa'yo. That time I just don't know what to believe, babe. I can feel something about you. I felt you have something in me the moment and I set my eyes on you, but I had my doubts. I woke up not knowing you. Remembering Vanessa as my girlfriend kaya hindi ako makapaniwala. He touched my hand more. When I woke up, you're making me curious. I didn't know about you at first and I thought she is my girlfriend, so I separated myself from you. It's wrong because she is my girlfriend while I am secretly checking on you. An asshole move, but what I'm feeling is weird. I can see the way you're looking at me and I don't know why, but I wanna know if you have feelings for me. Talaga? Medyo napatawa pa ako roon. Halatado ba masyado? His lips rose. Your eyes says so. I'm attracted. No, I'm annoyed whenever I see people around you and you are laughing with them. Di ko alam kung bakit pero selos na ako. You have her. I sighed. You look happy with her. That's what I want to show you. He heaved an exasperated sigh. I wanted to see if you have feelings for me, if you're jealous. Gago ka ba? I said in a hard tone. Oo, gago. He chuckled lowly. Ang gago-gago kasi gusto kong malaman kung gusto mo rin ba ako. I nodded, understanding his reasons. When you told me you were married, of course I was shocked. Yes, I have feelings for you before I could even identify it, and I should be elated but still. Sobrang bilis ng mga pangyayari sa akin kaya hindi ko alam ang gagawin. Vanessa is the only person I had before who's been telling me stories. Tinanong ko siya kung bakit niya sinabi sa akin asawa kita. She told me you're cheating on me and that my parents arranged you for me. That's why you asked for divorce. Mahinang sabi ko at tumango siya. Ang kamay kong hawak niya ipinatong niya sa pisngi niya. Such a wrong move. Gulong-gulo ko. Inaalala kita pero sumasakit yung ulo ko. Kaya hindi ko pinipilit masyado pero sana mas pinilit ko pa. Sana maaga pa lang naalala na kita. He kissed my palm. But when you told me you weren't cheating and you asked for me to get to know you, I am more than willing. But Stacy happened. Bulong ko at tumango na. Mas napapagtagpi ang iniisip niya ngayon. I'm sorry if I wasn't there when you needed me, Francesca. His tone somber and disappointed. Even I was disappointed of myself. Sana nga hindi ko nalang pinuntahan si Vanessa. Sana lang umuwi na ako kaagad sa'yo. Hindi man lang kita nadamayan. I'm sorry. Mabilis na Jerichong hinawi ang luhang muling nahulog. I'm sorry for my mistakes. For not being there when you needed me. As a husband. For not being here as your home. When you needed shelter. For breaking my vows. It wasn't just you who broke the vows. Miski ako. Mahinang sagot ko. At pinunasan ang luhang kumikislap sa kabila ng madilim na paligid. Biktima lamang tayo ng mga pangyayaring hindi natin makontrol. You went out that day to buy me some fresh breads and got into an accident. You didn't like that to happen in the first place. You also got tired of me and I understand it. Tumango siya habang nakatitig sa mukha ko. You did your best to save our marriage, Francesca. You did well, babe. Baka hindi lang talaga para sa atin ang kasal na iyon. You know what? I realized something. I understand it fully now. Sumubok tayo na umayos pero naliligaw ang landas parehas. Pareho tayong nadala sa emosyon sa mga bagay na hindi naman natin hawak. Instead of listening to you, nagpapadala ako sa emosyon. Pareho lang tayo. We could have fixed it earlier if only we communicated. I'm sorry, he uttered. I should have tried harder, Francesca. Sana nabayan kita kay Stacy nung kailangan mo ko. Sana nabisita ko man lang ng huling beses ang anak natin. Stacy was not here with us now, but I know she's at peace when she died. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't mine either. Maybe then God's decided to take his beautiful child in heaven with him so that she won't feel pain anymore. When I sniffed, I heard him dead too. Mas naiyak ako nang maupo na sa lapag si Jericho at dinikit ang noo sa akin. Mahigpit ang hawak sa mga kamay ko. I'm sorry too, Jericho. Kasi sinira ko rin yung pangako ko sa'yo. Ang sabi ko hindi kita iiwan, na hindi kita susukuan pero ako rin tong mahina. Shh! You weren't weak, He hummed and opened his eyes to look at mine. Listen to me, babe. He cupped my cheek and looked at me in the eyes. You are the strongest woman I've ever met, he said in such gentleness. Remembering my winning answer in Hari ng Dinibdibang Lupa ng San Isidro, I nodded and smiled despite my tears. Letting go is a brave thing to do. You should know it's okay to take a step back to things that hurts you, mostly when what you're chasing is no longer worth it. He dried my tears. I will give you the space you needed. Without you? My voice broke. Without me? For quite some time? You're leaving me? No! He smiled sadly and placed his forehead against mine. It was not on my vocabulary, babe. Find peace within you. And when you're finally okay again, dito lang ako sa'yo palagi, aantayin ka. I closed my eyes tightly and sat on the bed. Kagad siyang yumakap sa tiyan ko kaya hinaplos ko ang kanyang buhok. I heard you had an offer abroad. Bulong niya kaya nagitla na ako. Nabilis kong inangat ang mukha niya at tinitigan ng hilam na luha sa kanyang mga mata. Jericho, paano mo? My voice quivered. I heard from the nurses. He said and smiled at me. You should take it. I sighed loudly. Bumaba ang haplos ko sa buhok niya papuntang batok. It's just 3 months. Mahinang sabi ko. San Isidro wanted me to lead the Pelia department since I had an experience before. You should. Sagot ni Jericho na may ngiti at muling inabot ang pisngi. You did great. You deserve it. Pwede? Maliit na boses kong tanong. Can I go there? Really? Gusto mo ba? Malambing na tanong ni Jericho kaya tumangutango ako. Gusto ko. Gustong gusto. I answered in all honesty. Then go for it. I just have one condition. Aniya kaya tumango ako at nakinig. You should take care of yourself. Promise me you will rest well. You won't starve yourself and won't eat too much sweets. Napangangako. Yes or no, going out of the country. Anitong seryoso kaya't bumuntong hininga na ako at kinagat ang labi. Tumango sa kanya. Okay. I smiled at him. Good girl. Despite his eyes mirrored with tears, he smiled gently. Yumakap siyang muli sa tiyan ko at ng ilang segundo bago tumayo at umupo na sa tabi ko. Take care of yourself. Do not mind me here. I will be a good boy. Bulong ni Jericho at siniksik ang ulo sa leg ko. Please enjoy yourself. A good new surrounding will be good for you. Unti-unti sumara ang mga mata ko. Sinandal ang ulo ko sa kanya bago suminghap at nagsalita. Let's both be better and learn from our mistakes, Jericho. Bulong ko. So the next time we will start again, we know what went wrong so that it won't happen again. Got it, babe? He answered me. I will wait for you. I will just rest and come back to you. Bulong ko. I hope you will be a good boy, kasi kapag hindi, puputulin ko yung footlong mo. We ended up laughing. Isang halik sa pisngi ang binigay niya bago ipakita ang kamay niya. I will wait for you, Francesca. Ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. That I vow to you. He showed me his pinky, making me smile. I will come back to you too, Mr. Yellow. I chuckled and intertwined my pinky with his. That I vow to you. I said yes to my 3-month task as a head facilitator for a medical convention abroad. It was such a deja vu. Noon, dito ko nakilalang asawa at ngayon, nandito ako mag-isa pero masaya. It was such a new experience. After he took me to the airport, he went back to Manila and worked again in their hospital while I will cut our connection off. Tayong mga magulang ko lang kausap at kagaya ng pangako kay Jericho, inalagaan kong sarili. It was hard but I managed to limit my chocolate obsession to the max. But kiwi is another thing. From time to time I am requesting for it. Maganda rin ang service ng hotel na tinuluyan ko dahil kahit rare ang mag-request ng ganong prutas, sagana ako. Minsan nga bago pa ako magsabi meron na sa kwarto ko. It was a great experience overall, meeting new people, speaking in front and sharing my knowledge when it comes to taking care of kids and their nutrition. I get to see new places, enjoy the sceneries, but overall, what I loved more in that 3-month escape is my peace of mind, realizations, and reflection. I felt like a new woman when I got back to the Philippines. Bolder, sexier, and prettier. Everyone, ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro ay nagbabalik na. Hoy Francesca, yung tiyan mo parang pakwan na. Baka kending ka dyang buruha ka? Febby hissed. Nawala yung aura ko. Nakangusong binaba ko ang shades at tinanggal ang kamay sa bewang. Excuse me, kakauwi ko lang tas aawain mo ako ng ganito? Reklamo ko. Sus, si buntis. Kairis laughed. Hinila pa ang bagahe ko at kumapit sa braso ko. Nakakaloka ka kasi. Di ka nagsasabi. Aalis ka dito tapos pagbalik mo, yung tiyan po pwede mo nang gawin na pang bowling. During those months, I opened my social media accounts and reconnected with them. I apologized for suddenly leaving and they both cried when they saw me in the video chat. Nagtatampo pa nung una pero dahil maganda ako, pinatawa din nila ako at naintindihan. Ay we! Bumaba ang tingin ko sa tiyan. Napatango na matantong bilog na nga. Pero okay lang. Maganda naman ako, di ba? Napahawak ako roon. Bakat na bakat sa suot kong maluwag na dress. Oo na. Febby grinned. Ikaw ha? Gumaganda ka ng gumaganda. Anong sekreto mo? Wala naman. I shrugged. Inborn na kasi to, Febby. I explained. The two decided to fetch when I told them I'm going home. Kagagaling ko lang ng San Isidro kina nanay. I stayed there for barely a week and resigned to the hospital to go back here. Tuwang-tuwa ang dalawa. Ilang araw pa lang bagong uwi ko, nag-schedule na sila ng off para masundo ako sa airport. We spent our day eating around. Dahil nga dayo ko, kunwari, libreng-libre ang reyna ninyo at sinasagad kong gastos para sa foods. Grabe ka, Francesca. Ubus mo yan? Kai gasped upon looking at the plates I finished, kaya malit akong umisi at mahinhin na tumango. Di lang ako yan, ano ba kayo? I laughed a little. Isipin nyo na lang, dalawa kami ng pamangkin niyong kumakain. Early gift niya na yan para sa binyag niya. Stressed ang dalawa. Sa dami ng tinuturo ko pero walang nagawa. Kaya halos hapon na kaming tatlo nakarating sa ospital. Kairis left for her boyfriend's book, signing while Febby went back to work after they finished fixing me. Galingan mo sa pag-arte sis. Ani Kairis na inaayos ang suot kong cap. Papapasukin kaya ako? I asked them nervously and wore my mask. Hindi ba punuan ngayon? Anong punuan? Tawa ni Febby. Hindi yan. Nagpasked ka namin ngayon eh. Ikaw ang last sa listahan. Galingan mo ha. Naku kapag nabuking ka kaagad, sayang rehearsal namin kanina. I nodded and smiled, waving. Hawak-hawak ko pa ang tiyan ko habang naglalakad sa OB department at tinatanguan ng mga bumabating nurse. I am in my complete disguise today. My hair is tied with a cup on. Shades and mask kahit magkanda during na sa shades, todo bigay pa rin ang lakad ko. Kulang na lang mag-bounce ako sa excitement. Good morning, ma'am. May appointment po ba? His familiar secretary greeted when he saw me kaya tumango ako. She handed me the answer sheet where I would fill my personal info. Kita ko ang weird niyang tingin sa akin, pero mas tinago ko lang ang mukha. Ma'am, di po ba kayo naiinitan? Gabi na po pero... She pointed my shades kaya umiling ako. Pang dark mode kasi to kaya kita. Sagot ko. Sa pinalait na boses at nagtatakaman, ay inalalayan niya ako paupo. I sat beside a not-so-pregnant looking woman in a dress waiting. Hi miss, papacheck up ka rin? Masiyang bati niya at medyo nagulat pa ako na matandang familiar ang mukha niya. Oh, I gasped. You're familiar to me miss. Perhaps maybe we've met before? Oh, baka. She giggled. Madalas kasi ako magpa-check up dito kapag feeling ko buntis ako. Kaya feeling ko nakita mo na ako. Talaga? I realized she's only the lady I saw before when I pranked Jericho. Oo, she said. Pogi kasi yung doktor. Alam mo ba, gwapo mga anak ko kasi sa kanya ata pinaglihi? Mas napatawa ko ron. Tumingin sa tiyan niya. Pero di ba masungit? Buti di ka naiirita. Wala yang irita. Kung sa mukha, panalo ka. She exclaimed kaya nag-appear kaming dalawa. Saka pangatlong anak ko na to. Di pa sure gender pero baka lalaki. Imagine mo, gwapo rin. Kaya, ikaw miss, ilang buwan na? Laki ah. Almost 8. I touched my stomach and smiled. Pinaglilihian ko rin yung doktor. Tama yan sis. She offered her hand at me and danced it in the air. Hayaan mo na yung medyo masungit at tahimik. Isipin mo yung future ng festlock ng anak mo. Learn from the expert. She even winked playfully. She only left when she called. 6:00 na at malapit ng uwi ni Jericho kaya feel na feel ko ang pag-upo. His secretary Belle even offered me a drink or maybe she's trying to see my face kaya tagong-tago ako. Ma'am, parang familiar ka. She even talked to me kaya umiling-iling ako. Hindi. Maliit na boses kong sagot. First time ko rito? She nodded. Pero kasi, she only stopped when the girl from earlier went out with the green. Girl, babae ang anak ko. She said happily kaya tumayo ako. We tried hugging pero sa laki ng tiyan ko hindi magkasundo kaya nagtawanan kami. Wow, congrats! I greeted happily. Thank you, she giggled. Baka naman kilala niyong asawa ni Doc. Aniya kaya natigilan kami. Bakit? Wala. Curious lang ako. She chuckled. Kasi sabi ko sa kanya pinaglihi yung mga lalaki kong anak. Tapos ngayong babae nagtanong ako sino pwedeng paglihian. Sagot niya yung asawa niya raw. My heart pounded. Really? Oo, maganda. Pinakita niya nga yung picture sa desk niya eh. Gusto ko tuloy makita ng personal at mapaglihian. Tawa pa niya. Oo, maganda talaga. I commented despite the fleeting moment I'm feeling. Nagpipigil ng ngiti. Si Jericho talaga parang tanga. Nang umalis ang babae, pinapasok ako ng secretary. Nagahalo ang excitement sa puso ko. I stepped into his familiar clinic, clenching my fist. Agad ko si Jerichong nakitang abala sa sinusulat sa desk at bahagyang iniunat ang likod. Kulot na kunot ang noo at seryoso. He looked tired but professional at the same time. Yung tipong sarsa sa ulam, masarap papakin. He is sporting into a clean-cut hairstyle and wearing his reading glasses. Kahit may suot na puting doctor's coat, kitang-kitang hubog ng kanyang katawan at braso doon. I walked closer to him and must have sensed it. Ang mata niya nasa tiyan ko at napatingin bago unti-unting nag-angat sa mukha ko. His cold, non-emotional eyes stared at mine. Laking pasalamat ko naka-shades at mask ako dahil baka nagpanik na ako sa titig niyang iyon. His brow shot up. His reddish lips made a brief pout as he looked at his papers back at me. You are? He asked and I checked my throat before answering using my small voice. Hi, Doc Pogi. Asunta di makairi po. Papacheck up sana kami ng baby ko. Madrama kong sabi, sabay haplos sa aking bilugang tiyan. Francesca's POV. The past months had been hard for us. It was tiring and saddening. Naalala ko pa ang nangyari noon sa ospital ng San Isidro noong nag-OB si Jericho. Dami ko pang sinasabi sa utak kong imposible pero mukhang manifesting ang nangyari. Francesca, good morning! Bumati rin ako bago nag-time in at nakita mga professor ko dati noong dito pa ako nagsisimula. Saglit ko silang kinausap at nagbatian. Akala ko makakaalis na ako pero may tinawag sila sa may likuran. Oh, Dr. Francesca, we also have a new OB here in San Isidro, she exclaimed. Mabilis akong napalingon at nakita ang pamilyar na lalaking papalapit sa amin. Jericho is now wearing his white doctor's coat. Nakasalamin pa at may hawak na chart pero nang tinawag mabilis na napaangat ang tingin. Our eyes met. He smiled at me a little pero mabilis ako nag-iwas at bumaling sa mga senior ko. Napapanguso na. Di talaga ako lulubayan ng hamog na pastol na to. Jericho lowered his chart and walked closer nang tumabi siya sa akin at magdikit ng bahagya ang mga kamay namin. May kung anong kuryenteng dumali doon kaya natulos ako. I think he felt it too because of his sudden movement. Medyo napatitig siya sa kanyang kamay bago ko tingnan pero di ako sumulya pabalik. Dr. Falcon. Doctora called him with a smile. I want you to meet our newest pedestrian. Well, she isn't really new. Nandito siya nanggaling bago lumipat sa ospital niyo sa Maynila. Maybe you two know each other? She asked, obviously not knowing our status. Kakauwi lang kasi nila sa convention sa abroad at ako agad ang naabutan ng malaman na mag-contractual akong muli sa ospital namin dito. Napatingin silang lahat sa akin kaya mabilis akong umiling. No, I answered. Not personally, doktora. Oh really? I thought magkakilala kayo talaga dahil sabay kayong pumunta dito. You are contractual too, Doc? Bakit biglaan naman? Kamusta ang Maynila? It's good, his baritone voice answered. It's just that my home is here. Naramdaman ko ang titig ni Jericho sa akin pero hindi ko nilingon. Oh, nakabili kang lupa? Doktora asked brightly. Nako, maganda yan. Hindi lang kilala ang San Isidro pero sa tanawin, busog na busog ka. Sakto rin at may doktora tayo ditong maganda. Nagulat ako nang pabiro akong siniko ni doktora kaya napaayos ako ng tayo. Po? I asked. Asus, si Francesca. She even giggled. May boyfriend ka na ba, Iha? Abat bagay kayo nitong si Dr. Falcon, no? Ang gwapong bata. Wala po, doktora. I shook my hand. At saka wala akong time. Asus? Puro ka rin study first noon eh. Sige na, nagtataka talaga ako at di kayo magkakilala at nasa isang ospital lang kayo noon. She even glanced at Jericho then cleared his throat kaya't napatingin ako sa kanya. I guess I should formally introduce myself to our beautiful pediatrician here, he asked, staring intently at me kaya muling nagwala ang puso ko. I felt like my stomach is churning and Doktora is giggling beside me. Dr. Dean Jericho Falcon. Doktora Kalingal? He said and offered his hand. Single and ready to mingle. Nakitna ako ron. Narinig ko ang tawa ni Doktora at mas siniko pa ako. Nakinikilig kaya kinagat ko ang labi at unti-unti ay nangat ang kamay para makipagkamay sa kanya. Francesca Karingal, Doc. Single but not ready to mingle, I said with a fake smile. Napatawa si Doktora at mas sinigo ko pero seryoso lang ako kunwari. Pretty name, suits you well. The side of his lips rose as he lifted my hand and placed a kiss at the back of it while staring directly into my eyes. Lovely to meet you, Doktora. I hope you're open to mingle soon. I gulped harshly. Kinagat ko ang labi at tumangutango na may pilit ng ngiti. Narinig ko ang higik-hik ni Doktora kaya't sinaman ko ng tingin sa Jericho. He pretended not to notice my glares at him. Ngiti-ngiti pa habang hawak-hawak pa rin ang kamay ko. I secretly pulled my hand but he gripped it innocently, glancing at Doktora and nodded. Excuse us first, Doktora. I would like to get to know Doktora Karingal more. He smirked. Is it okay if I borrow her? I will take her to her office. Who knows, maybe she'll open the possibility to mingle this time. Ay! I was stunned when Doktora teased us. Gusto kong isigaw na wag niya akong ibenta sa lalaking to, pero kulang na nga lang mag-cheer siya habang tinutulak ako. Go, Doktora Karingal! She pushed me playfully. Doktora, di nga ako open. Anong di open? Yung matres mo pa-close na. Di ka pa rin open? Pinanlakihan niya lang ako at tinulak palapit kay Jericho na inabot ang bewang ko. Alagaan mo yung Francesca ng San Isidro, Dr. Falcon. Nakukat maraming sabungayrong susugod sa'yo kapag nasaktan ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa. She teased kaya't napapanguso na lamang ako. Binibenta niya ako. Then I will take care of the queen, Doktora. He smiled and touched my waist firmly. Let me escort Her Highness to her clinic. I was annoyed. Lantaran kong ipinakita kay Jericho ang pagbusangot ko, pero parang wala lang sa kanya. He even smiled playfully and waved at our senior who cheered me into finally mingling with this man. I was stiff while walking. Ayoko naman siyang itulak-tulak habang nanonood si Doktora, kaya para akong tuod dun. I only smacked his arm when we reached my clinic and he is busy smirking at me. Ikaw, I warned. How many times do I have to tell you to leave me alone? Countless, I guess. He shrugged. I frowned. Gano'ng kadaming beses ko bang dapat sabihin sa'yong layuan mo ko? Di ako marunong magbilang, piglet. He smiled again when he saw me bright red now. Dean Jericho? I groaned. I am not a piglet. Francesca. He reached for my bangs and brushed it a little. Can I get an oink-oink? I hissed quietly. Mas tumawa si Jericho at sinapo ang pisngi ko kaya napisat iyon at naiipit ang uso ko. I made a loud hissing sound but he only tilted his head and watched me amusingly, suddenly making a pig sound. My eyes widened. Medyo lumaki ang ilong niya kaya't napatawa na ako at tinulak siya palayo. Jericho! I exclaimed. Did you seriously just... Oh, I did. He smiled gently. You laughed. That's a plus. Maybe you will allow me to mingle soon? No. Humalukip-kip ako at umirap-irap. No way. Nah, you will be open to mingle soon. He winked and messed with my hair. Bye, babe. I gotta do an ultrasound to my patients. Eh di mag-ultrasound ka? Bakit ko? Tinatanong ko ba? My brows shot up. He pinched my cheek playfully. Don't be jealous, babe. I will do the checkups for you and our baby personally. Asa ka? Iritadong sagot ko at tinawi na ang kamay niya. Hiwalay na tayo, okay? Anong baby-baby ka dyan? Walang mangyayaring check-up sa baby? But he only cocked his head on the side, handsomely licking his lower lip before tugging his lips for a lopsided smile. Hindi mo sure, Francesca? He murmured surely and tapped my chin before giving me a teasing flying kiss. Kaya hinampas ko ang ere at halos bugahan siya ng apoy. The irony? Walang check-up talagang mangyayari, Francesca? You are? He asked and I cleared my throat before answering using my small voice. Hi, Doc Asunta. Di makairi po. Papacheck up sana kami ng baby ko. Madrama kong sabi, sabay haplos sa bilugang tiyan. What? He asked, mukhang naguguluhan. Muli si Jerichong bumaling sa papel sa harapan niya, pabalik sa akin. Your name? Asunta. Di makairi po. I answered. Natatawa na dahil mukha siyang lito na hindi maintindihan. Ang meaning ng D is, D as it is lang? Pinaliit ko pang boses lalo. Tumango siya, inayos ang salamin at binasang pang ibabang labi. Take a seat, Miss Makaire. He murmured. Nagsaseryoso pero halatadong pinipigil lang ng tawa. Sus, natatawa yan sa apelido ko. Dapat lang pinag-isipan ko to ng bongga. First time, miss? He asked and glanced my way pero dahil naka-shades nga ako, di niya nakita ng buo ang mukha ko. I nodded. Yes, Doc Pogi? His reheat creased. Napatitig si Jericho sa akin na mas matagal at mukhang nagtataka pa na ewan kaya inayos ko na yung cap ko. Doc? I called again. Sorry. He cleared his throat and moistened his lip. I just thought you're familiar. Oh, I nodded, almost laughing with his remark. How many months? Almost 8, I answered. Is this your first time here? How about your first OB doctor? He asked. Miss Makaire? Halos mabulunan na din ako dahil nakakatawa talaga si Jericho kapag pinipilit sabihin ang apelido ko. Kunwari, pero dahil dapat masungit ang reputation niya, nagsaseryoso ang mukha niya. First doctor ko nasa ibang bansa. Paliwanag ko. First ko dito sa Philippines tapos recommended ka kaya dito ako pumunta. Foreigner kasi tong baby ko kapag kinakausap ko, English yung sagot. I noticed his eyes brightened at my answer. Parang may naisip pero napailing at sumulyap sa chart niya. Bakit ka natatawa, Doc? I asked him. He glanced my way and I noticed his eyes softened. Nothing. You just remind me of my wife. He said, startling me. Bakit? I inquired. Di naman sa chismosa, Doc, pero parang gano'n na nga. San siya? His lips formed a thin line. Sumulyap si Jericho sa frame sa lamesa niya, kaya gano'n din ako at nakitang picture namin ng kasal. She went abroad to relax and find herself. He murmured while staring at it. To let go of the pain I caused her. Di ko inaasahan na sinabi ni Jericho. I don't hold any rage for him, not anymore. Ni walang pagtatampo roon pero ngayon nakikita siyang malungkot. Parang sinaksak ako. Well, it's my fault because I was an ass. He chuckled nonchalantly and sat straight again. Anyway, I'm sorry for being like this. I don't really talk that much with patients around, maybe just now. Your moves just remind me of my wife. Okay lang, I answered. Medyo bumalik ang boses ko kaya muli ko yung pinalitan. Ayos lang, Doc. My apologies again, Miss Makaire. He said and cleared his throat. I can see here you would like an ultrasound. You still didn't know your child's gender? His jet black eyes stared at me and my heart thumped wildly like what it was always did when I'm with him. Oo, alam ko medyo late na pero kasi gusto ko sabay naming malaman ng dad ng baby ko yung gender niya. His reddish lips protruded, still staring at me. Where's your husband then? He asked seriously. Medyo malilate. Palusot ko na lang. Kaya mauna na lang ako tapos babalitaan ko na lang siya. Matagal pa si Jerichong napatitig sa akin at kinakabahan talaga ako at baka mahalata ako. Aren't you hot, ma'am? He asked. It's night here. You might find it hard walking around with shades. You can remove the glasses and the hindi. Tumawa pa ako. Naka-dark mode kasi itong salamin ko. Tumango-tango siya pero mukha pa rin kuryoso. Dark mode? He asked. Is that even a thing? Oo naman, I exclaimed. Bagong discover pa lang kasi to sa Amerika. Wala pa sa Pinas pero meron ng ganong glasses doon. Kung ang phone nga may night mode, ang glasses meron din. Won't you trip? I won't. Ikaw talaga. Tsaka kasi may photosensitivity ako kaya need ang glasses na dark mode. I know he is feeling weirded out of me but I just nodded. He clicked his head a little to side while playing with his pen and staring at my form. I will request my secretary to prepare the ultrasound room. He murmured nonchalantly while reading on it before pressing on his intercom and reminded his secretary. I was afraid it will look suspicious, lalo na't sina Feby at Kairis ang nagsagot. Nako talaga, kapag pumalmak kami rito, pagbubuhalin ko yung dalawa. You did not feel everything, ma'am? He commented and pointed the form. Muling kinagat ang ballpen kaya napalunok ako. Dok, pwedeng pakagat din ako? I clutched my dress. Muli niya ako nilingon kaya't suminghap ako at kinalama ang sarili. Lalo nang basain niyang pang ibabang labi. Miss Makaire? He called. Yes? I inquired. Let me fill the form for you instead. He pointed it and that's when I realized our wedding ring is on his finger. How about you fill me instead? Napanguso ako. Para mas naging bastos yata ako eh. Ano yan, Francesca? Tigang? Any drug or food allergies? He asked kaya umiling ako. Nagsulat siya doon ng seryoso at sinagutan ng form ko, kaya parang nagliwanag ang paningin ko. Lord, salamat sa biyaya. Bakit kasi ganito at kahit anong anggulo ni Jericho gwaping talaga? His sharp and prominent jaw is on my view. Seryoso at medyo salubong ang kilay habang nagsasagot pero kahit nakamask ako, ang bango-bango niyang tingnan pa rin. Lord, salamat sa blessings. Mahal na mahal mo ko at ang gwapo-gwapo ng taong yero na to. When was the last time you had your check-up? Last month, I answered. Anyway, miss, about your condition? Hindi pa kayong delikado but we have to address it properly. Huh? My condition? He nodded. Your photosensitivity concerns might affect the newborn. Hindi naman ganun talaga. I explained, panicking. Hindi naman serious yung sensitivity ko eh. We weren't so sure, miss. He explained. Not now but I'm concerned your baby might get affected. Iba naman yung photosensitivity ko. I explained, nervous that my alibis are firing back. How so? He seriously asked, even tilting his head to watch me, kaya mas kinabahan ako. Ano kasi yung akin kapag pinipicturan ako, natatakot ako? I explained and his forehead creased more. Ha? Photo? I quoted. Sensitive. Sensitive ako sa pictures. What the? His mouth panted dramatically at doon na ako napahalakak. He was stunned. Natulala sa akin pero maya-may napailing at natawa. Seriously? He asked with amused tone. Natatawa kong tango. Sikat kasi ito sa States sa daming paparazzi na nagpipicture. Kahit nangungulangot ako kaya naging sensitive ako sa photos. Photo? Sensitivity. Mas natawa si Jericho. I have heard him laugh this way before so it was such an adorable throwback moment. Seeing him like this, throwing his head back laughing. I'm sorry, Miss Makaire. He cleared his throat. Muli siyang napabunghalit, kaya't napapikit ako at pinalo-palo ang lamesa. Sorry din, halak ako. Nag-alala ko ata masyado sa sinabi ko. It's okay. He shook his head and brushed his hair a bit. It's been a while since I laughed this way. You're funny. He stared at me intently. You really remind me of my wife. Kinagat ko ang labi ko. Pinatong ko ang kamay sa lamesa ni Jericho bago pumanghalumbaba at pinagmasdan siya. Tumitig din siya sa akin. Bakas ko ang lambing sa ekspresyon niya pero umiling saglit at natatawa, bumaling sa form ko pabalik. Husband's name? He inquired. Jerichong P. Makaire. I uttered and he froze for a while and glanced at me weirdly. Jerichong? He asked. Spelling, ma'am? I told him the spelling at kunot na ulang niya habang nagsusulat kaya't natatawa ako. Ang cute ng name ng asawa ko, no? I asked playfully. Full name niya, Jerichong Pastol Makaire. Namula bigla si Jericho. Pinaling ang ulo na parang may naaalala pero binaliwala. Father's name? He asked. Wala na. Sagot ko kunwari, kaya tumango siya at nagsulat. Mother's name? Miss, mother's name. Mommy, Muntik na si Jerichong mabulunan sa sariling laway. Nang gumalaw ang balikat niya para naman sa tawa, ganon din ako. Naluluhala nga tata ako sa pinagsasabi ko pero worth it naman dahil sa reaksyon niya. Joke lang. Tawang-tawa ka naman, Doc. You're hilarious. He smirked playfully and stared at me intently. Konti na lang maiisip kong ikaw nga yan, Francesca. What? Namilog ang mata ko. Hindi, Doc, Mas iniba ko ang boses. May asawa na ako. Pogi ka pero di kita bet. Mother's name? Nangisi niyang ulit. Maiden name ba? Moby D as in, di na makapili. He eyed me with amusement. Napatawa naman ako at tumangutango sa kanya. Totoo nga! I exclaimed. Check mo ba birth certificate ko, Doc? I insisted using my small and weird voice. Ngumuso siya. He stared at me suspiciously again but nodded and stood after writing. I guess I'm going crazy, imagining you are her. He chuckled a little. Come on, ma'am. The ultrasound room is okay now. Kinakabahan sumunod ako sa kanya. Of course, I know his clinic. Sumulab si Jericho habang nakasunod. Balak pa ata akong alalayan at inilahad sa akin ang kanyang kamay. I took it. The familiar warmth only him could make me feel envelop my palm. When I glanced at him, his eyes are pinned on my stomach. Humawak ako sa tiyan ko. Napasulap siya sa akin bago kumarap-kurap at tumawak sa siko ko. Let's go, ma'am. Ani ang seryoso kaya tumango na ako. I saw the familiar ultrasound room when we got inside. His secretary smiled and nodded when she saw us approaching and left afterwards. Ngumuso ako. Jericho assisted me to sit on the seat and adjusted it. Would you like to change your clothes, ma'am, or no? He offered. I shook my head. Tumango siya bago tumayo sa tabi ko at tinignan ang aparato niya. I saw him took the cooling gel he's been using for the ultrasound. Nangiti ako ng palihim habang pinagmamasdan siya. Seryosong ginagawa ang trabaho niya. I find Jericho's job amazing before dahil kahit konti lang kilala kong lalaking OB-gynecologist. Seeing him now looking serious and dedicating, it's fascinating. He put blanket on my legs and smiled a little. You can fix this if you are not comfortable and raise your dress if you're ready. Ilalagay ko lang tong gel para masimulan ng ultrasound. It made my heart pump. I missed him so much. Nahihili na akong yakapin siya pero gusto ko makita yung reaksyon niya. I fixed the blanket he covered my legs. Unti-unti ko inangat ang dress ko hanggang makita ko na ang bilugan kong tiyan. Jericho glanced at it. Napasinghap ako nang biglang maramdaman ko ang sipa ng anak ko. Oh my God, my baby kicked! I exclaimed and Jericho's eyes softened more. Can I? He murmured kaya tumayo ako. Nag-aalangan at nahihiyaman ng una, nilapit niya ang kamay sa tiyan ko. His rough and large palm caressed my stomach and I felt my baby kicked again. Oh my! The baby kicked! Nangiting sabi ni Jericho at tumitig sa tiyan ko. I felt another one. Mas bumakas ang mangha at aliw sa mga mata ni Jericho doon kaya nangingiti akong lalo. Our baby felt him. Yes, baby. That is your daddy, Jericho. He might look cold but now, look how warm he is to you. You really love babies, I commented using my weird voice again, and he nodded and smiled. Inalis ang kamay sa tiyan ko bago kinuha ang lagay ng gel doon. I just find babies fascinating. They're wonderful. He murmured and wore his gloves. It's fun being an OB, but ironic at the same time. Nilapit ni Jericho ang transducer sa tiyan ko. Halos matawa ako nung tumama sa gel sa tiyan ko nang ilagay niya yon. Is it okay with you? Yeah. I nodded and chuckled. Medyo nakiliti lang. Oh, sorry. He smiled a little. It's cold. Just tell me if it would make you uncomfortable, I gotta start the ultrasound now. He explained a bit about the process. Nakikinig ako pero hindi ma-process ng utak ko dahil nakatutok ang mata ko sa mukha ni Jericho. What a handsome man. Anak, ang gwapo-gwapo ng dad mo. I bit my lip when it tickled. Napanguso siya at sumulyap sa akin kaya natawa ko. Ayos lang. Nakakiliti kasi ako sa gel. Kahit yung mga unang ultrasound ko, ganyan. He nodded and smiled a little. Muling may naalala ako kaya tinawag kong atensyon niya. Doc, is it okay if I ask you something? What is it? He glanced my way. Kasi sabi mo ang ironic na OB ka. I was just curious, why is it ironic? Napatigil siya sa paggala ng transducer sa tiyan ko. Napaisip saglit bago sumagot. Nothing, just I like checking up babies and hearing their heartbeats, but I couldn't even hear my child's. He answered. A lone expression etched on his black orbs. It stopped me. How? Well, I have a wife like I told you. She's in States and pregnant. Umawang ang labi ko. OMG, he knew? Suddenly, the sound of familiar heartbeats filled the room. Sumulyap sa akin si Jericho bago ngumiti. That is your child's heartbeat, Miss Makaire? He uttered and checked his device. It's normal? Lakasan ko pa. He looked excited as he clicked something on his device and the heartbeats became a bit louder than it was earlier. That was my baby's? I asked slowly and he nodded, smiling gently while staring at the monitor. Yes, music to the ears, right? You know, I wish to hear my baby's heartbeats. Francesca probably knows our baby's gender while I don't. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. If it's a girl, she will probably look like her beautiful mother. He muttered heavenly. Naiiyak na ako doon. Gusto ko tanggalin na yung shades ko para hawiin ang luha ko pero ayokong makita niya ako. Hindi mo ba siya sinundan? Not really. He shook his head. But I am monitoring her every time. I am visiting once a week to just check on her. She won't see me anyway. How did you know I am pregnant? I never told him. Oh damn, you are an idiot, Francesca. Of course. He's a freaking OB gynecologist and you're acting like a spoiled brat before. But she will be home soon. I heard she's in her province right now with her parents. Sabi ni Jericho magsasabi siya kapag nakauwi na siya dito kaya inaantay ko na lang. You remind me of her, really? Just that she's not texting me until now. If ever she did, I will fetch her and we will check the baby together again. He consoled me with a smile. Are you okay with that setup? I asked. Your wife is pregnant and she's out of sight. She promised me she will take care of herself and her leaving is for her too. I want her to have peace of mind and relax. I've been stressing her for the longest time. He shrugged. It's okay, miss. Uuwi na rin naman sa akin ang asawa ko kapag ayos na siya. Dito lang naman ako para mag-antay. Silence filled us after that. Mukhang napansin ni Jericho ang katahimikan ko, kaya ngumiti na siya. Let's check the gender? He asked kaya tumango na ako at pinagmasdan siyang may gawin doon. I saw him taking genital anatomy scan seriously. I saw it before but it was amazing seeing it with him, doing it for his own baby and he did not even know it. Medyo patagal pa kami roon hanggang sa ngumiti si Jericho. Umayos ng upo sa upuan niya para ipakita sa akin ang screen. Look here, ma'am. He motioned the screen. That is the sagittal view of the genital area of the baby. As you can see, this is what we call the caudal notch, indicating that... He smiled gently again. His eyes twinkled while glancing at my stomach. Congrats, Miss Makaire. It's a baby girl. He announced. I covered my mouth. Nahulog ng tuluyan ang nangingilid na luha. Bigla ako napaupo at napasinghap kaya natawa na siya. He assisted me in sitting and adjusted my seat while I was sniffing. It's a girl? I asked and he nodded, taking some tissues and offered it to me, but I shook my head. Ayos lang, salamat. Bulong ko at kinuha iyon. Where's your husband? He asked me. He will be glad for sure if he found out about this. Are you happy? Natigilan si Jericho saglit pero tumango rin sa akin, medyo nagtataka. Of course I am, he answered. I'm happy for you, it's a girl. I bet she will look pretty like you, miss. Salamat. Mahinang sagot ko at tumitig sa kanya sa kabila ng sunglasses ko. And my husband? He will be thrilled for sure if he found out she's a girl. Sabi ko at nakatitig sa kanya. Napatitig din si Jericho sa akin. Tinagilid ang ulo niya para pagmasdan ako. Your voice. He trailed off kaya bigla ako nag-iwas at inayos ang dress ko. Can I use the restroom, Doc? Marahang sabi ko at nakatitig siya ng una pero tumango at inalalayan akong tumayo papunta sa may banyo sa loob ng room. Be careful inside. I will put your results in the envelope so you could check it out and let your husband see it. I can see that you will have a normal delivery. Thank you. Excited na ako, Makaire. I even murmured to lighten the mood at mas nagtaka siya. Ha? Kasi, di Makaire? I even joked. Tumaas ang sulok ng labi at napatawa ng mahina bago buksan ang pintuan ng restroom. I am excited for you too, ma'am, he answered back. You will be Miss Asunta Nakaire soon. Nagkatinginan kami. Ngumisi at napatawa ako sa kabila ng luha kaya mas inayos kong shades at tumango bago pumasok. When I got inside, I was sniffing despite the smile on my face. It may be just my pregnancy hormones, but I was emotional while doing the whole thing with Jericho. I had my checkups and ultrasounds before, but my wish to let him know our baby's gender together was just fulfilled. It's a baby girl, I whispered and caressed my round stomach. Hi, my baby. I felt the kick inside. Mas naluha pa ako ron kaya pinikit kong mata at napangiti. It took me a while to fix myself. Tinapon ko ang mask ko at hinawakan pa alas ang shades at cap bago sinuklay ang buhok. I took my phone and typed a text message. To Babe Jericho, I'm home. Nagulat ako na makarinig ng kalabog sa labas ng banyo. Kumunot ang noo ko sa gulat at nasa po ang dibdib nang sunod-sunod may kumutok doon. Miss Makaire? I heard the panic on his voice. I'm very sorry, but is it okay if I go first? I left your results in my secretary. I have to go now. Okay, I muttered while staring at the door. San ka, Doc? My wife just got home. He chuckled happily outside. I will fetch my wife. My heart swelled kaya nakagat ko ang labi ko. Sure, Doc. Ingat, I exclaimed. And thank you. Welcome. Take care too, miss. He said, and after a few moments, my phone vibrated. Napatalon ako doon. Babe calling. With my shaking hands, I answered and was greeted by my Jericho's shaking voice. Where are you, babe? His voice trembled. Are you okay? Mabigat ba ang dala mo? Wait for me, don't move. I will carry it for you. Ayaw ko man, nahulog na naman ang luha ko. Humawak ako sa doorknob at suminghod. Jericho, I called. Where are you? Nasa airport ka ba? Do not move an inch. I'll be there in 5. He muttered, kaya binuksan ko ang doorknob at sumilip. Nahuli ko si Jericho, nakatayo sa tapat ng pintuan palabas ng opisina, tila papaalis na. I'm here. Bulong ko sa phone at lumabas ng banyo. Pinagmamasa ng kanyang likod. Where? His voice stuttered. Behind you. Sagot ko pabalik. I caught how he stopped. Mabilis din si Jericho lumingon sa pwesto ko at napuno ng luha ang kanyang mga mata na makita ko. Francesca? He called and took a step forward, kaya binaba kong phone at ngumiti. Hello, Jerichong Pastol Makaire? I murmured and waved cutely, and he took another step forward. Francesca! He looks lost as he walked towards me and I opened my arms. Alam kong namiss mo ang reyna ng dibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. I tapped my chest. Come to mama. I was expecting him to run towards my direction, to carry me on his arms. Pero namaligno ata ako nang bigla si Jerichong nawalan ng balanse. Napaluhod, plumakda sa lapag. Ala, shit! I gasped when he fell on the ground. Jericho! I screamed and quickly lowered my body on the ground. Jericho! I reached for his head and tapped his cheek but he was unconscious. Din Jericho, oh my God! He did not even budge. Malalim ang tulog niya kaya marahan kong binalik ang ulo niya sa lapag at nagpanik na. OMG! I hyperventilated and stood. Hawak-hawak ang bilugang tiyan, maingat kong tinakbo ang pintuan para sumigaw. Belle! I screamed his secretary's name while bouncing there. Belinda, ang asawa ko na himatay! Sigaw ko roon, pero natulala na makita si Tita Olivia at Tito Jonathan, kausap ang sekretary. Tita? I muttered at namilog ang mata niya sabay sapo sa bibig at talon. Francesca! She exclaimed and ran towards me. Oh my God, you're pregnant! Namilog ang mata niya, sabay hawak sa tiyan ko. Tita! I called. Kailan ka pa buntis? Oh my gosh! I didn't know, darling! She exclaimed exaggeratedly. Sena! Tita Jordan called. Francesca is pregnant! She exclaimed while holding my arms, pero inisip ko si Jericho kaya't suminghap ako. Tita! I called. Si Jericho po? Oh my God, you are pregnant! She froze and from my stomach, her eyes landed inside the office. Oh my God, my son fainted! Sigaw niya bago nagtatakbo, papasok ng opisina. Agad ko siyang sinundan at nakita, inabot niya ang ulo ng anak. Sana babe, calm down. Francesca is pregnant and my sons. Bulong niya sabay simangot at tablot ng sandals niya at tingin ng masama sa asawa na biglang napatawa pero sumeryoso na makita ang mukha ng asawa. Olivia Sena? He called. Babe, calm down. Can we talk about this? Kasalanan mo tong lahat, Jonathan. She exclaimed and my jaw dropped when she threw her sandals on her panicking husband. Oh my God! Tita Olivia murmured again while staring at my round stomach. You are pregnant, darling? I nodded, smiling at her. She reached for my stomach again and gaped in amazement. I have a grandchild na? She mumbled and I nodded again. Girl po, tita. I answered and to my shock, she screamed a little at halos talunin na ako ng yakap. It made me laugh. Dahil nga sa bilugan na ang tiyan ko, hindi niya ako mayakap na maayos. Kaya pumunta siya sa tagiliran ko. Alam na ba agad ni Jericho to, anak? She asked after hugging me, smiling. I glanced at him still lying on the bed, unconscious. Akala ko nga po hindi. I murmured, but then when I was thinking to him, with my disguised self, nakwento niyang buntis ako. Oh, I didn't know you're pregnant. She uttered sadly and it made my heart ache. Sorry po, tita. I sighed. It was my fault. I should have told you. Oh, no. Don't think that way. Francesca, it's definitely fine. She said and stared at my stomach. It wasn't your fault you did not tell him about this. She then glared at her husband sideways, who's been sipping on his bottled water. Kasalanan to ng asawa ko. She murmured. Tito Jonathan choked on his water. Napatawa naman ako doon. What? Tito coughed more. Ako na naman, Sena. Bakit? Hindi ba? Tita pouted and walked closer to her husband and dried a drop of the water on his chin. Bakit ba kasi ang gago dati? Tingnan mo nga yung karma mo umabot sa mga anak mo. Tito then chuckled. His jet black eyes, resembling my husband's a lot, stared through her as she held her wrist. I'm sorry, babe. I love you, he said sweetly. Let me give you a kiss. He gave her a smack. Tita's eyes softened. Humawak siya sa pisngi nito at di ko maiwasan na kiligin doon. Kaya ako nasasabihang kerengking kapag dating sa'yo, Falcon. She hissed and slapped his cheek playfully. Pagsabihan mo yung mga anak mo, ha? Kung hindi ako nang magbabalik yan sa matris ko. We heard a groan. Sabay-sabay kaming napalingon sa hospital bed at napasinghap ako nang biglang maapo si Jericho at nakita kagad ang magulang niya. Mom! He called. Where's my wife? Ngumuso ako. Tinaas ko ang kamay mula sa gilid niya at ginuso ako ni tita kaya bumaling sa akin sa Jericho na nakaawang na ang labi. Francesca! He called. Hello, Elsa? I smiled pero hindi mo na ako wife. A loud scream left my lips when he abruptly stood from the bed. Sa sobrang pagmamadali niya, sumabit ang paa niya at nahulog siya sa lapag. Oh my God, din Jericho! Ang ulo mo! Eksahiradang sigaw ni tita at napatakbo ko palapit. Gusto mo ulit mabagok? Tita hissed at him. He cursed and sat on the floor. Na makita niya akong papalapit, parang wala nang siyang tumayo. Walang pasabing sinugod ako ng yakap, pero hindi niya magawa dahil sa tiyan ko. Sa side na lang, Jericho. I murmured and smiled at mabilis siyang pumihit. Niyakap ako sa tagiliran. I almost fell with sudden excitement. Natawa ako. Naaliw sa kanya pero napawi iyon nang sumabsob si Jericho sa balikat ko. Kasabay no na mahina niyang hikbi at mas pagyakap pa sa akin. I miss you, babe. He whispered and hugged me more. I missed you. I love you. His voice broke. Nagkatinginan kami ni Tita Olivia at gumiti siya sa akin at tumango. She pointed the door and when I nodded, she proceeded into pulling Tito Jonathan towards the door. Excuse us for a while, Francesca. Tito said kaya tumango ako at pinagmasdan silang paalis. Nang mawala sila at saka lang ako bumaling kay Jericho. Naramdaman ko ang patak ng luha niya sa balikat ko kaya sumikip ang dibdib ko. Jericho? I called and he moved his face gently from my shoulder to glance my way. Upo tayo. He nodded. His eyes are bloodshot and he looked like a lost kid as I held his warm palm and pulled him towards the sofa. Pagkaupo pa lang namin walang imik na si Jericho na yumakap pabalik at sinubsob ang mukha sa balikat ko. Kasabay ang paghawak niya sa tiyan ko at paghalik sa balikat ko. She's almost 8 months? He whispered. Inabot ko ang kanyang pisngi para punasan ang kanyang luha. Marahang sagot ko. She's a girl, sabi mo nga kanina. He chuckled lowly. Even if he is sniffing, he managed to cup my cheek with his other palm to look at me. How did you turn your voice like that? Bakas ang pagtataka sa boses ni Jericho. Ang malambing na mga mata nakatitig lamang sa akin. Like what? I asked using my small voice and suddenly laughed when he looked more confused. How? He moistened his lower lip. That sounded like a pig's voice, babe. Nawala ang ngisi ko. Tinampal ko siya at sinamaan ng tingin. Napatawa naman ang huli at niyakap ako sabay halik sa pisngi. Nagpakapasmado ng bibig mo? Falcon ha? Sinimangutan ko siya. He smirked amusingly. His eyes. Kidding. Still bloodshot. But I really thought your voice sounded like yours, but not really. Nag-rehearse nga kasi kami ni na Feby, Jericho. I explained. Pwede nga raw ako mag-voice actor sa mga palabas na horror. He asked again. Are you insulting my voice? I slapped his legs harshly. Napaigik si Jericho sa sakit at napahawak doon, pero ngumisi na naman. Francesca, he called. It's a compliment, babe. I really on the verge of laughing when I heard that voice, but it was rude. Ang sama mo. Pinaliit ko ang boses. Pangit ba talaga? Not really. He tilted his head. Canary ear and oink oink? I mumbled and laughed. He hugged me again on the side and kissed my cheek for a very long time. I love you. I love you. Bulong ni Jericho bago sinandal ang mukha sa aking pisngi. Mahal na mahal ko kayo, Francesca. It made my heart swell. Lalo pa na mabilis siyang umalis sa tabi ko at mayamay naluhod sa harapan ko. Katapat ang tiyan ko. Hesitantly, he reached for it. It was as if he was scared he would break it at first, kaya kinuha ko ng kamay niya at mas pirmi yon. It's okay, I murmured and gave him an assuring smile. He gulped harshly. His lips parted a little when his warm hands touched it and we both felt a kick. Shit, he murmured. Ang bata, Jericho. I told him playfully, kaya napasinghap siya at mas umayos ng luhod. I'm sorry, baby, he said. I should watch my words next time. Nangiti akong lalo habang nakatitig sa kanya. His eyes are twinkling. It was emotionless, cold at most times, but right now, I see nothing but amusement and adoration. I'm really a father now? He mumbled when he felt our daughter kicking again. Hello there, baby. This is your daddy. I was smiling, but it vanished and was replaced by a small pout when his eyes stared up again. Nakangiti man muling nahulog ang luha sa mga mata nito at dali-dali niya ring pinunasan at nilapit ang mukha sa tiyan ko. Baby, this is Daddy. He whispered on my stomach and planted a small kiss. I love you so much. Mahal na mahal ko kayo ng mommy mo. I felt my cheeks dampened. Hinawi ko ang luha doon bago inabot ang buhok na Jericho dahil abala siya sa paghalik ng tiyan ko. I love you. He whispered on my stomach again. Thank you for letting me know your gender and hearing your heartbeats, baby. I sniffed. Bumaba ang kamay ko sa batok na Jericho nang maramdaman ko ang basa sa damit ko dahil si pinagbuhos ng kanyang luha. Francesca's POV. He clutched my dress and sat on the floor, still hugging my waist with his ears in front of my belly. I felt a kick again and that's when he let out a small chuckle, then tilted his head to look at me. She kicked. Sinipa ka niya. I touched his gaze. Kasi narealize niya na naging Elsa ang tatay niya. Bumagsak ang balikat ni Jericho. He glared at me sideways and it made me laugh. Jericho? I called. Do you wanna build the snowman? I asked in a teasing small voice. Ikaw? He stood from the ground. Binalot ni Jericho ako ng yakap at puro tawa nang lumalabas sa labi ko nang paulanan niya ng halik ang mukha ko. Why didn't you tell me you're going home? Dapat alam mo. Tawa ko at hinuli ang mata niya. Ini-stalk mo pala ako sa ibang bansa, ah? I don't, he said seriously kaya tinaasan ko ng kilay. That's just once a week. Maang pa ni Jericho na sabi kaya kinurot ko ang pisngi. Surprise! Galing ko umacting, no? I asked. May new career na akong voice actress, Jericho. Stage name? Asunta di makaire. Jerichong Pastol? He muttered and smirked, baka gusto mong ikaw ang pastulin ko. Bumilog ang bibig. Sure, ngisi ko. Mas lumakas ang tawa niya. It made my heart jump in adoration. Nanliit ang mata niya at lumitaw ang maliit na dimple sa kanyang pisngi roon. Sinapo ni Jericho ang pisngi ko at nahulog ang talukap ng mata ko nang hagkan niya ang noo ko. "Francesca?" he called. Do you wanna make more babies?" he whispered. Nawala ang ngiti ko at namilog ang mga mata. "Hoy, ikaw!" Sumimangot ako. "Why not?" Ngiti ko rin pabalik pero nang marinig namin ang pagbukas ng pinto, natahimik din kaming dalawa. "Hello, mga kababayan?" I stood happily when I saw Blaze entering the room with our friends. "Guys!" I greeted. "Francesca, ang reyna ng dibdibang lupa ng San Isidro." "Oh, you really are pregnant?" Blaze called. "Namiss kita." Payakap nga. But before I could even give him a hug, isang mapang-akip na yakap ang nakuha ko sa tagiliran, kaya hindi ako nakagalaw. "What?" Napahawak sa dibdib ang kapatid niya. "Akala mo naman aagawin? Meron ako." "Ano?" "Kuya nga?" Blaze whined at him. "Shut up!" Jericho hissed coldly. "This is my woman. Meron pa ba?" Migo asked, stopping Blaze, who frowned at him. "Gago," he hissed. It made me curious. Nilingon ko sa Jericho kung umuungot na naman sa balikat ko, kaya hindi ko na naitanong. "Tao po?" The door opened again. Napaiwalay ako kay Jericho na makita ko na ang mga babae. "Francesca, kumusta ang acting?" The two exclaimed. "Best actress na. Reyna pa ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Asunta di makaire." I gave them a bow at para kaming tangang nagyayakapan doon. Pero hindi kami magkasalubong dahil nakaharang ang tiyan ko. I showed the girls the ultrasound I had and announced the gender. Dala-dala din ni Brian ang anak niya kaya tinalo naming tatlo at palangiti ang cute na si Cookie. "Ilan daw tayo rito? Bibili ng pagkain si Tita Olivia?" Tanong ni Caster pagkapasok. Migo started counting around at nang sumalap ako kay Jericho, nakatitig sa akin. He was seriously resting his back on the sofa and staring at me intently. I caught his eyes and gave a wink at nakita ko kung paano siya matigilan, pero naglaho ang lamig sa mata at napalitan ng kung ano. His lips lifted for a sly smirk. Mas sumalakip-kip siya roon at nagpipigil ng ngiti. Kunwari seryoso pa. Sumandal din ako sa upuan ko. Hinayaan ko ang dalawang nagkukwentuhan sa aking tabi. I crossed my legs. My dress hitched up and his eyes landed on it. I noticed how his eyes darkened at that. His Adam's apple moved sensually with his clenched jaw. Hinuli ko ang tingin niya at ginalaw ang kilay ko. "Ano?" I mouthed. Muling tumaas ang sulok ng labi niya. "Mamaya ka sa akin." He mouthed back at napatapik ako sa bibig ko, pero tuwang-tuwa na naman. I gave him a quick nod while shyly biting my lower lip. He smiled. I was startled too when he gave me a playful wink. "Hala ka, gago. Kumindat ka ba, kuya?" Sigaw ni Blaze doon, kaya't nagtinginan ang lahat. Kay Jericho at nagulat din. Mula sa pagkindat, kinurap-kurap ni Jericho ang isang mata. Umayos ng upo sabay punas sa mata niya. "No!" He cleared his throat. "Something just got inside my eye." "Kumindat ka, nahuli ko rin yun," Brian exclaimed while shaking the bottle of milk he is preparing for his son, na buhat ni Caster. "I am not." "Nice naman." Everyone, ang Elsa, hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro at candidate number 6, kumikindat na, huling-huli sa akto. Caster exclaimed. "Hindi nga," he growled. "Gago." "Shh! Ang Cookie ko." Brian hissed kaya't natahimik si Jericho. Napasulap kay Cookie na nanonood lang sa amin, pero ngumingiti-ngiti kaya't lumitaw ang biloy niya. "Sorry." He cleared his throat and smiled at the kid. "Sorry, Cookie. Your father is just an ass." "Din Jericho?" I warned, kaya't namilog ang mata niya at sumulyap sa akin. "Sorry, babe," he said like a puppy, earning laughters around. "Balita ko raw, kuya, nahimatay ka." Blaze even retorted, and when the two started resting inside the room, that's when Tita Olivia entered with Tito Jonathan, and when her sons, she closed her eyes tightly. "Hindi ko mga anak yan," turo niya sa dalawang nagrarambol doon. "Nasa na bang Amber ko?" "Mommy, si kuya nag-umpisa," Blaze called. "Shh!" Napahawak si tita sa noo niya. "Isa ka pa, ah? Di pa ako tapos sa'yo, Blaze." "Mom, I'm still looking for her." "Bakit ba ganito ang mga anak ko?" She gasped. "Ay, hindi ko na pala kayo anak." Sumulyap siya kay Tito Jonathan na natatawa doon sa gilid, pero nagseseryoso na makita ang masamang tingin ng asawa. Tinatawa mo? Nothing. Sena, babe. He smiled innocently at her but she gasped and pulled her hair. Ibabalik ko yung 2 anak mo sa itlog mo, sinasabi ko sa'yo. She hissed and Tito lost the color on his face, making everyone's chuckle at her remark. I was informed that I could go back to work after I gave birth, so I was happy about it. Francesca, welcome back. I let out a giggle when I saw him. Doc John, I exclaimed happily, and his eyes widened upon seeing my stomach. Wow, you're pregnant, he exclaimed and accepted my hug when I gave him one. Yup, ninong ka ha? I asked happily and he nodded. A smile etched on his lips. I miss you. Inahanap ka ng mga bata sa pedia ward, aniya. I wasn't so sure if you're gonna be back. You did not even tell me you're urgently leaving. Nalaman ko lang sa HR. I'm very sorry, Doc. I sighed. I just have to breathe and it was an impulsive decision. I know but I think that's what's best for me. Alam mo naman yung nangyari noon. Stacy? He murmured and nodded. I understand. It's okay. Will you be back now? Yes, I smiled. Pagkatapos kong mga anak siguro, ayaw mo na ako pagtrabahuin ni Jericho. I see. He smiled again. Good thing you're here now. If only you know how grumpy your husband is when you weren't here. He's frowning all the time. Minsan nga kulang na lang magtawag kami ng bombero. Baka biglang bumuga ng apoy. Natawa ako doon pero nawala ang ngisi ko na makita ang malaking banner na nakasabit sa handle ng 2nd floor. Oh my gosh! I covered my mouth in shock and pointed it. Ano yan? Napuno ng halakak ang tenga ko nang tumama si Doc. Nilingon ko siya at namumulang mukha niya. Sina Nurse Fabian. I was laughing my ass out too when I saw it. Nakanganga akong kinuha ang phone at pinitsura ng banner. Napahagalpak ng tawa. It was Jericho, like the poster posted on Facebook too. In his hari ng dinibdibang lupa black shirt, may number 6 sa tagiliran at nakabusangot sa kamera. May bilog-bilog pa roon na nagdagdag na may recap ng performance niya. Mas malaki ang picture niya na may suot na Elsa costume kaya napahagalpak ako. Congratulations to Dr. Dean Jericho Falcon for winning hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Your Golden City family is proud of you. That familiar caption is hilarious. Lalo pa nga na makita ko ang picture ng mga kaibigan sa ibaba na naka-heart pa sa kamay. Parang tatakbong konsehal ang mga taong to. Tawa ko pa. Kulang na lang kumanta sila ng Nobody, Nobody But You. Mukha siyang nawawala nung nakita yan. Pinagsasakal ni Jericho sina Doc Caster at si Sir Brian. He laughed. Pero alam mo, ayaw na niyang ipatanggal yan. O bakit? I asked, confused. Nung kumalat na ikaw yung Reyna noon, proud na siya. I really didn't know Dr. Falcon has that side on him. I remembered when I told the nurses from our department na ikaw ang Reyna doon sa inyo. Nagulat ako at sumingit siya. Alam mo anong sabi? What? I asked, amused. Na siya raw ang hari, kaya bagay na bagay kayo. Humagalpak siya. I was shocked too. Francesca? Ngisi-ngisi pa siya noon habang tinitingnan ako na nakanganga sa kanya. I texted Jericho I'm gonna visit the pedia department too since I'm here now. At pinayagan naman niya ako dahil may pinaasikaso rin sa kanya si Tito Jonathan. Doktora Francesca? I was overwhelmed when the kids ran towards my direction upon seeing me, making my heart swell. Babalik ka na po ba, Doktora? Miss na miss ka na po namin. Wala na pong mag-play sa amin ng Barbies. The kids called. I was a bit sad, missing that familiar jolly presence we're having most of the times before. Stacy's warm and sweet smile, her talkative and jolly voice, but now, it was gone. I shouldn't feel sad kaya't mas sumubok akong maging buhay. Yes, kids, I answered with a smile. After Doktora Francesca gave birth, I'll be back. Tapos yung baby ko sasali na sa play. Baby niyo po si Papa Dean, si baby po? They asked. Yes po, I murmured and showed them the ultrasound. Look here, kids. Baby girl ang baby ni Dr. Francesca at Papa Dean. Nangiti ako na makita ang saya sa mga mata nila. I missed the kids so much that I completely lost track of time. Kung hindi lang nagsabi ang nurses at si Doc John na kailangan na magpahinga ng mga bata, hindi ko maaalala. I totally forgot Jericho too and got preoccupied with the kids, Kaya't naman nagulat ako na makita siya nakasandal sa upuan sa tapat lang ng ward at natutulog. His arms are crossed on his chest with his head hanging low. Gumalaw ang ulo ni Jericho nang mahulog, pero inayos niya iyon kaya nauntog at napamulat. Gulat na napatayo na makita ko. Ayan, dahan-dahan nga. I commented and walked closer to him. Kapag yung ulo mo, nabagok na naman. Sa bewang ko, sabay halik sa aking pisngi. You had fun with the kids? He whispered. Oo, na-miss ko. Mahinang sagot ko at tumawak sa bewang niya. Kanina ka pa ba? Sana pinasok mo na ako. Hindi siya umimik kaagad. Narinig ko pa ang tawa kahit nilingon ko at nagtatago na siya ng ngisi. Ha? I asked pero lumapit lang siya sa tenga ko at bumulong. Matagal naman na kitang pinasok. He whispered huskily. I froze when he touched my stomach. Pinutok pa nga sa loob. Shh! Bigla akong tinakpan ng bibig ni Jericho at eskandalosang nilingon ang paligid. Nakahinga lang ako ng matandong kami lang nasa hallway. I pulled my hand out when his naughty eyes stared at me teasingly. Ikaw talaga? Kinurot ko ang pisngi niya. Okay lang na magbastusan pero kapag tayong dalawa lang, okay? Okay. He agreed like an obedient child. Good boy. Sana tayo? Are we going home? I asked. Di naman sa Jericho kaagad umimik. His eyes twinkled in the bright light of the hallway. I caught how his black orbs glistened. Bakit? Malambing kong sabi ng kumistap iyon at nakagat niyang labi. Can you say it again? He asked. Yung? Nagtataka pa ako. I was just asking if we're going home. He stiffened. Naguguluhan ako at di maintindihan kung paano mag-react nang humarap si Jericho at nahulog ang butol ng luha sa pisngi. My mouth dramatically parted. Jericho? Home. He mumbled and reached for my palm and gave it a small caress. We're going home? That's when it dawned to me. I flashed a sweet smile. Mas tumungo siya at napatawa sabay subsob sa balikat ko. I'm going home. He whispered on my shoulder. I'm going home? Me too. Marahang bulong ko, tinalikan ang buhok niya. We are going home. Huwag ka na umiyak, babe. He moved away, squinting his eyes shut, feeling how my fingers brushed his cheek while removing his tears. I love you. He whispered and caught my wrist before intertwining his fingers against mine. I grinned when he opened his eyes, anticipating my answer. I'm hungry, Jericho. Ngumuso siya. Walang I love you too? Mamaya na, gutom pa ako eh. I shrugged, earning a small laugh from him before placing his other hand on my shoulder to assist me. Alright. Bubusugin ko muna ang anak ko, ang mami niya ng pagmamahal at pagkain. Bulong-bulong ni Jericho at naglakad na. We're going home. Oo, uuwi na. I answered. Congrats, Jericho, promoted ka na. Di ka na batang hamog. I teased and that's when he glared at me. Sobra pa sa maingat si Jericho nung nasa biyahe kami. Medyo maingat siya noon pero ngayon sobra na. Seryoso ba, Jericho? I asked. Ano ba to, pagong? I have to drive slowly, Francesca, he exclaimed. Mahirap na. I won't risk you and our baby. Kulang na lang mag-question mark ang mukha ko. Napatalon din sa gulat na makarinig ang malakas na busina kahit napahawak ako sa seatbelt. Ang bagal ninyo. We stopped when a car chose to make an overtake. Napakabagal. Di lang kayong tao sa kalsada. Was it my fault you are a reckless driver? Sorry po, I exclaimed and smacked the frowning Jericho. Nasa bingit ng pagsigaw habang masama ang tingin. Ano ba, Jericho? Medyo binilisan niya ang paandar, pero para din kaming nasa lamay kaya't nasapok ko ang mukha. Jericho! I smacked him. What? Ayokong maalog kayo ng anak ko, Francesca. Alam mo, hindi ako mamamatay sa driving skills mo. Alam mo saan ako mamamatay? I looked at him. Sa gutom. Gutom na kami ni baby din, Jericho. Hindi ko na kaya to, 50-50 na kami. That was his trigger point. Ngising-ngisi ako na marating namin ang condo unit niya nang wala pang 10 minutes dahil bumalis siya. Jericho, password? I asked when we got in front of it. Tumungo siya. Doon ko rin natantong natanggal ang sintas ng seekers ko kaya inaayos niya. Our wedding date. He answered, stopping me. Kinagat ko ang labi. Tahimik na pinindot yon at tumili-tumili ng bukas nga. Nang pumasok kami, ngiti-ngiti ako. Lalo pa na mag-inarte at tinayaan niya rin. Babe, buhat ako. I raised my hand. He caught me. I was giggling when he carried me in bridal style and looked down. Bigat? Excuse me? I groaned, and kicked my feet but he carried me more and grinned. Kidding. Ang gaan-gaan nga na mahal kong Francesca eh. He said and moved his arms, carrying me like I am some kind of a barbell. Pampadagdag muscles din to, Francesca. Muscles ka dyan? Bulong ko. Kakamuscle mo dyan, putok na putok to yung Elsa costume mo ng pageant. At least, tuwang-tuwa ka. Sulyap niya sa akin. I may embarrass myself all the time, but who cares anyway? As long as you are happy, I am too. Fuck my dignity. At least, hari ako ng dinudibang lupa ng San Isidro. Though, may hiling pa rin ako. Oh, kumapit akong lalo sa balikat niya. Ano? Maging hari na din sa puso mo. Sulyap niya sa akin. When kaya? That was our talk until we reached his bedroom. Kulot ang noo ko nang ihaga niya ako sa kama. Uy, ano to? I looked around his room. Akala ko ba kakain? Di siya sumagot. Nagwala ang puso ko nang lumuhod siya sa gilid ng kama. Kinalas ang dress shirt niya. Falcon? Kakain nga. Aniya sabay tingin sa akin at kalas ng botones. Anong ulam gusto mo? I immediately felt hot. Tila nagtaasan ng balahibo ko kaya napaupo ko sa kama at pinagmasdan siya. Gusto ko ng... Kinagat ko ang labi at walang habas na tumingin sa kanyang ulo. Hanggang doon. Hotdog mo. He tilted his head when he removed his shirt, untucking it from his pants. Nang lumantad sa akin ang dibdib ni Jericho, nahulog mula doon ng kwintas kung saan ang wedding ring kong suot. It turned me on more. Lumunok ako ng marahas. He moved closer, crawling towards me. Sumandal ako sa headboard ng kama nang humawak si Jericho sa banda roon. His scent enveloped my nostrils, invading my system. Nang ikulong niya sa pagitan ng kanyang hita ang hita ko at lumod sa harapan, mas naginit ang pakiramdam ko. I am almost 8 months with our baby, but why? Why does I still have this intense hots for him? Why? My eyes landed on his ripped body. His six-pack abs are displayed in front of me. Sarap naman. I mumbled and touched it affectionately. Halos mapaso pa. Gusto mo? He asked and tilted my chin to meet my eyes. I do. Gustong gusto. He moved his head down at my eyes shot that instant. Humaba ang nguso ko at naghantay ng alik pero walang dumating. Sa halip, ang tawa lang ng kumag kaya napamulat na ako. I'm sorry, babe. You are adorable. He laughed and gave me a kiss on the forehead. Let me just get my shirt. I love you. Lutuan na kita ng hotdog. Nalaglag ang pangako nang may kinuha sa Jericho sa may headboard. Pinakita pa niya sa akin ang shirt niya bago walang hiyang nagbihis. Tinakpan ng pasalubong kong pandesal at ang hotdog ko sana ay nawala nang tumayo siya mula sa pagkakaluhod. Your clothes are in the closet, babe, he said and entered the bathroom. Let me fix a warm bath for you. That night, I was happy finally seeing Jericho this way again. Like before, serious but talkative to me. We ate together. Kinuha ko yung hotdog maski ang nasa plato niya pero hindi siya nagreklamo. Tatawa-tawa pang pinagmasan akong kumain. Nang matutulog na, hindi na siya pinatabi sa akin. Why not? He asked pouting. Kasi, may anak na tayo pero syempre, di naman ako ganon kakiris sa'yo. What? He laughed. Choosy kasi ako eh. I pointed myself. Kaya dahil hindi pa tayo mag-boyfriend, doon ka muna sa guest room. Francesca? He whined, but I lifted my hand and waved at him. Bye-bye! I exclaimed happily and grinned, closing the door on his face. But it's late at night and I still couldn't sleep. Pabiling-biling ako sa higaan at nalulungkot kaya tumayo ako. I touched my stomach and sighed sadly. Hanap natin si Daddy, baby? I murmured and when I felt her kicked, I got no choice but to stand. Kiwi, Kiwi, I chanted as I walked towards his room, hopping. Gusto ko, Kiwi. Gusto ko, Jericho. I chuckled when I realized my stomach looked like I just swallowed a whole fruit of large watermelon. Pwede na nga raw gawing pang bowling. I touched my stomach more. Jericho, Jericho, Jericho. I chanted too. The same time I said that, the door opened. Namilog ang mata ko na makita ko si Jericho. Gulat na gulat, kaya mabilis kong ipinikit ang mata. Babe? He called. Shit! I almost cursed under my breath. Francesca? He called when I walked towards his room with my eyes closed. What? He asked, pero tuloy-tuloy lamang ako. Dahil nga nakapikit wala ako nakikita, kaya pakapa pa ako. Are you sleeping? He asked and held my arm. Oo, I answered but stopped when he laughed. Oh, you are? He said. His voice laced with amusement. Bakit siya natutuwa? Di ba siya naniniwala sa akin? Sleepwalking to. I murmured and he laughed more, kaya kumunot ang noo ko. Dumaing pa nang tumama ang tuhod ko kung saan. Oh, I see, he said with amusement. My piglet is sleepwalking. What an adorable pregnant babe. Oink oink. Ang lalaking to. Binuhat niya ako. Kumapit naman ako sa kanya habang nakapikit na rin at naramdaman ang pagpapahiga niya sa akin sa kama bago tumabi. He held my waist after fixing our comforter. His breath touched my cheek when he cuddled me, dahilan para mangiti ako. I moved my body closer and tried hugging him back. What a sweet babe, he whispered. Good night, Francesca. Good night, baby. I have work tomorrow but I will cook you breakfast. What would you like to eat? Hot dog. Bulong ko sabay dakma noon at napamulat ng mata nung halos mahulog siya. Kasabay ng tawa ko ay ang pisil ni Jericho sa pisngi ko. I woke with Jericho gone. He even left a sticky note saying he has an urgent patient. Napaaga at ang panganganak kaya kailangan niyang umalis kaagad bago pa ako magising. But of course, being a thoughtful man he cooked me breakfast and yes, it's hot dog. May kiwi pa ron kaya kinikilig na naupo ako sa my stool. Hello, nanay. I smiled upon greeting her and waved at the video. Nasaan ka, anak? Bakit di kita makita? San ba yung tatay mo? Sinasabi niyang hindi ka marunong mag-video na to eh. A chuckle left my lips when I noticed nanay covering the camera kaya hindi niya ako makita. Tinatakpan mo kasi ang camera, nay. Sabi ko at kumuha ng kiwi sabay kain. Ha? Paano to? Tanggalin mo ang kamay mo sa camera, nay? I muttered. May makikita kang Diyosa. She moved her hand. Nagpo-pose pa ako nung makita niya na ako sa camera. Ay, sus mio Marimar! She exclaimed when she saw me posing in the camera. Oh, diba, nay? I grinned. Diyosa! Diyosa nga! Tango-tango niya kaya nangisin ako. I told ya, Diyosa ng Karimlan. She commented, definitely stopping me from taking cute poses in the camera. Nanay nga! I whined when she began teasing me again. Ganyan ka ba talaga sa nag-iisa mong anak? Reyna pa to sa lagay na to ha? Alam mo ba, Francesca? Gumanda ulit ang panahon dito. Lumitaw ulit yung araw nung umalis ka. Mas yumabong din ang mga pari ng tatay mo. She teased, and when I began glaring at her, doon na siya tuwang-tuwa. My nanay is fond of teasing me. She likes making fun of me. Pero sa kabila noon, mahal na mahal niya ako. Ang tatay ko naman ang superhero ko. Ang nagtatanggol sa akin kapag natutuwa si nanay na alaskahin ako kahit di naman ako gatas. I was not their biological daughter. I'm an orphan. Swerte ni nanay at Diyos ang nakuha nilang anak, kaya mapapa-thank you Lord ka na lang. I laughed with my crazy thoughts and shook my head. But despite the thought that I was not from them, I was still lucky because I had them. They raised me to be the woman I am now. They raised me to become this strong, this competitive and pretty, and I am always grateful for that. Thinking of it, I was not really looking for my real parents because I had enough love from my nanay and tatay. Nung bata ako, nung nag-uumpisa pa lang ang laban ko, wala akong totoong naging kaibigan at ngayon, marami na sila. I have my kind-in-laws, a husband well. Technically, no. Naglalandian lang naman kami pero manliligaw ko pa lang daw siya kahit may baby girl na kami. Despite the challenges I had, despite the pain, I am lucky I still have family and friends to look after me. Someone who I could lean on when I needed some shoulder. My Jericho. That snob Elsa may look pretty stiff and cold but he is warm to me. The cold never bothered me anyway. I have my nanay and tatay. Malungkot isipin na hindi ko kilala ang mga totoong magulang. But what is sadder for me is having and knowing who your biological parents are but not feeling of having one. Sorry. My eyes remained staring and Vanessa who called me first when she got released in the hospital. I was a mess. It was Dean who made me feel I am important before. The reason why I got so attached to him. Hindi ako sumagot. Hinayaan ko siyang nagsasalita sa harapan ko habang nakatungo at nanunubig ang mga mata. Before, he was there for me. Always. Nang walang pakialam ang mga magulang ko, nandyan siya para samahan ako. I know he's always cold. He rarely laughed around me, but his presence alone, it was enough. I felt like I was needed, that someone cared for me. She chuckled lowly. Sabi ko nga, mahal na mahal siguro ko ni Dean kaya ang lakas ng loob ko na maging ganon. I became a whining kid, a demanding one. I even threatened him I would break up with him if he won't quit his job. He loved his job, Vanessa. You cannot take it away from him. I know, she nodded. But I was selfish. Ang yabang kong isiping pipiliin niya ako kaysa sa trabaho, pero mas mahal niya palang trabaho kaysa sa akin. We became toxic to each other. I became selfish and he worsened. His attitude is until we clashed and it ended. I was really sure when we both sober up and cooled off we might be together. Her eyes glanced again but he met you. At me. I have never Dean smiled and laughed like that, so I was really jealous. Wala akong masabi. Tahimik ko lang siyang pinagmamasdan dahil ang tagal na nang huli ko siyang nakita. Hell, I thought he's in love with me before but he really is not. Nasanay lang na nandun ako kasi ikaw. Ikaw lang yung nagpapangiti sa kanya ng ganon. Ikaw ang pinakasalan. Ikaw ang hinahanap niya nung nagising siya. What do you mean? I asked. He was looking for you. He is. She nodded. But I always caught him looking at you. Just staring at you when you weren't looking. He may remember me but his heart knows you. I'm sorry but I got so jealous and became selfish. I grabbed that opportunity and ruined your image. Doon na ako napabuntong hininga. I'm sorry, Francesca. Her eyes swelled. I was desperate. I'd lied to him so he would despise you. I was just so hurt. I wanted someone to care for me again because I haven't felt that when he was gone. My family don't care for me. Naghiwalay ang dad at mommy. They gave me everything, but I never felt love. Kaya nasaktan ako. I understand, Vanessa. I nodded at her. But you know, you hurting does not mean you will also hurt other people. Kung ayaw mong mangyari sa'yo ang isang bagay, bakit mo gagawin sa kapwa mo? Her eyes swelled more as she lowered her head. I'm sorry. No matter how hurt you are does not justify and will never give you the right to inflict pain for others too. Bulong ko. I'm sorry. She sniffed and held her cup of coffee more. Sorry because I ruined your marriage? Kung di sana ako miksena. Is it true? You attempted to kill yourself that time when he came. Natigilan siya. Nakita kong hiya sa kanyang mata hanggang tumango siya ng paulit-ulit sa akin. At bumuhos ang luha. I am so sorry, Francesca. She sniffed. He won't talk to me no matter how much I tried. I wanted so bad to apologize and explain. I wanted to say sorry for hurting him physically, for manipulating his emotions, but he won't. Umiling siya. I understand where you're coming, Vanessa. I nodded. Kagaya nga ng sinabi ko, mahirap na hindi kilala ang totoong magulang. Pero walang mas mahirap na kilala mo nga sila pero wala ka namang nararamdaman na nandyan sila. She nodded. Nagulat pa ako nang hulihin niya ang kamay ko at pisilin. Thank you, she muttered, for understanding me. I learned my lesson now, hindi na ako uulit. I felt sad for her. She had to go to the hospital to heal, and I was mad at her before for doing that, pero ngayon, awa na lang ang nararamdaman ko. Sorry, she murmured. I am so sorry to you and Dean. Promise hindi na ako manggugulo. I won't say it's okay because it wasn't, Vanessa. I squeezed her hand. But mistakes are normal. As long as you are learning from it. As long as di mo na uulitin, I forgive you. Thank you. She burst out in tears. Nagulat din ako at ang mga tao nang humagulhol siya nang tumayo siya at yumakap sa akin. Thank you, Francesca. Thank you. Forgiveness is hard, but giving it to people who wronged you wholeheartedly and sincerely is harder. But I am happy because I was strong enough to give it to her. She then offered to watch a movie with me at mukha namang sincero siya, kaya't sumama na ako. She would tell me things that I would interact with her and smile. Thank you, Francesca. Regards na lang kay Dean. She smiled and looked at my stomach. I hope your baby would grow up with a complete family. Gabi na rin siguro nang matapos ang movie at nang ayain niya akong ihahatid pa uwi, hindi ako pumayag kaya umalis na rin siya. But right when I was about to call a cab, I remembered my phone and got confused when I saw the missed calls from him. Babe calling. Nagtataka. Sinagot ko yon at nagulat nang marinig ang galit na boses nito. Where are you, Francesca? His voice roared in the other line. Ha? I asked. Mali. Mall? Sinong kasama mo? He asked, enraged and panicking. Is it Vanessa? Nagulat ako. Napakurap-kurap at napaisip kung paano ni Jericho ang nalaman. I did not tell him I'm meeting her. I know he won't allow me. I know it was risky, but Vanessa sounded sincere, and I wanted to close that part of me in life. I would like to be mad forever. How did you know? Shit! Where are you? I am tracking your phone, Francesca. Are you still in the mall? Oo. Nagtataka kong sagot at hinawakan ng tiyan. Nagsimulang kabahan. Where are you? Kasama mo pa siya? Seryoso ni Jerichong tanong. Narinig ko pang busina kaya nangunot ang noo ko. Dean Jericho, are you driving? My voice raised. I am asking you, Francesca, are you still with her? Mas kinabahan ako sa diin ng boses niya. Tila may kinatatakutan or ano. I looked around and felt chills when the cold wind touched my skin. No! I shook my head, feeling creepier now when I feel like I'm being watched. Wala, Jericho. Kumalma ka. Tatawag ako ng cab at uuwi na. I didn't know she will be released this soon. Nasaan ka? Don't move. I am near the mall. Okay. I nodded and looked around. Maraming nag-aabang na sasakyan kaya medyo kampante ako. Ano bang meron? I asked and touched my stomach more. Are you sure you're okay? He asked. If she came back, don't come with her. Ano ba kasing meron, Jericho? Naguguluhan ko ng tanong. I'm nervous now. You won't tell what it is. He sighed but then cursed again when I heard a loud honk from a car in the other line. Dean Jericho, careful! You're driving! I hissed. Tell me what it is. I'm fine. Marami akong kasama kaya walang mangyayari sa akin. I'm here, he said in panic at narinig ko ang pagsara ng pinto ng sasakyan niya. Where are you? Nasa may pilahan ng cab? I answered. Calm down, okay? I'm fine. Ano bang meron? She's the person who hit me, Francesca. He answered, startling me. Gulat na gulat ako. Naibaba ko ang phone na hawak ko at saktong pagangat ko ng tingin, nasa kabilang kalsada na si Jericho. He noticed me and that's when he lowered his phone. He looked stressed and in panic. Siya lang ang nag-iisa sa kabilang part ng kalsada, kaya halos tumakbo na siya para lang mapuntahan ako, pero hindi magawa. As I was stunned and still shocked, I saw how the street slid from red light to the go sign as it turned green. That's when Jericho took a step and ran towards my direction. Pero natulala ako nang masaksihan kung paano may rumaragasang sasakyan ang tungo sa direksyon ni Jericho. The screams from the people filled my ringing ears when my husband got hit. At halos mapaupo ako na makitang ang kulay berdeng ilaw na nagbibigay liwanag sa kalsada na haluan ng pula mula sa kanyang dugo. Francesca's POV. Hindi ako kaagad nakagalaw. Nakita ko ang paglapit ng mga tao sa komosyon sa gitna. No! No! I shook my head and in my wobbling legs, walked towards the road and saw him on the ground. Jericho? My voice broke as I ran towards his direction. Hinawi ko na ang mga tao para makalayo sa kanya. Jericho! His eyes are still open when he saw me. Medyo nakatigilid si Jericho roon at nanginginig ang kamay ko na makitang dugo mula sa kanyang kamay. I took out my handkerchief and placed it there to help him stop the bleeding. Are you okay? He asked that even in the weakest state and I nodded, sniffing. Don't cry, I'm okay. No! I shook my head again. I was panicking, almost breaking down seeing him on this state, but I took a deep breath and looked around. Please call an ambulance. I told the people around who did not hesitate to do so when I told them. Calm down, Francesca. I whispered to myself and held my stomach as I carefully knelt on the ground. Miss, wag kang lalapit. I'm a doctor. I explained kaya't napatango-tango sila at tumugod ako ng malalim na hininga. Mabilis sinilip ang ulo ng asawa ko. Is your head? Mabilis kong tagnong at saglit si Jericho umungol na mahina bago sumagot. I don't know. The pain etched on his face. I am numb. You can understand me, right? I cleared out and he hummed again. Pain is still on his face. Hindi ko siya kaagad ginalaw. I was shaking and sniffing but I know I have to do my job as a doctor right now that my husband is here. Checking his position, I noticed the impact was centered on his lower leg, but still remembering the way he tried dodging the car, it lessened the impact. The position looked awkward and risky, kaya agad akong bumalik sa may ulo ng asawa ko para tingnan kung tumama iyon. To my relief, walang dugo doon pero hindi ibig sabihin ligtas na siya. Kapag may namuong clot sa ulo niya, mas mapanganib kaya kumalabog ang puso ko. Every passing minute, the patient's condition can worsen. Did you call the ambulance, sir? Tanong ko nang tumayo-tayo siya, sinuklay ko ang buhok ko at muling lumuhod sa gilid ng asawa kong napapapikit na. Don't sleep on me, babe. I called the ambulance is coming, okay? They're coming. He hummed at mas sumikip ang dibdib ko na makitang dugo sa gilid ng kanyang noo. Are you okay? I'm fine. My voice broke. Don't ask about me. Ayos lang ako, okay? Okay. Ikaw ang nasa panganib ngayon. Don't sleep on me. He hummed again pero nahuhulog na ang talukap ng kanyang mga mata kaya mas nanginig ako. Our baby. Ayos lang kami. Ayos lang. I assured him again. Do not sleep on me din, Jericho. Look at me. His jet black eyes met mine and he even flashed a weak smile. Don't cry. Halos bulong na nasabi ni Jericho. Sumusubok pang abutin ako. Don't move, Jericho. I reminded. Don't move. I'm sorry. For my husband, my eyes shifted from the voice direction at tumiim ang bagang ko na makita ko sino yon. Francesca, I'm sorry. Vanessa cried more when she saw my husband's state. I blacked out and I lost it. Napatayo ako at namuo ang galit sa dibdib. How dare he do that? Francesca. Jericho's voice filled my ears again. Don't. I squinted my eyes, closed and closed my fist. Please, call the police. Baling ko sa enforcer malapit sa amin. Don't let this woman go. Turo ko kay Vanessa na halos nakaluhod na at umiiyak. Sorry, Francesca. She cried loudly. Dean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Tumango siya. Malapit na raw pong ambulansya rin. I nodded and brushed my hair again. Mabilisan kong hinawi ang luha ko at muling lumapit sa asawa. No, he whispered. I won't. I shook my head. I'm fine, don't sleep on me, babe. Look at me. Our eyes locked and his weak eyes gave me the assurance it's fine, but I still cannot calm down. Not a moment later, the ambulance came. The police too at kinuha nila ang umiiyak na si Vanessa. Sorry, please, I'm so sorry. Paumanhin niya. Di na nagpumiglas pa sa mga pulis nang kunin siya. I was crying while inside of the ambulance. My husband lost consciousness when the medic took him from the ground. The reason I was stressed out. Doktora Karingal? The medic gave me a bottle of water. Magiging ayos lang po si Doc. Huwag po niyang ngayong umiyak. Ang anak niyo po. Thank you. I whispered and stared at my husband. He will be alright, right? Opo. He smiled reassuringly. Nasabihan na po namin ng ospital. Nandun na po sina Mrs. Falcon. They did their best to stop the bleeding on his arm and when we reached the hospital, nakaabang ng emergency room para sa kanya. Francesca? Muli, bumuhos ang luha ko na makita si Tita Olivia na umiiyak nang makita ko. Tita? I called and sobbed more when she hugged me tight and touched my back. He will be alright, she assured me. Jonathan is already there with Greg. They will make sure he's safe. No assurance is enough to calm me down while waiting for them to tell us what's happening. I couldn't get inside the operating room and Tita Olivia is with me together with Amber. Ate, kain ka muna. Amber's soft voice filled my ear as she extended a sandwich she had in her hand. Salamat, Amber. Mahinang sabi ko at sumandal sa kanya. Niyakap naman niya ang braso ko at bumulong. Magiging ayos din si Kuya, she whispered. He is strong. Ilang beses na nga yan nagkaganyan pero tingnan mo. Alive and kicking. It's the second time. I mumbled and glanced at her but she shook her head and smiled. I am gonna tell you a secret. She smiled at me. This is actually the third time. What? My voice raised kaya tinakpan ko ang labi. Napapasulyap kay Tita Olivia, nakausap si Tito Jonathan sa may pintuan. When Mommy is pregnant with Kuya, she got into an accident too. She pouted. The cold man is strong. Sabi ko nga sa'yo ate, Mr. Yellow yan. Kasi singtigas ng yellow ang ulo niyan, kahit anong umpog mo. Natulala ako at napaisip. Really? She smiled at me. So I know he will be alright. Besides, you told me nakakausap mo siya kanina. I gave her a small nod and that's when she tapped my shoulder. Kuya will be alright, you'll see. She smiled reassuringly. When Tita Olivia walked towards us, I was nervous. Napatayo ako at ganun din si Amber na hinawakan ng braso ko para alalayan. Come on, Greg. Greg will come out in a while. She said gently and held my hand before pulling towards me. My heart is pounding harshly inside my chest while waiting for Tito Greg, his neurologist, to come out of that room. Kaya nang lumabas siya, tila lalabas na rin ang puso ko sa kaba. Olivia, Francesca, he called when he saw us. How's my husband, Tito? I asked. Is he okay? Kinakabahan ako na hindi maipaliwanag. Kumuyom ang kamay ko. Pinagmasdan siya pero sa awa ng Diyos gumiti siya at tumango. He is. Sagot niya at doon na ako nagpakawala ng buntong hininga. He has no bleeding externally, pero na lang sa braso niyang nasugatan. Napilayan siya but thankfully, he positioned when he was helped in lessening the impact. Wala namang tama or sugat ang ulo niya pero hindi pa rin tayong pwedeng pakakampante. We will conduct CT scan to check and to make sure he is safe. Napapikit ako paghulog ng mata sa pisngi kaya agad ko yung pinunasan. Thank you, I whispered. Salamat po, Doc. No worries. We'll do everything to make sure he is fine. He smiled. Jericho's a tough one, right, Olivia? Thankfully, he is. Tita laughed a little. That kid has gone through a lot. Nasa sinapupunan ko palang niya noon na lamog na yata. Tito Jonathan went out of the room too with a small smile pero nawala na makita si Tita Olivia na mariin ang tingin sa kanya. Kasalanan mo to, Jonathan? She hissed and it made my heart felt lighter when Tita laughed and caught her for a hug. He's fine, babe. He actually woke up earlier and asked where his wife is. Sumulyap sa akin si Tito. Can I talk to him po? Marahang tanong ko. Yes, but he is sleeping now. Maybe you should rest first, anak, for the baby too. His eyes softened when he glanced at my stomach. I nodded. Hindi ko na pinilit pang makita si Jericho dahil nakakaramdam na rin ako ng hilo. Amber held my hand. Rin ang tingin na Feby, papalapit sa aking pwesto. Kai! I called but stopped when I realized my head is now spinning. Medyo nanlabo ang paningin ko. Pakiramdam ko lumiit na sa aking paningin, kaya't napapikit ako at napalapit ako kay Amber. Ate? She called, and I closed my eyes and gripped her arm for more. Amber? I called weakly. I think My voice faded when my head spun more, and I didn't know what happened next. When I opened my eyes, the familiar white four-sided wall welcomed me. Basing from the smell of the antiseptic, I know I am in the hospital. Talia, hello. Tita Olivia's voice filled my ear, kaya medyo ginalaw kong ulo at sinulipan siya. Nakitang nasa gilid siya at nakatayo. We are alone in the room, and basing on her voice, she is worried and enraged at the same time. I'm sorry to call you this late, she mumbled, but I need some help. Is it okay? Hope is laced on her tone. My son got hit by a car. We are in the hospital now, she sighed. The thing here is, I think this is an attempted murder. She is currently in the station. Is it okay if you will come with me? Is your husband there? Can I ask for help? She listened for a while until her face lit up. Really? She smiled. Her dimples deepened. Thank you so much, Talia. Thank you. Thank you. I miss you. See you later. When she cut the phone call, she was smiling. Magaan ang kanyang ekspresyon pero napanganga siya na makita ko. Francesca! She exclaimed and ran towards me, helping me up. Tita! You fainted, anak? She gasped. Are you okay now? Jonathan said you're just stressed and starving. Okay lang po ako. Okay ka lang din, don't worry. Si Jericho po? Mahinang tanong ko. Oh, he's fine now. She smiled reassuringly. He is resting, like you. You can visit him tomorrow. Magpahinga muna kayo ng apo ko ngayon. Nagpaluto ako ng pagkain para sa inyo ni baby. Francesca, it will be here soon. Amber and your friends will be here to accompany you. Aalis muna kami ng asawa ko papuntang presinto. Vanessa came across my mind again, kaya bumigat na naman ang pakiramdam ko. You know my sister, right? She asked and nodded. Talia's husband is a prosecutor and her son is a lawyer. They're gonna help us press charges against the conniving woman. Can I come? I asked. Oh no, it's okay anak. She squeezed my hand. You should rest. Gusto ko pong sumama, tita. Please? I pleaded and closed my eyes tightly. Please. Hindi siya nagsalita kaagad. Nang magbulat ako, tsaka ko lamang nakita ang lambing ng kanyang titig habang nakatingin sa akin. Alright, she nodded. But before we go, you should eat first, okay? After eating and checking my husband's condition, we went to the precinct where Vanessa is. Magkahaway kami ni tita habang papasok sa presinto. Tito Jonathan is busy calling someone on the phone, and a handsome police officer welcomed us when we got inside. Mrs. Falcon? The man with gray eyes asked. Yes. Nandiyan na ba sila? Tita Olivia asked. Yes, ma'am. Attorney Alkiel is on the way. He checked his wristwatch. Lieutenant Colonel Dimitrov? He introduced. I smiled at him and nodded. Nakipagkamay ako at ganon din sa tita. Thank you, sir. Tita smiled. This way, ma'am. He motioned the way, kaya't sumunod kami roon. Tito Jonathan followed us. Kaagad siyang humawak kay tita nang papasok na kami sa isang private room sa loob ng presinto. My blood immediately boiled when I saw Vanessa sitting a man beside her with her swollen eyes. She looked like a lost child, and yet I couldn't give her mercy. Nat? Tita Talia. Tita Olivia's sister stood to greet us. Francesca? Hello po, marahang sabi ko. She smiled and nodded. Inawakan niya ang braso ko bago lumapit sa may upuan doon kung nasa ng asawa niya. This is my husband, Inigo, she introduced. This is Francesca, baby, Jericho's wife. The strict-looking blue-eyed man glanced my way before offering me a small smile. Nice meeting you, Miss Francesca. Nice meeting you too, prosecutor. Mahinang sabi ko at nakipagkamay sa kanya. My eyes landed in front of me and Vanessa's eyes avoided mine. She lowered her head more and gulped harshly. Attorney Melo Alejes? The man beside her introduced. I am Vanessa's lawyer and father. I was stunned by it. Didn't know why you should do this to us? Knowing her father is a man of law? I'm very sorry, I'm late. A familiar man went inside the room. Attorney Alkiel Sandejas, Jericho's lawyer. He introduced and sat beside me. He greeted me kaya ngumiti ako at tumango. Mahinang nagpasalamat na pumunta siya para lang tulungan kami. Magandang gabi. He greeted everyone and took the folders out of his case. Miss Vanessa Alejes, correct? I guess we knew each other well, miss. He sounded professional, but why does it give me the creeps? Muli pong napasulap si Vanessa sa abogado nang bahagya pa itong napag-iwas ng tingin. A hit-and-run incident a year ago? Tampering of evidence and another one this time. He read his file. Also, it wasn't the case file, but it was reported before you threatened Mr. Falcon with a knife, correct? That's right, Tita Olivia said. My son got insured and had a stab on his arm that night. Vanessa's father and the same time his lawyer looked tired and weak too. Nakita kong pagpikit niya ng mariin habang narinig iyon. After that hit-and-run accident, you tampered the evidences by paying the establishment to wipe it out, he explained. After all, you are seen approaching the victim like you did nothing and brainwash him to cover what you did. That is not true, his lawyer said. My daughter would never do that. Turns out, she can. Prosecutor Sandejas said coldly and showed us something from his laptop. No records are seen from the CCTV around the establishments where the accident happened, but we obtained a copy from a black box in a nearby car near the area. He played the video and a car was seen accelerating towards Jericho's direction that morning after that marriage until it hit him. The car stopped for a while, but then proceeded into speeding away from the scene. Dad! Shell called. The prosecutor stopped the video. As you can see, this plate number is registered under a rental car wherein Miss Alejes is the registered client. It must be a mistake, Attorney Alejes explained. My daughter is not like that. Why won't we ask your daughter, Attorney? Attorney Shial asked coldly. Miss Vanessa, it was you who did that. Am I correct? My client has the right to remain silent. I do, Vanessa murmured, stopping his father. Vanessa! He exclaimed. The hell are you doing? I did that, Dad, okay? She exclaimed. Kasalanan ko. I was so mad because he rejected me. I told him I'm in love with him. That he should get back to me, but you know what he told me? He said he's in love with his wife. I am hurt, okay? Kasi ako dapat yung asawa niya, na dapat ako, but he did not choose me. Kumuyom lang ang kamay ko at tumugot ng hininga para kalmahin ang sarili. No, you don't? He shook his head. He is stunned too upon hearing that from his daughter. Don't say that, Vanessa. Did you threaten you? I'll do anything. What do you like? Just tell me. You did not do that. You cannot possibly do that. Well, newsflash, Dad. I did. Her eyes turned slits. Sa kabila ng tapang noon ay ang luha sa gilid ng kanyang mga mata. No! His father shook his head and laughed blankly. You are all lying. You just wanted to frame my daughter? She could not do that. I did, Dad. You cannot be blind this time, Vanessa. Bakit? Bakit? Totoo naman, she exclaimed. Puro ka kliyente. Puro ka trabaho. Lahat kayo. Lahat kayo walang pakialam sa akin. Lahat kayo walang alam kasi wala kayong balak alamin. Si Jericho lang ang meron ako noon pero... Her voice weakened. No! He shook his head and we caught how a tear fell from his father's eyes. You can't. I did. Vanessa smiled blankly. I did hit him. Why are you crying, Dad? Huh? Finally, you realized I needed you and you were nowhere? Did you realize how alone I am, huh? I was caged in that damn hospital and yet no one. She cried loudly. No one visited. Wala. Walang may pakialam sa akin. Bumigat ang pakiramdam ko kaya tumitig ako sa kamay. Maging sina prosecutor at si tita ay tahimik. Hindi nagsisalita habang ganon ang mag-ama. I remembered what I told her just earlier. Being an adopted child is hard, but what's harder is knowing that you're biological parents and yet it felt like you never had a family. It hit Jericho. She glanced at us. Attorney Sendejas, I admit to all my crimes. Francesca, I was even planning to get rid of you and the baby. Para sa akin na ang asawa mo. Hulihin niyo na ako. Malamig niyang sabi, pero namuo na lamang sa akin ay awa. She might have become better if her family showed their support. Maybe may pag-asa pa sana siyang umayos. Wala nang umimik doon. Attorney Alejes is staring at nowhere. In the side of his eyes are tears. Malinaw na inamin ni Miss Alejes ang mga krimen. Si Attorney Alquiel ang nagsimula. Ang impormasyong to binigyan sa amin ilang buwan nang nakakaraan, ngunit di naman siya makasampa ng kaso dahil sa kanyang mental state noong panahong iyon. Gayunpaman, siya ay pinakawalan kamakailan at ginawato't di naman maaaring pumikit sa isang ito dahil ito'y halos magbuwis ng buhay ni Mr. Falcon. Tumahimik siya at pinakita sa kanyang file. Pag-amin na nasasakdal sa kanyang mga krimen. Gayunpaman, kung may mga karagdagang posisyon, maaari mo kaming tawagan at magkita-kita kami sa korte. Naglagay siya ng card sa harap nila. Tumayo na kami. Attorney Achiel nodded and the police officer silently watching walked closer to us and took a handcuff from his jeans. Miss Vanessa Alejes, you are under arrest for attempted murder. He said and took her hand and caged it in a handcuff. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford, one will be appointed for you. Attorney Alejes remained staring at his daughter, looking confused and lost too. Tulala lang siya habang kinukuha ang kanyang anak na nakatungo lang. Ni hindi na lumaban at sumama kay Lieutenant Colonel Dimitrov nang ilabas siya nito sa private room. We'll get going, Attorney Alejes. Prosecutor Sendejas said before nodding and held his wife's hand as they made their way out. Sumunod naman sina Tita Olivia at Tito Jonathan, kaya nahuli kami ni Attorney Alciel. Salamat po, Attorney. I greeted with a smile. Anything for you and my cousin? He nodded. Who would expect this, Ang huling balita ko, nag-divorce kayo. I touched my stomach, kaya't sumalyap siya roon at kumisi. Lakas naman ni Jericho. He laughed. We will visit him tomorrow. Ako ninong Sure, Attorney. I nodded and he assisted me to get out of the room, but we're halfway towards the exit when I felt a soft grip on my waist. I was stunned and looked back and was met by Attorney Alejes' teary eyes. Miss Karingal? He murmured, and I was shocked when he knelt in front of me. Attorney, Muntik na akong kunin pala yun ni Alkiel pero umiling ako kaya suminghap siya at tumango. What are you doing, attorney? Marahang tanong ko sa kanya. Bakit ka lumuluhon? Ako na lang. He lowered his head. Jail me instead, not my daughter please. Ako na lang ikulong ninyo. Huwag yung anak ko. Kasalanan ko. Kasalanan ko kung bakit nagkaganon siya. I closed my eyes and sighed. Attorney, please, aakuin ko ng lahat. Huwag yung anak ko. Kasalanan ko, ako na lang. He cried violently. Hindi ako naging mabuting ama. Ako ang dahilan kaya ganon siya. If only I checked on her, ako ang ilalagay dyan. Parang awa nyo na. Ako na lang ikulong ninyo. Francesca. Alkiel called kaya tinanguan ko siya bago sumalyap kay Attorney Alejes. Attorney, alam kong wala akong karapatang manghimasok sa pamilya ninyo kasi hindi ako kasama roon pero naiintindihan ko po kung saan nanggagaling ang anak ninyo. Masaya po ang makasama ang totoong pamilya pero hindi ba masakit kapag hindi mo nararamdamang meron ka nun? He cried more while hearing me. Vanessa is wounded. I understand but it also I would not tolerate what she did wrong because she just hurt. Your hurting does not mean you will inflict pain in others too. Attorney, I understand your desire to take her place because you knew what you lacked, but letting her get off this incident without punishment? No, attorney. Pamilyado na po akong tao. May anak ako. Kami ni Jericho. Alam niyo na po ngayon ang hirap ng ganyang sitwasyon para kay Vanessa dahil sa nangyari sa pamilya ninyo kaya sana po maisip niyong akin. What would my child feel if my husband died because of what your daughter did? Sorry, he sobbed. I am so sorry. People should be punished if they did something wrong. I understand where is this coming but it does not mean I will forgive and let this go. Jericho almost died. My child almost lost a father. I almost lost a husband, attorney. Mahinang sabi ko, Vanessa should be punished for what she did and sir, I hope you'd make it up to her and help her become better. I hope this would teach her a lesson, and you too. It may be hard but lessons are always learned the hard way. It was never spoon-fed, sir. I sighed and closed my eyes tightly before turning my back at him and walked out of the room with Alkiel assisting me. What happened? Are you okay, Francesca? A small smile left my lips when I saw my husband's cousin and my gown designer for our wedding before, Crest. Nasa labas siya at kausap ang pulis na kasama namin kanina. Hello, Crest. I greeted with a smile. I hope you're doing fine. She mumbled before pulling me for a hug. This is my husband, Lockett. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel. I greeted. Salamat pala. No worries, Miss Karingal. He nodded and excused himself to talk to the lawyers in the station about the case. Tita Olivia took me to our condo unit to rest first and as much as I wanted to check on my husband, iniisip ko naman ang anak namin kaya nagpahinga na lang ako sa bahay. The next morning, our friends called and informed me Jericho's awake kaya mabilis kong nilagay sa lunchbox ang pagkain niluto ko para sa kanya. Luckily, Blaze fetched me. Ngisi-ngisi siya na makita kong hawak-hawak ang tiyan ko at ganiya pa ang lakad ko. Loko ka? I hissed, earning a laugh from him. Cute kaya ng tiyan mo. Feeling ko malusog si baby. Mag-8 ka pa lang, no? Oo, natawa ako. Malaki ata ito magbuntis at mukhang pakwan na ang nalunok ko. Bakit? Cute naman ah. He grinned and touched my stomach. Excited na ako makita. Si pamangkin. Dapat kasing ganda mo, ha? Oo naman. I exclaimed and flipped my hair. Duh! Reyna kaya ng dinibdibang lupa na San Isidro. Oo. He laughed. Maganda yan for sure, lalo na't pinagyayabang ni kuya na siya raw ang hari. He assisted me in his car and he started the engine and glanced my way. Pasensya na nga pala kagabi ha. Late ko na nalaman ang nangyari kay kuya kaya hindi ako nakauwi kaagad. Ayos lang. I smiled. San ka pala kagabi? Sa may malapit lang. He smiled at sighed. I heard someone saw her. Yung hinahanap mo ba yan? I asked and he nodded, taking his phone and showed me a picture. Here, beautiful, right? He said sadly. I'm still looking for her. I took his phone and checked the photo, only to get stunned when I saw it. I murmured and gasped. Blaze, I think I know her. Doon na siya naitulos. When we got into the hospital, I'm always running towards Jericho's private room. Dahan-dahan, buntis? Febby gasped when she caught me almost stopping. Ayos lang ako. Tawa ko. Anong ayos? She asked. Mamaya, makalugyang anak sa tiyan mo, nako. Huwag mo igaya sa tatay niyang Yupina. It made me laugh. Grabe ka sa Yupi. Nasa na si Jericho? Nasa kwarto, she explained. Kasama ng mga lalaki. He's okay, don't worry. May sugat at pilay lang. Kapit kamay kami naglakad papasok sa kwarto at agad sinalubong ng tawanan sa loob. Feeling ko nga, lubog na yung bungo ni Elsa. Brian's voice said kaya't nailing akong natatawa. Meron na yan for sure. Castor laughed. Imagine mo, nasa tiyan ka pa lang ni Tita Olivia na alog ka na. Tapos 2 beses ulit paglaki. Kago? Jericho hissed. Kapag ako nakalakad, pag-uumpugin ko ulo niya mga hunghang. Ay, scary. I caught Brian shivered. Katakot baka gawin akong yelo. Gago ka? I cleared my throat, stopping them. Wag yun ang aasarin si Elsa. I told the boys. Bahala kayo, isang galaw ng kamay niyan maging yelo kayong lahat. Babe, he whined. Can't I have a hug first? I shook my head and walked closer to him. May benda ang paa ni Jericho. Maski ang kamay na nasugatan ganun din. O siya, tara na. Napuno ng init ang puso ko nang pagkaupo ko pa lang sa kanyang tabi, niyakap na ako ng isang kamay niya. He even tried raising his other hand but I stopped him. Okay na yan, I said and kissed his cheek, closing my eyes. Don't force yourself, okay ka na ba? Yes, babe, he whispered and sighed, burying his head on my shoulder. Palabasin mo na muna sila, babe time muna. The side of my lips rose, kaya't sinulyapan ko sila. Thank you guys. Alis daw muna kayo, sabi ni Jericho. Maglalampungan lang kami. I explained, earning a laugh from them. Oo na, sige na. Tara na. Brian waved at us. Tss, divorce pa talaga kayo? Baka mamaya, joke lang yan ha? Castor asked and glanced at Feby. Before taking her hand, let's go, Feby. Tayo na lang maglampungan. Kago? Feby hissed and I watched them bickering again while going out of the room. Wala na sila. Bulong niya. Lampungan na tayo. Jerk. I whispered and smacked him, earning a groan. What? He whined. I'm injured, babe. How can you smack me? Ikaw talaga, napaka-careless mo tumawid. I hissed and pulled his hair. Ouch, babe! Reklamo ni Jericho at ngumuwi. Hindi ka ba naaawa sa akin? Pilay ako. I'm a weak, scared... Ouch! I'm kidding. I let go of his hair and cupped his cheek. His jet black eyes meeting mine in an instant. Ayos ka lang ba talaga? I asked seriously. Saan masakit? Ang ulo mo? Buo pa ba? Intact pa ba ang skull? Kung oo, ako nang uumpog sa'yo. Ow! He frowned teasingly. Are you so worried of me? Oh, tanga ka ba? Reklamo ko. You made me so nervous of you. Hindi ka tumitingin sa dinaraanan mo. I know naka-on ang sign na pwede kang tumawid, pero sana bago ka tumakbo, tingin sa kaliwat kanan. How can I not be worried, din Jericho? My husband almost died. I hissed. I got no answer from him. Lumabas na nga yata ang usok sa ilong ko, pero seryoso lang si Jericho sa aking nakatitig. I am still your husband? Bahagya niyang sabi. Ang ngisi unti-unting lumitaw. Anak ng... I rolled my eyes. Ang dami ng sinabi mo? Yun lang ang narinig mo? I am still your husband. He murmured and laughed. Ang isang kamay ni Jericho, hinuli ang baba ko, at basta na lang iningat iyon, kaya naman nagdikit ang labi namin. I am still my babe's husband? My stomach churned. Nahulog ang talukap ng mata ko nang muli siyang humalik sa labi ko. It was supposed to be a smack one, pero ginalaw ko ng labi at nilaplap siya. Francesca! He called and laughed. Okay, I miss you too. I pouted. Ingi lang kasi. Alright. He smirked teasingly and moistened his lower lip. Para si Jericho, hindi injured nang sapuhin pang bato ko para mas lumalim pang halikan. Hay nako! I exclaimed. Ang kamay mo din, Jericho. I warned and took his injured hand to put it back to its place. Sorry babe, nadala lang. He laughed. Nako talaga, Elsa. Basta kapag landian hindi ka papakabog, no? The pain never bothered me anyway. He whispered playfully. I glared at him. Thankfully, the CT scan results are great. Bukod sa kanyang sugat at pilay, wala naman naging komplikasyon sa kanya. Bukod sa naging mas clingy lang siya at pababy na. Subo. He opened his mouth. I rolled my eyes but then proceeded into feeding him his dinner. Marunong ka naman na sumubo ah. I asked. Magaling na yung isang kamay mo. Medyo nakakalakad ka na rin. Ah, he did not answer me and opened his mouth again, kaya nailing na akong sinubuan siya. May baby ka na, tapos baby ka rin? I asked, he nodded, smiling. He even extended his hand and caressed my stomach gently, as if he were afraid he will break it. Dalawa kami baby ni Mommy Francesca, he whispered. Baby Jericho and baby girl, dalawa tayong baby ni Mommy, di ba, nak? I felt a kick. Nagkatinginan kami ni Jericho at napatawa. She kicked. He whispered and touched it more. I can't wait to see you, baby. Once that is fine, we will hear your heartbeats again. After eating, I fixed Jericho's bandage. Nakakalakad naman na siya pero paunti-unti na lang ngayon at dahan-dahan. He did not want me out of his sight. Me either. Kaya dito kami naglalagay sa ospital na magkasama. The bed in his presidential suite is large enough for the both of us, kaya hindi kami mapaghiwalay. Careful, Jericho. I warned when he abruptly laid on my lap when I sat on the bed. I'm fine, he chuckled. I just want to talk to our baby. I smiled and nodded. Hinaplos ko ang buhok niya habang humahalik siya sa tiyan ko at idinidikit ang tenga niya roon. I want to hear her heartbeats again. He whispered, Baby, gusto na ulit ni Daddy pakinggan ang heart mo. No doubt he will be a great father. He's such a great doctor to other kids but he is the best for ours. Every day kahit injured sa Jericho, mas iniuna niyang nakakain na ako. He did not want me to sleep late and even asking his brother to buy fruit and veggies for me. Our baby's kicks are more evident now kaya bumabakat ang paa niya sa tiyan ko at kung saan sisipa, doon nahalik sa Jericho. Aba, gustong gusto mong sinisipa ang nguso mo? Silip ko sa kanyang hinabolang paa ng anak para pumatak ng halik. She's beautiful, he chuckled lowly. But you're pretty awake in this time of the night, baby. You should sleep, so Mommy Francesca could rest too. Kantahan mo raw siya ng lullaby, Daddy. I answered. Lullaby? He glanced my way. She likes one? Opo, Daddy. I said in a little voice, imitating a baby one. Kanta ka po lullaby, Daddy Jericho? Are you imitating our baby? He asked, looking amused, kaya tumango ako. Oh, bakit? Pang-horror yung boses? I glared at him. Namilog ang mata niya, sabay ng pag-ubo at tango. Alright, what song would you like Daddy to sing? I'm not really familiar with lullabies, so tell me one. I can try. Let it go, I said, definitely stopping him. What? Halos lumuwa ang mata ni Jericho kaya ngumisi ako. Ayaw mo? Sige, okay lang. Masasaktan si baby. The snow glows white on the mountain tonight, not a footprint to be seen. He started off with his wide eyes, making me laugh kahit natakpan ko ang bibig. A kingdom of isolation, and it looks like I'm the queen. He murmured kaya naipikit ko ang mata at kinagat-kagat ang labi sa takot na humagalpak. Pumiyok siya ng kaunti kaya mas dumiin ang pikit ko. Shit, OMG, nakakahiya siya. Baby, this is for you. He cleared his throat. Ang daddy mo, ang hari ng dilibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. Iminulat ko ang mga mata at nagbo-vocalization na siya. He sang playfully and winked at me. Pucha! We both stopped when we heard a voice, kaya mabilis kaming napalingon at napanganga ni Jericho. Nang makita ang pamilya niya sa may pintuan. What are you doing? Ang anak ko! Tita Olivia covered her mouth. Ang anak ko, si Elsa na! She screamed and I burst out laughing when she ran towards her flustered son. The embarrassment is too much. Jericho kept on whining behind me while we're on his bed and resting. Sana pinatay mo na lang ako, Francesca? I laughed. Okay lang yan. Pamilya mo naman yun. My mom would tease me till I die, babe. I knew it. He sighed. And my siblings. Blaze, he's taking a damn video and for sure he's gonna show it to Brian and Castor. Okay lang yan. I laughed more and looked at him sideways. Nag-trending pa nga nitong nakaraan, diba? Wala lang yung ngayon sa dati. Wala talaga. He heaved a sigh. I'm wearing damn skinny costume that time. I find it hard to breathe, you know? But I'm doing a lip sync before, Francesca. Now it's my damn ugly voice. That song is supposed to be yours and our baby to hear. At least, talo sila sa'yo. I reached for his cheek sideways. Ang mahalaga, ikaw ang hari ng dinibdibang lupa ng San Isidro. He stopped and cocked his head on the side. Oo nga, no? I tapped his cheek and grinned at him. Ayaan mo na sila. Ang mahalaga, gwapo ka, tapos macho. I looked at him. Doktor na, talented pa, tapos malaki. He smirked at me. Despite the dim lights, his eyes glistened for a playful look. Malaki ang? He asked teasingly, his arms snaking on my waist. Malaki ang puso. I grinned back. Talaga ba? He moved his head closer to mine and kissed me briefly on the cheek. Puso lang ang malaki? I swallowed hard, biting my lower lip. I moved my face so I could give him a kiss and he fought back. Malaki rin, I whispered on his lips. Ang hotdog mo. He laughed. Ako rin napatawa ng paulanan ni Jericho ng halik ang mukha ko at mas niyakap ako. Napatalikod tuloy ako sa pesto niya. He moved my hair to the side. Nahulog ang talukap ng mata ko sa antisipasyon nang bigyan niya na mapanuya at bahagyang halik ang bato ko. Years had passed since we became together. Nagsimula pa yun ang convention ko. Tamang painggit ko lang kay nanay na hindi diplomang kayakap ko sa gabi at kakamanifest ko naging totoo nga. Right now, the hot, sexy, and handsome Dr. Dean Jericho Falcon is hugging me at this time of the night. Pero hindi lang yakap ang ginagawa. May pagsip-sip pa sa leg si Jericho. Ano yan? Vampira? I asked in a low voice, trying to stop my moans when I felt his hand lifting my dress and inserting his hand on my undies. He hummed. You like this vampire to suck you, babe? Hindi. I puffed a breath and parted my legs more so he could move his hand. Pero kung ikaw, why not? Pwede naman natin pag-usapan yan. There, babe. He whispered and licked my skin. I miss you. Ako rin. Miss kita? Bulong ko, pabalik. A moment later, I felt how his hand lowered on my body. I let out a soft moan when we started moving his hand. Di naman ako ganito ka-excited talaga dapat, but I think I'm feeling this hot because of my pregnancy and not seeing him for a few months. Kaya lang madali akong kausap. Baka may makakita sa atin dito. It's late, he whispered. No one will disturb us, babe. I nodded, lost with the heat. All right, I love you, Jericho. Ngiti ko at mas kumisnap ang mata niya. I love you too, he whispered back. The genuine tone made me feel the warmth and the love he has. So much, you and our baby. I love you to the bones. Asus! I giggled happily. Pa-bones-bones ka pang nalalaman. Ramdam ko ng boner mo, hoy. Oh! He cursed and laughed sensually. Let me enter this boner to you then. He whispered languidly and moved his hand. A moment later, our moans filled the presidential suite we are in. Nakakaya siguro magjujugan kami ng ganito kung regular room at baka may nurse biglang pumasok. Buti na lang nandito kaya kahit papaano nabawasan ang kaba ko. Ang ingay-ingay ko nga ata eh. Natatawang tinakpan ni Jericho ang bibig ko nang marinig namin ang andar ng cart sa labas ng hallway ng suite. Parehong natatakot na baka magbukas at mahuli kami. Despite the nervousness, it gave us more thrill. It smells and tastes like vanilla. Bulong ni Jericho sa leeg ko. That was hot, babe. Bulong ni Jericho habang nakahiga ako sa braso niya. Yeah, I mumbled. But risky, you jerk. Hampas ko sa dibdib niya, pero hinuli niya iyon at hinalikan. Your fingers look pretty. He murmured and kissed my fingers one by one. But I think it'll be prettier if you'll put a ring here. Turo ni Jericho sa isa. I was fluttered. Sinandal kong ulo sa braso niya bago humalik sa pisngi niya. Eh di lagyan mo. Bulong ko pabalik at lumambing lang lalong tingin ni Jericho na magkatinginan kaming dalawa. I would never wish for anything with him by my side. Ang nanay at tatay pumunta sa Maynila galing San Isidro para sa panganak kong malapit na. They said it will be better if they are here. Gusto raw makita ang kanilang apo kaya nakakatuwa at nakaka-excite. Our baby girl is a healthy one. Jericho loves hearing baby's heartbeats, but with ours, he is definitely obsessed. I still remember that time when he finally got out of the room and he took me to his ultrasound room just to check our baby again and hear her heart beating. He even recorded it on his phone and used it as his ringtone, kaya tuwang-tuwa ako kapag biglang makakarinig ng tibok ng puso. What does our baby want? Jericho started baby talking again while kneeling on the ground and pressing his face on my stomach. Food, I answered back with my small voice. Food, huh? Who wanted the food? Baby or Mommy Francesca? Baby, I answered back and brushed his hair. Oh, if that's you, baby, why did the voice sounded like a horror one? He teased. Nawala ang ngisi ko. Wow ha, nakakahiya naman po sa'yo, Doc Falcon. I hissed and he looked at my way and gave me a sly smile. Akala mo siyang ganda ng boses? Bakit gusto mo ipaalala ko sa'yo yung let it go mo? That's when he stopped from teasing. Umawang ang labi ni Jericho at ngumuso. Wala namang ungkatan ng past, Francesca. He whined. Let's forget about that. Jericho? I called seriously. What? Do you want to build a snowman? I asked. His shoulder fell. Phenomenal. He pouted more and looked at the stomach. Baby, Mom is teasing me. I'm hurt. He clutched his chest like a kid before resting his face on my stomach. Team Mommy Francesca ang baby natin. Diba, baby? I'm hurt. He sighed, but I still love you. Of course. He smiled and pressed a kiss on the part where our baby kicked. Mas naging malambot ang tingin ko. I really cannot explain how much I am in love with this man. Looking how much he cared and loved our baby too. Ang saya-saya ng puso ko. What's your wish, babe? Biglang baling sa akin ni Jericho habang hawak ang tiyan ko. Ha? Your wish? He touched my stomach. Idadasal ko na lang sa bolang kristal. Sabay ikot ng kamay ni Jericho. Sa tiyan ko at tawa. Abat! Umawang na ang labi ko. Ginawa ba namang bolang kristal ang tiyan ko? I exclaimed and took a pillow to push it on his amused face. After eating, we made our way towards the place we've been wanting to visit together for months. Hawak na Jericho ang bewang ko habang naglalakad papasok ng sementeryo. I'm holding piece of white candles while he is holding a bouquet of sunflowers of our wonderful angel. Stacy, I told myself I won't cry much when I visit her again. Sabi ko nga, dapat masaya. Pero ngayong nandito na kami ni Jericho, hindi ko naman din maiwasan na maging emosyonal. Here, Jericho removed his coat and placed it on the ground on the mausoleum, where Stacy is resting. Thank you, babe. I smiled gently and touched my stomach. Unti-unti inalalayan niya akong paupo sa lapag at kinuha sa akin ng bulaklak. Hello, anak. Jericho greeted her at nagtungo na ako para kagatin ang labi at pigilan ang paambang luha. Sorry, ngayon ko lang ulit nakabisita si Mommy Francesca at Papa Dean, but here are your flowers, baby. He placed the sunflowers on her tomb. Dahan-dahan ko itong sinulyapan at nakita ko agad ang litrato sa taas ng puntod niya. It was her photos. The photos with her friends in the hospital and the staff, and the photo of her with me and Jericho. Kalong-kalong si Stacy na Jericho. Doon. My head is placed on his shoulder while I'm holding Stacy's hand, and we are widely smiling in the camera. I helped Jericho lit the white candles and remove the tears from my cheek while whispering a prayer for her. Hi, Stacy. How are you, baby? I whispered and touched her tomb. Mama Francesca and Papa Dean misses you so much. Are you happy up there? Kami ni Papa Dean mo, nahirapan kami dito, pero happy na kami ngayon, di ba, babe? Tumango sa Jericho at pinunasan ng luha sa pisngi niya habang nakatitig sa puntod niya. Ang hirap nung iniwan mo kami, Stacy, pero pinaglabanan namin na maging masaya, baby. Pumikit ako at naramdaman ko ang init ni Jericho nang hilahin nga ako ng marahan papunta sa katawan niya hanggang sumapas ang dala ko sa balikat niya. Anak, may good news kami ni Mama Francesca sa'yo, he said and looked at me, kaya tumango ako at ngumiti sa kanya. I took the photo of the most recent ultrasound of our baby and lifted in the air. Here, Stacy, you will be having a baby sister. I cheerily said. Hey, anak. I moved the ultrasound photo closer to her tomb. Pretty, isn't she? Your papa and I are sure she'll be pretty like you. Stacy, this is our new baby, your sister. I touched my stomach and glanced back at the tomb. Baby, this is your older sister. Say hi to Ate Stacy. Malambing ko sabi sa anak at napasinghap nang maramdaman ko ang pagsipa niya. She kicked? Jericho asked happily, kaya tumangutango ako at napatawa. Yes, oh my God. I caressed my stomach more. Stacy, your baby sister is happy to meet you. The cold air entered the mausoleum, making me smile more. I hope you're watching us, baby. Mahinang sabi ko at ngumiti. Mahal na mahal ka namin. We miss you every day. I actually have a surprise for you, babe. Jericho whispered after a while nang nalingon ko siya. What? I asked and smiled. He smiled, may kinuha siya sa paper bag na hawak niya at tinabot sa akin kaya nagtaka ko. What's this? I asked. Check it. He answered with a small smile kaya tumangutango ako at binuksan ko yon. I was curious about the content but the first word I saw in the top of the paper is enough to stop me. Nagitla ako. Mabilis kong kinuha ang namang papeles doon at napasinghap. You? Yes. I still pushed through it. He whispered back with a smile. My heart is racing. Binasa kong nasa itaas at nakita ang nakalagay. Certificate of Adoption. Oh my! I covered my mouth. You did? He nodded. Tears fell on his cheek. We adopted Stacy. She's our daughter. He smiled. Oh my God! I cried and pulled him for a hug. Crying, he hugged me back and buried his face on my neck. Stacy is our legal daughter? He whispered. She is. She is our baby sister. Panganay natin siya. I looked at the documents he gave me. Mother, Francesca Caringal Falcon. Father, Dean Jericho Falcon. My eyes found her name. The reason why it swelled more. Name, Stacy Caringal Falcon. Thank you, Jericho. Bulong ko sa kanya at mas napaiyak. Thank you. I love you. Thank you for everything. Anything for you and our children. Anything for our family. He whispered and hugged me more while kissing my hair. Gayon pa man, sa kabila ng mga luha ang puso ko'y napuno ng saya habang nakatitig sa mga apuradong papeles sa pag-aampon sa aking kamay. Inihanda namin dito nung chemotherapy ni Stacy pero nang mamatay siya, nakalimutan ko na to sa sobrang pagluluksa at hindi ako makapaniwala na prinoseso niya ito. Hindi ko alam pero baling ko sa kanyang nakatitig sa puntod ni Stacy. Natapos ka nitong proseso nung wala ka na? Paliwanag niya. Alam kong matutuwa kang malaman na anak natin si Stacy ngayon. Tuwang-tuwa akong tumango. Talagang masaya ako. Nararapat siya sa isang pamilya, sabi ni Jericho. Anak natin siya kahit ano pa ang mangyari. Francesca, si Stacy ang palaging magiging ate ng baby natin. Salamat. Bulong ko at ngumiti sa puntod. Hello, baby Stacy. Tinupad ni Papa Dean ang pangako natin. Ikaw na ang tunay naming anak. Ikaw ay opisyal na naming anak. Nilagay ni Jericho ang kamay niya sa bewang ko at tinalika ng ulo ko. We should document this. Napabuntong hininga ko nung laman ko na may camera ako. May Polaroid ako. Napangiti ako at tinignan ang bag ko. Jericho watched me take the camera, smiling. Inalalayan niya pa ako sa paglapit sa puntod ni Stacy. Hawakan mo si baby, I said and gave him the ultrasound picture. Pumesto siya sa kabilang gilid habang ako'y sa kabila at may hawak na camera. In the middle is Stacy's tomb. Okay, family picture! I exclaimed happily and Jericho raised the ultrasound picture and we both smiled in the camera before I clicked it to capture the wonderful moment. I was excited while waiting for the film to be developed at napangisa na makitang maganda ang kinalabasan nun. I took my marker and wrote on the lower part of the photo, Team Falcon. Pagkatapos ay inabot ni Jericho ang frame namin kasama si Stacy at nilagay sa gilid nun ang Polaroid picture na kinuhaan namin ngayon. Beautiful! He whispered and kissed the frame. We love you, Stacy. We love you so much. I spread my arms. You'll be having a baby sister soon enough, baby. Don't worry, bibisitahin ka ulit namin kapag pwede nang ilabas ang baby natin. We stayed more in her tomb and just stared at it, talking about our plans of changing her tombstone with her new surname. A kiss on my hair stopped me from talking. Iniangat ko ang tingin kay Jericho at sinalubong ako ng kanyang malambing na mga mata. I love you, he murmured. I love you too, babe. I answered back and touched his chin. So much. He stared at me intently. Nagtaka lang ako nang lumunok siya at suminghap. Why? I asked. I am just... He chuckled nervously and slowly moved away from me. Pinagmasdan ko siya sa gagawin at napanganga na unti-unti niluhod niya ang isang tuhod sa lapag habang nakatitig sa akin. OMG! Nasa puko ang bibig. Magpo-propose ka? Well, yeah? He chuckled nervously again and brushed his hair. I'm sorry I looked ugly right now for crying, but I cannot think of any occasion or right time to ask you this question. Again. He took a velvet box from the paper bag he's been carrying and showed it to me, and inside it are 2 rings. The first one is our wedding ring. I love you, Francesca Carinal. He started and gulped harsher to contain his tears. You know I'm not good with words, right? Oo. I answered back and laughed with him. Corny ka magpakilig. He touched his nape and moistened his lips, blushing. I know, babe. I know. He shook his head. So right now I wanted to say sorry if I will be corny again. I love you. You are the only person who could make me feel this way. You're the only one I love this much, Francesca. Ikaw at ang mga anak natin ang nagpapasaya sa akin. Ikaw ang tahanan ko, Francesca. Jericho, my voice broke. Ano ka ba? I am sorry we had to break our vows before. I am sorry for the promises and vows we made for each other ended up being broken. I am so sorry because you felt the pain I promised not to make you feel. He lowered his face and took my hand. Francesca Carinal, my babe, my piglet. Isang oink-oink naman dyan. Jericho? I hissed, and that's when he laughed and kissed the back of my palm. I love you, my piglet. He grinned. You are my wife, always and forever. You are mine, Francesca, always. Ang reyna ng dinibdibang lupa na San Isidro ay para sa hari lang. Pwede na ba akong ma-promote bilang hari ng puso mo? Ang corny. Ano ba, Jericho? Para kang ano talaga? Tili ko sabay hampas sa kanya, kaya tawang-tawa na naman siya. For you, I will be an Elsa. He winked. For you, I will embarrass myself. For you, kaya promote na ako. Pilitin mo muna ako. Inarte ko sabay lagay ng buhok sa likod ng tenga. Please? He smirked and kissed my hand again. Pretty please, babe? You are the most beautiful queen. Can I be your king? Bagay na tayo kasi pareho tayong royalty. Ang corny na talaga ng Mr. Yellow ko. I touched his chin. Sige na nga, tanongin mo na ako, bilis. Well, he cleared his throat at lumuhod pa. Sa harap ng Stacy namin at ng baby girl namin, sabi ni Jericho, sa pagkakataong to, hihilingin kita at pakakasalan ng walang pag-aalinlangan, ng walang masamang alaala noon. Napabuntong hininga sa Jericho at sinulyapan ang puntod ni Stacy. Francesca Carinal, will you be my falcon? Again? Talong ni Jericho na may luha sa mata. Akin ka lang ba? Tanong ko. Si Jericho ba kay Francesca lang? Si Jericho ay kay Francesca lang, he announced with tears falling down his cheek. At si Francesca kay Jericho lang, palagi. Sige na nga. I sniffed and dried my tears. Ang hari ng dinibdibang lupa na San Isidro ay Sarina lang, okay? Isuot mo ng singsing. Pronto, promoted ka na. Hindi ka na batang palaboy na hamog. Pwede ka nang umuwi sa bahay. We both laughed. Nanginginig pa ang kamay ni Jericho nang isuot sa akin ang singsing bago hagka ng picture ni Stacy at ang tiyan ko at inatake ako ng yakap. Thank you, my wife? He whispered and cupped my cheek, staring intently into my eyes, his tears still falling down his cheek. I will forever love you. I will do my best to take care of this family. He planted a deep kiss on my lips. This I vow to you. Some things may be gone in the blink of an eye no matter how much you cherish it. May mga bagay na kahit anong hawak mo'y nawawala ng di mo inaasahan. May mga pusong nababasag, mga pangakong napapako. Ang mga sirang panata parang basag na salamin. Ang iba may malalaking tipak at ito ay nakikita ng ibang tao. Ngunit ang mas masakit ay ang maliliit na piraso. Ang hindi nakikita. Yung mga pirasong hindi nakikita ng ibang tao. Yung mga pirasong akala nila wala. You will never know the pain of those tiny shattered pieces unless you stepped on it. But like what I kept on saying, like I'm always believing, kapag may dilim, may liwanag. Sa bawat pagsibol, ang araw. Tomorrow will be better. Hindi man bukas kaagad pero may darating na isang umaga na magiging ayos at ngayon, ito ang umagang yon. Jericho's POV. Hindi ko kayang isipin na isang araw na wala ka sa tabi ko. Hindi ko maisip ang umaga na hindi kita nakikita sa tabi ko. Ang maninipis na mapupulang labi, malinis na mukha at ang magulumang buhok kumalat sa aking unan pagkatapos sa isang gabing pag-iibigan. Asawa ko? Bulong ko habang sinusulyapan si Francesca na madaling araw. Isang araw pagkatapos ng araw ng kasal namin. Mahimbing siyang natutulog. Bahagyang namamaga ang mapupungay niyang labi at naghihiwalay sa aming walang katapusang halikan. habang nakaubad sa ilalim. Tanging puting saplot ang nakatakip sa aking kayamanan. Napagod ka, Mrs. Falcon? I whispered again and smirked when she hummed. Ginalaw niya ang katawan. Nakungunot ang noo at sinubukan akong hagilapin, kaya natatawang dinikit ang katawan ko sa kanya. I spooned her and nuzzled her neck, sniffing her fresh vanilla scent, mixing with the body shower. Amoy Jerry ko? Natatawang sabi ko at hinaplos ang likod ni Francesca. Ang asawa ko amoy... She moved her body. Mas dinantay ni Francesca ang katawan sa akin, kaya inayos ko ang sarili para mas maging komportable siya. She almost covered me with her body, slowly crawling on my chest unconsciously, and my pride rose up again, thinking how my piglet is acting. You're really in love with me, hmm? I hummed and kissed her hair. I do. I'm in love with you, Francesca. I wasn't so sure if she heard it, but I got a glimpse of a ghost smile on her lips when I said that, making me feel calmer. Marami mang pagsubok ang dumating sa kanila. Nalangpasan nilang lahat iyon at ngayon lang nito pinatatag ang kanilang pagsasama para sa kanilang bubuong pamilya. Araw-araw pinaparamdam nila ang pagmamahal para sa isa't isa. At dito na po nagtatapos ang kabanata ng ating kwento. At sana'y muli niyo po akong samahan sa mga susunod pang kabanata. Maraming salamat po. Ingat po tayong lahat.